Chapter 431 Emperor transforming all things. Within the large space of the elven god tree, it was filled with a vibrant atmosphere. The crystal green butterflies flapped their bright wings, fluttering up and down, bringing the breath of life to the place. Not only butterflies, green birds, xianling and other green-colored creatures, all fluttered, emitting clear cries, intertwining into a symphony, making people's minds and souls feel peaceful, making people feel an endless aura of peace. The sound of a thumping, vigorous heartbeat rang out, causing even Qin Fang to feel a strong sense of oppression. This represented that the strength of the elven god tree had reached a certain peak, and was no longer weak or withered. The elf queen also stopped at this place, fusing with the heart of the elf divine tree here, jointly amplifying and healing her injuries, allowing her injuries to recover as quickly as possible. Not just the elf queen. There are also 7 other very old figures. Old, as if they will soon pass away. The elf clan had paid a huge price for killing the goddess of life this time. In addition to the elf queen, 7 of the 9 deities all blew up their divine positions and became legend-ranked existences. These legendary-level jinlings could only temporarily gather at the heart of the elf god tree, lingering on, hanging on to their breath, their faces as white as snow, their breath fluctuating, as if they were candles swaying in the wind. As for the only remaining deity, he had also been seriously injured and was currently healing. Although they had fallen from the rank of deity, these old men did not have any feelings of attachment, reluctance, or regret. They compared themselves to burning themselves as firewood, and with great difficulty, they have lit up the future of the elven race. These deities had already run out of fuel, and at this moment, they gathered here, not to let the elf god tree bestow divine liquid to continue their lifespan, but to see with their own eyes that the new generation of elf kings would have no more weaknesses. In that case, even if they die, they would also be able to rest in peace. Lord God Tree, begin. Regarding the choice of Mr. We as the elf king's indentured servant, this group of pale, once godly spirits were still very satisfied. After spending all this time together, they already had a rough understanding of what Mr. We are like. This was a person with noble moral sentiments. It was a person who had detached himself from lowly tastes. The elf king signing a contract with him, in the future, definitely won't suffer any losses. What's more, this was Li Qi's disciple. I stand here at ease and wait for the finalization of the contract. The elven god tree guided Qin Fang to sit down at ease, and underneath was a boundless complex pattern of 2 greens intertwined together, which made one feel dazzled and dizzy after taking a glance at it. Qin Fang could clearly sense the breath of the goddess of life, and thought that the essence of the goddess of life must have been utilized by the elf god tree. In the next second, an emerald green-colored egg floated out from the heart of the elf god tree. This was the egg of the elf king. At this moment, 2 types of lines spread and covered the elf king's egg. It's about to be completed. The elven divine tree then used its own origin to match the origin of the god of life, together nourishing this elf king's egg. It's a pity. If we could have the origin power of more gods, the strength of the newly born elf king of my clan would be even more terrifying. The elf god tree sighed so, not quite satisfied with the state of the current stage of the elf king's egg. But the elf god tree could only mutter a few words in a small voice, not daring to mention the matter of hunting other deities. Merely hunting the goddess of life had caused the elf clan to pay such a painful price. And if it wasn't for the timely assistance of the human clan, perhaps the entire elf clan would have been in the process of being planted. With such a little strength, where would the elves go to kill more ancient deities? Every ancient deity, in their own abyss, is as terrifying as an absolute overlord. The one who said it had no intention of saying it, but the one who heard it had an intention of doing it. With a twinkle in his eye, he looked towards the elven god tree with a hint of light, and after thinking for a long time, he still took out the darkness god's divine artifact long sword from within his own backpack and handed it to him, asking if it could be of some use. This is? The elven god tree was instantly horrified. He even felt the rich origin of the god of darkness within this weapon. Is it possible that this is the weapon that the god of darkness has been wearing? This? The elven god tree was truly shocked. Even the ancient gods only possess one origin artifact. How could it have fallen into Mr. Mi's hands? Could it be that when the prophet god surrounded and killed the god of darkness at that time, this artifact was picked up by Mr. Mi? The elven god tree couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Seeing that the elf god tree was dazed, Qin Fang could only interrupt him. Senior, this divine artifact? Can it help the Elf King? Only then did the Elf God Tree come back to his senses, no longer thinking about how Mr. Me obtained this divine artifact, but instead took the initiative to receive this piece of divine artifact from Qin Fang's hands, and began to destroy it, refining it, and purifying it to extract the pure darkness origin power. Useful. How could it be useless? Mr. Me, you are really sending charcoal and snow with the darkness god's origin power. The shortcomings of my elf clan will be completely made up for, and there will be no more breakage in the future. Even if the Heavenly Emperor himself comes, he will be able to kill it. The elven divine tree was busy as it began to move. Within a short while, a light black colored light shone and merged into the egg, fusing with the emerald green colored Elf King's egg, no longer able to be separated. On top of the green color, a bizarre black aura was present, inexplicably feeling that this Elf King's egg was somewhat unorthodox. Mr. Me, you are highly righteous. This was the exaltation of a former deity. Towards Qin Fang, this old man even tremblingly stood up from above the ground and bowed deeply towards Qin Fang. To Qin Fang, this was nothing but a small matter, just one of the 100 divine artifacts. But to the Elf clan, this kindness, greater than the heavens, was no less than returning the Elf King's insignia. Thank you, Mr. I. Mr. Jin. Your actions really made the old man sweat. That day, the old man had once suspected that you were unsuspecting and wanted to take the opportunity to blend into my elf clan. Another divine old man's guilt, directly confessing his heart. Mr. Me, please accept my obeisance. These former deities were able to perceive that along with the incorporation of the darkness chi, the Elf King's aura was even more unfathomable, and the weaknesses that he once had were slowly disappearing and his aura was gradually strengthening. Noble deities were better able to understand the difficulty of this. Mr. Me, you are truly a great benefactor to my elf clan. The Elf Queen held Qin Fang's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Her mood was also very excited. She could sense the call between the king and the king, as well as a hint of oppression. This meant that the bloodline concentration of the brand new Elf King birthed inside the egg was higher than hers. It meant that the internal beings would also achieve more than her in the future. This was a huge favor. Ding. Thank you for your contribution to the Elf Clan. The Elf Clan will forever be your solid ally. The system beep sounded, and Qin Fang's relationship with the Elf First Race had reached its peak. Unbreakable. The black ripples, like swimming snakes, continuously wandered, devoured, and fused the so-called 2 strands of light green, dark green-colored ripples. Elder Divine Tree, dare you bet on a big one? When Qin Fang heard such a system beep, he instantly thought ruthlessly about completely transforming this enhancement. Enhancing the Elf Clan was also considered enhancing his power anyway. How to put up a fight? The Elven God Tree was also very puzzled. Is it hard to believe that there are other items of higher value in the body of Mr. Wee? Fusing the origin breaths of 3 deities. This was already the ultimate. Unless there was a higher existence's origin breath that could suppress the 3 and form a perfect fusion. The Elven God Tree told Mr. Wee about this matter, letting him understand the difficulty of this. Even if Mr. Wee possessed one more divine artifact in his backpack, he would not be able to raise the Elf King egg even further. At that moment, Qin Fang smiled mysteriously and expressed his understanding. Then, after signaling the Elf God Tree to shield the entire space, so as to avoid any leakage of his breath, he was seen mysteriously taking out a pure gold-colored Heavenly Emperor's weapon from his backpack. The moment this divine weapon came out, it made the entire elf space unstable. As if it was about to be crushed, a sea of pressure was released unchecked, achieving an absolute song between heaven and earth. Elf God Tree's huge divine body couldn't help but tremble. Endless chains were released from his body, wanting to lock this piece of divine artifact, sealing this breath as much as possible, avoiding him from leaking, avoiding being perceived by the Heavenly Emperor. If it was really perceived by the Heavenly Emperor, then in the next instant, this space would burst into pieces. The less than legend level and god level elves within the entire elven space all knelt on the ground, submitting to this aura, trembling, not knowing what was happening within the Elven God Tree. At this moment, even if they wanted to communicate, they felt like they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs, unable to move. This was the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor that could suppress countless races. At this moment, even Qin Fang, who had forged this divine weapon, couldn't help but feel a heart-stopping sensation. as if he was being targeted by some terrifying existence that wanted to kill him. Qin Fang straightened his spine. A mere so-called Heavenly Emperor divine artifact wanted to commit regicide? Simply nonsense. Within this divine artifact, the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor was silently condensing. And then, with a violent leap, he jumped out from within the divine artifact, wielding this divine artifact and fighting with the elven god tree. He seemed to possess intelligence and wanted to escape from this place. This scene was something that Qin Fang had never expected. He could not imagine that this Heavenly Emperor divine artifact could still play like this. This was completely out of his expectations. He had also eaten in his previous life, and had never heard of a divine weapon being able to do this. Can't it be because of having a divine weapon above? Possessing the aura of a Heavenly Emperor? Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully triggered the hidden function of the Heavenly Emperor's weapon, Emperor transforming all things. Emperor transformation of all things. The Heavenly Emperor's weapon can manifest the Heavenly Emperor's shadow at any time and place, obliterating everything around it. Qin Fang suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up and subconsciously glanced at his golden dragon's ring. This 99 pieces of Heavenly Emperor divine artifacts. Could it be that it was a so-called hot potato? Who would dare to touch it? In case these 99 pieces of weaponry self-detonated? Wouldn't that be? The elven divine tree exerted all its strength and crushed a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's shadow that was about to coalesce within it. Before looking at Qin Fang grudgingly, "You brat. You've really given me a hard time." Chapter 432. The Eight-Winged Elf King comes into being. The elven divine tree paid a terrible price. Half of its branches and leaves were knocked off, withered and yellow, and the meaning of death was beginning to pervade. The elven queen's injuries became even more severe, frequently spitting out blood, and even wanting to explode the divine bit within her body, but was stopped by the elven divine tree to keep her from being impulsive. In the end, a legend-level old man completely blew himself up, bursting out a huge great power. Together with the elf god tree, the elf queen managed to wipe out the shadow of this Heavenly Emperor, letting the elf space within the piece to know this is only a shadow of the Heavenly Emperor. Surprisingly, it can be so terrifying. If the Heavenly Emperor's main body were to descend, it might be able to wipe out everything in this place with a single finger. The pressure of the Heavenly Emperor within the elven space was quietly dissipating. The elves kneeling on the ground were spitting out mouthfuls of blood, as if they were hovering on the edge of life and death. Their faces were all very embarrassed and filled with fear. These elves had been peaceful for so many years. They really couldn't imagine? What kind of terrifying creature was it that was so great? Poof! The only surviving deity within the elf clan, who was in the process of healing his wounds. His mouth was like a fountain, continuously spewing out blood, and eventually, his healing journey came to an end, and he fell to the legendary realm. Thus, within the elf clan, there was only the elf queen left, who was a deity-level powerhouse. Qin Fang immediately noticed that the stone blocking his heart was lifted, allowing him to breathe heavily. The palpitating feeling that existed between heaven and earth was also gradually dissipating. The old figure of the elf god tree was leaning on top of the illusory stone table, panting heavily, looking very distressed. And the elf queen? Not to mention, at this moment, she was paralyzed on the ground without a care in the world, as if she was going to die in the next second. Her divine body was like a broken porcelain. The slightest carelessness would shatter it, completely falling from the realm of peak deities. Qin Fang took out the pure green-colored life liquid of the elf god from within his own backpack and fed it drop by drop into the elf queen's body, allowing her injuries to recover quickly, before pouring out the majority of it heartbreakingly, pouring it on top of the branches of the elf god tree. Ugh! Qin Fang's heart was dripping blood. But it had to be. The elf queen's divine position was preserved from being lowered from amongst the ranks of the peak divine position, and the elf divine tree. It was also gradually stripping away the aura of death and regaining its breath of life. The most crucial elf king's egg. Previously, it had not been affected by the battle, and was intact at the moment. Elf god tree heart of resentment lest some look to this Heavenly Emperor artifact in the eyes spit out hot light. As is a hungry tiger, suddenly saw a delicious thing in general, hate to instantly devour it. This had a wisp of the Heavenly Emperor's origin, and was undoubtedly the best carrier. Once it was incorporated within the Elf King's egg, perhaps the Elf King's egg would metamorphose into a terrifying creature that had never appeared in the entire history of the Elf clan. The Elf God Tree took another look at the Elf King egg, and had an idea in his heart. Mr. Me asked him if he dared to bet. His answer was, dare to bet. Such a great chance was placed in front of the elf clan. Was it hard to waste it? The Elf King hatched from the fusion of the goddess of life, and the god of darkness origin could only be said to have led the elf clan to succeed in settling down again in heaven's mandate. But if it was fused with a trace of the heavenly emperor's origin aura, then the hatched elf king might be able to make the elf clan shine again. Or even go 50-50 with the heavenly emperor. Mr. Me. Thank you. The elf god tree no longer knew what to say. This heavenly emperor divine artifact was too helpful to the elf clan. Qin Fong stood peacefully on the side, and gave the elf god tree a firm look. The elf god tree instantly broke this heavenly emperor divine artifact, invoking the golden particles within it, and injecting them into the elf king's egg. In a flash, the elven divine tree once again condensed tedious patterns, guiding the golden particles to merge perfectly, allowing them to seep into the depths of the elf king's bloodline, repairing the weaknesses in it, and even strengthening it. The elven divine tree's life force dropped at a rate that could be seen by the naked eye. After all, this was the heavenly emperor's origin power. Wanting to refine it, how could it not pay a certain price? On the elf king's eggs, golden lines were like emperors, quickly covering the black lines, light green, and dark green colored lines, as if they had been given a thick layer of golden edges, filling them with an air of dignity. The elven god tree's massive amount of life breath was like a catalyst, quickly allowing the four forces to begin to merge. In the end, an elf king egg filled with gold, black, and green lines, which mirrored each other, was reflected in the eyes of the elves. The king of elves within the egg exuded an extremely terrifying aura of life, as if heaven and earth would collapse. What made the elves even more excited was the bloodline of the elf king within the eggs, making all the elves want to submit and kneel on the ground. Even the elf queen was no exception. This was the suppression of the bloodline, as if she had encountered an old monster from ancient times. Mr. Wee, let's start the final contract. The elf god tree wore a tired smile. He truly saw the hope of the elf clan. Even if he died at this moment, it would be worth it. Good. Qin Fong stood up and stepped in front of the elf king egg, probing out his own left arm and cutting through the blood dripping down. No. I don't agree. At this moment, a fanatic legend-ranked old man within the elf clan, who had fallen from the god rank, suddenly went mad and wanted to stop Qin Fong from signing the final life and death contract with the elf king to help it hatch. This old man overthrew Qin Fong and wrapped his arms around the elf king's egg between his chest, not giving it to the elf god tree. This scene left the crowd present dumbfounded. This is the pride of my elf clan. This is the future of my elf clan. I can't let him sign a life and death contract. My clan is fully capable of nurturing it into the strongest elf king. As for you, where did you come from, brat? Hurry up and get out of here. Don't sully my elf clan's unicorn son. The old man perked up, seemingly forgetting who it was that had allowed the elf king egg to evolve to such an extent. Qin Fong's face darkened in a rare moment. He truly could not have imagined that at the last minute, someone would intervene. Moreover, his relationship with the elf clan was already ironclad to such an extent that he would still be underhanded. Return my dark divine artifact, Heavenly Emperor's divine artifact, and the elf king's insignia, and I'll leave now. Qin Fong's words were icy cold, not wanting to talk nonsense with these people. This divine artifact, you voluntarily dedicated it, and this badge of the elf king, you were entrusted by my elf king to return it. What face do you have to take it back? This old man clearly wants to bring shamelessness to the extreme. With these words, he directly made Qin Fong laugh, voluntarily dedicating 2 divine artifacts. Could it be that he was a fool to give the elf clan the chance to shape the invincible elf king without compensation? If not for the fact that the elf king was going to sign a life and death contract with him, and live and die together from now on. Qin Fong was foolish to be willing to take out 2 divine artifacts. Yin Lei, stop it, and give me the elf king egg. The elf god tree was unhappy in its heart, and spat out these words, which was considered a threat and a warning. After all, Yi Lei could also be considered a child of the elf god tree, and he didn't want to make a direct move. Old ancestor, you're confused. Such a strong elf king. You're actually going to give it to a foreigner? This is the hope of my elf clan. This old man saw blood. His mood saddened to the point of no attachment. It was clear that he was truly thinking about the elf clan, but he was also truly stupid. Qin Fong stepped forward and placed all the divine liquids handed to him by the elven divine tree on the ground, and spoke with a cold face. I also request that the elven clan return my divine artifacts. With this move, Qin Fong unexpectedly wanted to completely draw a line with the elf first race. And you have to remember, it is you, the elf clan, who begged me to sign a life and death contract with the elf king. Not me. I'm the one who rushed up and begged you guys. The elf king's mess. I don't care. Qin Fong was completely enraged. The elf god tree, the elf goddess, and the few remaining old men who had fallen down to the divine level all blushed. Qin Fong's words were right. It wasn't like he was begging, but the elf clan was begging him. Little friend is annoyed. Give me 3 breaths of light. Seeing this, the elf god tree directly tackled Elay and retrieved the elf king egg from his hands. The ceremony continues. The elf god tree wanted to ensure that the ceremony was done correctly and completed. As for Isle, she was still shouting and cursing Mr. Wee, and even started to berate the elf god tree. In response, the elven god tree wanted to make a move, but the elven queen moved as if it were a thunderbolt, instantly obliterating Elay, making him become the sustenance of heaven and earth. In pieces. Please don't see it, Mr. Me. It's my imperiousness that has led to such a situation. The elf queen personally made amends, and the remaining 6 old men who had fallen down to the divine level also made amends, asking Qin Fong not to see this man. Old and confused. Mr. Jin, this is the most honorable guest of the elf clan. No, it can also be considered a member of the elf clan. After all, he managed to transfer into the elf clan's hidden profession. Mr. Me, I also ask you to accept the friendship of my clan. Between the elf clan and you, Mr. Me, the friendship is irreplaceable. Mr. Me, please also take it. Please also put it away. This was the distress of the elf clan, and the plea of the old man, who had fallen to the divine level. In this way, Qin Fong reluctantly agreed to become the elf king's life and death contract partner. Standing up to enter the contract. Buzzing. The 2 rays of light that shot out from Qin Fong's body merged within the elf king's egg, helping it to rapidly metamorphose and evolve. Click. The egg encasing the elf king gradually began to shatter. Through the blinding light, Qin Fong vaguely saw 8 pairs of black and gold-colored feathers. These feathered wings were simply not too beautiful. The region of the sealed Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was originally reshaping the goddess of life's divine body, allowing her to accelerate her recovery. Suddenly, he detected a familiar aura coming from an extremely distant place, as if it was summoning him. It was hard not to. Was it a drop of his shed blood that had awakened today? The Heavenly Emperor had just wanted to move to retrieve this drop of blood to speed up the progress of breaking through the seal. But the connection was severed by a great force, causing him to no longer be able to perceive it. The Heavenly Emperor wasn't in a hurry. As long as this drop of blood was revived, it wouldn't take long. It would surely return to him and save him from being trapped. This was the Heavenly Emperor's self-confidence. Unbeknownst to him, the drop of blood that he thought he had long since been severed. The Heavenly Emperor once again happily began to pinch people. No, pinch the goddess of life, striving to make the goddess of life even more perfect. Every inch of the skin followed the beauty of the design in a minute. Crystal clear. Chapter 433 Attribute Surge. The newly hatched little guy, milky and adorable, with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to drip water, stared dead on at Qin Fong, who seemed to be able to sense the life and death relationship between him and him, subconsciously identifying Qin Fong as his parent. The little guy flapped the 8 wings behind him with great difficulty, flying for the first time, going up and down, very unstable, and finally flew into Qin Fong's arms with great effort, rubbing against him affectionately, as if he wanted to find a safe place to perch. Qin Fong bit his arm, creating the perfect place for the little elf to perch. The little elf lay down comfortably, leaning back on all 4s, without any frame to speak of. Click. The little guy suddenly bit down hard on Qin Fong's hand, devouring a strand of Qin Fong's blood in a big mouthful. At the same time, a system beep sounded. Ding. The goodwill between you and the 8-winged elf king has reached 10 million. Ugh. Qin Fong frowned a little. This goodwill. It should be the easiest for him to brush, but it still hurt quite a bit. The little guy looked at Qin Fong sheepishly, seemingly a little timid, fearing again that Qin Fong would chastise him. Qin Fong, on the other hand, sent him a sweet smile, indicating that he did not have any malicious intent. Only after the two of them had matured did Qin Fang look up and down at the little guy's attributes. Name: Eight-Winged Elf King. Introduction. Using the special secret method of the elf clan, the most powerful elf king was created by combining the essence of the goddess of life, the essence of the elf god tree, the essence of the thunder god tree, the essence of the god of darkness, and an unnameable and powerful essence. Remarks. This is the elf king destined to become a god. Rank: Black Iron. Next stage of metamorphosis: Bronze. Ding. Required for metamorphosis: any divine artifact *1. Qin Fang struggled to rub his eyes. He hadn't misread it. Was this real? Is this for real? Black Iron to Bronze. It even required the feeding of a divine weapon? Is this a joke? Note: the Eight-Winged Elf King's strength would skyrocket with each stage of metamorphosis. This was perhaps the only consolation for Qin Fang. It wasn't that Qin Fang couldn't afford to feed it, but rather, he spat on it and pondered on how many divine artifacts he would have to pay in the future to make the Eight-Winged Elf King evolve. Not to mention, Qin Fang didn't care about artifacts and had a stock of them in his backpack. If the Eight-Winged Elf King was kept within the elf clan, even if the elf clan was eaten up, it would not be able to advance to the purple gold level, or even the final god level. This was a truly bottomless pit. Life value: 180 million. With a life value of 180 million, it could be called a super invincible blood cow. Magic value: 160 million. 16 million in blue. This was simply a perpetual motion machine. Strength: 120,000. Physique: 120,000. Agility: 120,000. Spirit: 120,000. Just by looking at the attributes, this was completely no weaker than a purple gold level mini-boss. One must know that this was only the attributes of the little one that had just been born. At this moment, the Eight-Winged Elf King's rank was only Black Iron grade. If this were to metamorphose once, Qin Fang simply didn't dare to imagine it. Currently wearing equipment: Eight-Winged Elf King suit. Eight-Winged Elf King set level: Bronze. Note: the suit will grow with the Elf King's level. Note: the current attributes have been iterated. Life and death contract, signed with player me. The two are one. Skill: the Elf King randomly awakens. Currently has awakened 3. Note: as the Elf King's metamorphosis level increases, so do the skills awakened. These were the full attributes of the Eight-Winged Elf King, causing Qin Fang's mood to be very excited. 7 or 8 different options also appeared on Qin Fang's attribute panel. 1. Attribute sharing. Qin Fang's and the Eight-Winged Elf King's attributes were instantly added together, and then each was attached. For example, Qin Fang's attributes were originally around 60,000, but now with the Elf King's 120,000, he had directly transformed into a purple gold level boss, invincible to players, and his blood volume had directly skyrocketed. This is simply not too scary. As for Qin Fang's injuries, after signing the life and death contract with the Eight-Winged Elf King, he was completely recovered. This was the method stated by the elf god tree, taking advantage of the unique greatness born from the birth of the Eight-Winged Elf King to help Qin Fang recover. The life and death contract was established, and Qin Fang's injuries, the bearing stage, was perfectly restored. The Eight-Winged Elf King greedily gnawed away at his eggshell, and then laid down in Qin Fang's arms, falling into a deep sleep. It was then that Qin Fang looked him up and down. The 4 pairs of black and gold-colored feathers fluttered from time to time, looking very tenacious. The pure green-gold-colored cloak was hidden, and the Eight-Winged Elf King was not yet able to control it effectively. Dark green and gold helmet. Armor above the 4 colors form a perfect fusion, as if the invisible painter in heaven and earth to him to draw and carve. Every strand of color, every line, seemed to have a special meaning. This was the brand new form of the Elf King, and the most bizarre, powerful, and terrifying Elf King in the history of the Elf Clan. As the Eight-Winged Elf King descended into the world, the entire elf space shook. The earth gushed with golden lotuses. The sky descended with auspiciousness, and countless visions wrapped around the Eight-Winged Elf King, gradually injecting themselves into his body and enhancing his heritage. The elf clansmen? Even more so. They directly felt the heavy oppression of their bloodline and fell to their knees. This time, it wasn't the Heavenly Emperor's oppression. Rather, it was the oppression of the bloodline. Even the Elf Queen was no exception. forced to bow her head and perform a half salute. For a moment, the shadow of this young 8-winged elf king was burned into the minds of every elf clan member, automatically manifesting itself, leaving the elf clan horrified. In history, the most terrifying elf king was born. The elf god tree probed the feathers behind this elf king and was shocked beyond words. 8 wings? Surprisingly, 8 wings? This one sentence instantly caused the most ancient canonical texts and the legends that had been passed down by word of mouth from the elf clan to appear in the minds of the endless elf clan members. In the legends, the highest bloodline of the elf clan was present, namely the 8-winged elf king. This was the manifestation of the rules of heaven and earth, the pinnacle of the elf clan. And when the 8-winged elf king appeared, it was bound to lead the elf clan to the top. Surprisingly, it's a legend of my clan? Woes! How could a legend be born? How frightening. How could it be? My elf clan will definitely ascend to the peak. Elf clan. Mighty? The clansmen of the Elf One clan saw a bright future and couldn't help but laugh out loud. 8-winged elf king. It really is the heavens helping my Elf One clan. Old man, even if I die, I will rest in peace. The elf who had fallen down to the divine level hissed loudly, venting his own emotions, and then fell silent. The silence of this was his destiny, to blow up his divine position and still be able to live on for so long. This was already a very remarkable thing. Mr. Me, you are truly a great benefactor to my elf clan. Another elf who had fallen down to the divine level excitedly thanked Qin Feng. He was a bright-eyed elf, and he knew that if it wasn't for the 2 divine artifacts that Mr. Me had taken out, the 8-winged elf king in front of him at the moment would definitely not have been able to evolve to such a level. Old man, I will go and inform the ancestors of my elf clan, so that they will know in their springs. Awesome. Really awesome. Wait for me. Old brothers. The road is not lonely. The 6 elves who had fallen to the divine level died, hunting the tree of life. They namely held the mindset of certain death. And at this moment, not only did they kill the goddess of life, but they also saw the birth of the strongest 8-winged elf king. What was there not to be satisfied with? These 7 elf elders, who had fallen to the divine level, all dissipated with smiles on their faces. Nearly 80% of their lives had been spent hibernating in the elven space, stabilizing the space, getting rid of the unstable factors around the space, and at the end of their lifespans, taking the ultimate leap to kill the goddess of life. Their lives had been wonderful. The elf queen's eyes were all over the 8-winged elf king's body. She wasn't jealous, but she was violently relieved. The burden that belonged to her that needed to be borne could finally be handed over all. Within this space, the elf queen's strength wasn't the strongest, and her talent wasn't the best, but she was chosen by the elf god tree to become the elf queen. And since then, the rise and fall of the elf clan was firmly tied to her, making her an alternative walking corpse. Everything in the best interest of the elf clan. She always knew in her heart that she was not a qualified leader, and that she was unable to lead the elf clan to the top. But for the sake of the beliefs of the elf clan, she still persisted for so many years. Now, there was finally a more powerful elf that could replace her, and her heart was elated. This last ride, the elf queen would give her a firm hold. When he grew up, the elf queen would not hesitate to throw the burden on him. The elf queen's heart was very hard when she saw these 7 heroes who had fallen from the divine throne pass away. This time, when she beheaded the goddess of life, if she had been stronger, there would have been absolutely no need for these seniors to blow up their godhoods all. You don't need to blame yourself. You've done a good job. The elven god tree saw the elven queen's state was not right and comforted so. And then, like heavenly thunder rolling, a voice that was enough to shake all beings resounded throughout the elven space. Send the elf clan far away. For a time, the elven space was filled with sorrowful clouds within the elven space, and sadness covered the hearts of every member of the clan. Whenever such words rang out, it represented the death of a deity within the elf clan. Over the years, there had been elf gods who were not willing to be lonely, stepping out of the elf space and thus never returning. And eventually the elf god tree captured their last thoughts. Knowing of their deaths, that is, they would shout out these words. Send the elf clan far away. The elf clan members, who had just gotten up, knelt down once more in the direction of the elf god tree, with pathos in their hearts, crying out, sending the elf clan's deity to go all the way. Send the elf clan far away again. The elf god tree's voice resounded once more. And the clansmen within the entire elf space were all dumbfounded. What was going on here? How could two god-level ancestors be casualties in a short period of time? This was a god level. Not a kitten or a puppy. The clansmen within the elven space? They were completely unaware of the battle against the goddess of life. This was a deliberate concealment by the elven god tree to avoid giving them aversion to war, powerlessness, and so on. Although they didn't know what was going on. These elven clansmen, still kneeling on the ground, hissed, "Send again." Some of the elven clansmen had already stood up. Some were half standing and crouching. And some of the clansmen who had just risen, once again heard the elven god tree's voice. Send the elven clansmen far away again. 7 times in a row. The clansmen within the elven space were all dumbfounded. Within one day, the elf clan died 7 deities. This is in addition to the year when there were such large casualties in the moment of escape. When? When will there be such large casualties? Chapter 434 Combat Lineage Divine Seed, Ogre Divine Flower. The elf clan's deities? Why are the casualties so heavy? The clansmen of the Elf One clan didn't dare to get up for a long time. Looking left and right. You looking at me. I looking at you. Everyone's cheeks carrying tears. But they just didn't get up. Fearing that the elf divine tree would still have to make sounds. And that they would still need to make sacrifices. It was only when all had ceased that the clansmen arose and asked the question. The clansmen had the right to know. And so the tree spoke. In order to make up for the weaknesses in our bloodline, the queen of the elves gathered the 8 deities. And together they traveled to the ancient god's abyss of life. Killed the goddess of life. And extracted her essence, which will be incorporated into the body of the new king of the elves, to help make up for the shortcomings. During this period, our great benefactor, I, helped the new elf king to transform even more completely, and become the true peak of the 8-winged elf king in the history of our clan. I declare that from the next generation onwards, all the elves that are birthed will be free of our weaknesses. And the gods? No longer able to target my elf clan. My elf clan can now rebel, and can step out of this land and descend to the vast heaven's destiny continent. As the elf god tree spoke these words, even though he had long since become old and was on the verge of death, his eyes were still red with excitement. We will return one day. The elf queen was even more excited, directly hissing, her throat aching. The clansmen of the elf clan were originally silent, wanting to question. But upon hearing these words, all of them were promoted within a split second, and then erupted into an ocean of joy, with each and every one of their clansmen immersed in beautiful thoughts. If they said that Qin Fang's arrival, it gave them the hope of life, then the new 8-winged elf king, that was to say, gave them the hope of a complete rise and a complete return to heaven's destiny. These two things were both great matters, heavenly matters. The older generation of elves directly fell to their knees, bidding farewell to the spirits, reminiscing about the past, and weeping bitterly. The pain of being hunted down like a lost dog, the pain that has been suppressed in the heart for countless years, all released at this moment. Some of the older generation of elves who have experienced the escape, but also hard to beat their own chest, leads to a burst of coughing sound. As for the younger generation of elves, they do not understand, cannot be infected, because they do not understand the history of that year. Buzzing, the elf divine tree exerted its supreme means, allowing the woes, tears of blood, and a strong sense of powerlessness to be reflected in the dome of heaven at the time when the elf clan fled. These images, all these years, do not dare to release, for fear of letting the younger generation of elves to be hit, feel incomparable despair, and thus cannot withstand, choosing to let them drunkenness, muddled. But at this moment, these images were the best time to make them public. The elf clan needed hatred, needed to rise up, and needed to prepare for returning to heaven's mandate once more. This, our elf clan was even as good as pigs and dogs back then. The young elf saw the scene of having his feathers broken and pierced through his body, being dragged on the ground like a dead dog for the gods to play with. These high and mighty deities were, quite literally, placing bets on what moment this elf would die. This feeling was so heartbreaking that one could not breathe. No, I don't believe it. My ancestors were incomparably powerful. How could this be? This elf nearly collapsed. He saw the images of countless elves, corpses strewn everywhere, none surviving, like chickens being pinched in the hands of powerful deities and brutally killed. He couldn't believe that the inherent perception was broken. In his impression, the elf clan was invincible. Was what I heard all these years a lie? Another elf doubted himself, and took a few steps back, his face pale. This situation was already expected by the elf god tree as well as the older generation of elves. And all of them sighed. Back then, this initiative was a decision made by the older generation of elves after discussing with the elf god tree and the queen of elves, to bury the history of the tragic escape back then, so that this group of newborn elves could live peacefully, and spend the rest of their lives in peace. After all, back then, they could not see any hope. Into the eyes of the endless despair. Such an elf clan cannot be continued? Let the young generation of elves to despair? It would be better to let them live in the dream. Full of vigor. All these years had cheated over. And did see the demise of this space. Saw the end of the elf race, but who knows? At the moment of despair, Mr. Me is like a heavenly emperor descending into the world to save the elf race from the fire. But also led the elf race to have the opportunity to rise up. The hidden history should be opened and exposed to the sunlight, so that this group of elves living in the sleep wake up. The elves still need them. The elves also not the strongest. It was difficult to try and accept this. But the elven god tree believed that they would be able to do it. Kneel down. The shame of that year cannot be forgotten. The older generation of elves began to take means to speed up the process. Come here. Chant for me. Give me understanding. Within the elf clan, there was chaos. As for Qin Fang, he also watched an epic blockbuster scene, which equipped him with a greater understanding of the elf clan in his heart. Mr. Wei, thank you for your contribution to the elf clan, hereby granting you the title of prophet god of the elf clan. See this? As if seeing the elf king, even the elves scattered in the outside world. See this? Is also recognized. This was the most precious thing that the elf clan could give away. A prophet god, equivalent to the elf queen. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine title, prophet god. Title effect. One of the highest leaders of the elven clan. Qin Fang checked the effect of this title, and it was not bad. But he was still curious and asked if there were still stray elves in the elf clan. The elf queen truthfully informed that their lineage could only be considered as the best protected one. With the elf king's direct bloodline, the heaven's destiny continent, there were also more clansmen of the elf clan hidden, only because of various reasons. Do not dare to show up in the world, for fear of being beheaded to death by the gods. Qin Fang truthfully told him that when he participated in the siege of the god of darkness that day, there were also deities from the elf clan who participated. The elf queen was instantly excited and immediately dispatched a quest to Qin Fang. Ding. The elf queen releases a divine level quest to you. Search for messages from other elves scattered in the heavenly destiny continent, so that they can return to the ancestral space. Quest reward, Elf Eye Divine Artifact Drawing. This reward, this mission, Qin Fang took it at once. Prophet, I'm counting on you for this matter. I hope you can complete it. The elf queen solemnly entrusted. Definitely complete it. Qin Fang spat out these words forcefully. Qin Fang was worthy of this divine title. And as he wandered around within the elven ancestral land, all the elves who saw Qin Fang saluted. Even if they were training, they had to stop and salute first, which satisfied Qin Fang's vanity. Prophet, do you wish to return? On this day, Qin Fang took the initiative to find the elf god tree, wanting to return. These days, even after wandering around every day and enjoying the feeling of being bowed to every day, Qin Fang felt bored. Mum. Yes. The things within the elven space. I've pretty much finished. It's time that I need to return. Recently, Qin Fang had stayed within the elven ancestral land for roughly 15 days of light, and he still didn't know what the situation was like in the heavenly destiny continent nowadays. Mum, since the prophet wishes to return, please give me the coordinates and I will send you there. The elven god tree promised. Qin Fang shook his head and took out the divine level quest reward that the prophet god of the human race had given him, a teleportation talisman, stating that he had a way to return. Before bidding farewell to the elf clan one by one. I'm leaving. Everyone, don't miss me. Qin Fang waved his hand with vigor. These days were short, but he had seen the rise and fall of a clan, the helplessness of humble moments, and the possible power of hope when it was born. All of these benefited Qin Fang greatly. Bon voyage. Prophet, have a safe journey. Prophet, if you still wish to come to this place, let the eight-winged elf king communicate with me, and I will open a passage for you. These voices grew farther and farther away from Qin Fang until the system beep sounded. Ding! You have left the elf clan. Qin Fang was once again in the midst of the spatial turbulence. His head was dizzy even though he was protected by the teleportation talisman. But he was still in a sorry state. Just then, Qin Fang suddenly saw a familiar figure not far away. And it was certainly the time and space merchant. At this moment, the time and space merchant seemed to be rushing through space, protected by a purple glow. The spatial turbulence unable to harm him in the slightest. Qin Fang huffed and shouted. That was when he saw the space-time merchant turn his head. Although Qin Fang was spinning, he still saw the astonished eyes of the space-time merchant, which seemed to be inquiring, why is player me appearing here? When he got a good look at the flickering light of money on Qin Fang's body, his entire body was jumping up and down, itching to return immediately and trade with Qin Fang. However, he had long since established his route and was unable to return. Qin Fang was also on an established route and could not change it. In the end, the time merchant could only pass by Qin Fang. Chagrined, his entire being storming about, as if he had suffered a huge loss by missing out on $1 trillion deal, Qin Fang stumbled back to heaven's destiny. Only the location he was in seemed to be not the Tianyang town that was being built, but the residence of the plague Dharma god. Qin Fang immediately poured a mouthful of ice spirit water to withdraw himself from the state of vertigo, tidied up his grooming, and stepped forward. The plague Dharma god was waiting for him before the tea table. Only this time, not having tea, it seemed that he just wanted to chat with him. How is the task completed? The plague Dharma god was still like a big brother next door. Lord Pestilence Dharma god. Fortunately, I have successfully completed this task. Qin Fang invited credit as if he was repeating the situation after he entered the elf clan, including the matter of the elf king's revival, only to ignore his role to the minimum. Huh? You kid. You have good luck. Something like the elf king's badge? All able to be found by you? The plague Dharma god let out a soft eep in surprise. This was something that the plague venerable god had also searched for, but really couldn't find. I traded this in the hands of a time trader. Oh! The plague Dharma god realized in a flash. No wonder he had been unable to find it for so many years. Kid. You've done a good job this time. How about it? Interested in doing me another small favor? Ding. Congratulations on your reward. Combat Faculty Divine Seed, Ogre God Flower. This was the reward from the last mission. Ding. Do you accept the Divine Grade quest? Cultivate the 8-Winged Elf King to the Purple Gold Grade. Quest reward. Auxiliary System Divine Grade Seed, Broken Rose. This was the quest release for this one. Ding. You have successfully taken on this quest. Chapter 435 Returning to Tianyang. Auxiliary Lineage Divine Grade Seed, Broken Rose. This seed, Qin Fang had not heard of in his previous life. But since it could be used as a reward by the plague Dharma god, it should not be weak. Qin Fang happily accepted this quest. With his current stature, nurturing the 8-Winged Elf King to the purple gold level was still not difficult. The plague god had seen the 8-Winged Elf King lying on Qin Fang's body for a period of time, and only then did he release such a quest. In his projections, the future of the 8-Winged Elf King was immeasurable. However, in the early stages, it might be very difficult. 8-Winged Elf King. Meeting his fate. The plague god spat out these words. And then a flash of black and purple light coalesced between his fingers, and was injected into the 8-Winged Elf King's body, forming a black halo around his thin wrist. As for me, Lord Plague Dharma God, you and I are also destined to be together. Qin Fang smiled and directly climbed up the pole. Perhaps because he had helped the plague venerable god complete his mission. The goodwill between Qin Fang and the plague venerable god had increased by 1, and was no longer unfamiliar. Pestilence Dharma god, such a powerful deity. Casually throwing out a heel of sweat hair. It was also thicker than his thigh. Good. You and I are also fated. The Pestilence Dharma god also threw out a flash of light, with a blackish intent amidst bright red, injecting it into Qin Fang's body, and forming a halo above his wrist. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the Plague God's reward. One-time skill Pestilence Weakness. Pestilence Weakness reduces the target's attributes by 90%. Remarks. Anyone under a deity can be weakened. Qin Fang was shocked. This? Simply not too terrifying. Thank you, Lord Plague Dharma God. Qin Fang was ecstatic. Although this was a disposable skill, But if it was used appropriately, killing deities was no big deal. Complete this task as soon as possible. The plague venerable god waved his hand, signaling that Qin Fong could leave. Qin Fong hurriedly pretended to be tying his shoelaces, lying down on the ground, and snapping hard at the god-ranked materials. The pestilence Dharma god's face darkened, black lines appearing on his forehead as he waved his hand and directly sent Qin Fong away. This kid? He was really addicted to wool gathering. After sending Qin Fong away, the plague god took a look at the ground and saw that there was another piece of divine-grade material missing. This kid, he really is a thief. The plague Dharma god looked at the two small holes above the ground. How it looked uncomfortable. After some heavenly revolutions, Qin Fong arrived at Tianyang Town peacefully. Tianyang Town, still in full swing, was under construction, and every day was a new phenomenon. The inner city of Tianyang Town had already been constructed, and the number of NPCs was also increasing dramatically. After all, Tianyang Town had already been promoted to become a large town, and the strength of the city lord had reached the terrifying demigod level. So in the future, even if a deity attacked this place, it would not fall. An existence at the demigod level, even against a true ancient deity, would still be enough to sustain until the descent of the human deities. As a result, these times, Tianyang Town welcomed nearly 40,000 to 50,000 NPCs. These NPCs were mostly merchants, but there were also some that wanted to settle in this place. The arrival of these NPCs also gave Tianyang Town more life, forming a virtuous cycle. Qin Fong strolled through Tianyang Town, feeling the changes in Tianyang Town while releasing the alert tone of all heaven's destiny. Ding! A new generation of upgraded purple gold level equipment. Equipment that can be attached with 3 attributes. You deserve to have it. It will be available for sale in 3 days. Stay tuned. Ding! A whole new generation of upgraded. Ding! A whole new generation. Below Qin Fong's article, there was a photo of a purple gold level equipment iterated with the thunder attribute, strength attribute, and a special skill attached to it. This one photo directly caused a sensation throughout Heaven's Destiny. Holy shit. This equipment? How does it feel so strong? This was the first reaction of the majority of players. After all, an ordinary forger could only forge equipment with a single attribute. For example, a blacksmith with the strength attribute can only increase the strength attribute in addition to the 4 dimensions of the forged equipment. For example, the speed attribute blacksmith, forged equipment attributes in addition to the 4 dimensions, can only increase the additional speed attribute. A blacksmith with a flame attribute would only be able to add the flame ability attribute. But now, Qin Fong's appearance has directly broken this theory. In addition to the 4 dimensions, surprisingly, he was also able to add thunder, strength, and a special skill. If you add the skills attached to his thunder blacksmith, this is not to say that the purchase of the player's equipment alone, that can be free to whoring 2 skills that do not cost money? I grasp. This equipment additional skill's a little problem, You see? This additional skill. So special, The bright-eyed player saw the clues at a glance and made it public. Heaven's Destiny special skills. Confusion. Stun. 1 strike kill. The good player published Heaven's Destiny's explanation of the special skills. But just after publishing it, he withdrew it. This special skill. Simply killing, It was better to withdraw it and sneakily prepare to buy equipment from PlayerZhen. Old me is convinced. Really convinced. The same blacksmith was in a very low mood at the moment, as if he saw his bleak future. So, who else would be able to capture the market with Player Me? In the future, Player Me's equipment will be unique. I don't know how expensive this equipment is. If it's exceptionally expensive, I guess I still can't afford it. Such worries existed in the hearts of the players. But when they thought about their 3,000 copper coins salary, they could only sigh. This equipment? It just wasn't for poor people like them. These days, keep an eye on it at all times. And contact Player Me at the first time. This brand new generation of equipment must be taken. Buy it. Make sure to get it. These were all lords who didn't care about copper coins. This equipment, it really poked at their hearts. Ding. Player Bastard Sky requests communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Older brother. This equipment must be given priority to old brother. You mentioned the price. I definitely have no second thoughts. Batyan contacted Qin Fong at the first opportunity. His tone sizzling. itching to get it now. Old brother Batian, I'll give you one to try out first. And when a few days pass, I'll upgrade all your flame sets for you. Qin Fong was also very generous, and immediately traded to Batian a purple gold grade equipment. Batian heatedly smiled and thanked Qin Fong. However, this purple gold level equipment was a bow, which he could not wear. It looked like it could only be cheaper for another player to have a good time first. Hee hee. Special skill attached one strike. Try it. Elder brother me. I'll give you a price of 15 million for this purple gold level equipment. Batian had absolutely no concept of copper coins, and directly gave Qin Fong a high price. Qin Fong thought for a moment, and returned 3 million copper coins to Batian. Old brother Batian, remember to help me publicize this. Qin Fong's meaning was clear. 3 million copper coins. Help me publicize it. Good brother. Cool? Batian was also comfortable in his heart. He hung up the communication and directly sent out the strongest archer within the guild to adapt to this piece of purple gold grade equipment, incidentally charging him 13 million copper coins. Soon, a 3-minute long video screen was exploded by Batian. Within the video, this archer player from Bastard Heaven Guild made it very clear to the players that the terrifying nature of the special skill one strike to kill. The video screen was divided into 3 images. The first video, the archer was hunting wild monsters of the same level. The battle was very scorching. The archer's positioning, awareness and whatnot, all pulled to the peak. Suddenly, poof, triggered a hit to kill. Originally need to hunt 10 minutes of wild monsters. He died, greatly improving the speed of brushing monsters, as well as the thrill of brushing monsters. The second screen, the archer is fighting with the same level of players. The two sides are not letting go. The operation is dazzling, all in the prejudgment of his prejudgment. The battle into the state of difficult to color difficult to distinguish between the state of the archer is about to fall into the bottom of the death. Suddenly, this archer triggered one strike to kill, and his opponent died directly, leaving behind a white light and a deep sense of grievance. This, simply a divine technique. Third image, this one archer was chatting with an NPC, when all of a sudden, he took out his own bow and arrow, and was directly given a legendary level quest. This might be a bit of bullshit. But then, it really did happen. And so the release of this video screen directly caused the players of Heaven's Destiny to be dumbfounded. Holy shit. I've got a belly full of tart words, but I just can't say them. Haha. Me too. I'm still tempted to curse. I suspect that Hegemony Guild is rubbing our intelligence against the ground. There were not a few players who chose to question it. After all, it was considered something beyond their perception. However, more players chose to believe it, their eyes glowing as they couldn't wait to purchase this equipment as soon as possible. Players who had some relationship with Hegemony contacted him at the first opportunity, begging for proof of authenticity. Batian replied one by one that it was real, and that the whole thing had no editing whatsoever. To be honest, this equipment made Batian also be shocked yet. It was too strong. Qin Fong was very satisfied with this kind of publicity, and couldn't help but send a thumbs up emoji to Batian. 1084th shop. Qin Fong was counting the number of shops, his heart growing more and more satisfied. The Heavenly Sun town had broken down, and this time, the opportunity had been firmly grasped by Qin Fong, and had risen with the wind. If in the past, Qin Fong was merely playing a small game, and was considered a small fish. No, a medium-sized fish. Then after experiencing this, Qin Fong had directly transformed into a giant predator within the Tianyang town. Qin Fong was in the midst of his joy, when a group of city guards with shoulder badges stopped him. Please come with us. These city guards spoke unkindly, as if they were arresting some prisoner. What is it? Qin Fong was puzzled and wanted to ask. However, these city guards were as brutal as lords, directly about to put chains on Qin Fong and forcefully take him away. May I ask, am I breaking any royal laws? Qin Fong directly assumed an ice-cold attitude and fighting stance, wanting to make a move. Ever since this Tianyang town had changed its city lord, Qin Fong namely was able to feel the current Tianyang city lord's strong malice towards himself. In particular, the last incident simply made Qin Fong feel sick. It was simply an open robbery. Now, what trick did this Heavenly Sun city lord want to play again? Today, if you can't say anything reasonable, I won't recognize this chain. Qin Fong directly revealed his own title, God Slayer. This was the highest title of honor in the entire heaven's destiny. Kneel. This was the authority attached to it. Seeing this title was like seeing a sage who had merited the human race. Generally speaking, one could not kneel, and it was impossible for a human sage who possessed this title to fall so short of his status. But at this moment, Qin Fang was furious to the extreme. What kind of cat or dog within the Tianyang town dared to make himself wear chains? Chapter 436 Where's your tea money? Buzz? The title of God Slayer, as with wisdom in general, immediately flashed a golden light. Similar to the gods in general, substantial pressure diffused out, descended on the body of these 10 city guards, so that they are like carrying a mountain, difficult to move. This was an honorable title, a symbol of defending the human race, which could not be insulted. In particular, Qin Fang's participation in killing the heavenly emperor's shadow and the god of life had already caused his title of God Slayer to evolve twice, and thus possess more functions, each of which was horrifying and powerful. With this title, it wouldn't even be a problem for the legendary Heavenly Sun City Lord to kneel down to him. The 10-member city guards immediately spat out blood and knelt on the ground, submitting themselves to this title. The strongest of these city guards were already epic level warriors, and the weakest had the strength of a purple gold level. But under this title, there was no room for resistance. Just like dead dogs, even their realms were a little unstable, on the verge of collapsing, falling off the epic rank, falling off the purple gold rank. These 10 people were all dumbfounded, looking shocked, even terrified, their faces white. Who knew that just locking up an ordinary player would be able to cause this title? Who knew that just locking an ordinary player could cause this title? To know that this title, even in the whole of heaven's destiny, it was not common. How could a blacksmith have it? These days, they also lock some players. No one dares to resist even if they dare to resist, directly be cleaned up a meal, forcibly taken away. Also honest. Who would have thought that today actually ran into a hard opponent? What is it? Qin Fang indifferently inquired, his eyes still cold. All of these city guards felt a flash of golden light cast as an arrow floating above their heads, threatening to fall at any moment. This was a test of life and death. After all, what they had done these days was enough for judgment. This was the second function of the God Slayer title, judgment. Any living being amongst the human race who had made a mistake and whose strength did not reach the god level could be judged at all. These city guards were trembling with fear on the spot, and wordlessly informed Qin Fang of what had happened. The city lord invites you to have a chat. The city lord has ordered that if you don't go, you will be tied up even if you don't go. Qin Fang closed his eyes and pondered. This Tianyang city lord. Again, what kind of trouble is he causing? Ding. Player Batian is requesting for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. My old brother. I forgot to tell you. Hurry up and leave Tianyang town. Be careful of Tianyang city lord asking you to drink tea. Baishan's speech was very fast, as if he was a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What's going on? Older brother Batian? Qin Fang's heart was even more puzzled. Elder brother me. You may not be clear about the construction of Tianyang town. These workers demanded copper coins from the Tianyang city lord several times. But the Tianyang city lord simply couldn't get so many copper coins. And I heard that he had sold the treasure vault clean. So he black-heartedly thought of a way to invite the merchants within Tianyang town one by one to have tea with him, and then ruthlessly extort a sum of money. A cup of tea. The lowest price of 10 million copper coins. The highest. Pitched me 100 million copper coins. The most critical, this is not the end of the story. He raised the tax rate of our shops. Directly demanded 50% of the gross profit. This is simply to let us shut down cannot earn copper coins. These days, the streets of the shop one after another closed it. We shop owners, guild leaders, don't even dare to enter Tianyang town. I heard that the second round of tea drinking is about to begin. It's only you, the 10,000 empty lane group, who are so wealthy and powerful that you're able to maintain it for now. No. It's because you're not here. The 10,000 empty lanes group hasn't been touched in these times. Now once you return, the Heavenly Sun City Lord will surely lay his hands on you. Hurry up and leave the Heavenly Sun town. Don't let the city guards set their eyes on you. These motherfucking city guards. They really dared to do it I was locked to go. On the way to resist a little bit. But also lost 10 million of lost wages. Medical costs, what a mess. All in all one sentence, run. Batian briefly but in detail informed Qin Fang of what happened and told him to run. Qin Fang let out a crying laugh before sending a picture to Batian. Batian, old brother. It's too late. Seek your own luck. Old brother me. Right. Don't drink the tea. Let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Batian sighed and hung up the communication. This copper coin for tea. Batian really didn't want to give it. But this old boy, Tianyang City Lord, is not a thing. He threatens you. Qin Fang hung up the communication. Exhaled a breath. Looked at the 10 people kneeling on the ground with a normal expression. And directly launched the skill, Judgment. Deadly sins can be spared. But living sins cannot escape. The power of judgment descended down. And these 10 city guards all spat out a mouthful of blood. Their realms falling. Those at the epic level landed at the purple gold level. And those at the purple gold level fell to the essence gold level. If there is a next time, I will definitely behead them. Qin Fang's words instantly made the 10 people feel like they had been pardoned. And they scrambled to get up from the ground, surrounding Qin Fang with heavy fear, not wanting him to leave, or else they wouldn't be able to deliver their orders. My lord, I still ask you to sympathize with us. The leader of the city guard said this. And Qin Fang immediately looked towards the location of the city lord's mansion. Go. Take me to the city lord's mansion. I want to see what the fuss is about. Qin Fang took a quadrilateral step and traveled in all directions. Flattering smiles appeared on top of the city guard's cheeks as they followed to the left and right. The pressure of the title of God Slayer could not be perceived by the surrounding players. But they watched with their own eyes as the 10 city guards knelt down towards Qin Fang. This news, at once, spread rapidly as if it had grown wings. Holy shit! What kind of title is this God Slayer? The players were shocked. There were thousands of heavenly destiny titles. And this was really the first time they had seen such a unique and powerful title. To be able to make an epic city guard kneel. This strong? You guys say that this title, it wouldn't be given by a party that had beheaded a deity. The players gave frightening guesses. If that was really the case, player me had actually beheaded a deity? It's possible. But it's also impossible. It was no wonder that the players didn't believe it. Killing deities? Bah. Players at the current rank were having a very hard time killing purple gold level monsters. How could they possibly kill a deity? I remember that Qin Fang seems to be a member of the city guards. It should be his status that made the city guards kneel. At the moment when the players were speculating, Qin Fang brought the 8-winged elf king and entered the city lord's mansion. The 8-winged elf king was still in a deep slumber. Even when the plague Dharma god bestowed him with a touch of black aura, he did not awaken. Old brother me. You're here. Inside the back garden of the city lord's mansion. The simple-faced demigod-ranked Tianyang city lord immediately and warmly invited Qin Fang to sip tea, enjoy the flowers, and listen to the rain. Qin Fang sat down on his knees and quietly drank a cup of tea. It looks like old brother me is thirsty. Another cup. The heavenly young city lord was devoid of the stance of a demigod-level powerhouse and poured Qin Fang a cup. Qin Fang wore a smile on his face as he drank one cup at a time. In the end, a pot of strong tea was brewed into clear water, and Qin Fang drank a full 12 cups. As for the heavenly young city lord, he did not drink a single cup. Elder brother me, as the Tianyang city lord, I thank you for your contribution to the construction of the Tianyang town. When Qin Fang finished drinking the tea, the Tianyang city lord immediately revealed his ugly face and warmly shook Qin Fang's hand, as if he was afraid that he would suddenly run away, asking Qin Fang to pay 120 million copper coins. Why? Lord City Lord? Qin Fang immediately started acting, his face a pig liver color. Very ugly. Don't you know, old brother me, that today's tea party is a tea drinking sponsorship party. How many cups of tea you drink represents how many copper coins you donate to Tianyang town. 1 cup of tea 10 million copper coins. Zhang Lang. Did you not make it clear to my old brother? In the last sentence, the Tianyang town lord directly looked with unrivaled majesty, with a chilling chastisement, towards the epic rank. No. Purple gold rank town guard squad leader at the side. Subordinate. Subordinate did not inform. This city guard squad leader knew that he was taking the blame. According to the past script, he should have sung a double act with the Tianyang city lord, informing the Tianyang city lord that he informed the player me. But now, taking in the pressure of Qin Fang's God Slayer title, how would he dare to lie? He directly told the truth. This time, Tianyang City Lord's eyes took on a cold sword aura. A biting murderous aura, seemingly wanting to decapitate this small captain of the city guards. Surprisingly daring to go against him? Zhang Lang. Do you know what you are saying? The Heavenly Yang City Lord threatened a bit. But this small captain of the city guards still gritted his teeth. My subordinate's brain was fainted, and I didn't inform. Seeing that the Heavenly Yang City Lord was about to make a move, Qin Fang hurriedly rounded up the situation. Why should the Tianyang City Lord be angry? This is merely an oversight in work. This 120 million copper coins. Old brother is out. Qin Fang directly satisfied Tianyang City Lord's appetite. He wanted to see Tianyang City Lord's appetite. Was it only this much? Or was it even bigger? Old brother me is really generous. Get lost. The Heavenly Yang City Lord's gloom and doom. Looking at Qin Fang as if it was a warm spring day. And looking at Zhang Lang as if it was a raging storm. The 10 city guards panicked and withdrew. What was all this called? These days, Tianyang City Lord was getting harder and harder to serve. It was always cloudy and uncertain, making people afraid. It even made these city guards recall an old saying, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Elder brother me is worthy of his wealth. Please also pay. The Heavenly Yang City Lord was very direct, staring at Qin Fang's eyes dead on. Please pay me. If Qin Fang did not pay, the Heavenly Yang City Lord did not mind locking him up in the black prison. With a smile on his face, Qin Fang swept the code to pay, and then got up. Thank you, Heavenly Yang City Lord, for your hospitality. For now, will leave. Qin Fang wanted to leave, but was stopped by the enthusiastic Heavenly Sun City Lord. Elder brother me. Today you and I have met, and we are like old friends at first sight. Why don't we become opposite-sex brothers? What do you think? Qin Fang still agreed. He wanted to see what kind of medicine Tianyang City Lord Zhang de Dao was selling in his gourd. Today, Zhang Daichi. Today, Jin. The duo who each had their own agenda to complete their friendship did not have any anomalies. Qin Fang's goodwill with the Tianyang City Lord did not improve. But on the contrary, it was even worse by a few points. Qin Fang, false and subtle who wouldn't? Elder brother me. These days, brother is really in trouble Tianyang City Lord began to cry. From the construction of the city wall, to the wages of the city guards, to the oppression of the major merchants. In the end, the Heavenly Yang City Lord's words turned. Older brother, from today onwards, I'm going to charge the 10,000 empty alley group a merchant tax. What do you think? Collecting the commercial tax. It is only natural. Qin Fang replied righteously, without the slightest ambiguity. Good. In that case, from tomorrow onwards, 8 out of 10 of the entire benefits of the 10,000 empty alley group will be taken as taxes. This was the reason why the Tianyang Town Lord had not moved the 10,000 people's empty alley the other day. He wanted to come up with a tough deal. After all, there was nothing within Tianyang Town that earned more than the 10,000 people's empty alley group. Chapter 437 Replacing the Tianyang Town Lord. Qin Fang's eyes widened. He really couldn't imagine who gave the Tianyang Town Lord the courage to go so crazy. Could it be by virtue of his version of God-level strength? By virtue of forceful intimidation? Throughout the ages? Who dares to collect 80% of the commercial tax And this is still tax? This is a direct robbery. Taking 80% of the 10% gross profit of the 10,000 empty lane group would make Qin Fang drink the northwest wind. This was like working hard for a year, but ultimately working for Tianyang Town. And in the end, he had to make up for the shortfall out of his own pocket. Ha! Qin Fang laughed out, unbridled, without a care in the world. Tears and whatnot kept being squeezed out. Let's put it this way. Tianyang City Lord, I'll give you the entire 10,000 empty alley group. See if that's alright? Although Qin Fang was laughing, but the anger in his heart had already climbed to the extreme, and he couldn't wait to personally lift the table. Old brother Mei, you are really deeply righteous In that case, old brother will refuse. I'll send the city guards to accommodate. Old brother me. Tianyang Town will always remember your contribution. The Tianyang Town Lord also really had a big face. not knowing that he couldn't hear the meaning embedded in Qin Fang's words? Or was he deliberately playing dumb, not wanting to understand? To be honest, the heavenly Yang City Lord was really keen on Qin Fang's 10,000 empty lane group. The monthly income of the 10,000 empty alley group, according to the report of the Tianyang tax director, was a full 10 billion. It was no exaggeration to say that it was comparable to a year's tax revenue of Tianyang town. Rich as a nation. This piece of fat meat. Can you say that Zhang Dao could not be jealous of it? Well, Lord City Lord can send people to receive it. But within Tianyang town, I feel that it won't be that safe. So don't let the city guards get lost and end up disappearing. Qin Fang spat out these words grimly, directly tearing his face off with the Tianyang City Lord, and then left the place with a big stride. Staying with this kind of person for even one more minute made him feel sick to his stomach. As the heavenly Yang City Lord looked at Qin Fang's back, the smile on his face immediately tightened, revealing an evil icy chill, as if he was looking at Qin Fang as if he was a dead man. If it wasn't for the Tianyang City Lord giving the green light to the 10,000 empty lane group, how could the 10,000 empty lane group have become what it is today? How could 10,000 empty lane be at the level it is today? This money? No. The entire 10,000 empty lanes group. It's all his due. Since this kid doesn't know how to behave, then don't blame him for not showing mercy. Within Tianyang town, he was the absolute king, the absolute overlord, the feeling of an emperor. But as such, arranging charges for the 10,000 empty alley group. I want to see my Jin brother kneeling in front of me before tonight. Tianyang City Lord arranged such words. The dog leg that belonged solely to him began to go and do it. Qin Fang could not imagine how, in just a short period of months, how could the heavenly Sun City Lord's changes be so terrifying? He felt the coldness from behind. And at the same time more intuitive feeling is that his goodwill with Tianyang City Lord directly become minus 1,000. Goodwill directly become life and death enemy. Right? It's really a good thing. He can make people fall into the abyss and lose themselves. It was also able to make a person's character change drastically and become unselfish and reckless. Obviously, these 2 months of traveling to Tianyang City Lord had changed Zhang Dao a lot. Ding. Your boss is dialing for communication. Do you agree? Qin Fang appeared from within the City Lord's mansion and immediately dialed Yuze's communication, informing him about the Tianyang City Lord's preparations to make a move against the 10,000 empty alley group, asking him to be careful and think of a solution along the way. Yuze immediately fell into contemplation. This matter? He had long predicted it. But there really hadn't been a better way to solve it. After all, this Tianyang City Lord fellow's strength arrived at demigod. No one could stop him. Boss, what are your thoughts? Yuze had roughly the top, middle and bottom 3 ideas in his mind. But he still inquired about Qin Fang's thoughts. I want to directly replace the Tianyang City Lord. This was Qin Fang's truest thought. He wanted to get rid of it once and for all. Otherwise in the future, within Tianyang town, there would no longer be a foothold for the 10,000 empty alley group. Then all the time he had worked so hard for nearly half a year, all of his heart and soul, would be wasted. What is this? If other players heard this, they would definitely laugh at Qin Fang's lack of self-importance. The lord of a city, especially the lord of a large town. You want to change it? Just able to replace it? Simply naive. Quick, don't make people laugh their heads off. Yuze sucked in a mouthful of cool air, slightly shocked. His brain buzzed. The lower of his upper, middle and lower strategies were already very radical. But he had never thought that his boss would be even more radical, wanting to directly replace the Tianyang City Lord. This? Was it feasible? Yuze's heart beat violently for a moment, and then began to deduce the feasibility. For a long time, Yuze came to a conclusion. If operated properly, it is not impossible. After all, Yuze understands. Behind his boss stands but Li Qiao. This big brother was enough to wipe out everything. Fuck. Yuze directly overturned his own upper, middle, and lower strategies, and devoted himself to this plot to overthrow Tianyang City Lord. Boss, the shops have been bitter towards Tianyang for a long time. I'll contact them for an ally. You go and contact the warriors. This is also a force to be reckoned with. And incidentally inform Senior Li Evil of this matter. Yuze constructed the exact steps of this matter in a very quick time, allowing Qin Fang to execute them. In Yuze's thoughts, To contact or not to contact the warrior. It was all secondary. As long as this matter was informed to elderly evil. The matter was set. Qin Fang hung up his communication and headed directly to the top building constructed by the 10,000 Empty Lane Group. The office building of the 10,000 Empty Lanes Group was recently constructed. With a total of 88 floors. It was claimed to be the benchmark building of the entire Tianyang town. It was situated in the center of Tianyang town. With every inch of land worth a fortune. Qin Fang had planted the combat seeds given by the plague god, the ogre god flower. At first, Qin Fang's thought was that he did not want blood to appear within Tianyang town. And he did not want the ogre demon flower to devour the blood of the human race. But now that he was on the verge of being ridden on his neck and shooting on him, what did he care if he was a human race or not? The ogre myth? That's where it should bloom. Hack benevolence and morality. Hack the big hat of hurting the human race. You won't let me live. Can't I fight back? Where's the sense in that? The ogre god flower was planted by Qin Fang. In a short while, a flower swaying with a light purple color glow quietly blossomed, as if it was a light purple color gem carved out of beautiful jade. The roots were firmly rooted in the ground, greedily sucking in the nutrients from heaven and earth. This was a fascinating flower with a total of 9 petals. But on each petal's leaf, it was as if an abyssal mouth was engraved, capable of devouring all life. Under the flower, there were a total of 99 leaves, and each of them carried sharp thorns, as if it was a sharp tooth, frightening people. Snapping, Qin Fang directly squeezed out a drop of blood and injected it onto this petal. The petal devoured Qin Fang's hard blood, and the two were instantly perfectly united, with Qin Fang becoming his master. And the ogre divine flower became Qin Fang's special pet. Divine grade, ogre god flower. Introduction. A caretaker's flower cultivated by the pestilence Dharma god, possessing incredible power. Current devil god flower level, black iron. Note, depending on the amount of life energy devoured, it can be quickly leveled up. Next level up, 99 bronze level lives need to be devoured. Life value, 1 billion. Magic value, none. Skill, devour. Note, 99 lives can be devoured at the same time. Note, digestion time, 10 seconds. Remarks, when digestion is complete, you can eat again. Remarks, devouring divine monsters can result in different attribute bonuses. Ding. The ogre god flower possesses 2 forms. 1. Autonomous predation. Can devour the surrounding life on its own to enhance its own strength. 2. Master assistance. Requires the master's assistance in devouring the target. Qin Fang was directly shocked after viewing it. This ogre demon god flower. So terrifying. Qin Fang directly switched on the master assistance mode. Took out the life attribute stone from within the ring of the golden dragon, and fed it to the ogre demon god flower. Attribute stone? This should be considered life as well. This was Qin Fang's guess. The next second, the ogre demon god flower immediately acted like a greedy cat sniffing a dried fish, constantly devouring, fusing, and evolving. Ding. Your ogre demon god flower has also been promoted to bronze level. Qin Fang quickly took out nearly 300,000 life attribute stones from his backpack, burying them all in the underground place of the ogre demon god flower for him to absorb. This was how Qin Fang was so rich and generous. Ding. Your ogre divine flower has comprehended the life skill life reply with. Life reply, 10% of your life value can be recovered every 10 seconds. This was a huge boost. Qin Fang tended to the ogre god flower while patiently waiting for the city guards to arrive. He wasn't going to be soft. Ding. Player, we request communication. Do you agree? Batian was the first to answer. Old brother Batian. Do you want to do something big? Qin Fang's calm voice rang out, immediately causing Batian's heart to tremble. This kid's big thing was definitely not simple. Do it. Without even asking what he was doing, Batian directly responded to Qin Fang. Good. I feel that Tianyang City Lord isn't too suitable. Should we change him? Qin Fang's words directly caused Batian to stand dumbfounded like an ice sculpture. This? Batian really didn't dare to think about it. You know, this was a demigod-level existence? Are you able to overthrow it if you want to? Not to mention that the appointment of the Heavenly Yang City Lord was a decision made by the higher-ups. Are you able to change it at will? Being within the rules of many things. Batian understood more deeply, and more than Qin Fang. As strong as Batian was, he could only bow his head, not daring to think of resistance. When the resistance was very serious, Barshan's idea was to flee, not to resist. Hearing Qin Fang's hesitation, Qin Fang directly inquired urgently, "Old brother Batian, if you don't dare to participate, I'll do it myself." "Fuck." Batian came back to his senses and directly agreed. Although his heart was a little weak, he still agreed. "I'll be in charge of the battle. You'll be in charge of gathering information. This time, we'll stand on the moral high ground and judge the Tianyang city lord." Qin Fang left these words and hung up the communication. Batian was speechless for a long time, but he quickly gathered his men and chose to act, contacting other players to collect the black information on Tianyang city lord. Yuze was taking action. Hegemony was taking action. Qin Fang was acting. Ding. Divine Craftsman Lu Long has dialed your communication. Ding. Communication has been connected. Qin Fang, deities. Still so unreasonable awe. Qin Fang boy. Back from the elves. Come on. Your reward has arrived. Qin Fang froze and pondered for a few seconds. What reward? Finally Qin Fang came back to his senses. It should be his mount. Chapter 438 Divine Grade Mount. 9-colored heavenly winged horse. Qin Fang took 3 steps and arrived at Divine Artisan Lu Long's residence. Receiving the reward this time was small. Informing Divine Artisan Lu Long that he was preparing to overthrow the Tianyang city lord was big. He also had to see what Divine Craftsman Lu Long's exact attitude was. Inside the forging room, heat waves were rolling. Water was steaming. It appeared that godly craftsman Lu Long had just finished forging. Covered in crystal beads of sweat, white heat was released from his body and fused with the heat of the furnace. The artisan Lu Long does not care about the image of the towel dipped in cool water, roughly in the strong upper body wiping. From time to time, Yao Yao shouted, very comfortable. While wiping, he looked at Qin Fang. Qin Fang, you have been given too much credit for killing the Heavenly Emperor this time. And the degree of completion of the task of assisting in guarding the Tianyang town is also very high. These days, Mount Qixia is discussing what kind of mount to give you. After all, the level is too low. Not too high level, also not. In the end, it was the Prophet God's decision to give you the best of the best, the 9-colored heavenly winged horse. You're happy. By the way, if you're free, remember to thank Lord Prophet God. After saying that, Divine Craftsman Lu Long took out an egg shining with 9-colored light from within his own storage space and threw it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang carefully took it. His heart was shaking violently. Good Lord. If this fell on the ground and broke, Qin Fang would probably cry for the rest of his life. Divine Grade Mount, 9-colored heavenly winged horse. This was the mount of the president of the strongest Songhai guild in his previous life. When the 9-colored heavenly winged horse grew up, once it was born, everywhere it went, it caused young girls to exclaim in astonishment and their eyes to twinkle with stars. No matter what, this mount is simply a supreme weapon for flirting with girls. Who can refuse to ride on the back of the 9-colored heavenly winged horse? This mount, Qin Fang in his previous life had also fantasized about it. In his fantasy, he owned this mount, and brought his beloved, Shui Qing'er, along to reflect the sunset and spend the rest of his life together. Wouldn't it be beautiful? But unfortunately, everything is just his fantasy. The 9-colored heavenly winged horse belongs to someone else. And Shui Qing'er also because of his cowardice. Luckily, the heavens had allowed him to live a new life, allowing him to once again have the opportunity to bring Shui Qing'er to break through the clouds and enjoy the beauty of the sunrise and sunset. Qin Fang pondered a lot, but the movements in his heart did not stop, quickly using the pure purple-colored reins to bind this mount to himself. Ding. It will be impossible to change it after binding. Please choose carefully. Ding. Binding is successful. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine grade mount, 9-colored heavenly winged horse. A rare smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth. This mount, it was considered a rare good thing in these recent events. Ding. The list of heavenly destiny mounts opens. Ding. Whether to hide your information. Qin Fang, no. Not hiding. How could Qin Fang give up such a good opportunity for publicity? Ding. Congratulations to Player Me for successfully obtaining the first mount of Heaven's Destiny. Opening the mount system. Ding. The mount list has been opened. All players of Heaven's Destiny can check it out. For a moment, the countless players of Heaven's Destiny first froze for a moment. but instead ghostly clicked on the list to open it. Last time, the pet list was opened by player me. Now, the mount list was surprisingly opened by him as well. The players were a little envious, and a little hard. Let's see. What kind of mount did player Jin obtain? I bet it's a not-so-great mount. This player was directly certain that this mount of Qin Fang's was definitely not great. However, when he opened the list, his entire being was suddenly bad and didn't want to speak. This mount of Qin Fang's was the best of the best. Holy shit. It's actually a divine grade mount. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, shocking countless players. Player me? Was it really this terrifying? A god-level mount. My day. This player let out a heavy sigh, and instantly felt that the bronze-level mount in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Originally, he was the one who was supposed to be the first person to open the mount list. After opening the service for so many days, he had been immersed in it, taming the mount, and was about to succeed. But at the last moment, he was unexpectedly cut off by player me. This kind of mood was simply more disgusting than eating a cockroach. Player me. Awesome. Some of the players of Heaven's Destiny blessed. That is, some denigrated, maliciously proclaiming that this divine mount of Qin Fang's came from the wrong source. In response to such remarks, Qin Fang directly blocked them. After Qin Fang signed the contract with the 9-colored heavenly winged horse, a small 9-colored heavenly winged horse hatched out from within the egg shell. Having just hatched, this mount was still black iron grade. Name, 9-colored heavenly winged horse. Description, the king of the Skywing Horse clan. Said to be able to step through the void and appear in all parts of the Heaven's Destiny continent in an instant. Rank, black iron/god grade. Evolution requirement, bronze grade Skywing Horse skull. The materials required for evolution were still relatively rare. Life value, 100 million. Strength plus 5,000. Agility plus 40,000. Spirit plus 5,000. Physique plus 40,000. Human mount unity. Share the attributes of the mount. Note, if the mount's blood level is knocked down by 90%, it will automatically exit the state of human rider unity. Number of riders, 2. Riding status, flying. Riding state, flying. Land. Qin Fang was still satisfied with the attributes of this 9-colored heavenly winged horse. Qin Fang? How about it? The prophet god has not treated you badly. Right? Ding. You have opened up a special mount space. Qin Fang put away this mount before looking at divine craftsman Lu Long. Senior Godsmith Lu Long. There is something I would like to talk to you about. Qin Fang sat down blandly and looked towards divine craftsman Lu Long. HM? So serious. Is there something big? Divine craftsman Lu Long was also in a rare moment of seriousness. Sitting opposite Qin Fang. Senior Godsmith Lu Long. Tianyang City Master wants my 10,000 empty lane group. And I, on the other hand, want Tianyang City Master to take a life together. Qin Fang did not hide this in the slightest and directly said this. His words were very plain, as if he was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. The moment these words came out, it directly made divine craftsman Lu Long's face look very ugly. Qin Fang? Even by the prophet god. By him. Even if he was looked upon by him. But to say these words, it was too much. This completely did not put them in their eyes. But on second thought, it seemed that Tianyang City advocated for a party that was even more excessive. The 10,000 empty alley group. This was Qin Fang's brainchild. Zhang Daichi? How dare he snatch it? This matter also made it very difficult for divine artisan Lu Long. And for a while, he did not know who to help. Qin Fang. This matter? I will look into it. As soon as these words came out, Qin Fang instantly understood and turned around to leave. Divine craftsman Lu Long still favored Tianyang City Lord's side a little more. After all, this brat, he had single-handedly supported him. During this period of time, Tianyang City Lord has done good things. There are quite a few of them. Qin Fang left behind these words. It left divine craftsman Lu Long baffled. During this period of time, divine craftsman Lu Long had been forging divine weapons in the forging room. And he really didn't know about all these good deeds done by Tianyang City Lord. When divine artisan Lu Long ascertained it, his entire body suddenly trembled with anger. This one together. It really was rotten to the core. These stupid things? Zhang Daichi was even able to do it. The good Tianyang town. Even by him to make a mess. unpleasant to look at. Last time? The godly artisan Lu Long had given the Tianyang City Lord the opportunity to look at it this way. It was he himself who didn't cherish it all. In godly craftsman Lu Long's heart. He sighed and wanted to replace the Tianyang Town Lord. Qin Fang still thought that godly craftsman Lu Long did not want to replace the city lord. So, he traveled to his own quarters to look for Li Xie. Li Xie. This was his strongest backing. Teacher Li Xie. Teacher Li Xie. Qin Fang decisively took out the legendary grade fine wine that he had brought out from within the elf clan, lifting the bottle cap. And the fragrance of the wine, that was so rich that it could not be melted, immediately entered Li Xie's nostrils, causing him to awaken from his sleep. Good wine. What a familiar flavor. Li Xie awoke, and unknowingly took such a fine wine from Qin Fang's hands, gulping it down, tasting it every now and then. You brat. This time you travel to the elf clan. It looks like you finished well. After tasting the fine wine in his hands, Li Xie then opened his mouth with an unfulfilled desire. He. Teacher. This is what the student specifically took out to honor you. Qin Fang told Li Xie the stories within the elf clan. Hearing the end, even Li Qi could not help but sigh. Your kid's luck. It's really not bad. He. It's not bad. Qin Fang smiled heatedly and told Li Xie about the matter of the Tianyang City Lord. In this matter, I can't make a move. The name isn't right. You can only make a move on your own. This was Li Xie's attitude. Qin Fang, I'm square. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? The biggest behind-the-scenes boss couldn't even make a move? By the way, this eight-winged elf king, since meeting each other is fate, Li Qi directly threw the eight-winged elf king a treasured artifact enough for him to advance from black iron rank to bronze rank. Thank you, teacher. Qin Fang immediately brought a smile on his face. Teacher Li Xie was really atmospheric. The meeting gift was actually a divine artifact. Although Qin Fang was also able to help the eight-winged elf king promote, it was also extremely good to be able to save a divine artifact. Li Xie directly slapped this divine artifact in his hand and directly disintegrated it, causing it to turn into a brilliant light, as if it was a butterfly that merged into the eight-winged elf king's body, allowing it to promote in the midst of its slumber. Alright, settle this matter on your own. Li Xie staggered back into the wine cellar, huffing and puffing as he fell into a deep sleep. Qin Fang sighed and could only choose to leave. Just then, an anxious communication voice surfaced beside Qin Fang's ear. Ding. Use request for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Boss, the Tianyang City Lord has slapped a trumped-up charge on my 10,000 empty lane group, saying that we have collaborated with the Dark Divine Spirit, and that the city guards are ready to appear at the headquarters in 10 minutes at the most. Yu directly informed the situation of the crisis at this moment. This material was prepared in a very detailed and meticulous manner. If I were an outsider, I might have believed it. It's still the same saying. The person who wronged you knows better than you how wrong you are. Yu was very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Qin Fang watched the material of this one in detail, and his entire body stared in disbelief. The level of detail and precision of this material made Qin Fang wonder if he had really colluded with the Dark Divine Spirit. Falling into self-doubt. Boss, how about the materials you collected? Do you want it? Unleash it? Give him a good look. Unleash. Boss. By the way, what did Lordly Evil say? That's the bottom line for Yu. Masterly Evil said he can't make a move. Ta. Qin Fang clearly heard the sound of a glass breaking from the other end of the communication. Chapter 439 Ogre God Flower showing its might. Yu wanted to vomit blood and wanted to blast Qin Fang. Yu had planned so many premises and had dared to go against the Tianyang City Lord. All of this was based on the premise that Li Xie would make a move. And now, Boss suddenly informed that Senior Li Xie wouldn't make a move. Wasn't this a joke? What kind of joke is this? If Li Xie's seniors won't make a move, is it difficult to go to sin death? What about Senior Lu Long? The divine craftsman? Yu still held on to a little bit of hope and asked. I have a feeling that Senior Godly Craftsman Lu Long is mixed up with the Heavenly Sun City Lord. And not only will he not help us, maybe, the latter half of the sentence, Qin Fang did not say it out loud. But then, the meaning implied in these words, knew it all. Yu's eyes directly blackened, seeing a bleak future. This boss is really useless. Boss, we don't have the advantage in the high-end battle. What should we do now? Is it possible that we can't just rely on our 3-inch tongue? Against Tianyang City Lord? Yuze was very speechless, and even wanted to give up on this plan. At that very moment, Tianyang town was abuzz with excitement. Simply because the Tianyang City Lord had made Qin Fang's materials of collaborating with the enemy public for everyone to view. No wonder. I told you that the players were not right. Players were the most susceptible to compulsion. And with the black material announced by Tianyang town, it reinforced the players' thoughts. Me? There must be something wrong. Otherwise, how could he be nearly 2 ranks ahead of the many players? Normal blacksmiths were now but silver grade and gold grade. But what? Qin Fang was directly promoted to become fine gold grade? And he was able to forge purple gold level equipment. I suspect that all of the players' equipment is from the wrong source. Another player made a new assertion, suspecting that Qin Fang's equipment wasn't forged by him personally, but was purchased from the hands of the dark gods. Otherwise, why would his forging speed be so fast, and the level of the equipment he forged be so high? This was simply not normal. Hee. It makes sense if you put it that way. I believe in your deduction. Crap. Mega news. Player Me is actually a divine traitor. The players were brought up to speed and began to suspect Qin Fang. What an ample crime chain. I can't believe that there are even records of when Player Me eats and when I go out. Isn't this a stone hammer? It's definitely impossible to turn over. The players sighed at the power of Tianyang town. That they were able to find out even these trivial matters. Farting the hell out. All this information. It's all fake. Most of a month ago? Player, I am brushing the map with me. Where would I find the time to collude with the Dark God? And the Dark God? Wasn't he killed a long time ago? Busy bastard. He gave Player Jin a proper name, not wanting him to suffer such an injustice. But the article he just sent out was directly deleted, and could not exist. This was the handiwork of Tianyang City Lord. Batian was furious, and immediately had all the players in Batian Guild post the article, and then began to look for ghostwriters to try to clear Player Zhao's name. However, all of these articles were deleted without exception, and were either flooded with articles mocking and despising the player, making it hard to see the whitewash articles. Hegemony was completely helpless. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life was also speaking to Qin Fang, wanting to whitewash. Ahem. Their articles couldn't even be saved and were directly deleted. The entire Tianyang town was filled with lies. Especially the images that the players had created in their heads convinced them. Ding. Player Batian requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. Elder brother Me. Let's launch it as well. Publicizing the black information about Tianyang City Lord. Don't worry. I've already prepared it. Only in terms of high-end battle power. It's up to you. If we are unable to stop Tianyang City Lord and the city guards, we will inevitably spend a few days in the black prison today. Beishan's words were filled with trust in Qin Fang, anger towards the Tianyang City Lord, and incidentally, a hint of personal grudge. He, Batian, had been running the Tianyang town for nearly half a year of light, and it was really the first time that he had been taken down by someone. Launch. Launch. Qin Fang's order was given, and a riot started on Yuje's side, as well as on Beishan's side. For a while, a huge amount of articles bashing and rumor-mongering about Tianyang City Lord quickly appeared. From his style of life, personal feelings, political achievements, and his conduct in the world, they began to smear and attack without limit. Shocking. Tianyang City Lord is forcing good people into prostitution. Scary. Tianyang City Lord is actually such a person. Speed point. Read and burn. I'm afraid of being retaliated by Tianyang City Lord. The secret I had to tell with Tianyang City Master. Once conceived 3 sons. Tianyang City Lord colluded with the city guards, robbed my shop and killed my heirs. Such articles had been prepared long ago. Players who had been bullied by Tianyang City Lord, guild leaders, and a sea of NPCs were sent out at once, causing a new round of storms. These articles in the recounting of things all have a reason, have a nose and eyes. For example, Tianyang City Lord bullying shops. There are countless players standing on the sidelines to watch. Ironclad evidence. For example, Tianyang City Lord coerced these guild presidents, so that they were forced out of the resident copper coins. This matter also made a big fuss. Everyone knows. Then, there was another example. These things didn't ever happen to their own heads. and the players were just watching for a laugh. Now since the unified outbreak out, then the players also echoed a couple of words and watched another fun. Watching a fun? It's not a big deal. The bigger the better. This was the first battle of Qin Feng and the others' counterattack. The second battle, players, guildmasters, and NPCs who had been bullied by Tianyang Town had raised their unequal contracts in their hands and converged, pouring in from all directions. The group wanted to attack the city lord's mansion, wanting to ask for a statement from the Tianyang city lord. This matter? It couldn't just be left alone. This was an extremely strong force, and money could make things happen. These guild players, major shop owners, NPCs all spent a large sum of copper coins, hired a group of death squads. The highest is Batian spent 100 million copper coins to hire the legendary level of the strongest. The weakest? It was also a purple gold level powerhouse. Looking at the number of players in this batch from a high place, it was nearly more than 800,000. The number of hired death squads also exceeded 10,000. Mutiny. The Heavenly Sun City Lord, residing high within the City Lord's mansion, still heard such a sound, but he did not care. These days, the number of city guards had expanded dramatically. Suppressing this amount of people was still a small matter. The most crucial thing now was to suppress the 10,000 Empty Lane group, take it down, and incidentally take 10,000 Empty Lane under its own ownership. In this way, if Tianyang Town wanted to develop again, there would no longer be any financial obstacles. Third Commander, please go and suppress the 10,000 Empty Alley group. Kneel down and don't kill. If you resist, you will be beheaded on the charge of conspiracy. The Heavenly Yang City Lord gave the order. The third commander instantly led 3,000 city guards and quickly headed to the 10,000 Empty Alley group. Eighth Commander, Seventh Commander, suppress these riders. All of them will be imprisoned into the Black Prison, and whoever dares to resist will be directly killed. Tianyang City Lord spoke so lightly, seemingly not placing these rioting rabble in his eyes. The 7th, 8th commanders quickly led 20,000 city guards to block the rioting players. Before the group of 10,000 people, Yuze and the other 9-star NPCs stood at the very top of the group's building, silently watching the arrival of this torrent of steel. The mood of these NPCs was very heavy at the moment. This time, Tianyang City had taken the initiative for real. The 10,000 Empty Alley group would not necessarily be able to withstand it. Wang Yaqing was even more worried. Earlier he tried to reason with Tianyang City Lord, but Tianyang City Lord didn't listen at all, wanting to fight with the hands, and even directly suppressing her. This was the first time Wang Yaqing felt deeply powerless. This Tianyang City Lord was simply a tyrant, not listening to anything. The matter this time? How will it be handled? The Steel Torrent city guards were about to arrive here, and Yuze still inquired, did we hire combatants? This was Wang Yaqing's question. At this stage, was it hard to really wait for death? Definitely have to resist all. Since Tianyang City Lord dared to fabricate trumped-up charges, then Wang Yaqing dared to rebel. And she wasn't afraid of a lawsuit even if it did happen afterwards. No ever. The boss said that he has an arrangement and told me not to waste this copper coin. Yuze calmly informed, letting you all calm down. But his heart panicked a bit. What exactly does boss have prepared? He really didn't know either. Just wait. I'm sure boss won't say this easily. Wang Yaqing chose to believe it. And the other 9-star existences could only believe it as well. The 10,000 Empty Alley group is involved in colluding with the God of Darkness. The third commander arrived and had his adjutant recite the crimes of 10,000 empty alleys before telling everyone inside to come out. Or else, when he killed his way into it, everything would be slaughtered and beheaded. The adjutant's words were cold and incomparable, and his killing intent was like a rainbow, which really bluffed some NPCs and players in the 10,000 Empty Lanes group. And they were like little chickens, trembling as they stepped out from within the 10,000 Empty Lanes group. Yuze sighed, these people? A strand is not allowed to be employed in the future. Not long after, bustling, nearly 3,000 players stepped out from within the 10,000 Empty Alley group, with NPCs accounting for a fifth of the total number. I'll give you one last chance. Within 10 seconds, those who don't show up will be punished for treason. The adjutant shouted one last time. Yuze and the others had fire in their eyes, not daring to go out. Within this 10,000 people empty group, all of them were professions with no hands. How could they resist? 10. 8. This place is land purchased by my 10,000 empty lane group. No one has the right to step in. Wang Yaqing still wanted to struggle, innocently spitting out such words. No. This place is involved in colluding with the Dark God. We have the right to enter and investigate. 3. 1. Kill. Leave no one behind. The third commander was once a bandit who occupied the mountains outside of Tianyang town, and was taken in by the Tianyang city lord and became the commander. These city guards were also his men from years past, and were more or less tainted with blood, and the aura of a bruiser had not yet been completely erased. This aura was tinged with blood. The city guards, still fighting like brigands, hissed and shrieked, like hitting a grassy valley, trying to rush into the group of 10,000 empty alleys. The city guards licked their lips as if they were about to see a bloodthirsty scene, wanting to enjoy the thrill of tearing apart living beings and bathing in blood. 3,000 city guards riding on fiery horses, sweeping in. This was simply more shocking than an earthquake. The soldiers were under the group of 10,000 empty alleys, and were about to storm in. At this moment of crisis, a small flower that Qin Fong had planted before the 10,000 empty alley group showed its power. Buzz. This small flower expanded 1,000 times in a sudden manner, covering the sky and the sun, and countless vines were released from the body of the small flower, transforming into chains, immediately binding the 3,000 impacting city guards. Above the 9 brightly colored petals manifested faces like ghosts and monsters, emitting terrifying cries from the netherworld, opening a bloody mouth, like a black hole in the universe, devouring these 3,000 city guards in an instant. The 3,000 horses, as if they had been frightened by something, and had seen the most terrifying substance in the heavens and earth, fell to their knees, shitting and pissing on the ground. Chapter 440, The Last Trump Card. The ogre demon god flower finished devouring, once again shrinking, transforming into an inconspicuous small flower by the side of the road, displaying a harmless appearance, quietly swaying under the blowing of the breeze. No one could possibly think that this kind of meek and harmless creature, previously, surprisingly, it had devoured 3,000 purple gold level city guards. You have to know, this is a number of 3,000. Although it was only at the purple gold level, this strength was already considered very high. Yu Zhe, Wang Yaqing, and the others were stunned. At this moment, they seemed to understand why the boss didn't let them hire combatants. Who would have thought that the weak and brain-dead boss in their minds would have planted such a terrifying plant in this place without a sound? The previous scene? In their eyes, it was invincible. This is still afraid of what it? Yu Zhe hard blocked a mouthful of depressed gas. Finally out. Boss. Invincible. Yu Zhe and the others, as well as the 10,000 players and NPCs who were willing to stay behind, were all given a shot in the arm, and possessed a deeper sense of belonging and honor towards the group. There was no other way. With such a terrifying plant guarding them, were they still afraid that something would happen to the group? Boss is mighty. Work. Yu Zhe even gave such an order, allowing the 10,000 empty lane group to run in an orderly manner. The players of 10,000 empty alleys who chose to leave earlier, the NPCs were repenting their guts at the moment. Who would have thought that the 10,000 empty lanes group would have such a powerful backhand? Crap. What is this thing? The players who had gathered around were scared silly and squatted on their arses on top of the ground. These players were all good people, wanting to see how the 10,000 empty lane group had risen from the ground, how it had collapsed from the ground. But the situation in front of them seemed to exceed their perceptions. Earlier, these players were also discussing to see how the 10,000 empty lanes group would counterattack. Unexpectedly, this counterattack would be so violent and unique. Crap. Cannibals? Only. This is too strong. Could this be a god-level cannibal flower? No. I feel like this isn't an ogre flower. With this eerie hellish sound and strong black aura, I feel like it's an ogre flower. The players named him one after another. Now, a complete stone hammer. I feel that this is definitely a product of the dark god. Player me. It really is a divine traitor. Players were very sensitive and vulnerable to things outside of their perceptions. This scene, although Li Xie did not see, but he first perceived the breath of the ogre god flower, and immediately stormed into a rage, stepping out of the wine cellar to investigate the situation of this place. Who is it who dared to plant the ogre demon god flower in Tianyang town? This thing once appeared back in the day, caused great killings to the human race, effortlessly and directly destroyed a city. This kind of evil plant. It is better not to survive. However, when Li Xia learnt that it was the ogre demon god flower cultivated from the seeds left behind by Qin Feng, he immediately left. On the one hand, it was because of Qin Feng's face. On the other hand, it was because with a slight perception of this thing, he was able to detect the aura of the pestilence Dharma god. So it must have been the pestilence Dharma god who had improved the seeds and rewarded Qin Feng. Since the plague Dharma god dared to give it to Qin Feng, then what else was he, Li Xia, afraid of? The divine artisan Lu Long also detected the aura of this strand in an instant, saw the form of the terrifying ogre demon god flower that covered the sky, and his mind could not help but be flooded with memories of the ogre demon god flower. The riot in Tianyang town. The divine craftsman Lu Long had been looking at it in his eyes, and had also read through the email that Qin Feng had sent to him. This matter was certainly the Tianyang city lord's fault, and it was only a matter of replacing the Tianyang city lord. However, Qin Feng had dared to plant the seeds of the ogre demon god flower within Tianyang town. This was a matter of high treason. Was he not afraid of being hanged? The terror of this ogre demon god flower? It was tantamount to opening a brand new divine spirit fountain within the heavenly sun town. No, it was even more frightening than the divine spirit fountain. The most frightening thing about the ogre god flower was its terrifying root system. Once the root system doesn't die, the ogre god flower will be revived. And once it takes root, it will spread quickly. With the strength of the present ogre god flower, it may be that its root system has long been hidden in the ground of Tianyang town. Everywhere, the divine craftsman Lu Long slightly perceived. Indeed, the ogre divine flower's root system is like a spider's web, in the ground entangled inextricably. In this situation, wanting to destroy the ogre god flower was simply harder than climbing up to heaven. When the ogre demon god flower was killed, or the plague god of the law, with the power of the plague completely poisoned this strain of ogre god flower. Otherwise, when he was able to devour the moment of the gods, it is really no one can cure. The divine craftsman Lu Long wants to make a move to obliterate Qin Feng. And then he must be imprisoned, so that this kid will have a long memory. Not something that can be planted blindly. Incidentally, report to the prophet god. Let him go, and have a headache. As soon as the divine craftsman Lu Long appeared, he sensed that something was wrong. Within this ogre god flower, why does it contain the aura of the pestilence god? This, as if he understood something, godly craftsman Lu Long smiled sarcastically, and silently retreated back. Tianyang city advocate together was unaware of the matter of the ogre Dharma god flower. With his strength he was able to perceive a very strong aura, but he did not know where it came from. As for the 3,000 city guards dying out, he did perceive it, but also just muttered in his heart. 10,000 people empty alley group still has some cards all. Before the 10,000 empty lane group, the third commander, who was ranked at the epic level, was scared into a cold sweat. His body couldn't help but tremble. Bean-sized beads of sweat surfaced, riding on top of his mount. He didn't dare to move a single time for fear of being targeted by the ogre demon divine flower, and thus being devoured by him and dying. This thing brought him a strong feeling of death. It was fortunate that he had not rushed the formation earlier. Otherwise, he doubted that he himself would not be able to survive. This damn heavenly Yang city lords pitting people. In the third commander's mind, such a thought surfaced. And the second thought was that this thing must be a deity-level plant. The third commander swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, wanting to return to the city lord's mansion and report this matter. But no matter how he clamped the horse's stomach, the strong horse underneath him was unresponsive. And when he lowered his head to take a look at the Ursus Divus colt, which was claimed to be the strongest amongst the horses, it even urinated, and didn't move even after it died. Helpless, the third commander can only be coughing twice, dismounted, and quickly fled from this place. The Tianyang city guard, in a high-profile attempt to flatten the 10,000 people empty alley group. But in the end, the result was that there was only the city guard commander left, fleeing in gray. This matter was called off. This third commander still didn't know enough about the ogre demon god flower. Sure, the ogre demon god flower's level had reached the purple gold level, and was able to devour 3,000 beings of the same level. But it would take a very long time for it to digest. At this moment, the ogre demon god flower was at its weakest and most harmless. If the third commander dared to impact, he might be able to take down the 10,000 empty lane group in one fell swoop. But now, he escaped and shaped the invincibility of the 10,000 air lane group. Qin Fong was hiding in the shadows. But he couldn't help but be shocked. This little guy. He was really strong. Before the city lord's mansion, Bastard and other guild leaders, the owners of the shops that were bullied, and the NPCs were all gathered here to demand a statement. Today, we want to overturn all of this unequal contract, which is inherently inappropriate. This was the player's claim. Very simple. But since this mouthful of meat was already in the mouth of the Heavenly Sun City Lord, how could he still spit it out? Therefore, the claims of these players were destined not to be stretched. In the 8th, the 7th commander appeared indifferently, staring at this group of thugs with eyes like knives, as if he wanted to cut them into 1,000 pieces. Do you know what offense it is to storm the city lord's mansion? The adjutant got up and shouted, telling them to surrender and enter the black prison of their own accord, so that they could still be spared a death. Otherwise, fuck off. I can't even survive. What do I care about your deaths? That's right. Since the Tianyang City Lord doesn't give us a chance to live, then we will replace a Tianyang City Lord today. Mard, who am I afraid of? You're driving me to my death. And you still won't let me resist? Facing such a condescending adjutant, these bullied players, the NPCs could no longer hold back and started cursing. As long as you were a player, you definitely had a temper. Especially players who couldn't live with being bullied. What the hell do you care? Since you guys are stubborn, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. The adjutant spoke in such a manner, looking round at the crowd and directly wanting to make a move. 10, 8, 1. Seeing that the crowd was fighting to the death and not retreating, the city guards immediately stepped in and suppressed them by force. The melee was on the verge of breaking out. Batian and the others were playing a dirty trick behind the scenes and letting the daredevil NPCs take on the battle head-on. They earned it. Ding. It has been detected that you have attacked the city guards. Your behavior has violated the human regulations. Swish. The players in this batch instantly turned red, and the color was getting darker and darker. Ding. Please stop your behavior immediately, or else you will be forcibly imprisoned. These system beeps were directly ignored by this batch of players. If you give up your death, you dare to pull down the Emperor. Since things had come to this point, one could only fight to the end. Qin Fong also saw the melee at this place, and his heart was anxious. Ding. Is it dialing the communication of the god of archery, Force Prime? Dialing. This was the only trump card currently in Qin Fong's hands. Ding. Your communication has been dialed. Elder God of Archery. When will you come to pick up this divine artifact Armor of Thorns? This equipment was still in Qin Fong's hands to this day, after being sealed by the Heavenly Emperor. That is, he never contacted the God of Archery. Force Prime. Again. 2. Definitely. You kid. Wait for me. The bow and arrow god Power Prime was not a wealthy master. In order to earn money for this divine artifact for his granddaughter, he had spent 100 years of light. If this was given to Qin Fong, he shall not cry to death. Wait for me. I'll go now. Li Qitian was afraid that Qin Fong would back out and immediately prepared to go. During the time that the player me traveled to the elf clan, Li Dali also managed to emerge from the secret realm, not only making up for his own flaws, but also giving himself the possibility of ascending to the divine level. At this time, a young and beautiful young girl stood in a pavilion with a slight hint of shyness beside Force Prime. This beautiful and overwhelming side face simply made heaven and earth fall for it, causing the seawater to pour over it. Grandpa. Is it me? The voice was very soft, and as he said it, Power even hurriedly lowered his head. But Li Qitian still heard it. Force Prime, Sins, who knew that letting Vigor get along with for a period of time would have forged a sinful relationship. Yes. I'll go hack him to death right now. Force Prime opened his mouth without a good breath before bidding farewell to the Prophet God and asking him to open a teleportation to send Force Prime Vigor to Tianyang Town. Chapter 441 Demigod, Li Dali. Grandpa. Li Dali angrily shook Li Qingqian's arm and muttered his little mouth, seemingly dissatisfied. Ding. Teleportation completed. Li Qingqian and Li Dali stepped into the teleportation portal. The mountains and rivers turned upside down. The sun and moon shifted, and the two of them descended into Tianyang Town. Qin Fong. Where are you, kid? I'll hack you to death. Li Qingqian's words exploded beside the player's ears, as if the mountains and rivers had collapsed, and the sky and earth had been overturned. Qin Fang, this old man? What's wrong with him today? However, Qin Fang still contacted Li Qingtian at the first opportunity, informing him of his location. In a short while, Li Qingtian and Li Dali descended to Qin Fang's side. Qin Fang was no longer elsewhere, but in a luxurious inn not far from the city lord's mansion. This place was one of the few pure lands. Because the title of the inn's owner was too big, the heavenly young city lord did not dare to easily take action against him and exploit him. From this, it could be seen that the Tianyang city lord was not a fool, knowing who could be messed with and who could not be messed with. Among the Tianyang towns, those without backgrounds or strength were almost all bullied by the Tianyang city lord. Qin Fang. You kid? How have you been lately? In the luxurious inn, fruit platters and other items were available, and Li Qingtian was not polite, directly picking them up and putting them in his mouth. While eating it, he muttered. As for Dali, he was slightly shy. His star-like beautiful eyes glanced at Qin Fang, namely hurriedly lowered, and from time to time, he once again secretly watched. At this moment, the frowning Qin Fang seemed even more attractive. Dali's heart was stirring. She always felt that Qin Fang's body had a special charm that attracted her and made her unconsciously want to get closer. Seeing that Qin Fang did not say anything, she followed the light of his eyes to see that the boy was worried about the battle below. Qin Fang was accustomed to Force Prime's godly presence, and turned around, taking out the armor of thorns from his backpack and handing it over to the unconcerned Force Prime. Only his eyes lingered on Vigorous' body for 2 seconds. Puzzled in his heart, wondering who she was, Vigorous hurriedly avoided Qin Fang's eyes, his ears burning. Senior Force Prime? Where is Vigorous? Why didn't you bring him here? This one is? Qin Fang was simply curious in his heart. None of your business. Li Qingtian responded to Qin Fang without a good breath. If not for the fact that this kid was still somewhat useful, Li Qingtian hated to directly strangle him. While Force Prime did not want to inform, Vigorous hurriedly said, I am Vigorous. And then he gave Qin Fang the original story of what happened. Back then, Vigorous had once been seriously injured by the ancient deity Shadow, resulting in a serious loss of origin power within her body. In order to preserve Vigorous' life, Force Prime spent a huge price to seal Vigorous to a child state, allowing her to live peacefully. As for the strength in her body, she was still able to mobilize it, but she couldn't exceed the limit. Otherwise, she would be easily affected by the backlash. Fortunately, Li Qingshan killed the god of Heavenly Sun and blocked the revival of the Heavenly Emperor, thus successfully obtaining the baptism of Mount Qixia, allowing Dali's injuries to recover and her origin to make up for them, allowing her to successfully leave her infant state and successfully revive. Nowadays, only then was Vigorous' original appearance. Hearing this, Qin Fang completely understood. In fact, Qin Fang was puzzled at the beginning. Even if Dali's talent was strong, it was impossible for her to reach the legendary level as a child. How could she let the other gods' heirs live? So it was like this. Dali, it's a pleasure to be able to see you again, and I'm even more pleased to see you recover. Qin Fang subconsciously spat out these words, brushing his goodwill with Li Dali. This was already a habit of Qin Fang's. However, hearing it in Vigorous' ears, there was a burst of glee. Turns out, Qin Fang still cared about her. I am also very happy. Hearing these words, Li Qingtian directly wanted to make a move, wanting to slice Qin Fang with a knife. This feeling was just like when one had managed to knit a sweet little cotton jacket, and before one could wear it for a few days, it was draped over a pig's body. Go. Power. Follow me. Force Prime was going to directly pull Vigorous away. He couldn't stay in this putrid place for a moment. Li Dali wanted to resist, but then, she was sealed by Li Qingtian, who wanted to take her away by force. This time, by retrieving the armor of thorns. The goal had already been accomplished, and if he didn't leave, there was no telling what kind of flowery words this kid Qin Fang would concoct. Senior Li Qingtian, please stay. The kid has a request. Qin Fang stopped Li Qingtian, his words anxious. The battle between Batian and the others and the city guards had already entered a white-hot stage, and within a quarter of an hour, the winner would be decided. At that time, a more powerful force would intervene. Batian even dialed Qin Fang's communication and asked him when the high-end battle force would step in. Don't be fooling him. Qin Fang replied calmly. When the heavenly Yang City Lord strikes, his power will strike. Qin Fang, pretending to be a pussy in front of people, but pretending to be a grandson after. At this moment, he was close to kneeling down for Li Qingtian and requesting him to make a move. Li Qingtian stopped his steps. To be honest, this time, he was able to kill the Heavenly Emperor's void. Qin Fang had contributed a lot. This time, the credit was equivalent to him rubbing it in Qin Fang's face. He owed Qin Fang a favor that had to be returned. You kid, does the battle below have anything to do with you? Li Qingtian asked in an overly verbose manner. He was able to realize that what Qin Fang was asking for definitely had something to do with this. Well, Senior's discerning eyes. I would also like to ask Senior to take action to kill the Tianyang City Lord and return a clear sky to my Tianyang town. Qin Fang's words were like golden stones crashing to the ground. Li Qingtian was puzzled. Wasn't this Tianyang town city lord newly appointed? Senior Li Qingtian. You don't know? Qin Fang informed Senior Li Qingtian of the ins and outs in short words, letting his mind understand the causes and consequences of this matter. Li Qingtian understood. If that was really the case, this brat was really a tumor. Qin Fang. I can't listen to your side of the story. I have to personally investigate. Although Li Qingtian wanted to return this favor to Qin Fang. But what? He still had principles in his heart. He couldn't just listen to Qin Fang's words. He had to really investigate. And in the end, if the situation was really as Qin Fang had said, he would take action. But if it is Qin Fang intentionally deceive, he will also manage Qin Fang little black house. Lest he harass vigorously every day. I will accompany you. This matter, I will help you. At the critical moment, Vigor was still very righteous, patting his chest and applying to fight. You? The strength is a bit weak. Tianyang City Lord's strength is at the demigod level. Qin Fang said honestly. It wasn't that he disliked Vigorous. He was still afraid that something would happen to Vigorous, thus leading to Force Prime's fury. With this one skill bestowed by Vigorous Strength plus Plague Dharma God, it was no exaggeration to say that Qin Fang was able to bloodily abuse the Tianyang City Lord, even if he was a demigod realm existence. But what? Against such a tiny demigod like the Tianyang City Lord? Qin Fang really didn't want to use this terrifying skill. It was completely worthless. What to do? Just as Qin Fang was worried, Vigorous suddenly said, Wait for me for a while. Vigorously paused for a few breaths, and then began to break through in place. The sky and the earth changed, and the rain clouds were majestic. Power vigorously, successfully broke through to become a demigod-level powerhouse. And then with a wave of her hand, the armor of thorns was automatically worn, making her even more powerful. Like this? It's okay. Qin Fang was stunned. Like a wooden stake. Is this okay? A talent of force and vigor? Is it hard to be so good that it's this terrifying? Breaking through just by saying so? Powerfully? You, Force Prime, on the other hand, had a heartbroken look on his face as he counted down on Force and tapped Force's forehead, chastising her for being so impulsive. This pure power was enough to impact the level of a deity. But at this moment, it was wasted by vigor, just forcing the impact to open the rank of a demigod. The wasted energy? It reached 90%. This? Power Prime wanted to cry. A good chance to become a god was wasted like this. As long as Force could be quiet and sharpen his skills for a few years, he would surely be able to become a god under the support of this power. But at this moment, everything was empty. Li Qingtian's eyes turned red, and his large hand, which was like a vice, landed on top of Qin Fang's neck, wanting to strangle him alive. Dolly hurriedly dissuaded him, which separated Li Qingtian from Qin Fang. Grandfather, you have simply gone too far. Li Qingtian snorted coldly, no longer bothering to look at the two of them, and left straight away. He. Brother me. Let's go now. Vigor flaunted her own muscles, believing that she had the strength to be able to clean up the Tianyang City Lord. Ergo, Vigorous, who wore a divine weapon, really did possess that strength. In front of the City Lord's mansion, with his legend-ranked dead soldiers, Batian and the others managed to kill 10,000 city guards from the 7th and 8th city guards. This was a very tragic number. Within the large City Lord's mansion, Zhang Daichi couldn't sit still and cursed the losers, chastising them for even failing to do this little thing. In a moment, The pressure that belonged solely to the demigod level was released from within the city lord's mansion, overpowering the scene. Even though he wasn't a deity, this pressure still made all the players, NPCs, and dead soldiers unable to move, and could only passively take a beating. Whoosh! From within the city lord's mansion, a reddish-colored blade flashed out, descending on top of the head of this legendary ranked death dealer. Tear! This dead soldier immediately cracked from the head, became two halves, blood whistling, internal organs and other things left aground. The light of life is rapidly dimming. The surrounding dead soldiers see the scene, have surrendered, put down the weapons in the hands. This is the power of the demigods. Kill legend level? As simple as cutting grass. This power directly scared Batian and the others silly. All tied up, the visitors from other worlds are sent to the black prison to endure 100 thunder punishments per day. As for their wealth, all confiscated, these dead soldiers, all killed as a warning to others. The heavenly young city lord's killing intent was full. After all, he had killed his way out from the mountains of swords and seas of fire. Since these people dared to storm the city lord's mansion, they must have all been prepared to be martyred. Batian and the others felt that their future was bleak. The players who were watching the battle before the city lord's mansion shrank their necks, not daring to venture out. This Tianyang city lord is so strong. I thought I would still be able to see a wonderful scene today, but I didn't expect it. Poor evaluation. Haha. My evaluation is not as good as the Phoenix. The bastard leader, surprisingly, has not yet rushed to the interior of the city lord's mansion. This can't be compared at all, right? This is a demigod level of power. Batian will admit defeat this time. Most of the players were gloating, wanting to watch Bastard Heaven and the others get ravaged. Just then, the force was strong, and Qin Fang's figure fell from the sky. Domain cancels out. As a demigod level, Li Dali was naturally capable of sacrificing a demigod level domain as well. Batian and the others immediately felt that the invisible pressure was gradually disappearing, allowing them to move freely. Chapter 442 Tianyang City Lord ambushed to death. The worries in Baishan's heart subsided. There was once a moment when an idea literally flashed in Baishan's mind. Player me. This kid wouldn't be intentionally punking him. At this moment, this feeling disappeared without a trace. Fuck him. Batian was also a real tycoon, surprisingly spending 100 million copper coins once again to hire brand new legendary level dead soldiers. Elder brother me. You blocked Tianyang City Lord. These heaven-killing city guards. Today I will also kill them without leaving a single one. Baishan's violent temper also came up. Are there any wrongdoers amongst the city guards? Definitely. But if they were spaced out and killed one by one, there would definitely be leaks. These days it wasn't just Tianyang City Lord's poor people who were rich at first sight and lost themselves. But even these city guards, they also lost themselves. They seem to have forgotten their responsibilities, forgetting that they should guard Tianyang, protect the people. They use the power of their hands to give the players maximum harm and obstruction. Such a scene made people really indignant. Good. Qin Fang also spat out these words, agreeing with Baishan's idea. The newly recruited batch of city guards. To be honest, 80% of them were the brigands around Tianyang town even if they were all killed. Qin Fang only felt that they deserved it. But the city guards, who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire should not die. Thus, Qin Fang ascended to the top and called out. City guards who survived the last battle of Tianyang, stand out at this moment and throw away the weapons in your hands to be spared from death. The moment these words came out, the generals among the city guards looked at me. I looked at you, but none of them moved. In the end, still, a voice came out in a high voice. I am grateful for the love of Junior Lang Jun. But since we have joined the city guards, we naturally take obeying orders as our first priority. The admiration in Qin Fang's heart deepened. Junior me. This city lord thinks that he has treated you well. Why do you insist on rebelling? Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi couldn't figure it out. Couldn't the reward from the first meeting make the player me understand his bitterness? Qin Fang nearly died of laughter when he heard this. How thick-skinned did this Li Daichi have to be able to say such shameless words? Little son of mine. You say, where has this city lord wronged you? Isn't it just that he wants 80% of the profits of your 10,000 empty lane group? This you do not even give? Don't you understand the reasoning of family and country? If you don't have the patronage of the city lord, do you want to make a profit from your 10,000 empty lanes group? You'd probably have to drink the northwest wind. You can't even give a mere 80%. Li Daichi was completely bewildered. When these words were said, even Bastard Sky froze for a moment, sympathizing with Player Me. And in his heart, he instantly understood why Player Me had to be so stalwart, resisting at all costs, wanting to overthrow Tianyang City Lord. 80%? Who else would not do it? The surrounding players, who were watching the good show, were also stunned by this argument of the Heavenly Sun City Lord. 80%? No wonder the player I'm going to revolt. Change me. I also revolt. Li Daichi. You are brutal and unprovoked. You are despicable. Today, I, Player Me, announce your 9 major offenses. Qin Fong wanted to judge Li Tadeo, and directly announced his 9 major sins. The first sin, unauthorizedly integrating bandits into the city guards, causing the legal system within Tianyang town to be in chaos. Second offense, oppressing the people, causing them to suffer. Third sin, destroying. Fourth sin, the 9th sin, to attack the top from below, punishable by death. Each and every one of these 9 sins deserves to die. Today's judgment is for Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi's death. Qin Fong spoke with righteousness and justice. These words fell into Li Daichi's ears, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. You? A mere nobody. What qualifications do you have to judge me? Could it be by virtue of your title of God Slayer? This title is not valid for powerhouses above the legendary level. Do you know that? Li Daichi didn't put Qin Fong in his eyes at all, even spitting out Qin Fong's underhandedness. Today, Judge Li Daichi, Qin Fong offered the title God Slayer, and the pressure filled the air. But it really did not have any effect on the Elf King. Breaking through all the confusion, he fused with the 8-winged Elf King that was sleeping. His mount fused as one, decisively upgrading his own attributes, devouring potions, and sacrificing the strongest equipment, causing it to explode into a life that was comparable to a lower-ranked epic level. Thud. Qin Fong collided with Li Daichi, and then quickly flew backwards like a rag bag. Even though Qin Fong had used all his means to forcefully raise his attributes to the epic level, he was still not good enough to face the demigod level Li Qi. If it wasn't for the fact that Dali had decisively attached the light of divine artifact to Qin Fong. At this moment, Qin Fong would have died long ago. Qin Fong pressed down on what he was thinking in his heart. At a certain moment, Qin Fong even wanted to sacrifice this divine artifact of the Heavenly Emperor to erase Li Didi. Li Dali's figure was like electricity, as he quickly impacted in front of Li Dali's body and fought with him. These two were both newly promoted to become demigod-level powerhouses. But it was obvious that Vigorous had the upper hand. After all, Vigorous was still wearing a divine artifact. Both demigods wanted to suppress each other, but the aftershocks from the battle caused the city lord's mansion to shake, and the entire Tianyang town seemed to be trembling. Qin Fong could only be considered a soy sauce fighter, playing a supporting role next to Vigorous to see if he could stun Li Daichi. Stop! At this moment, Li Qingtian appeared, separating the two of them instantly with his god-level power. However, he was clearly on Power Prime's side, and was unharmed by Power Prime. But Li Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. Demigod level represents the peak of the human race's battle power. How is it decent to fight like this? Especially in front of so many people in Tianyang town. Li Qingtian loudly rebuked, trying to alert the duo. Grandpa, this old brat really isn't a thing. Upon hearing this, Li Daichi immediately felt that my life was over. Li Dao's matter. We have our own public judgment. Even a deity can't set up a private hall and arbitrarily deal with a demigod-level existence. Go back. Wait for the news. Today's matter. And here. No one is allowed to pursue the back account. If there is really a problem with Li Daichi, we will not tolerate the traitor. And we will definitely return justice to Tianyang Town Lang Lang. Li Qingtian wanted to make peace. In such a short period of time, he could only go and understand the situation with divine craftsman Lu Long, who informed him that the situation was indeed like this. But Li Daichi couldn't die in the hands of Vigorous. Or else, it would have far-reaching effects on Vigorous' future. Power Prime also understood the reasoning behind this, and stopped this fight. Li Daichi, divine craftsman Lu Long could be killed, and Li Qingtian could be killed, but only Vigorous could not be killed. No, I'm not convinced. After finishing his speech, Ba Tian directly handed the evidence to Li Qingtian, allowing him to make a direct public judgment and give the result on the spot. The players lacked a sense of awe towards the gods. Go back and wait. Force Prime exuded a terrifying pressure, making Batian directly shut up, making the city guards, making all the living beings feel the terrifying gap in the level of life. And no one dared to be reckless again. Helpless. This farce could only be forced to stop. Qin Feng returned to the 10,000 Empty Alley group and took Dolly to start visiting his business empire, incidentally brushing a wave of goodwill again. Qin Feng was also very puzzled in his heart. Why was it that as long as he stayed with Vigor's goodwill with him rubbed up against him? Li Qingtian took Li Daidong and headed to the front of the Divine Artisan Lu Long to make the Divine Artisan Lu Long fair. Divine Smith Lu Long looked at Li Dao, who was kneeling on the ground. His heart was full of disappointment. How could he not imagine that right could destroy a truly good and beautiful young man into such a way that he was completely disfigured? Li Daichi, do you know how serious the mistakes you've made these past few hours are? Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi felt the aura of death and hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake, asking for Divine Craftsman Lu Long's forgiveness and assuring that he was possessed these times and would definitely not dare to do so in the future. Lord Divine Craftsman, Lord Bao God, it's all my fault. I will in the future. Li Daichi's attitude of admitting his mistake was very positive. Li Daichi, I've given you many chances, but you've gone overboard time and time again. Today, I'm going to replace Mount Qixia to retrieve the demigod power in your body and make you a legend rank once again. So I hope you'll behave yourself in the future. What Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi had done these past few hours could technically take his life. However, Divine Craftsman Lu Long still wanted to save his life. Haha. You broken hammer blacksmith. Shouting at you twice as a divine smith. You still really think you're a god? Go to hell for me. Li Daichi's expression twisted. How could he want to give up this kind of godly power? Thus, Li Daichi began to resist, wanting to get rid of Godsmith Lu Long. Godsmith Lu Long shook his head at the side, and the god of bow and arrow sighed. This kid was hopeless. You strike? Or do I strike? The god of bows and arrows inquired thus. You do it. Godsmith Lu Long still let the god of bows and arrows make the move. After all, there was still some affection. Humph. The god of bows and arrows directly bent his bow, and an arrow fell from the stars, falling down the river of stars, shooting through Li Daichi's brow, causing him to die instantly. Li Dao died, and Divine Artisan Lu Long kept probing, wanting to detect a hint of an ancient god's aura from his body, wanting to vindicate him. But alas, everything came to naught. Li Daodong's body did not possess any aura of the ancient gods. The reason why he became the way he is today was all due to the distortion of his mind. Looking at Li Dao's life, he was abandoned at a young age, became a beggar as a child, and then entered the training camp of the descendants of Tianyang Town to participate in the bloody slaughter journey. His mind may have long been distorted, only under the nourishment of power. The distorted mind gradually blossomed and bloomed. The position of Tianyang City Lord. It's not that good to sit awe. The test of humanity is the greatest. Now that Tianyang has no city lord, what are you going to do? The god of archery inquired snidely. Inform the god of prophecy and let him decide except for the mess left behind by Li Daichi. We have to sort it out. As much as Divine Artisan Lu Long didn't want to be, he was all but forced to become the acting city lord of Tianyang at this moment. In the next instant, the god of bow and arrow, Divine Craftsman Lu Long struck out at the same time, and pressed the collected bandit city guards, the ones with human lives on their hands, to death, as if they were pressing an ant to death. These are the tumors of Tianyang Town. Must be quickly excised. Ding. After auditing the existence of 188 sins of Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi, at this moment has been ambushed. Ding. From today onwards, all unequal contracts signed by the previous city lord are null and void. Ding. Tianyang Town is recruiting city guards. Anyone who has reached level 40 can sign up. Li Dao was naturally uneasy with otherworldly warriors, so he preferred to incorporate local bandits into the city guards rather than using warriors to join the city guards. But at this moment, by the Divine Craftsman Lu Long, the god of bow and arrow completely let go. For a while, the whimpering players began to sign up. Join the city guards? The benefits are simply not too much. Chapter 443: The Terrifying Gains of the Portal. Almost all of the players within Tianyang Town signed up for the city guards examination. Experience bonus, attribute bonus, pet bonus, mount bonus, Google bonus, ascending passageway opened. With so many benefits, how could the players give up this one thing? Divine Artisan Lu Long personally kept an eye on it to ensure absolute justice and fairness. In the future, a large number of players would become city guards. And this was bound to be the mainstream. After all, warriors can be resurrected even if they die. But if the living beings of the Celestial Destiny continent die once, then they are truly dead and become a monument. Now, all the major towns are using warriors and vigorously expanding their city guards. Ding. The Lord of Tianyang is dead. Ding. Currently Tianyang town is leaderless. Divine Artisan Lu Long is acting as the town lord. Hearing such a system beep, Qin Fang's hanging heart was finally put down. The 10,000 Empty Lanes group had been saved by him. Within the 10,000 Empty Lanes group, there was a burst of cheers, and Tianyang town was also in a state of joy. The tyrant of Tianyang town had finally been killed. There were even players who lit firecrackers to celebrate. Vigorous. Thank you. At the critical moment, it was still necessary to look at Vigorous. Ah. Qin Fang sincerely thanked him. No thanks. This time, Vigorous was considered to be a great favor to himself. But hearing Prime said that Vigorous had also wasted a great chance, which he had to make up for, Qin Fang was prepared to forge a divine artifact for Vigor in a tailored manner, as a token of appreciation. Only the time would need to be delayed. This time, you've wrongly blamed divine craftsman Lu Long. Just as Dolly was about to extend her hand, wanting to boldly touch Qin Fang's palm, the figure of Li Qitian appeared, speaking with a big grin, and then looking at Dolly's little action. She became furious and slapped on top of the back of her hand. Vigorous ate the pain and withdrew her own delicate hand, looking at her grandfather with a grudging look. This atmosphere, which was clearly already here, was all ruined by Grandpa. Qin Fang was uncertain and expressed his lack of understanding. Only then did Li Qitian inform him of the cause and effect of the matter. That divine craftsman Lu Long had long been dissatisfied with Li Dao, and had long wanted to replace him. Divine craftsman Lu Long, as a whole, is still on your side. Li Qitian paused for a moment, patted Qin Fang's shoulder, and continued, We all think highly of you. I hope you won't let us down. In his heart, Li Qitian understood that Qin Fang was, in a sense, the hope of heaven's mandate. And this kid, his potential was limitless. I will, Qin Fang assured with vigor. That's right. This time when vigor helped you out, consuming the chance of becoming a god, you should show something. How about this? You sign this IOU, and I won't make things difficult for you. Li Qitian directly pulled out an IOU from his pocket, wanting Qin Fang to sign it. Grandpa, what are you doing? Dolly pulled at Li Qitian to prevent him from doing so. How humiliating it was. After Qin Fang read the contents of this IOU, he decisively signed his own name to form a contract. Ding. The contract has been signed. Please complete it as soon as possible after you become a divine artisan. The content of this contract was very simple. When Qin Fang, achieves the position of divine artisan, he will help Li Dolly forge 3 pieces of divine artifact level equipment. Note, it must be forged for Li Dolly himself, lest Qin Fang casually take out 3 divine weapons to fool people. To be honest, this move by Force Prime was a bit excessive. The asking price for 3 divine artifacts was really too high. But Qin Fang was unambiguous and directly signed his big name to complete the contract. This kid? Rather, it made Li Qitian look at him in a higher light. You kid. Not bad. Li Qitian was satisfied. At this time, Li Dolly also finally saw the content of the contract. She wanted to unilaterally break the contract. Powerful. There is no need for that. 3 divine artifacts. It's not difficult. Qin Fang, on the contrary, appeared to be full of confidence, not placing these 3 divine artifacts in his eyes in the slightest. In other days, if I really achieve the rank of divine artisan, I will personally forge a set of divine artifacts for you. Qin Fang was so hot-headed that he directly said this. Let's go. Dolly, I've arranged a few secret realms for you. Sharpen as much as you can, and break through to the divine level at an early date. This matter was over. Force Prime forcibly took away Force Dolly. Wait, Senior Li Qingtian. I still have a little gift to give to Dolly. Qin Fang called out to stop Li Qingtian, and took out the jade bottle made from the branch of the elven god tree from his backpack, casually handing it over to Li Dali. This? Directly. The disdainful Li Qingtian was dumbfounded, violently freezing in place, before taking 3 steps, directly and quickly snatching this jade bottle into his hands, and carefully examining it. A jade bottle made from the trunk of the elf god tree. You kid? Don't tell this which carries the elven divine liquid. Li Qingtian was horrified. The elf clan had disappeared for so many years, and this legendary elf tree trunk had long been exhausted. Rumor has it that the elf trunk's efficacy is comparable to that of a god-level potion. And if a demigod-level being is seriously injured, a bite of the bark will not even need to be swallowed, which means that it can be restored to its original state. As for the elf divine liquid, it was a legendary item. Rumor has it that even if a god-level existence is seriously injured, as long as there is still a breath, it will be able to recover in an instant, and can be called an undefeatable little strong. Only this thing has long been extinct for hundreds of years. However, I never thought that I would be able to see it here today. Li Qingtian stared at the quiet breath. Quite some hand trembling opened the elf god tree branches made of jade bottle. To be felt the breath inside the bottle. The whole person immediately shocked speechless. Cannot manage their own expression. Feet uncontrollably back 7 or 8 steps. Face above the face is full of horror. Inside this jade bottle, there were at least a few hundred drops of elven divine liquid. What kind of concept is this? It was said that there was still some sap from the elven divine tree in Mount Qixia nowadays. But at most there were only a few dozens of drops, all of which were stored for the older generation of deities to renew their lives, or to save their lives. The value of this elven divine sap. Other than that, 3 drops in exchange for a divine artifact was still possible. After all, things were as precious as they were rare. This kid, Qin Fang, was so generous that he gave away hundreds of divine artifacts in one go? This kid? Is he really interested in my dolly? This marriage? To be honest, it's not impossible. Power Prime managed to fold and sell his granddaughter for so many elven divine liquids. After being shocked, Li Qingtian panicked and put the lid on the bottle. Such a short period of time. That is, there is a drop of medicinal liquid 1/10 of the medicinal properties of the medicine to pass away. It is really a waste of awe. The elven divine liquid could not be preserved in heaven's mandate unless it was in a jade bottle made using the trunk of this elven divine tree. Qin Fang, I agree to your marriage with Dolly. This elven divine liquid will be taken as your bride price. Li Qingtian was directly shameless. Li Dali looked at Li Qingtian incredulously before raising his pink fist and smashing Li Qingtian twice. What kind of nonsense was Grandpa talking about? This kind of thing? How could it be settled so easily? Wasn't this nonsense? Qin Fang was also confused for a moment. What is this? How did it develop into selling his granddaughter's head? This elven divine liquid? Didn't the elven divine tree say that it wasn't worth anything? In his previous life, Qin Fang had also never heard of the elven divine liquid and really didn't know his price. What's more, the elven divine tree had given him tens of thousands of drops at once, causing him to really have the illusion that this thing, perhaps, really wasn't worth much. Who would have thought? Just a few hundred drops of elven divine liquid? Surprisingly, it was able to make Li Qingtian yield and directly sell his granddaughter on the spot. Qin Fang did not respond positively either, but only said with a smile, "This thing, since I gave it to Li Chang, I don't intend to ask for it back. Moreover, this is also a way of repaying Li Chang for the help he gave me." After Qin Fang finished speaking, when he was in the process of raising his head, Li Qingtian had already run away with vigorous. This stupid kid. What if he came back to his senses and regretted it? Li Qingtian was gone. The matter of the 10,000 empty alley group was resolved. Qin Fang could finally start forging at his leisure. Ding. Divine Artisan Lu Long requests communication. Ding. Communication is connected. Qin Fang. Come to me. Qin Fang was slightly vain. Li Qingtian had already informed him of the cause and effect, making him a little embarrassed about doubting divine craftsman Lu Long. Inside the city lord's mansion, Qin Fang stepped in casually, and no one intercepted him. The older generation of city guards, all of whom had fought side by side with Qin Fang, were preserved by divine craftsman Lu Long to become the spark for the resurrection of the city guards. Qin Fang, I heard that you hold a grudge against me, divine artisan Lu Long said in a jocular manner, wearing a smile on his face. He, Senior Lu Long. It's me who is measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. The light of your eyes is like a bright light in the middle of the eternity of the ages, piercing through everything. And this Tianyang town is all within your grasp. Qin Fang was still in the habit of flattering Lu Long, the divine craftsman, to boost his goodwill. This time, it's a good thing to take care of you. Divine artisan Lu Long smiled mysteriously before spreading out the layout map of Tianyang town for Qin Fang. Within this map of Tianyang town, peacefully embedded in it were the virtual shadows of 8 teleportation gates, each linking to 8 medium-sized towns. This was planning, and it hadn't been implemented yet. Qin Fang's eyes lit up immediately, and he seemed to somewhat understand divine craftsman Lu Long's intentions. You brat? Can you eat a few teleportation portals? Godsmith Lu Long gave Qin Fang the opportunity. Qin Fang took a deep breath in excitement and asked divine craftsman Lu Long to give him an offer. Teleportation gates. This thing. It was a real windfall. As long as it was established, every player who passed through would have to pay a fee. Once or twice might not be obvious, but if it piled up, the value? It was a real windfall. The total cost of a portal is 50 billion copper coins. You need to pay a one-time payment of 10 billion copper coins. The rest in the subsequent 3 years gradually pay off, which the maintenance costs. The cost of installation. You do not need to come out. Tianyang Town are responsible for the arrangements. By the way, if you don't have enough funds, you can also cooperate with Tianyang Town and contribute less copper coins. But the revenue will be reduced accordingly. 8 portals? Tianyang Town intends to self-digest 2 of the remaining 6. You choose first. If you're able to eat them all, they'll all be given to you. And if you can't, the ones you finish picking out will be put up for bidding, giving the other warriors a bit of soup to drink. Divine craftsman Lu Long informed this matter briefly, and with calm words, decided on a deal of tens of billions of dollars. Elder Lu Long. Wait for a moment. I'll inquire about Yu Zhe. Qin Fang dialed up Yu Zhe's communication and informed him of the matter. Yu Zhe was instantly excited. Boss. 6. We want all of them. Even if we have to smash the pot. Qin Fang sighed. He understood Yu Zhe's feelings. All of them? Who wouldn't want all of them? But the funds of 10,000 people? Could he be allowed to want it all? Unless he ran into a time trader right now and sold a divine artifact once again. Boss. Wait for me for a while. I'll do some calculations. Yu Zhe started calculating at a rapid pace. And not long after, he responded to Qin Fang. Chapter 444 $9,360 million. Boss. I've already estimated and mortgaged all the assets of the 10,000 Empty Lane Group. And I'll probably be able to come up with 40 billion copper coins. Any more than that? That is, it will affect the overall operation of our group. And we have to set aside loans for the first and second installments. This 40 billion is already the limit. And this also has to ensure that our group in the next fourth quarter is profitable. Otherwise, our 10,000 Empty Lane Group is very likely to collapse. Yu Zhe's words were very professional, but Qin Fang still understood them. He was only able to purchase ownership of a maximum of 4 teleportation portals. Don't look at the assets of the 10,000 Empty Lane Group that were announced to the public to be several hundred billion. But all of these were relying on mortgages. And interest was exchanged for all. To be able to send out a cash flow of 40 billion. This had already exceeded Qin Fang's expectations. Our 10,000 Empty Lanes Group is able to buy the ownership of 5 teleportation portals. Qin Fang spoke directly to divine artisan Lu Long. He really did not want to let go of such a great opportunity to make money. Yu Zhe, on the other end of the communication, had a black line. Huh? Could it be that he didn't speak clearly enough? Or was the boss deaf? The group was only able to take out 40 billion. Right? This extra 10 billion copper coins. Where can I find it back for you? Yu Zhe wanted to hit the wall. There's no such thing as a trap. Yu Zhe's head felt like it was going to explode. And he quickly began to think about where to go. He was still able to squeeze out 10 billion copper coins. The divine craftsman Lu Long was also bluffed by Qin Fang. He glanced at Qin Fang's communication. He was not deaf. The communication had not hung up yet. He heard that the 10,000 Empty Alley Group could only eat 4 teleports. You kid. The last portal. Want to empty your hands. Divine artisan Lu Long's reaction. How could Qin Fang not understand it? Only to see him faintly smile and continue to bid. 1 drop of Elven Divine Liquid in exchange for the ownership of a teleportation portal. What are you offering? Divine Artisan Lu Long just wanted to deny it. But his words came to an abrupt end as he looked at Qin Fang in shock and spoke solemnly. Are you sure? If you are truly able to take out a drop of Elven Divine Liquid, 10 billion copper coins, I will give you a waiver. The ownership of the 5th portal will also be given to you. Divine Artisan Lu Long was very excited. This was the Elven Divine Liquid, which hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. It was hard to believe that this kid had traveled to the elf clan during the time he disappeared. And looking at him, he seemed to have mixed well, and was actually able to get his hands on the Elven Divine Liquid. It's possible. Qin Fang directly agreed to this transaction. And at the same time, he also secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he only bid for 1 drop of Elven Divine Liquid. Earlier, he had nearly shouted out 10 drops of Elven Divine Liquid. As for Divine Artisan Lu Long, he was also rejoicing in his heart. 1 drop of Elven Divine Liquid was taken by him for 10 billion copper coins. This price? It was still relatively cheap. The two were happy, and the deal was successful. Divine Artisan Lu Long took out a contract for Qin Fang to sign. Qin Fang? If you hand over 40 billion copper coins, as well as an Elven Divine Liquid to the City Lord's mansion within 3 days, the contract will be considered complete. If you fail to do so, the deal will be considered a failure, and I will auction off these 5 teleportation gates. After finishing his speech, the Divine Artisan Lu Long let Qin Fang leave, allowing him to go and gather the money. By the way, Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long, can you have a bottle forged from the branches of the Elf God tree? Otherwise, I won't be able to carry the Elf God liquid, and I'm afraid it will go to waste. The moment these words came out, it instantly made Divine Craftsman Lu Long completely at ease. If he had not possessed the Elven Divine Liquid, Qin Fang would definitely not have been able to say this. This kid, his luck was still really good. Here, Divine Artisan Lu Long took out a small piece of the Elf Divine Tree's branch. Barely a rough bottle. Back then, when the Elf God Tree was routed by the Celestial Emperor, it still left quite a few trunks scattered across the Heavenly Destiny continent. Tomorrow. Trade on time. Qin Fang could not want the night to be long, and directly asked Yuzhe to start preparing. Yuzhe, Elven Divine Liquid? Is the price of this thing so high? My family? It seems like I still have a lot of it, Yuzhe didn't understand, but still quickly drew in his funds. Qin Fang stepped out of the City Lord's mansion and decisively dialed Baitian's communication. Old brother Batian. There's a big deal. Interested? Qin Fang's words were like a delicacy, tickling Baitian's cravings. Yes. What kind of deal? You first prepare a minimum of 30 billion copper coins in cash. Within 3 days, Tianyang Town will open the auction for the teleportation portal. At that time, this news from Qin Fang was, without exaggeration, sending money to Batian. Old brother here, thanks in advance. In the future. But if you have a request, it's just a matter of words. Batian quickly began to prepare the copper coins. The 30 billion copper coins were afraid to be a bit insufficient. Batian directly gathered 50 billion copper coins and quietly waited for the auction of this teleportation portal. Qin Fang returned to the 10,000 Empty Lanes group and began forging purple gold grade equipment. These days, the 10,000 Empty Lanes group might have to live a hard life for a while. And with his equipment boost, it might be able to fare a little better as well. Ding. Dong. Ding. Dong. Qin Fang started forging. Brand new equipment is out. Please also place your orders. For a while, players rushed to buy them. Qin Fang also wanted to release all of the purple gold level equipment at once. But it couldn't be done like this. Wasn't this smashing his own rice bowl? On the second day, Qin Fang hurriedly entered inside the City Lord's mansion and handed over 40 billion copper coins, as well as a drop of Elven Divine Liquid to Divine Artisan Lu Long. Ding. Your contract for the teleportation portal with Tianyang Town has been initially completed. Ding. Your first installment has been delivered. Please complete the second installment before the 19th of next month. The second installment amounts to 5 billion copper coins. At this moment, Qin Fang felt a thick pressure. This feeling was like carrying a heavy mortgage. Qin Fang left this place and started going to make money. The initial investment was inevitable. You couldn't just invest 10 billion. It would give you a massive return. Only during this period of time, the entirety of the 10,000 empty lane group. We'll have to eat green vegetables and tofu for a few days. Portal to be profitable. At least 3 months later, this initial 3 months. The 10,000 empty lane auction house has to survive. Within the Hegemony Guild, player Ling Tian reported Qing Fang's move. And then with a touch of mockery, player me might have eaten a few teleportation gates behind my back. Ling Tian felt that player Zhen had done this unkindly. However, as soon as these words were uttered, he was knocked with a popping chestnut by Batian. Elder brother me is already considered to be benevolent. He could have completely not told us. How many was my old brother able to take down? That someone's means don't give me the yin and yang here. Ling Tian was silent and speechless. The reasoning was so reasonable, but it was just uncomfortable. On the third day, Divine Craftsman Lu Long announced to the public, Tianyang Town is going to build teleportation portals to all major towns. Please bid on them. The highest bidder will win. The low price is 50 billion copper coins. Once this system tone came out, the rich and powerful in Tianyang Town were dumbfounded. This? Completely unprepared awe. This is too sudden. The bidding time will not exceed 24 hours. Once the time is up, the highest bidder will win. Brothers, lend me some copper coins. I'm just 1 billion copper coins short of being able to round up the low price of 10 billion copper coins. Oh. Tianyang Town was buzzing with activity. Hee. I'm also a little bit short. Why don't you split and lend me some? The benefits of this portal. I'm sure you're well aware of it. Oldly, the rich and powerful started borrowing money amongst themselves. The benefits of the teleportation gate were most clear to this group of people. I feel that 53 billion will be able to take this teleportation gate. How about we make a joint bid? Purchase it together, and split the future investment equally based on how much is invested. This was a solution, but not the best one. Who would want to share this piece of fat meat with another person when they could eat it alone? Wasn't this foolish behavior? I agree. But there was still someone who responded. This group of players had just about 1 billion in assets and wanted to take a shot. The fart players from Tianyang Town, on the other hand, said I'll just watch quietly. What the fuck? These bigwigs? Moving his tens of billions of copper coins to play. This player wouldn't even dare to dream of such a big one. 50 billion copper coins. How big a mountain of copper coins must this be? Quick! You guys look. Someone really bid. This time, the bidding was based on the principle of fairness and openness. Any player would be able to see the entire process. And even the ID of the player who made the bid. I'm numb. Really numb. Batian actually bid 50 billion 10 million. At this moment, all of these predators were stimulated and began to mobilize their funds. They felt threatened. As a result, the figure continued to rise. Within a short span of 10 minutes, this figure namely rose to a price of 680 billion copper coins. Only then did the rate of increase slowly stop. Crap. The fart player could only use this word to express his mood at this moment. The rich people who are bidding nowadays? More than 100? Crouching chow couch? Yo. The players were able to know that there were many rich people. But they couldn't have imagined that there would be so many rich people in just one Tianyang town. Some players with insufficient assets also tried to bid, but were prompted by the system. Ding. Detected that your assets are less than 10,000. You are unable to bid. Zing. Old iron. Last quarter of an hour. The bidding was still at 861 billion. The last 10 seconds. The number began to jump wildly. 93 billion 600 million. This was the final figure. Who is it? Who's the last one to bid? Mard. Who dares to bid so high? Within these 24 hours, some businessmen joined forces, wanting to take it in one fell swoop. Only their psychological price was 80 billion copper coins. And if they exceeded this value, if they wanted to return their capital with the portal, that is, it was hard enough. Who would have thought? The final price had reached 93 billion 360 million. Let's congratulate Bastard Sky Guild's player, Bastard Sky, who managed to take the price of 536 copper coins, taking ownership of the number 6 teleportation portal. Please head to the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible to sign the contract and complete the subscription. Divine Artisan Lu Long's voice rang out with a touch of delight. This price? It had far exceeded his expectations. Hee. A pity. If only he could auction off a few more teleportation portals, Tianyang Town's financial deficit would probably be able to be reversed. Unfortunately, all 5 teleportation gates were sold to player me. This was also an invisible reward from Godsmith Lu Long to Qin Fan for saving Tianyang Town. At the same time, Divine Artisan Lu Long despised former Tianyang Town Lord Li Daichi in his heart. Something that was so easy to make money? How could he not think of it with such a pig brain? Surprisingly, he even owed the wages of the city guards. The wages of the Goblin one. For 2 months. What a waste! Chapter 445. Another hidden blacksmith profession, Heaven's Scar Blacksmith. With a price tag of 93.6 billion. Even Batian was a bit overwhelmed. But in order to be able to suppress all the players, and successfully take ownership of this portal, he could only give a high price. With nearly 100 billion copper coins. This time, Bastard Heaven Guild was also considered to be hurting. In the outside world, the clan that Batian was a part of, these clan elders started chattering about Batian's use of so many copper coins. Within Heaven's mandate, they were buried in the Black Prison by Batian, and will not be able to appear in a short period of time. But in reality, they are still active, still jumping around, and still want to make things difficult for Batian. To this, Batian's response is overbearing. Within 3 years, 100 billion copper coins profit doubled. If you can't do it, the position of the family head, let your children and grandchildren to sit. Once this was said, these so-called clan elders were quiet, wanting to secretly do something. This? But you, Batian, said it yourself? A mouthful of spit is a nail. Batian also ignored these people. Just jumping clowns. Inside the city lord's mansion, Batian saw the divine craftsman Lu Long for the first time so close. Well, heroic and extraordinary. Batian directly horse fart 3 times in a row, forcefully brushing a wave of goodwill. Batian, I'll give you 2 options. The first full payment, the second installment. But each installment needs to pay 1% more interest. Deadless Lu Long still took better care of Batian. Batian decisively chose the first. There was no other. There was strength. Deadless Lu Long couldn't help but give Batian a high look. This guy. Is his family so rich? This guy. Is his family so rich? Is he able to take out hundreds of billions of copper coins just by saying so? Ding. The transaction is complete. You have gained ownership of Portal 6. According to the contract, you don't need to worry about the construction of Portal 6 and its maintenance within 3 years. And you don't have to worry about maintenance for 3 years. Translation of this. Go sit down and prepare to receive your money. Batian exited the city lord's mansion. A heart hanging in the air. Finally put down. The future of Tianyang Town was definitely favorable to Batian. The investment of 100 billion copper coins was a lot, but it would definitely be able to earn it back. Divine Artisan Lu Long looked at so many copper coins, and also breathed a sigh of relief. These copper coins could not only make up for the wages of the construction team, but if they were spent sparingly, it wouldn't be a problem to maintain Tianyang Town's expenses for 2 or 3 months. After the construction of the teleportation array was completed, this would be a constant source of treasure. Tianyang Town would never have to worry about running out of money again. The problem of financial deficit is finally solved. 1 billion copper coins for the blacksmith hidden profession. Batian had just appeared from within the city lord's mansion when he heard the SOSO player beep. This was a request for purchase information released by player Wii. And it sounded very anxious. Batian had also consciously collected blacksmith's hidden professions during this time. But it was too hard to pop. Other hidden profession transfer books had exploded several times. But blacksmiths? I haven't seen a single one. The Hejime Guild was so big and so many players were working together. But they hadn't even exploded it. So you can imagine how difficult it was. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that the entire Tianyang Town had never exploded a hidden blacksmith profession similar to the Thunder Blacksmith. This tone was directed at the entire Heaven's mandate. In the previous life, there were 33 hidden blacksmith professions. According to Heaven's mandate, 33 was already the extreme. And it was impossible for more to appear. Every single one of them. Qin Fang remembered. After all, loved but could not be obtained. If Qin Fang was a hidden profession in his previous life, maybe he would really be able to make an impact on the divine artisan. Now that Qin Fang had opened the list of vice profession blacksmiths. Other than him, there were only 3 who were hidden profession blacksmiths. He still had a lot of chances. Not to mention 7 or 8 hidden professions. But obtaining 3 or 4 more hidden professions shouldn't be a problem. 1 billion copper coins. This price was already considered high. Ding. Player's spirit demon requested to add a friend. Do you agree? When this message was sent out, there were countless players adding Qin Fong as a friend. Without exception, the note was the message that I have a hidden profession as a blacksmith. Agree. Uh-huh. Big brother. You added me all. I knew you'd add me. But I just won't tell you the hidden profession information. Piss you off? Call out to daddy. Maybe I'll be merciful and tell you. This player was trying to be cool, and was deliberately being disgusting. Ding. Player me has permanently blackmailed you. Qin Fong could not get used to this group of people. If you don't say anything serious within 3 seconds of adding a friend, you are directly permanently blacked out. Now, it was the player's turn to be dumbfounded. But it was enough for him to show off. Ding. You have successfully added Player Zhen as a friend. 1.1 billion copper coins. This hidden profession transformation book is given to you. The picture is as follows. But you have to give me 100 million copper coins first. As a deposit. Qin Fong carried a hint of interest. After all, this person said it with a nose and eyes. However, when Qin Fong surveyed the picture, he immediately pulled the player black. Shot EP picture techniques. Even modifying a blacksmith's hidden professions drawing on his own. Really thinking that Qin Fong was a second idiot. Still, what is the world's first blacksmith hidden profession transfer book? This fool only believe it. The most crucial thing was that this blacksmith's hidden profession had not appeared in the previous world. Player me. This hidden profession of mine. 1 billion copper coins to sell to you. But you have to think of a way to strip me of my hidden profession. This was another jittery guy. The hidden profession transfer book had already been used by him. Telling Qin Fong to strip it out. Pulled the plug. Qin Fong still replied. And then directly pulled the plug. Player me. I have information on a brand new hidden profession. 100 million copper coins. Sell it to you. Qin Fong asked him to name this hidden blacksmith's occupation first. Snap. Hearing the name this player uttered, Qin Fong directly pulled the plug. And it was none of the same as the 33 hidden profession blacksmith's transfer books he remembered. Player me. I also have insider information. These were all scams. All trying to cheat Qin Fong out of his copper coins. If Qin Fong hadn't returned from his previous life, he might not have been able to determine it. But now? A mere name. That is, let Qin Fong know whether it was true or not. Clattering. Time kept passing. Almost all morning. Qin Fong was replying, wanting to get the information of the hidden profession. But in the end, it still led Qin Fong disappointment among these players. There were also a few masking the right name. Qin Fong focused on giving them notes, and chatted with them in detail on time. Ding. Player Songhai Wuya requests to add you as a friend. Songhai Wuya. In his previous life, he was the #1 forging master of the Songhai Guild, with an extremely small gap to himself, almost flush with his name. Songhai Wuya. Phoenix Hui Emperor. These were peak legendary forge masters, who were not on par with each other. Because Qin Fong's success rate of forging was slightly higher, he was ranked a little higher than Songhai Wuya. Only in the 10th year of Heaven's Mandate, Songhai Wuya managed to advance to Divine Craftsman, while Qin Fong completed his revenge and permanently disappeared from Heaven's Mandate. In their previous lives, the two had also added friends and contacted each other, and their relationship was still considered good. In this life, because of various reasons, the two had not communicated and had not added friends. Songhai Wuya's sudden addition of friends. Qin Fong was also surprised in his heart. Ding. Qin Fong agrees to your friend request. Qin Fong clicked on the vice profession list. Songhai Wuya is also a hidden profession of blacksmith. What does he want to do? Player me. New. Here you go. Ding. Player Songhai Wuya requests a trade. Qin Fong froze. Then clicked to agree to the trade. Ding. You have obtained the blacksmith hidden profession transfer book, Heaven's Mark Blacksmith. Qin Fong took a look at this name. That is, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This hidden profession blacksmith. He was more than familiar with it. Shucks. In the eye of the red but the Heaven's Scar blacksmith, in his previous life, had not been obtained by players, but by the native beings of the day's destiny. And within a short period of time, he had rushed to the level of a legendary blacksmith, and had successfully been promoted to become a divine blacksmith. It was vigorously cultivated by Mount Qixia. This hidden profession transfer book, in his previous life, made Qin Fong red-eyed and lamented for a long time. Heavenly trace. As the name suggests, it allows the condensation of heaven and earth's breath to leave traces on equipment. Ahem. In simple terms, at the end of each forging, a random elemental attribute of heaven's destiny can be attached. For example, elemental attributes such as flame, ice, life, darkness, wind, earth, etc., corresponding to different professional players. It was similar to the hidden profession of the elf clan that Qin Fong had obtained. The Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith. Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith, capable of attaching special skills, while Heavenly Trace Blacksmith was capable of attaching different elemental attributes. This elemental attribute could be the intuitive 4 dimensions attached, or it could be a figurative elemental skill. Wuya. F*CK. This hidden profession transfer book is actually here with you? Qin Fong was shocked. Truly shocked. In his previous life, the owner of this hidden profession didn't appear until the 8th year of Heaven's Destiny's opening. Who would have thought that this hidden profession book would be exploded in the first half year of service? Do you recognize this hidden profession book? Songhai Wuya was puzzled. This hidden profession? Without having transferred, no one could see his characteristics. Why was Player Jin so surprised? Is it hard to believe that he had once come into contact with this hidden profession transfer book? Or does he have some kind of insider information? Now, Heaven's Destiny had a saying that was spreading. Player Jin was most likely the legendary inner-test player. Although Heaven's Destiny had said that it didn't have this procedure of internal testing, the player still firmly believed in this statement. After all, Player Jin had shown all sorts of reactions that were really too shocking. Now, Songhai Tianya Stone Hammer. This hidden profession transfer book. Songhai Wuya has gone through all the information of Heaven's Destiny, but still did not get any news. And the player me, surprisingly, called it out in one breath, with a shocked look on his face. This Heaven's Mark Blacksmith hidden profession. Useless to me. Earn a pocket money. Songhai Wuya didn't look deeper, directly pointing out the intention. Ding. Player me requests a trade. Qin Fong directly shelled 1 billion copper coins, and successfully traded it to Songhai Wuya. Use, kill 1,000 boss. Next time? Next time he asks for copper coins, I'm sure I won't give it to him. Don't you know that the 10,000 people group is in a storm right now? Ding. Transaction completed. Endless. Thank you for this hidden profession transfer book. It's very useful to me. Well, talk next time. Songhai Wuya directly hung up the communication. Qin Fong understood Songhai Wuya's temperament. This person was a one-track mind. Talk about things? Talking about things? Trading? It's just a deal. He won't talk to you for one more sentence. In his previous life, Qin Fong was also used to it. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blacksmith's hidden profession, Heaven's Trace Blacksmith Transfer Book. Ding. Do you want to use the hidden profession transfer book? Use. Qin Fong slammed into his body. Purple-colored thunder-colored light erupted from Qin Fong's body, occupying half of his body, and blocking the entry of the light from the hidden profession transfer book of Heavenly Trace. Green-colored elf-colored light also erupted from Qin Fong's body to repel the hidden profession transfer book of Heavenly Trace. Qin Fong felt a strong resistance. Chapter 446 Transfer Success. A touch of reddish-colored power blacksmith attribute also drilled out from Qin Fong's body, also wanting to participate, but was really squeezed out of shape by the rich purple and abundant green, looking very weak. Now, this azure-colored light also wanted to surge into Qin Fong's body, and was immediately squeezed out by the tripartite forces. Qin Fong changed his own title at the first opportunity, the King of Forging. Buzz. A grayish light shone out from within the title, carrying an aura of suppressing everything, wiping out all 4 forces, and turning them into distinct tributaries, before the light merged into the title of King of Forging. The vision dissipated, and Qin Fong also managed to hear the system beep. Ding. Congratulations on successfully opening the hidden profession, Heaven Scar Blacksmith's Transition Quest. Ding. Task 1. Please use 10 types of Divine Spirit Attribute Stones to activate the preconditions for this profession. Remarks. The quantity of each Divine Spirit Attribute Stone should not be less than 100,000 pieces. This mission? If another player were to complete it, it would be a bit difficult. But for Qin Fong, it couldn't be easier. Qin Fong directly returned to his private territory and dug out millions of Divine Attribute Stones with different attributes from the ground. He placed them on a special altar. Wow! The light above the altar shone brightly, bursting out with infinite suction, rapidly extracting the power within the millions of divine attribute stones, turning them into points of light with different attributes, integrating them into Qin Fang's body, and strengthening this hidden profession of Qin Fang. Ding! You have completed Task 1. Only when the millions of divine attribute stones were turned to dust and became transparent crystals did this system prompt sound. Ding! Task 2. Forge 10 pieces of purple gold level equipment. This mission was simple. Qin Fang began his busy forging. Ding! Dong! Within the Songhai Guild. Wu Ya! I heard that you sold this hidden profession blacksmith's transfer book to player Jin? President Songhai received the news and was the first to ask. Well, anyway, this hidden profession transfer book isn't worth any copper coins. Selling it to player me is the best thing to do. 1 billion copper coins. This was Songhai Wuya's reasoning. President Songhai was not in a position to say anything else. After all, this hidden profession transfer book was exploded by Songhai Wuya. Originally, President Songhai had another use for it. Who had thought that Songhai Wuya had already sold it? Wuya, I brought a little guy for you. President Songhai was secretive and asked Songhai Wuya to come with him. It was a dirty child. Only his eyes were very bright. This child, I feel that he's suitable for forging. And he's watching outside the blacksmith shop's door every day. If you have time, teach him in case you are able to. President Songhai didn't say it explicitly, but Songhai Wuya understood it in his heart. Good. President. Hearing Songhai Wuya's promise, President Songhai turned around and left. What's your name? My name is Forge 5 Cs. The child timidly replied. But speaking his name, he was very proud. Forging 5 Cs? What a domineering name. From today onwards, you will follow me. Songhai Wuya accepted this disciple. If this name was heard by Qin Fang, he would definitely exclaim on the spot, This was the little guy who would control the heavenly trace and become a divine artisan in the future. He and Songhai Wuya were actually master and disciple. The 8-winged elf king was still sleeping, without any signs of awakening. But Qin Fang could feel that a powerful aura was being nurtured. And it was certain that when he revived again, he would become the most powerful bronze-level elf king in history. Qin Fang forged for 2 days. The first batch of equipment with special skills attached to it was sold, and it immediately received a sea of favorable comments. Crap. This blood-dropping special skill is really perverted. I actually managed to grind an essence gold-level boss to death alive. There were pictures that made countless players marvel. Haha. I'm really cool. The brother who had been pressing me down in the past is now being bloodily abused by me. All because of this one hit. I can miss countless times. And you? Can only wait for death. Awesome. This equipment. It's really a big profit. 20 million for the 1-strike kill equipment. Buy it as soon as you can. These voices, these arguments, immediately made the players, who hadn't yet purchased the special skill equipment, boil. Their hearts were like carrying white rabbits, making them itchy and unable to sit still. But there were also some contemptuous voices that deliberately discredited these special skill equipment. This bullshit one-hit kill. Completely useless. Haha. Blood-sucking? That's not bad. Except, randomly drawing blood? You're telling me that it's of no use at all? Player me. You really are a jungle too. Surprisingly, you took this kind of rubbish out to fool people. Look at that. Random broken buildings? You're telling me what's the point? Oh yeah. Look at my ticket. This player also had a big heart, directly demolishing a building in the middle of the town, and was fined 1 million copper coins. Holy shit. Bro. This equipment. I'll take it. In an instant. The player who thought about the issue from another angle instantly discovered its use. If this equipment was used to demolish guild quarters, it must be very swift. These voices did not affect the sale of Qin Fang's equipment in the slightest. Qin Fang even planned to increase the price, especially for some special skills that had a better response, such as 1-strike kill, shattering buildings, etc. Even if the price was increased by 50%, it was expected that some people would bite the bullet and buy it. Qin Fang tried summoning Xiao He, wanting to check on Xiao He's condition. Ding. Your pet is in a traumatized slumber, and will not be able to awaken in a short period of time. Qin Fang sighed. Xiao He. When will it be able to awaken? This elven divine liquid? I wonder if it's of some help to Xiao He. With this thought, Qin Fong hurriedly took out the jade bottle of elven divine liquid from his backpack and injected it into Xiao Hei's sleeping space. Ding! Little Black's injuries are recovering. Qin Fong, surprisingly. It really worked. AI. One is really as empty as a mountain of treasures without realizing it. If I had known that it would be useful, I should have woken up Xiao Hei earlier. In the end, Xiao Hei consumed 10 drops of elven divine liquid, and with great difficulty awoke from his traumatized and slumbering state. And from being depressed, he was once again radiant. Like a flash of black light, Xiao Hei quickly leapt out of the pet space, like a tiger out of its cage, roaring at the mountains and forests, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, stretching his waist comfortably, and landing on the ground in a smooth and silent manner. Xiao Hei coiled into a ball, comfortably licking its own fur, making its own fur more translucent. And only after tidying up everything did it lazily run towards Qin Fong, lying in his arms, letting him tickle itself. Little Blackie. Qin Fong's eyes could not help but redden. He was truly afraid that he would never see Little Black again. After all, the materials for this blacksmith's forge were still quite expensive. If it was all bought, how many copper coins would it cost? In the early moments, the blacksmith could dig up iron ore while forging. But the later it got, the more time the blacksmith had to dig up the ore himself, comfortably playing around with Xiao Hei for a while. Qin Fong immediately gave Xiao Hei a task to gobble up materials and spew out even more treasured materials. Perhaps he had just been revived. Little Blackie arrogantly refused to go. Qin Fong decisively took out the legendary grade wine from his backpack, thus tempting Little Black. Xiao Hei's figure was like electricity, quickly disappeared and started working. Qin Fong was very satisfied. He just wanted to put away the legendary wine in his hand. That is, he felt that his neck was cold. His hand seemed to be dragging the air in general. And then he took a look, and the legendary wine in his hand disappeared. This, needless to say, the old drunkard Li Xie was comfortably tasting the wine in the bottle, slurping his mouth from time to time, looking at Qin Fong, his eyes full of blame. Qin Fong hurriedly revealed a fawning smile, and once again, took out a bottle of legendary great fine wine, and handed it to Li Qi. Teacher, isn't this because I'm afraid that you'll drink too quickly at once and get drunk? Li Xie quickly took the bottle of fine wine before giving up. Qin Fong sighed. The stock of legendary grade fine wine was getting smaller and smaller. Ding. Player Black Widow requests for communication. Do you agree? Agreed. City Lord Qin. You really don't ask about the matters within Yang City? Black Widow's tone trailed off, rather questioning and resentful. This Yang City? Is it your city lord? Or is it my city lord? Really? Qin Fong shirking his hand was too good to be true. He didn't care about anything. What's wrong? Did something happen within Yang City? Qin Fong was surprised. Is it possible that something big has happened in Yang City? It shouldn't be. If something big happened, he should have been awakened in reality. No big deal. It's just that Yang City is expanding and needs money. I'm here to ask you for money. Black Widow explained her intentions. And Qin Fong frowned slightly. Why did the town need to expand all of a sudden? He remembered that Yang City still had a lot of empty rooms. Even if the number of people in Yang City doubled, they would still be able to live there. Qin Fong voiced his doubts. And Black Widow directly blanked him. Lord Qin City. During this period of time, our Yang City's fame is known to everyone. Not to mention 10,000 miles around. But at the very least within 1,000 miles around. Do you know how many people defect to us every day? Moreover, do you know how many city destruction battles our Yang City has fought during this period of time? The number of people in Yangcheng? It's already tripled. And the town is now very crowded. Several of our top brass have unanimously decided that it needs to be expanded, or else it will not be able to carry more people subsequently. Hearing Black Widow's introduction, Qin Fong was also taken aback. This, within a short period of time. Had Yang City even grown to this point? But an increase in the number of people? There were also big problems that came along with it. Ling, how did you control so many people? In case they rebel? What to do? Will we be able to exterminate them in the first place? And with so many people joining in a short period of time, can you still guarantee that the rights won't be diluted? It had to be said that Qin Fong had also eaten before in his previous life. Raising so many questions in a short period of time. Especially the sound of Linger made Black Widow's heart rejoice. City Lord, These are indeed very serious issues. So please hurry and return to preside over the situation. Black Widow directly spoke pitifully, hoping that Qin Fang would return. When Qin Fang took a look at Black Widow's appearance, although he knew that there was not much of a problem within Yang City, he still had to return for a trip to personally keep an eye on things. Otherwise he really did not feel at ease. Black Widow was secretly happy in her heart, although she was also able to see Qin Fang in the game. It always gave her an unreal feeling. Right. Ling, how is the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild established? Although Qin Fang had resigned himself as the president, he still asked Black Widow out of habit. Black Widow blankly glanced at Qin Fang. This? Do you want to tire old me out alive? Chapter 447 Status of Yang City. The 10,000 Empty Alley Guild is currently flourishing within Tianyang Town, with all of its members reaching level 45, and 7 players switching to hidden professions. According to the standards you have set out, nearly 70% of the players have reached the level of a third-rate expert. 10% have reached the level of a second-rate expert. And as for the last 20%, they have not yet reached your requirements for the time being. However, there is still time, so I'm sure they will catch up in the last 10 days. Even if they can't catch up, there's no problem. The next batch of 20,000 player reserves, I've already prepared them and added them to the training, so they can be replaced at any time. Although Black Widow said that she didn't care, she knew more about the overall situation of the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild than anyone else, and briefly introduced it to Qin Fang. Qin Fang listened silently, and then exited the game with Black Widow. Hidden Earth. Join me and exit the game. Qin Fang called out to Hidden Earth. Roger. Click. The nutritional warehouse that had been closed for nearly a month or so automatically opened, and an oxygen-rich environment was created, allowing Qin Fang, Hidden Earth, to quickly awaken. Qin Fang squeezed his hand and sighed in his heart. This real feeling was not inferior to the heavenly fate. For a moment, it caused Qin Fang to be in a trance. Was heaven's mandate real? Or was this broken world real? No matter how Qin Fang pinched himself, the pain and the sense of touch were exactly the same as in heaven's mandate. The only difference was that in heaven's mandate, he had gained an extremely strong fighting ability, and his body was always surging with an enormous amount of power. But in this broken world, his power was only a little higher than a normal person's. If one were to compare the 4 dimensions of a normal person, one would have to consider the 4 dimensions of a normal person's body. If a normal person's 4 dimensions were set to become 1, then Qin Fang was 2. Although it was strong, it was also limited. Not only did Qin Fang have such a doubt, Zhang Tu also had such a doubt. In the end, the two looked at each other and smiled sardonically. Boss, this nutrient warehouse is also too real. Zhang Tu wanted to flash and instantly transform, but was simply unable to do so. Adding to the joke, Qin Fang opened the door to the defense room, automatically taking over Tianyang's defense system to ensure his own safety. Hidden Earth slipped the dagger, pistol in his hand. His eyes were like iron, like electricity, quietly standing behind Qin Fang, always probing the surroundings. Black Widow had long been waiting at the door, waiting for Qin Fang to appear, and immediately gave him a briefing on the current situation. This place is guarded 24 hours a day because of your presence, ensuring that not even a fly can step in. So you can rest assured. Those in charge of the guards? Most of them are old men who are with us. Trustworthy. This was to put Qin Fang at ease, lest it make him feel that the game was unsafe. This is the basic situation within Yang City. I've already compiled it into a book. You can take a look at it first. Black Widow handed Qin Fang a thick stack of paper materials. Qin Fang dragged out a small table and watched it carefully. When Qin Fang finished watching, he possessed a rough understanding of the current situation in Yang City. The game, Heaven's Destiny, had ultimately affected reality. Ever since Qin Fang had exposed his identity, these small towns around Yang City responded at the first opportunity and learned of Qin Fang's name, and then began their conquest of Yang City. This medium-sized defense shield was so strong that it was almost impossible for the mob groups from the surrounding towns to break through. The facilities that came with the counterattacks were even stronger, and coupled with the fact that the soldiers of Yang City were waiting for the battle to be over, they managed to harvest a wave of the lives of these mobs. When their main force was crippled, Yang Cheng's soldiers took the initiative to take over their towns and cities, emptying everything and integrating it into Yang Cheng. This The population dividend that was sent to them can't be unwanted. Isn't it a waste? These days, Yongcheng had also taken the initiative to strike, giving these neighboring towns a shock, moving to break up the towns, destroying the nearby mob groups, bringing peace and tranquility to these civilians. As a result, Yongcheng was also like a snowball, fighting stronger and stronger. The sergeant's resilience, fighting ability and whatnot, were also strengthened in battle after battle, bathed in blood and fire, and successfully metamorphosed. Currently, with Yongcheng as the center, within a radius of 300 miles, there are only two towns, Yongcheng and Coyote. Coyote Town? Needless to say, it's not very big. Overall okay. If months ago, Yongcheng really cannot take him, but now really want to count, Yongcheng can instantly crush. These days, the wolf heart also regret seeing the Yongcheng flourishing, strength and population of what are far beyond the wild wolf town. Wild wolf heart say not afraid. This is false. After all, who knows Yongcheng will not turn his head. Give him a knife With this population of their mob group, even in addition to the wild wolf, they couldn't carry it either. Wild wolf wanted to talk to Qin Fang again, to see if he could integrate into Yongcheng again. Leave? Return again? No matter how I thought about it, it didn't feel so good. Forget it. Wild wolf stood directly on the top of the city wall, silently blowing the cold wind. This place. It was indeed not as far-sighted as the government hall within Yang City. The population within Yang City has reached as much as 1.5 million. Qin Fang was a little surprised. This number? It was indeed a little too much. Black Widow? Could it be controlled over? The army that we can take charge of? How many are there? Those that can be directly involved in combat? How many of them? How many people are absolutely heartfelt towards us? To be honest, an inexplicable uneasiness arose in Qin Fang's heart. 50,000 corps sergeants within Yang City, equipped with modernized weapons, can completely follow our orders. Qin Fang fell into deep thought before fiddling with the medium-sized defense system in his hand. Here, Qin Fang parted with a portion of the medium-sized defense system's authority and handed it over to Black Widow. Too much population is prone to chaos. This authority is enough for you to suppress a rebellion of less than 100,000 people. Qin Fang didn't want a sudden fire to start in his backyard. Qin Fang headed directly to the government hall. Along the way, he was silently looking around, and nodded his head in greeting when he ran into his acquaintances, without the slightest bit of bravado. Along the way, Qin Fang saw quite a few raw faces, all of whom had come to the government hall to apply for their residency status. For Qin Fang, the nominal city lord, these people did not recognize. But for Black Widow, they did know her. This woman had a strong hand, and once someone resisted, she directly suppressed them in blood. Behind her back, Black Widow is known as the most venomous female spider. Now, Black Widow was actually following this man's back. Even if they didn't recognize Qin Fang, they were able to slightly guess something in their hearts. The civilians who were quick-witted had already knelt down to the ground and shouted, "Long live the city lord of Yang City," without saying anything else. It was always right to mix their faces first and show their heartfelt feelings. This instantly caused these unfamiliar faces to react and also kneel down on the ground, shouting, "Long live the city lord." Qin Fang left straight away, following Black Widow to the Black Riding Shadow Legion, the Black Cavalry Shadow Legion. This was a legion that Black Widow had integrated the trustworthy generals within the entire Yang City, and had finally been shaped into a legion, with the most powerful weapons and whatnot, being equipped on a priority basis. The entire legion consisted of about 50,000 generals, with Tianyang City Lord Qin Fang being the supreme leader and Black Widow being the nominal executor. As soon as Qin Fang entered the Black Riding Shadow Legion, he immediately froze. These 50,000 plus generals? Surprisingly, they were all women. What is Black Widow doing here? These people? All of them are evil walking corpses pulled out of hell. With these words, Black Widow illuminated their origins. Their origins. Qin Fang understood that in this world, women really weren't considered human beings anymore. But as long as they were given a little bit of light, they would definitely be able to return it 1,000 times over. Greetings, City Lord. A time when the voices were as powerful as rainbows. The heavens and earth collapsed, and the formation was in perfect order. Qin Fang nodded his head, expressing his satisfaction. Start training. Qin Fang wanted to see for himself the true level of this group of female generals. Black Widow began to command. The daily training began. Assassination. Physical combat. Physical training. Qin Fang watched them one by one, nodding his head every now and then. These trainings were honestly brutal, but they were very effective. This group of people? Ever seen blood? Having once exterminated 3 medium-sized thug groups, their coordination is still considered tacit. Those who currently dare to cause trouble within Yang City, they are also all executed by them. A flash of appreciation flickered in Qin Fang's eyes, and his mind settled down a bit. Qin Fang stood at the top of the government hall, quietly overlooking the city. Where it was broken, there were poor people repairing it. At the edges, there were also poor people clearing the land. Inside the city, there were people buying, selling and trading. It looked like everything was peaceful. But there were also ambitious people inside the city who also wanted to take over the city. Such a large town. The division and rule. This is not too much. For these beings, the Black Widow simply ignores them and lets them go to another world to fulfill their ambitions. Above the streets, continuing the system of Heaven's mandate, 10 city guards in a group are responsible for maintaining order in the neighborhood, changing shifts every 4 hours. In so many days, there had also been bloody incidents. For example, among the newly joined poor people, mixed into the members of the mob group. They directly hijacked, killed the city guards, robbed the equipment, agitating the crowd, want to start a coup, but was suppressed by the Black Widow fire. The body is still hanging above the bridge. As an example to others, there is a reward system for reporting. This caused the instability of Yang City to plummet, nipping the danger in the bud. Now, the most serious problem within Yang City is the difficulty in unifying the currency. This was Black Widow's current biggest worry. In the past, when the number of people in Yang City was small, and there were fewer transactions, simple bartering, or trading with the currency within Yang City, the currency of Heaven's mandate, was allowed. But with the integration of people from other towns and cities, the scope of trading has expanded, and the types of currencies are also varied. After all, each mob printed its own currency to strengthen its own rule. This led to a chaotic monetary system. These days, regarding the issue of currency, Black Widow was already burnt out. Qin Fang pondered for a while, and directly switched on the broadcast of the entire Yang City. Starting tomorrow, all currencies will be abolished within Yang City, and only Heaven's mandate currencies, as well as gold and silver, will be recognized. Starting tomorrow, within Yang City, every resident needs to compulsorily enter Heaven's Destiny for 6 hours to earn Heaven's Destiny copper coins. Starting tomorrow, within Yang City, all people will train to enhance their physical fitness. Starting tomorrow, within Yang City, Qin Fang directly gave one order after another. Some of these orders were absurd, and some were able to have some effect. After all, Qin Fang was not a god. He merely lived 10 years longer than others. All of these orders were also what Qin Fang had come up with for the time being. As for the ridiculous orders, they would be changed in practice. Chapter 448, Digging for the God of Death's Treasure. Whose voice is this? How can it be so blah blah blah? This was the voice of the majority of the people within Yang City. They now only recognized Black Widow. A sudden male voice? Who knows who you are? And from tomorrow, I'll listen to whoever you are. The Hall of Government hasn't issued any official documents yet. These days, some of the major changes were initiated by the Hall of Government, with official documents signed. Why do these orders feel so silly to me? Abolishing the excess currency. Then the currency I worked so hard to steal from the mob's lair? Doesn't that count for anything? I won't do it. There was still a lot of opposition. Who is this? This order? What brainiacs came up with it? Lord City Guard, please also arrest this person. The populace raised questions, wanting the city guards to support justice. I am the city lord of Yang City, Qin Fang. The above order will be implemented from tomorrow. If you refuse to implement it, you will be imprisoned in the Black Prison. At this, the players within Yang City, who had just raised their voices, shut up and shouted, "Long live the city lord. I promise to fulfill the orders given by the city lord. Finish with quality and quantity. City lord is mighty. Long live city lord." After Qin Fang finished speaking, he namely began to deploy the supplies within Yang City, and then talked to Black Widow in detail. There's no money for now. Let's pause the plan to expand the town. Qin Fang informed Black Widow of some of the big moves within Heaven's mandate. At the very least, there was no money within 3 months. The 10,000 Empty Lane Guild still has some spare money. I'm going to advance it first, since the big ship of Yang City has already traveled. That is, it can't stop, and such a big defense facility can't be wasted. There are still some terrifying weapons in the other mob groups that I've heard are in their possession. This was Black Widow's reasoning. After being in charge of Yang City for so many days, Black Widow had a whole new plan for Yang City as well. Well, I'll listen to you, Ling. I'll leave Yang City to you. After thinking about it, Qin Fang appointed Black Widow with full authority, letting her decide the direction of Yang City in the future. Qin Fang, can you prepare 300 million copper coins for me in 3 months? These copper coins were the smallest quota that Black Widow had thought about before, and it was also the quota that would allow Yang City to take off. If she were to do it before, Black Widow would simply not dare to think about 300 million copper coins. But now, the moment she opened her mouth, it was this much. It can be. Qin Fang directly agreed. After 3 months, he would definitely be able to slow down. Let's go. Take you to see the reserves of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Black Widow directly brought Qin Fang to see where this group of people from the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild lived. This was an area that Black Widow had specially planned out, with 1,000 soldiers in charge of guarding their safety. This area, it was also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes by Black Widow. The most powerful players, whether it's food, clothing, housing and transport, are the most privileged, while the worst are the lowest. The only way to change all this is to keep training and become a third-rate player. The players selected by Black Widow to enter Heaven's Destiny were all a group of young people, full of vigor, allowing Zhang Ming to manage them in a unified manner. Zhang Ming introduced the current situation of the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild to City Lord. City Lord? Zhang Ming's heart was thrilled. He truly could not have imagined that a simple decision at that time would have led him to this current level. Zhang Ming now, directly managing nearly 50,000 people. And as the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild struck gold faster and faster, and contributed more and more to Yang City, the higher Zhang Ming's status became. City Lord. Nowadays, the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild maintains an establishment of 20,000 people, and each of them maintains their passion for fighting. And this month, they should all be able to achieve the level of a third-rate expert. The average level is 45. And the average rate of gold fighting is 5,000 copper coins per person per day. These are the official establishment. There are also 20,000 reservists, who also receive training from the official players every day, and are always able to substitute in, from next month onwards, within the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild. The final elimination system will be used to ensure that these 20,000 players are strong. There are also 10,000 small children, which are the more talented children that I have selected, and I intend to focus on cultivating them, so that they can also be considered as successors. Qin Fang understood Zhang Ming's general setup. In his heart, he secretly nodded. Zhang Ming, in a month's time, help me pick out the 10 most powerful players within the entire Yang City. Contact me, and I will give him the pinnacle of purple gold level equipment, as well as the ownership of divine beasts. Qin Fang spat out these words in Zhang Ming's ear before leaving the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Qin Fang did not intend to manage it deeply. Zhang Ming was managing it just fine now. Zhang Ming stayed straight in place. He was directly shocked. Divine Beast? Could it be that he had misheard? Do well. Black Widow also recognized Zhang Ming's merits. Qin Fang. Black Widow left. The two of them took 3,000 members of the Black Riding Shadow Legion with them, and then wandered within Yang City, checking out the surroundings. The members of the Black Cavalry Shadow Legion hid in the shadows, while Qin Fang was alone, concealing his appearance and going deeper into Yang City to check out the real situation. 2 days. Qin Fang had been wandering around within Yang City for 2 days before he possessed a preliminary understanding of the real situation in Yang City. Education is flourishing. Commerce was taking shape. Politics was also held by the Black Widow. The monetary system is gradually taking shape. 1.5 million people every day must pass into the Heaven's Destiny, choose different professions, and earn copper coins. This was also one of the ways to get Yang City on the right track. Overall, there were no major problems. Even if there were problems, it was thought that with Black Widow's methods, she would be able to deal with them. Even if there were no problems, with the Celestial Chi Pavilion, it was also possible to attack and retreat. Linger, the matter of Yang City will have to trouble you more. What I can do, that is, to give you logistical support. Qin Fang left these words and logged into the game once again. Qin Linger complained and glanced at the departing Qin Fang before resuming her cold look and coordinating the major events within Yang City. Recently, some of the members of the Thug Corps seemed to be making some moves within Yang City. That night, Black Widow let them know what is called death within the city. The Black Widow, in addition to the establishment of the Report Reward Initiative, but also set up a different monitoring body, equivalent to the Ming Dynasty period of Jinui. These people in the guise of vendors, or commoners, into pieces hidden in the entire Yang City. Every day we'll see. Here the harmful information summary of Tianong. Inform the city guards. This is the bottom of the Black Widow. Otherwise, she really can't sleep well. When the Black Widow struck, blood was bound to flow. This was a fact recognized by everyone. Within Yang City, if you are peaceful, you can get everything you want. But if you have a mind that you shouldn't have, then go to death. Your ambition should be able to be accomplished in the world of death. This was Black Widow's declaration, and it managed to shatter the minds of some thugs. Within Heaven's Destiny. Ding. Welcome back to Fate of Heaven. Ding. Enjoy your game. Qin Fang felt the return of power within his body, squeezed his fists, and began to look at the news that had happened within Heaven's Destiny in the past 2 days. 90% of the players within the towns of Tianyang have joined the city guards, and the number of wild beasts outside the city has drastically decreased. A brand new hidden profession transfer has appeared in Heaven's Destiny. It seems to be about summoners. I've heard about it too. It seems like he's able to summon one more pet than other summoners. Ah. 5 rings. You have 1 more ring than 4. I heard that the blacksmithing competition is about to begin. Among these news, it was only the blacksmith competition that was able to bring up some of Qin Fang's thoughts. Blacksmith competition? When will it start? Qin Fang inquired, but was told to stay tuned. Meow. Since Qin Fang had appeared, Xiao He naturally noticed Qin Fang's aura in the first instance and comfortably appeared from afar, quickly running up to Qin Fang's side and rubbing against his trouser leg. And then, as if holding on to Qin Fang's trouser leg, he started to poof, with a hard look on his face. This expression was like constipation. The quality of the ore that came out of these poofs was very high. And in the past 2 days, Xiao He hadn't been lazy. After poofing out a small mountain of ore, Little Black was satisfied and stopped, and then looked at Qin Fang, spitting his tongue in an inviting manner. Qin Fang decisively took out a bottle of legendary grade wine from the ring of the Golden Dragon and handed it over to Xiao He. To make the ox run fast, you must always give the ox grass to eat. Little Black was satisfied and began to lick it, getting drunk in no time. Licia appeared and stared at the legendary grade wine on the ground that had been licked by Little Black and couldn't help but curse. Wasteful. Qin Fang sorted out the materials of this batch, and then began to forge. Throughout the day, after Qin Fang had forged a batch of purple gold grade equipment and sold them, Qin Fang had a new idea in his mind. Since the blacksmith competition hadn't started yet, then, the God of Death's treasure in the Undead Mountain range should be able to go and get it. Right? With Qin Fang's current attributes, plus the mount, plus the 8-winged elf king. This treasure, wouldn't it be a handful? In the last God of Death's treasure, Qin Fang had also managed to get the last piece of the puzzle. Hidden Earth. Tree of Life. Gather. Qin Fang quickly dialed the voice communication of Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and told them to gather at the eastern entrance of the town. Hey. Boss. You finally contacted me again. Captain. I thought our squad had disbanded. For so many days, it had been the 2 of them. Hidden Earth and Tree of Life, working together to brush away the monsters. Qin Fang? It had been a long time since he had teamed up with them. Isn't this just free? It's been a bit hectic lately, but the results are still relatively good. Qin Fang checked the duo's equipment, the growable equipment, which had been promoted to half-step epic level at this moment, was a little better than Qin Fang's purple gold level equipment. Qin Fang looked at this set of growable equipment and wanted to go back to the furnace to reforge it. Ahem. At the moment, it could only be a thought. His Forge Master rank was still insufficient. Captain, this operation. What's it for? The Tree of Life inquired so. Boss, where are we going this time? Seeing that both of them were extremely interested, Qin Fang also stopped selling out. This time, we're going to dig up the real God of Death's treasure. Qin Fang took out this treasure map and let the two view it. The Undead Mountain Range. Boss, this place, it's not easy to enter. It's not too bad. The three of us together. It's not a big problem. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life spoke to each other. Right. Boss, this operation? Is Sister Qinger participating? Chapter 449 Divine Beast, Tyrannical Black Dragon. The Tree of Life's words immediately caused the smile at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth to tighten. These days, although Qin Fang was very busy, he would still send messages to Shui Qinger on a daily basis. However, Qinger's avatar was always dark and never responded, which made Qin Fang worry about Qinger's situation. The Naiha Sky City? For the time being, Qin Fang was unable to set foot in it, so he was unable to know about Qinger's recent situation. As for Qinger's sister, for some reason, she was also offline during this period of time, making it impossible for Qin Fang to contact her. Shui Qinger. Out of contact. No news of Qinger. Can't contact her. Qin Fang spoke with dark eyes. I thought I was the only one who couldn't contact Sister Qinger. The Tree of Life ruffled its hair and spoke with a big grin. Boss, the Undead Mountain Range isn't that easy to enter. If you're not careful, you'll die. Hidden Earth spoke with palpitations. Strictly speaking, the level 60 Undead Mountain Range. To the current Hidden Earth, there was no level suppression at all. Even with Hidden Earth's level, he was able to reverse the suppression. Hidden Earth shouldn't be afraid all. After all, Hidden Earth's level could be called the highest in all of Heaven's destiny, a level 68 thief. If he worked hard, in the next month, Hidden Earth might be able to rush to the epic level. But now? Why was it that Hidden Earth had a worried look on his face? Qin Fang paused for a moment and looked at Zong Tu. These days? Have you gone to the Undead Mountain Range to brush monsters? With Zong Tu's level, going to brush the Undead Mountain Range should be the most appropriate. The Undead Mountain Range has been there, but was killed out. Hidden Earth began to introduce the true situation of the Undead Mountain Range. Tianyang City Lord Li Daichi also seems to know that the Undead Mountain Range is buried with the God of Death's treasure. These days, he had us charged non-stop, wanting to take down the Undead Mountain Range. However, the skeletons within the Undead Mountain Range are sprawling. Even if 1,000,000 city guards enter, they will only die. We have nearly 1 legion, led by an epic level army chief, and nearly 10,000 purple gold level soldiers rushed into it. And in just 3 hours, without exception, all of them died. Miserable. Too tragic. Tianyang Town also didn't dare to announce the death of this legion to the public, and could only say that it was on a secret mission. But those who understand understand. From now on, the Heavenly Sun City Lord no longer dares to mention the matter of the Undead Mountain Range. When saying this, Hidden Earth's feelings weren't very deep, and it didn't feel like a deep sense of robe love at all. After all, this legion, a legion just recruited by Tianyang City Lord, was all a group of bandits from outside. If it wasn't mandatory to join, Hidden Earth really didn't care to join this legion. Before even joining for 10 days or so, the entire legion was destroyed with it. So what kind of deep feelings could Hidden Earth cultivate? The interior of the Undead Mountain Range is almost densely packed with dead bones. Once the breath of a living person enters, these dead bones will be given life, reviving from their dead state and becoming a sea of skeletons. With the passage of time, more and more skeletons will be resurrected, and in the end, they will wipe out anyone who enters them, becoming one of the dead bones on the ground. Last time, 10,000 of us had no hope of survival. In the beginning, we could still see hope. But as time passed, the Undead Mountain Range revived even more powerful skeletons. 2 epic skeleton kings, enough to suppress everything. Although the Undead Mountain Range was a level 60 leveling area, according to my speculation, there were at least legendary level skeletons within. This place, it's not a good place. If I didn't belong to the player category, I wouldn't be able to come out alive. The sea of skeletons attacking the city last time was already considered a grandiose scene. But the situation within the undead mountain range is even worse than that. Hidden Earth did not add any more fuel to the fire, and meticulously told the duo about the situation of the undead mountain range. The Tree of Life directly shivered in fear. At first, she still felt that this treasure was very good to take, and it was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. The situation of the undead mountain range. Surprisingly, it's so complicated. Qin Fong was also a bit ill-considered. After all, he had never entered the undead mountain range before. He only knew that this place was very dangerous, but he really didn't know exactly how dangerous it was. Qin Fong looked at his own title, Undead Friend, increasing his goodwill by 10, and wondered if it was useful. Boss, I suggest waiting until we're a bit higher in level before going to fetch this treasure. This was Hidden Earth's thoughts. Very true, but also very helpless. Later, I'll contact Batian. Qin Fong directly dialed Barshan's communication, asking him to send someone and jointly go digging for this treasure. This fretting? Qin Fong couldn't be allowed to come alone. Good brother, wait for me. Recently, Hegemony Guild was really short of money, so if they were really able to excavate this god of death treasure, they would be able to return a wave of blood. Wait for Batian and the others. Hidden Earth was speechless. The boss was still really bad. When Bartion arrived here with Gun Demon, Thief God, Prime Shield, and Archeress, Qin Fong informed so. Qin Fong originally thought that Batian would also be worried, but he didn't know that Batian smiled mysteriously and took out a prop from his backpack. Older brother. Older brother has long been preparing for today. Ever since the last time Batian saw this treasure map and Qin Fong promised to take him to play, Batian was on board. This one item of props he had specially prepared for today. Epic props. Undead camouflage set *9. Prop effect. After using this prop, you can disguise yourself as an undead for a duration of 24 hours. Remarks. Undead disguised as undead will only have 10% of their original attributes. Remarks. Undead disguised as undead will only have 10% of their original attributes. Remarks. Undead level is set according to your level -1. To put it simply, for example, the current Hidden Earth, with a level as high as 68, is a purple gold level player, and after using this prop, it is a fine gold level undead class, and its status is not low. Old brother Batian, you are really wise. I'm really not going to hide it from you. Just now, we were still fretting over this matter. Qin Fong was very thankful in his heart. Go. Set off. Since there was this disguise, then Hidden Earth would not say anything else. Older brother, are your people all together? Batian was a bit torn. This disguise prop. There are 9 of them. Now, there are only 8 people. I'll shout one more. Qin Fong turned his words around and dialed Zhang Ming's communication. Zhang Ming, pick me a player with the strongest natural talent within the guild and have him come to me. Hanging up his communication, Qin Fong exchanged pleasantries with Batian and the others for a while before a thin figure appeared not far away. When Qin Fong saw the person coming, he always felt a trace of familiarity. This person was slim, yellow-faced, with rough skin and deep-set eye sockets, as if caused by a long period of malnutrition. Not daring to look squarely at Qin Fong and the others, with his head lowered, as if it was the eyes of a humble slave. Throughout his body, he was wearing a set of fine gold-grade armor, which was not bad, and in his hand, he clutched a broken great sword to give people the feeling as if he was a coy butcher. City Lord, I'm coming. The voice was very low, like that of a mosquito. Batian and the others were not surprised. After all, Qin Fong's identity had not been a secret for a long time. This sword, how did it give Qin Fong a familiar feeling? Especially the line of blood in the center. Heavenly Sun Day by Day. Qin Fong recalled this name in his mind. Past life? It seemed like there hadn't been such a person. But this great sword? Why was it so familiar? One must know that there weren't many characters who played with swords within Heaven's Destiny. And those who were able to play to the peak and were remembered by Qin Fong were even fewer. In his previous life, there had been a great god who had been so skilled with a sword that he had directly entered the 98th place in the Hall of Fame, although he was not a hidden profession. He was not much worse than the players of hidden professions. Is it hard to be? Is it 2 people? Qin Fang checked his attributes. Name: Heavenly Yang Day by Day. Profile: one of the few swordsmen in the Heaven's Destiny continent. Title: None. Level: 51. Strength: 8,000. Agility: 500. Physique: 8,000. Spirit: 1,000. This attribute? It could be called a Blood Bowl warrior. Life value: 1 million. Magic value: 100,000. Skills: Equipment: Slaughter Teisho. Remarks: Divine artifact, broken. Upon seeing this, Qin Fang's pupils immediately shrunk and his heartbeat quickened. This brat? It really was the guy who would be ranked 98 in the Hall of Fame in the future. Why was he able to rush to the Hall of Fame 98? 50% of the reason was because of relying on this one divine artifact. Such a person? Surprisingly, he's been pocketed by the 10,000th man? No. No. This person? Is it hard to be within Yang City now? In his previous life? He wasn't there. Oops. Qin Fang slapped his head. In his previous life, Yang City had long been occupied by thugs, and he had become a prisoner of the Phoenix. Where? He was still able to enjoy himself as much as he did now. Because of his appearance. Changed everything in Yangcheng. Naturally, it also triggered a series of butterfly effects. You kid? Very good. Qin Fang patted his shoulder, and then signaled him not to be so formal. Ding. Player me requests to add a friend. Day by Day hesitated for a moment, somewhat in disbelief. Did the city lord even take the initiative to add his friend? You have to know that all this time, he had heard a lot of legends about the city lord. For example, the legend said that the city lord's friend bit was as high as 8 million copper coins. Ding. You have agreed. Ding. Player me requests a trade. Day by Day froze. This? A trade? Day by Day. Here's a contract. Sign him. And this purple gold leveled equipment is yours. Qin Fang took out a contract without hesitation and handed it to Day by Day. Hidden Earth took a look at it, and it was much different from the contract he had signed. It was hard to believe that the boss had found another good seedling. This? How could boss's eye for people be so accurate? Hurry up and sign it. This will guarantee you a worry-free future. Hidden Earth quietly informed from the side. Day by Day signed immediately. Swish. Day by Day directly bird-dogged it. This set of purple gold level equipment was a great addition to him. Ding. Player me requests a trade. Day by Day, is there any more? Ding. You have obtained a divine beast, tyrannical black dragon egg. This divine beast egg should be the most suitable for Tianyang Day by Day. Not only can it make up for the flaws in your speed, but it can also amplify his blood, attack, and fit perfectly with his attributes. City Lord. This? Tianyang Day by Day instantly panicked. How could he be so virtuous as to be able to obtain such a powerful divine beast? Yesterday, President Zhang Ming had just said that those with excellent performance could obtain a divine beast. But him today? He didn't do anything. And he got a divine beast? Hidden Earth, it's like I saw myself back then. Such a long-lost feeling. Tree of Life. The captain is as generous as ever. Heartbeat. How many goodies are hidden in the boss's golden dragon's ring? Batian and the others, what are they doing? Why haven't they set off yet? I can't wait. Qin Fang, whenever. In arranging a hidden profession for you. It'll be fine. The contract you signed? To put it simply, you can call it a contract of sale. All of this is what you deserve. From today onwards, you're my person. If you're strong, that means I'm strong. When you return to Yang City, remember to ask Zhang Ming to arrange the best food and lodging for you, as well as a nutritional warehouse. Qin Fang briefly gave Tianyang Day by Day a thought lesson. In the next second, when Tianyang Everyday accepted this one fact, the group of 9 people immediately set off. Chapter 450 Undead Mountain Range. Depart? Hidden Earth summoned his divine beast at the first opportunity, the Dark Night Ink Dragon. Roar. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded through the clouds before stretching out the huge divine dragon body, only to see a huge dragon of nearly 30 meters. All black, with scales as if they were forged from steel, flickering with a light purple light, and eyes like scarlet-colored lanterns, sending shivers down one's spine. I would like to invite you all to climb onto the dragon's back. Zong Tu made an inviting gesture. This place was far from the undead mountain range. If one were to walk, it would take at least a day and a night. Wasn't this a blind delay? This is? Divine Beast, the Dark Knight Ink Dragon? Batian and the others had only heard of this divine beast, but had never seen it. Today, it was a complete feast for their eyes. Crap. Is this a divine beast? So fucking spectacular. Mud. Why isn't this beast mine? Batian, Thief God, Gun Demon and the others. Their eyes instantly went straight. Divine beasts? It could be found but not sought after. They really wanted it. Old brother Hidden Earth. Can you let me touch it? The Thief God, with this no good look, directly stroked the Dark Knight Ink Dragon. I'll go too. I'll go too. Under the aura of a divine beast, there really weren't many people who could hold back. This divine beast slightly carried a hint of arrogance, seemingly placing no one in its eyes except for the Hidden Earth. But nay, due to its master's orders, it could only let this group of mole crickets touch it. But when the Darkness Ink Dragon looked at Qin Fang, suddenly its body stiffened up. What was this? He actually felt the aura of a god slayer? The aura of several gods? This kind of suppression of its bloodline simply caused its bloodline to go straight cold, unable to maintain its normal dragon form. Which big brother is this? Only after Batian and the others visited did the Hidden Earth take off. Tianyang Hidden Earth froze. Is this a divine beast? Crap. Dragon. It's a dragon. The players within Tianyang town who saw this scene were also confused. This seems to be player Zong 2's Dark Knight Ink Dragon. It's pitch black. This player reacted very quickly and recognized it at first. Crap. Has player Hidden Earth already cultivated the Dark Knight Ink Dragon to this level? It's so handsome. I think I'll go up and take a ride. That is, a pet and a mount. This is really envious. The players in Tianyang town took pictures and uploaded them to earn a wave of traffic. On this journey, Tianyang day by day was still confused. Originally, he had been arranged by the president to help out. So how was it that all of a sudden, he had been arranged by the town master? Tianyang day by day also sort of reacted at this moment, carefully checking the content of the contract of this one. Day by day, so advanced looking, but can't read it. Day by day. Which town are you in? Not a local resident of Yang City. Right. Along the way, Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life, was chatting with Tianyang day by day, helping him quickly integrate into the group. Well, no. The town I originally stayed in was called Wolf City, because the most powerful mob was called the Sky Wolves. About a month ago, the Sky Wolves mob went to attack Yang City. But it wasn't the Sky Wolves that returned in the evening. It was the city guards of Yang City. The city guards of Yang City quickly killed all the members of the Sky Wolf mob and brought all of us to Yang City. Entering Yang City, I felt like I was dreaming. How could I not imagine that people could still be so alive? All of this is thanks to Yang City's city lord. Tianyang day by day's eyes flashed with disbelief, but also carried a hint of happiness. Only when he looked at Qin Fang, there was still a touch of awe in his eyes. And after only a glance, he quickly lowered his head. Batian and the others listened quietly, not saying a word, not getting involved in the matters regarding Qin Fang. Do well. Follow the boss. You won't suffer. After nearly an hour of chatting, the originally restrained day by day had also slightly loosened up a bit. However, when he saw Qin Fang's movement of raising his hand, he still instinctively wanted to avoid it, and his body could not help but tremble. This was a scar that had been imprinted in his bones, not something that could be erased so easily. Old brother Qin Fang, are you from the Broken Earth? The god of thieves was the first to hold back and still asked these words. Batian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Well, Yang City. I don't know exactly where the directions are. I was barely able to survive. Qin Fang briefly introduced the situation of Yang City to them. The god of thievery was silent before looking at Qin Fang. Elder brother Qin Fang, I'll get you a residency spot in the Sky City. Only that you have to join my clan and become our clan's vassal, specializing in forging equipment for us. The thief god's words sounded a little hurtful. But such an opportunity, there really weren't many of them. And this was sort of the result of the thief god's thought process. It was no exaggeration to say, if the god of thievery dared to release this news in Heaven's Destiny, it was estimated that countless players in the Broken Lands would rush to the Sky City. Even if they became vassals, they would still want to ascend to the Sky City. The temptation of the Sky City was simply not too great. Qin Fang decisively refused the thief god's good intentions. Along with Qin Fang's influence, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. And he believed that with his own strength, the day of ascending to the Sky City would not be far away. Well, big brother Qin Fang, it's me who has lacked consideration. The thief god also stopped speaking. Although the broken earth was chaotic, and although battles would break out at all times, it was also truly able to create a group of outstanding people. Elder brother Qin Fang, can you give us a set of purple gold grade equipment as a priority? The gun demon directly shamelessly put on top of Qin Fang's thigh. Good. Qin Fang couldn't argue and took out a set of level 60 purple gold grade equipment from his backpack and traded it to the crowd. Although it wasn't tailor-made, it was a great amplifier to their strength. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining 200 million copper coins. Qin Fang, simply. 200 million copper coins in place. Tianyang day by day was looking dumbfounded on the side. So simple? To be able to earn so many copper coins? All of a sudden, the little bit of pride in day by day's heart was shattered by Qin Fang. It was important to know that within the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, Tianyang day by day's ability to earn money was already considered very strong. At the same time, Tianyang day by day envied the friendship between the city lord and this group of people in his heart. Being able to joke and jest at will, such days were really far away for him. Just as he was thinking like this, Zhang Tu's two large hands suddenly squared off on Tianyang day by day's crease, tickling him. Tianyang day by day subconsciously tensed his muscles in preparation for battle. Clicking. Twice. Attacking on top of Zhang Tu's wrists. As for the smile, it was not visible in the slightest. There was only indifference. Day by day. Don't be so tense. We're not monsters. Zhang Tu rubbed his wrists and tried his best to make his smile more genial. Sorry. As if he had made some big mistake. Tianyang day by day hurriedly apologized and bowed. Hegemony sighed. And the god of thieves sighed. Hidden Earth once again stepped forward and tickled him. And this time, he reluctantly smiled. The Darkness Ink Dragon descended and carried Qin Fang. This journey had scared it quite a bit, fearing that this pugnacious big brother would stew itself. Undead Mountain Range. Arrived. Boss. Ahead is the Undead Mountain Range. Qin Fang, Batian and the others stood before the Undead Mountain Range, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. The Undead Spirit Mountain Range was pitch black in color, stretching for nearly 10 million miles without being able to see the end of it at a glance. As if it was a giant snake coiled in this place. And it was a gigantic mountain range that deservedly stood outside of Tianyang town. A strand of black gas as if it were green smoke in general. Towards the dome of the sky in all directions. Do not know where to return. The crowd merely glanced at it, and felt their hearts palpitate and their chests panic. As if they were being watched by some terrifying existence. Ding. The land ahead belongs to the land of the undead. Humanoids should enter with caution. A system tone rang out, warning Qin Fang and the others. Not far away, a crumbling stone monument towered, filled with the vicissitudes of the ages. Land of death. Living beings forbidden to enter. This place was truly a holy place for leveling. Qin Fang, Batian were able to see many high-end players, powerful guilds, luring skeletons to step out at this place, so that they could behead them. Qin Fang, Batian and the others directly entered the Undead Mountain Range. Ding. Congratulations on successfully lighting up the map, Undead Mountain Range. Ding. The undead are awakening. Please leave quickly. Ding. The area you are currently in is extremely dangerous. Please leave quickly. Clicking. Qin Fang and the others could clearly hear the sound of bones reorganizing. They could feel that the skeletons around them were being revived. And an aura of danger was permeating the area. Ding. Whether to use the epic prop, disguise undead. Ding. Prop in use. Please wait a moment. Qin Fang, this speed? So slow. The skeletons are about to kill over all. Click. When Qin Fang's conversion was successful, the great sword raised by the skeletons not far away had already descended on top of Qin Fang's head. Ding. Prop use successful. The skeleton's movements came to an abrupt end, and the decaying greatsword stayed above Qin Fang's head, seemingly very puzzled, not understanding why a human race would transform into skeletons of the same race. Poof! These skeleton frames were reconverted into skeleton broken bones in uncertainty. Only then did Qin Fang and the others send a sigh of relief. Let's go. Continue exploring towards the front. Qin Fong took out the fully repaired map from his pocket, and under the guidance of the cursor, he stepped towards the depths of the undead mountain range. Along the way, there were dead bones that had lost their luster as far as the eye could see. Creaking underfoot, Qin Fong curiously peeled away the layers of dead bones for 10 meters. Below, it was still dead bones. This undead mountain range seemed as if it was piled up by countless corpses and bones. Huh? Did you guys see that just now? It seems like a player has entered within the undead mountain range. The guild players outside the undead mountain range discussed amongst themselves. I saw it. It really is a newborn calf. This undead mountain range? Is it something you can enter just because you want to? These guilds that were brushing monsters in this place. The players had the most say. This place was very dangerous. Once they stepped into it and woke up the skeletons inside, what was waiting for them was death. Why? These guilds had to brush the monsters in the periphery of the undead land. This was all a lesson in blood. I just seemed to have seen Bashan's figure, as well as Player Zhen's figure. This sentence instantly silenced the surrounding players. Other players' words? They were still able to curse a couple of times. But Bashan's words? They had to ponder for a while. Especially since there was also the Player Zhen. They had to ponder even more if they couldn't fathom the realm of these people. Chapter 451, Entering the Treasure Land. You guys say? Within this undead mountain range, is there some kind of treasure that has appeared? That's what drew Player Zhen Hegemony to scramble to enter. The players came up with bold ideas that were still really aptly timed. I also have a feeling that. Which time has Bastard Sky ever suffered a loss when he teamed up with Player Zhen? Extrapolating from each time, the players came to this conclusion. How about we put up a fight too? Go in and take a look. This temptation really made people's hearts flutter. And they couldn't wait to enter and watch. People should know better. If we go in, are we going to die? Bathian. Player me, this is by far the top group of players. To be able to make them join forces before they dare to enter the area. Other players to go in. This is not to send death? Give it up. We'll just brush the monsters on the periphery. It's not bad. A group of players who felt good about themselves chose to enter to try their luck, while the smooth players sighed and remained here to brush the monsters. The news that Hegemony, Player We, and the others had set foot in the undead mountain range couldn't be hidden. For a time, all the major guilds in the entire Tianyang town were thinking about it, and even intentionally took on quests in this place, wanting to set foot in it, in the middle of the undead mountain range. Qin Fong, Bathian, and the other 9 people strutted along, and the further they traveled into the interior, the heavier the palpitating sensation became, and the aura of death gradually thickened. The bones laid on the surface of the ground also possessed a luster like white jade. These were at the very least purple gold-grade skeletons. Once revived, Qin Fong and the others would have to die. Boss? Still not here yet? Hidden Earth was a little worried in his heart. Almost there. The last 5 kilometers to go. To be honest, Qin Fong's heart was also a little hairy. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes hidden in the dark. Qin Fong took out a high magnification lens from the ring of the golden dragon and checked the situation in the distance, probing for the source of the uneasiness. Stop! Stop! Qin Fong hurriedly shouted softly, causing Batian and the others to be stirred up, stopping their steps and probing the surroundings. Elder brother me, what do you see? The backpacks of the people in this place were all bound, and it was impossible to take out any items from them. Only Qin Fong's divine artifact Golden Dragon's ring was not affected in any way. This was the strength of a divine weapon. Qin Fong threw the high magnification lens in his hand to Batian. Within the empty sockets of Bashan's eyes, a black light shone out, and with just one look, he made all the skeletons bury themselves. Hurry up and dig a pit to bury yourself. In the distance, the skeletons that possessed divine intelligence and life were orderly forming a small team of 9 people, heading towards this place, not exceeding 2,000 meters at most, which was a very dangerous signal. The grade of this group of skeletons, at the very least, is a purple gold grade. Within the hollow eye sockets are burning purple gold colored flames. The leader? It's an epic level guy. These were Bashan's words. A rare moment of fear. Qin Fong and the others didn't dare to hesitate and quickly began to dig a pit. The skeletons in this place were casually discarded and flew in the sky. In the end, Qin Fong and the others buried themselves under a 3-meter-deep pile of skeletons. Crunch! Crunch! This was the sound of bones colliding from skeletons stepping on skeletons, causing Qin Fang and the others' hearts to rise to their throats. Caw caw caw. This was the sound of weapons piercing within the bones, presumably sensing Qin Fang and the others' aura and probing. It was fortunate that Qin Fang and the others had hidden themselves deep enough. Otherwise, they would definitely have been stabbed. When these skeleton soldiers left, Qin Fang slowly appeared from the deep pit and checked the surroundings. This group of skeleton soldiers traveling far away did not seem to be specialized in checking out the traces of Qin Fang and the others, but also had a mission, stepping towards the outer regions. Qin Fang and the others didn't dare to delay, and once again stepped forward. 10 minutes later, the 9 of them stopped once again. This time, they arrived at the location marked by the treasure map. As they entered, a bronze-colored door appeared in front of their eyes. Very historical, with a sense of vicissitudes, patina and all. Very thick. This place was at the halfway point of the undead mountain range. And outside the bronze gate, at least 9 epic-level undead skeletons were guarding this place. And these 9 epic-level skeletons were not in a sleeping state, but were awake, patrolling back and forth. What should we do? Qin Fang and the others stopped their steps, prostrated themselves on the ground, and began to confer. I'll try my hardest to be able to lure away 3. The thief god spoke thus. I'll try my hardest and be able to lure away 3. This was the voice of the hidden earth. It couldn't be compared to it. I'm bad enough to only be able to lure away 1. Prime Shield wasn't good at escaping to lure away monsters in the first place, so it could only fight hard against them. Leave the rest to me. This was the voice of the female Bao. Cool but confident. This bronze gate? How do I open it? Qin Fang, bastard, did not speak because opening the bronze gate was the point. There were only 9 epic-level monsters in the area, and it wouldn't be a problem for the players to fight for their lives and lure them away. The key was how to open the bronze gate. This treasure map? Can it be opened? Hidden Earth placed his eyes on the treasure map. Tough enough. Qin Fang surveyed this treasure map. He didn't seem to possess any special abilities. Then? What about the equipment of the God of Death? Will it be? You don't need a key. Just push the door. We should let the 2 thieves stay behind and try to open the lock directly. These people began to discuss. In the end, the player I settled on a plan. Me, Hidden Earth, and the thieving gods will go to open the lock. And you guys will go to attract the monsters. The simpler the scheme, the more feasible it was. Bastard, Prime Shield, and even Tian Yang's son by son, who had just joined, were forced to go lure the monsters. Skeletons with bare arse balls. Go to hell. Optimus Shield's direct rogue words, with verbal taunts, managed to lure away an epic-level skeleton. The gun demon threw out a disposable lance and managed to lure away 2 epic skeletons. The female bow and arrow carried remotely, slightly struggling to lure away 2. Bastard new endeavored, his body burning up with flames and becoming an undead knight, luring away 3 epic skeletons. The last one, no matter how hard Tian Yang day by day tried, even if it was close enough to fight with it, all of them did not leave and guarded the place. As long as Tian Yang by the sun got close to it, the epic-level skeleton directly just gave him a slash, forcing him back. Go! Qin Fang, the god of thieves, the hidden earth, and the tree of life did not dare to hesitate and quickly moved forward. I'll intercept him. You guys go unlock the door. Qin Fang threw the treasure map to hidden earth and asked him to try and see if it could be opened. Buzzing, Qin Fang put on a set of purple gold level equipment. His attributes soared for a moment, offered the forging hammer gifted by the divine artisan Lu Long, and ruthlessly smashed it on top of the purple gold level skeleton's skull. Caw caw caw. Tiny gaps instantly appeared in the skull of the skeleton, unable to withstand the blow. Kidding aside, this forging hammer in Qin Fang's hands? A fellow who had already become a peak epic level. Was this something that anyone could withstand? Qin Fang and he were actually able to separate themselves from the epic level skeleton. The god of thieves, Hidden Earth, was directly scared silly. Is this the true strength of Playersian boss? So terrifying? Quickly unlock the door. God of thievery. Hidden Earth came back to his senses and ran to the bronze door, fumbling with the lock. 30 seconds. Thief god. Hidden Earth looked at each other to determine, this door does not have a lock hole. Hidden Earth took out the treasure map, pasted on the door, to see if it can be opened. But the surrounding silence? No response. Push. Zong 2. The god of thieves began to push the portal hard, wanting to use brute force to break the door. However, the bronze gate remained motionless. Try the death god's spirit attribute stones. Qin Fong threw a bunch of attribute stones to Hidden Earth. However, it still remained motionless and did not absorb it. Boss, it won't open, Hidden Earth vocalized, before joining the formation fighting against this epic level skeleton. Humble ants, how dare you spy on the god of death's treasure? This was an epic level skeleton holding a large sword, wearing broken armor on top of his torso. And when he moved, his bones clashed with his torso. Ding 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 ding. Qin Fong constantly fronted the hard steel. Hidden Earth. Stealing God flanked and supported. The Tree of Lives constantly adding blood. And Tianyang Sun by Sun replenishing the attacks from time to time. The five people's cooperation was still considered tacit. Right? Dang. In 10 minutes, this epic level skeleton collapsed and became a pile of broken bones. Qin Fong was alone. Hit 95% damage. The Thunder attribute, the Heavenly Spirit attribute of the Elf clan, naturally restrained the Death attribute, making it impossible for the skeleton to absorb the Death Chi to revive. At this moment, a light blue-colored point of light flashed out above the bronze-grade gate. Hidden Earth and the others instantly cried out. It was hard. One had to kill 9 epic-level skeletons. Only then could they enter? Lead them over and kill them all. Since there was a clue, Qin Fong and the others naturally wouldn't give up. Elder brother me, when the hell did you attack so high? Batian was shocked by Qin Fong. This damage was almost 5 times higher than them. What kind of concept was this? Fighting with Qin Fong in this situation. The crowd would have to die if they resisted 3 or 4 hammers at most. Qin Fong, envious of my attributes? This was something that old me had tried time and time again on the brink of death before exchanging it for awe. In 98 minutes, Qin Fong and the others painstakingly decimated the remaining 8 epic-level skeletons. Above the bronze gate, 9 light blue-colored rays of light flickered out, and the rays of light returned to 1, coalescing to form pitch-black-colored lock holes. What? Still need a key? Prime Shield rolled its eyes. I'll go. The God of Thieves. Hidden Earth volunteered to go. Ding. Your thief level is too low to open it. God of Thieves. Ding. Your lockpicking skill level is too low to open. Hidden Earth. Now, this was really a numb claw. Batian directly purchased 1,000,000 copper coins of the highest grade key and inserted it. Click. The sound of the key breaking. Elder brother me, do you have any more ideas? Qin Fong looked at the pitch-black lock hole, pondered for a long time, and still summoned Xiao He. Xiao He. A bottle of legendary grade wine. Hurry up and swallow this lock. Xiao He immediately fought and opened up. As for the surrounding skeletons, they were stupid and began to revive. The battle between Qin Fong and the others, and the epic-level skeletons was judged to be a battle amongst the skeletons because of the camouflage. So the surrounding skeletons would not revive. But Xiao He was different. He was flesh and blood, an outsider. Thus, the endless army of skeletons around them began to awaken. Creature. Decimate. Creatures. Decimate. These revived skeletons began to murmur and repeat, carrying an aura that horrified people. Qin Fong and the others took a look. Densely packed with skeletons, the least of which were all at the purple gold level. Fight! Qin Fong and the others also lifted their camouflage at the first opportunity, revealing their human aura and using their bodies as meat shields to protect Xiao He. Ka ka ka. The sound of bones rubbing together resounded as the endless skeletons approached. Xiao He also seemed to feel the fire crisis, originally being devoured as slowly as stripping a silk cocoon. At this moment, it directly opened its bloody mouth and devoured it in one bite. The dark-colored locks were devoured, and the bronze door hummed. Qin Fong directly blasted it with a hammer. A tiny crack was smashed open, and a dense aura of death filled the air. At this moment, the boundless skeletons directly knelt down on the ground, not daring to make a move. Qin Fong and the others took advantage of this opportunity and stepped behind the bronze door in a puff of smoke. With a thud, the bronze door closed. Chapter 452 Death Origin Spring Eye. The bronze door closed, crackling, and the skeleton army once again became skeleton racks. scattering all over the place as if nothing had happened. Inside the bronze door, Qin Fang, Batian and the others stabilized their forms and protected the Tree of Life in the center. Before checking the situation around them, in such a crisis-ridden environment, the importance of a nurse was self-evident. This is? Batian paused for a moment, rubbed his eyes hard, and continued with a face full of disbelief. Divine Beast eggs? The Thief God, female bow and arrow, and Prime Shield also showed longing in their eyes. After all, the thrill of riding on Hidden Earth's Darkness Ink Dragon earlier was still sweeping through them. Who wouldn't want to have their own divine beast? Hidden Earth, Tree of Life. Tianyang day by day expressed little interest. After all, this divine beast eggs, the three of them already have. Qin Fang's interest was even less, and he couldn't help but survey the surroundings. The internal space of this place was extremely small, at most able to accommodate about 30 people. In the center of the area was a small altar, and on top of the altar lay an egg filled with the breath of life. The egg was black in color, and was absorbing the free death chi in the air to strengthen itself. The dense light purple-colored patterns constantly shone along with its breathing, blossoming like a sea of life breath. Death chi dense eggs. Old brother Batian, I hope you think clearly. Qin Fang's words carried a hint of a reminder. After all, the prerequisite for signing a contract with this egg, i.e. falling into the abyss of death. At the same time, Qin Fang also expressed his thoughts that this egg, in which he had little interest, could be given to Batian. Elder brother me. This egg. Old brother won't be polite with you. 500 million copper coins. The price of the divine beast egg, which was now being speculated, was around 1 billion copper coins. Split in half, Qin Fang's side could get 500 million copper coins. Yes, Qin Fang decisively agreed. This time, although the god of death's treasure had disappointed Qin Fang a little, 500 million copper coins coming into the account. This was already considered quite a lot. Batian jumped directly on top of the altar and removed the pitch-black divine beast egg as if he was picking a flower, getting it in his hands so easily and checking the attributes. The smile at the corner of Batian's mouth grew even bigger. Hey, it really is a divine beast egg. Elder brother me. Please help me bring it out. Nowadays, all the people's storage space could not be used, so naturally they needed Qin Fang's help. Yes, old brother. Qin Fang put it into the ring of the golden dragon. Old brother Batian, go back. Qin Fang and the others meticulously searched this place for the second time to see if there was still a hidden secret room on the second level, and ultimately disappointed, decided to return. This place, being able to directly use a teleportation scroll, was also considered good news. Okay, let's go back. Since there were no more treasures in this place, it was only natural that they needed to return. Hidden Earth, Bastard, and the others all tore their scrolls. They eventually turned into white light and disappeared before Qin Fang's eyes. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was locked by a black light that was like a chain, making him unable to move. And the light of teleportation for the return journey was naturally interrupted. Qin Fang, what's going on? Within the heavenly sun town, the figures of Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, Tianyang Sunrise, Batian and the others all appeared, but only Qin Fang's figure was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where's old brother me? Hegemony was puzzled, looking around and waiting patiently for a while. Hegemony couldn't help but dialing the communication to player me. Ding. The communication you dialed cannot be linked. What to do? Elder brother me. It won't run away with our divine beast spawn. This was Optimus Shield's joke, and it was said with a smile. However, when it was said at this moment, everyone's faces changed. Hegemony. The Tree of Life was directly annoyed. Who was it insulting? Let alone a mere divine beast egg. Even 10 or 8 of them. Does our boss care? Especially Tianyang son by son. As if staring at a dead body. He looked at Prime Shield, wanting to cut it down. Don't. Optimus Prime was also speaking unintentionally. Unintentionally. My oldest brother's credibility. Can I still trust it? Optimus Prime. Hurry up and apologize. Batian hurriedly played the original scene. Even if Qin Fang really took away this divine beast, it didn't matter. It wasn't worth anything anyway. I'm sorry. Prime Shield also knew that he had slipped up and hurriedly apologized so as not to intensify the conflict. Elder brother me might have run into some trouble. With his strength, I think it won't take long for him to be able to appear. Let's go! Batian left with Prime Shield and the others. This is a game. You're still able to resurrect after death. Hidden Earth. The Tree of Life also thought the same thing. No longer bothering with the boss. Returning to the city guards on their own. As for Tianyang day by day, he instead returned to the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. President? Do you think that my oldest brother will really run away with the egg? Prime Shield was very serious this time. No, he won't. This small amount of money. He doesn't see it yet. I suspect. He discovered the second layer of the God of Death's treasure and stayed behind to eat alone. This was Gun Demon's thought. And I have to say, it fit everyone's speculation. Right. Why didn't I ever think of it? The old and cunning. It's still really possible to make such a thing. The thief god slapped his head before reacting. Don't think so badly of people. Old me, wouldn't be so bad. Batian laughed off these conspiracy theories. Even if my old brother really eats alone, it's still because of our poor skills. Batian was very open-minded. This altar space was explored by all of us together. So why was elder brother me able to discover it? Even if people did discover the second layer, it was still their skill. President. You, Gun Demon and the others didn't know what to say about Batian. This person? It was simply too easy to trust people. However, when this group of people turned their heads and thought about it, wasn't everyone stinking with Batian because of this about him? The guilds within the Tianyang towns that were foolish enough to see Batian and the others return immediately sidestepped the news. It's only been over 2 hours. Why did Batian and the others return? In response, Bartion directly released half-truths and half-false news. There is a treasure of the God of Death hidden in the Undead Mountain Range. And Hegemony Heaven Guild and 10,000 Empty Lane Guild teamed up to explore it, which ultimately ended in failure. These words, together with the picture of the 9 epic-level skeletons and the bronze-colored gate, instantly convinced the players. Holy shit. I told you. There's definitely a treasure. Charge and take the Death Mountain Range. I've heard that the God of Death's treasure is at the very least 10 billion copper coins. Empty the Death Mountain Range. This bronze gate. This epic-level monster. There are quite a few treasures inside at a glance. For a time, countless players rushed in. Within this confined altar space, Qin Fang decisively summoned Xiao He once again, allowing him to tear through the chains of death chi in the air. After Xiao He had devoured almost all of it, Qin Fang felt himself able to move. The chi of death in this space was also gradually collapsing and returning within this altar. Click. Click. The altar shattered. Qin Fang could not help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw the real situation underneath the altar. Surprisingly, it was the death spring deep beneath the death abyss. No, that's not right. Why would this death spring appear here? Ding. You are in a special scenario. Just as Qin Fang was puzzled, dawning images appeared before his eyes, as if they were reflections of history. The first image. The Heavenly Emperor incarnation reached into the abyss of death without a care in the world and took away an egg that was green in color. Second image. The God of Death trembled, fearing that the Heavenly Emperor would slap his death fountain and cause it to die completely. So he carefully camouflaged the fountain before shifting the location. Third image. The death spring was transferred to the Undead Mountain Range by the God of Death, to be guarded by epic skeletons. Not for them to guard it either, but rather to disguise it, informing the crowd that within it, it didn't possess any good things. Fourth image. The Fountain of Death was constantly releasing the power of death. Originally it was to turn life from death and nourish the goddess of life egg. But at this moment, it couldn't be wasted. So, the God of Death slashed himself and transformed into an egg, settling in this place and absorbing the rich chi of death. The death-splitting egg was linked to the terrain of this place, and could not leave until it reached a certain level of strength and was able to defend itself. This also explained why Qin Fang was unable to leave. Even if this egg was put into the Golden Dragon's ring by Qin Fang, the surrounding terrain was linked to Qin Fang, treating him as the death-split egg, making it impossible for him to leave. Qin Fang's scalp was numb at this moment. It was as if the entire person was about to explode. What he had just put into his backpack. Was it actually the God of Death's bilocation? If this was sensed by the God of Death, wouldn't it be the fifth image? The God of Death's main body departed. Qin Fang understood everything. Here, it was one of the 3 caves of the Cunning Rabbit that the god of death had deliberately disguised in order to avoid the heavenly emperor. And it was the truest of them all. But then, this place was rushed in by Qin Fang by mistake. Not only that, Qin Fang had also discovered the greatest secret of the god of death. This death split egg. What is it? This death origin fountain eye. What to do? Xiao He was currently lying comfortably beside the eye of death origin fountain, devouring the surrounding death chi with a big mouthful. Only Little Black's devouring was far from being able to catch up with what the death origin fountain I was creating. The visibility of this small piece of space dropped to the extreme. Qin Fang had the intention to take out the death split egg again, so that he could devour the pure death chi below. But he at the moment didn't dare to. Ding! Is it contacting the god of bows and arrows? Force Prime? Qin Fang directly contacted Force Prime. This kind of thing required a tall man to take the top. And he, a small man, might be directly trampled to death with a single foot. Ding! Communication connected. You kid? What's the matter again? Force Prime opened his mouth without any good breath. This brat? He was too capable of causing trouble. Senior Force Prime. The origin spring eye of the god of broken death. Are you interested? Qin Fang took a picture and sent it out. I say hack you. How did you run under the god of death's abyss? Don't you want to die? Li Qingtian was shocked. Under the god of death's abyss. Even 7 or 8 deities joining forces wouldn't dare to enter. This kid? It really was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Not interested. I still want to live for 2 more years. Force Prime directly hung up. Destroying the death origin fountain eye. Qin Kid really dares to think. Even he doesn't possess this kind of ability. Ding. Is it contacting Divine Craftsman Lu Long? Ding. Communication has been dialed. Senior Divine Artisan Lu Long. I'm sending you a great merit, a chance to destroy the death origin fountain eye. Qin Fang took a picture and sent it. You brat? Don't you want to die? Godsmith Lu Long stuttered directly when he saw the death origin spring eye that Qin Fang had sent. This thing? Who would dare to move their mind? Even if it was the prophet god. He dared to hunt the god of darkness. But ask? Would he dare? No. Could he destroy the darkness god's origin fountain eye? Chapter 453 Obliterating a Demigod. The prophet god didn't even dare to do something, but to let him go to his death. Qin Fang was trying to harm him. This brat? It didn't look like a good person. Bye-bye. Don't see me off. Godsmith Lu Long also hung up the communication quickly. Qin Fang was speechless. Which great god could save him? While communicating with Divine Craftsman Lu Long, Qin Fang once again attempted to tear the scroll in return. But then, a swish sound coalesced out of the void, binding Qin Fang firmly in place. Qin Fang took out the egg of the god of death from his backpack. He tried to return once again. This time, it still failed. He seemed to be locked by the black chains, not allowing him to leave. At this time, in the boundless starry sky, the god of death suddenly stopped flying. His face instantly turned white. His fists unconsciously clenched, and his heart beat extremely fast, wishing to return quickly. The place where he had hidden the eye of the death origin spring. Surprisingly, it was discovered by someone. Who was it? Was it a deity? Or was it the heavenly emperor? Or some other being? His divine fountain? Will it be dangerous? What to do? Should we return quickly? Should we return quickly? Death? What? The star god was very relaxed at the moment, even humming a little tune under his breath. After all, the more he was in the starry sky, the more powerful he was. Nothing. The god of death pondered for a while, but decided to follow the star god to complete the task set by the heavenly emperor first. The divine spirit fountain. No one other than the heavenly emperor would be able to shatter it. Heavenly emperor shouldn't be able to destroy himself. Having said that, the god of death was still uneasy and awakened the demigod-level general hidden within the undead mountain range, allowing him to go and investigate. This was his absolute beloved and could be trusted. Seeing that death was unwilling to speak, the star god stopped pursuing the matter. Immediately, he harnessed the starlight in the firmament and once again traveled far towards his destination in the depths of the starry sky. Death. This starry sky is so beautiful. The star god looked up at the sea of stars, star rings, and stars in the depths of the starry sky. His eyes filled with fascination. The god of death was in no mood to watch at the moment, concentrating on maintaining the connection with the demigod generals. After all, This place was too far away from heaven's destiny, and the connection between him and the demigod general of death was very weak, even intermittent. Tada. Cackle. Bark. From the depths of the undead mountain range, the sound of crushing bones was heard, as if a fierce beast was awakening. This guy was a flesh and blood death demigod, his body covered with hideous black armor, as if it was engraved from bones, and between his left hands, he was holding a blood-drenched bone club, walking towards the direction of the bronze gate. Unbeknownst to Qin Fang, danger was imminent. Ding. Is it dialing Li Evil's communication? Ding. Communication has been connected. Teacher, save me. I'm trapped by the god of death. Qin Fang directly cried and cried miserably, requesting Li Qi's help. Through the vision screen, Godsmith Li Qi checked Qin Fang's location, environment, and the situation at this moment. Such a dense aura of death. Don't tell me, you kid, that you went to the abyss of death. Qin Fang immediately spoke the truth about the causes and consequences. Huh? So interesting? The god of death unexpectedly did not throw the death origin fountain eye under the abyss, but hid it here. Li Xia also had a trace of strangeness in his heart, frowning as he began to ponder, before speaking with a bad smile on his face. Share the coordinates. I'll go save you. Hearing these words, Qin Fang's heart was finally relieved and almost didn't cry out. At such a critical moment, it was still the teacher who was the most reliable. You hurry up. Teacher, I feel creepy. Qin Fang glanced away, only to see that the egg of the god of death split, which he had taken out earlier, had returned to the top of the spring at an unknown time, and had begun to wail on the chi of death within the spring, as if it was about to break out of its shell. 30 seconds at most. The drunken Li Xia shivered, dispersing his body full of alcohol. His eyes flashed with a refined aura, and he stepped in the void. When Li Xia's figure reappeared, he was already outside the undead mountain range. As Li Qi stepped into the undead mountain range, the skeleton army continuously began to reorganize and revive, and in the next instant, a pressure that belonged solely to the gods descended, and these coalesced skeletons were instantly destroyed and became broken bones. Agu. There's even a small stray fish here. Under a sweep of Li Qi's divine sense, he clearly detected this demigod-level general, and a hint of a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The death demigod general shivered. His blood seemed to freeze, and he lost all of his previous supreme might, and fled with a cat's waist, concealing all of his aura, silently reciting in his heart, "Don't find me. Don't find me." At this time, even the death order given to him by the god of death, he also put it all behind him. In the next second, a brilliant hammer light flashed and appeared from an unknown direction, directly descending on top of the god of death's head. Dong! The light exploded open, instantly causing the death demigod general to die. The death demigod descended still in endless trepidation, in endless worry, and died an undignified death. The might of a hammer obliterated a demigod as if it were a chicken. This is Li Qi's strength. Li Xia stepped again, sought out the bronze gate, gently pushed it, and entered it. The god of death in the void was the first to notice the interruption of the connection, which was the interruption of being decapitated. Through the last touch of the connection, the god of death perceived the vastness of the hammer light shining. It was hard to believe that the human race's divine craftsman, or was it? Who was it? Fortunately, at such a juncture the god of death perceived his own doppelganger, allowing him to quickly break out of his shell and guard the divine spirit springs. Although this doppelganger had accelerated its hatching and did not possess true god-level power, it was thought that it was still possible to have his back to the death spring and block one or two of them with his undead body. Click! Click! The sound of an eggshell shattering rang out. Qin Fang's back was as if it had been stabbed by ice. It was raw and painful. The cold sweat that covered his body swished out unanimously. His muscles began to tremble uncontrollably, and his blood seemed to listen to stop flowing, as if a giant crocodile had awakened in his back. Ding! The god of death has awakened. A thoughtful system beep informed Qin Fang. Qin Fang videotaped the entire process, so as not to be confused with player bastard and make people think that he had hijacked this divine beast egg. Qin Fang's heart fell straight into an ice cellar. It's you? The god of death that had just coalesced out looked at Qin Fang in surprise. The god of death in the starry sky was able to synchronize his memories, and naturally saw Qin Fang's figure. Many figures surfaced in his mind, But he could never imagine that it would be this mole. The god of death laughed to himself. It really was a worrying man. How did you know about this place? The god of death's divine thoughts swept. That is, he saw the treasure map discarded above the ground. God of death, surprisingly, I'm the one who punked myself? This treasure map was deliberately spread out by the god of death to invite the king to enter. Who had thought that it would be entered by this brat? You go to hell. The god of death wanted to send Qin Fang home for free. At that very moment, the bronze gate opened with a radiant light, and Li Xia's scruffy figure appeared accompanied by the exclusive BGM. Except that his eyes were like swords, able to penetrate space. You are? The god of death paused for a moment and said in horror. It's you? The voice was shrill, like a mouse that had its neck stepped on by an old cat. Instantly exploding, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Li Qi's mouth. Move over and let my weapon suck in the nutrients. Li Qi's words carried a commanding tone. Like an emperor, the god of death's detachment no longer hesitated and hurriedly jumped out from under the eye of the death origin spring. Respectfully bending aside, Qin Fang was even able to see that Li Xia's body was slightly trembling. Li Xia immediately took out 9 pieces of death attribute artifact equipment from his backpack and inserted them within this divine fountain eye. Although the god of death was heartbroken, he still did not say a word. Qin Fang, this? Is it hard to believe that the teacher is also able to forge death equipment? How come I've never heard of it before? On top of these death god equipment, they carried a strong aura of a teacher. If this wasn't forged by Li Qi, Qin Fang would rather gouge his eyes out. Looking at the expression of the god of death again, he seemed to recognize and even fear teacher Li Xia. On teacher Li Xia's body? Once again, a layer of fog covered it. Still, Qin Fang had thought that he knew Li Xia well enough. But it turned out that all of this was just a figment of his own imagination. Teacher Li Xia. Who on earth was that? These 9 death attribute divine artifact equipment of Li Xia were filled with luster, and seemed to be just one step away from being promoted to medium-grade divine artifacts. Ka. The divine artifact equipment stabbed deeper and absorbed harder, as if it was a bottomless pit. In a quarter of an hour, the 9 death attribute divine artifacts under the wailing underwent a metamorphosis, achieving mid-grade divine artifacts. At the same time, the god of death's divine spirit fountain went down dimly, as if it had gone from a valuable imperial emerald to a grayish-white stone by the side of the road all of a sudden. You? Not bad. Li Qi was satisfied as he packed up these 9 medium-grade divine artifacts and commented on the humble god of death. As long as you are satisfied, I'll do anything. The god of death became even more humble. The waist bent even lower, although the divine spirit spring was spoiled beyond recognition. But then, the god of death still didn't dare to breathe. Wise man, you know what to say today. Divine artisan Li Qi finished this sentence. It's my disciple. I heard that you want to target him. No. How could I dare? The god of death's body was directly jolted, as if cold water had been poured on him. Compensation. Beautiful wine. Li Qi didn't talk nonsense. The god of death instantly dug out 9 jars of fine wine from the depths of the undead mountain range and respectfully handed them over to Li Qi. The anticipation in Qin Fang's eyes transformed from anticipation to a faint resentment. Originally, Qin Fang thought that his teacher was going to demand compensation for him. But he didn't know. It was to demand fine wine for himself. Qin Fang. Go! As Li Qi left, the god of death hurriedly bowed and shouted under his breath. Greetings. Great. Before the god of death's voice could finish shouting, it was stopped by Li Qi. The voice of the god of death ended abruptly, while Qin Fang's heart was like a restless dragon in his pocket, wanting to know the true identity of his teacher Li Qi. Teacher, who exactly are you? After all, Qin Fang could not hold back and wanted to inquire. A downtrodden son. A question and an answer. Qin Fang was speechless. In the middle of the private territory, divine artisan Li Xia unsealed the bottle of fine wine, and the pure aroma of wine dispersed. All of the NPCs in the private territory, without exception, fell to the ground and fainted after smelling the fragrance of the wine. Ding! You are in a special state, drunkenness. Qin Fang did the same and fell down drunk. Chapter 454 Blacksmith Competition opens. In the private territory, Li Xia was the only one drinking alone. Rather lonely and desolate. This was a god-grade fine wine. And the god of death was still kind of understanding and did not fool him. Just as well. This time, it would not be difficult for him. In the boundless starry sky, the god of death's body stiffened, unable to stabilize itself, and fell straight down. If he was sucked away by the giant star, even the star god would not be able to retrieve him. Seeing this, the star god hastily condensed the power of the star and transformed it into a wisp of a sitting chauffeur to carry the god of death. Death, what's wrong with you? The star god was worried in his heart. Since earlier, the god of death had been in a trance. Star god, guess who I just saw? The god of death slowly came back to his senses and stared at the star god as he spoke excitedly. Who did you see? The star god was also puzzled in his heart. Could it be that he saw a ghost? It's the second-day emperor's grand prince, and I deduced that his father is still alive. The god of death calmed down. What? Sparing the star god. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and stopped flying. This was heavenly news. If this was true, the current heavenly emperor's position would have to take a hit. Star god. I'm sharing this news with you because I trust you. I understand. Big brother death. Star god. God of death took a long time to digest this news. It was only after a day and a night that Qin Fang awoke from his drunken state and was refreshed. Elder brother Batian. Look at this video screen. It really isn't me alone. After Qin Fang woke up, the first thing he did was to inform Batian and send him the video. The content in the video was very clear. Qin Fang wanted to return being pulled by pitch-black chains. Unable to return. In the end, the divine craftsman Li Xie stepped in. And only then did he succeed in rescuing Qin Fang. As for this one, within the egg of death, the god of death had clearly hatched. Seeing this, a trace of fear surfaced in Batian's heart. Luckily, it was old brother Qin Fang who helped me with the gatekeeping. Otherwise, if the god of death revived within my bastard heavenly guild, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, it's old brother who made you suffer. Bastard heaven directly apologized to Qin Fang. Old brother Bartion. It's not your fault. Who knew it would be like this? Old brother. Nothing more to say. Give me back my money. Qin Fang, ahem. So realistic? Qin Fang initiated a transaction and returned the 500 million copper coins that Batian had previously paid to him once again. This matter was revealed. The god of death's treasure. It was just a pit. Nothing was gained. The only thing that he had gained was that he had established that Teacher Li Xia's identity was not simple. And incidentally, Teacher Li Xia had obtained 9 medium-grade god of death artifacts and 9 bottles of god-grade fine wine. Qin Fang sighed, do it yourself. Have plenty of food. Clanging the bell, Qin Fang started forging. Because of the special attribute skills attached, Qin Fang's equipment was even more fiery and more valuable. For a while, Qin Fang was in the limelight in the whole of Heaven's Destiny. And there was even a saying that circulated. If a top player didn't wear equipment forged by player me, then he wouldn't be considered a top player. A penny for a penny. Player Gen S equipment? It's really great. This attribute? It's really strong. Martyr Ah. Expensive is also really expensive. 10 million copper coins a piece of equipment. This robbing money are coming fast Ah. Although the players were cursing, they still maintained their enthusiasm for Player Gen S purple gold level equipment. Ding. The Heaven's Destiny Blacksmith competition is about to begin. Please Heaven's Destiny Blacksmiths please sign up. October 23rd. This system beep sounded. And a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. According to incomplete statistics, the number of blacksmiths amongst Heaven's Destiny was the largest. From the beginning, after the major guilds learned about the scarcity of equipment in Heaven's Destiny, they began to vigorously cultivate blacksmiths. In addition to the players we push and push, but also let the new into the fate of the white players. Choose blacksmith profession. Unbeknownst to me, once into the blacksmith deep like the sea. Player me. After all, there is only one person. Grass. Sign up? I'm going to see how many blacksmiths there are in Heaven's Destiny. This was a burly blacksmith. Indignantly dissatisfied. This blacksmith competition. It's definitely a dragon fight. Hey, I wonder if I can get some good results. Annoying. This competition? What else is there to participate in? The champion is definitely player me. These were pessimistic players. But their thoughts weren't unreasonable. After all, Player Gen S figure was like a high mountain, blocking the crowd and causing them to despair. No, that's not necessarily true. I've heard that this time, all the major guilds are preparing to make a killer move. Yeah, Player Me once disappeared for a month or so. And this month, his advantage isn't that obvious anymore. Yeah, look at the blacksmith's leaderboard. 5 or 6 fine gold-level blacksmiths have appeared. It's not yet known who the deer will be this time. Hee. I also heard something else. This one player was secretive. And then spoke. The Heaven's Destiny continent can be more than just us players. All the major towns. The major blacksmith shops also have supreme geniuses. This time, all of them are going to show up. It's definitely a dragon fight. The blacksmiths of Heaven's Destiny. Immersed in this path maybe 1,000 years. 10,000 years. So many years of experience to cultivate the next generation. Certainly extraordinary. Blacksmiths before the age of 50. All can enroll. It's not fair. Heaven's Mandate announced the rules of the blacksmith competition. 1. This competition will still be organized by the major city masters, who will be responsible for organizing the elimination rounds, the preliminary rounds, the semifinals, and the finals will be hosted by Mount Chisha into a special space to determine the final winner. 2. This registration participant, Heaven's Destiny human blacksmiths. Restrictions, Heaven's Mandate natives, blacksmiths before the age of 50. No more than an epic level blacksmith. This was a sort of protection for the players. Otherwise, if an epic level blacksmith really appeared, what's the point of playing? Restriction, this competition is limited to the human race. Other races, for the time being, cannot participate. 3. Elimination rounds. The preliminary rounds require the preparation of your own forging materials. Semifinals and finals will be prepared by Mount Chisha. 4. This competition will last 15 days. Rewards for this competition: first place, +1 forging level. As for the second and third place, they will be obliterated. 6. 9. All interpretations of this competition belong to Mount Chisha. Ding. Please pay the entry fee, 100 copper coins. Ding. Payment is successful. You have successfully enrolled. This was the system beep that rang in Qin Fang's ears. He definitely had to sign up for the forging competition this time. The first forging competition. Although the rewards were not the richest, they were the most gold-rich. In his previous life, Qin Fang also participated in this blacksmithing competition, placing 38th, far from first, and naturally had no chance of the reward of +1 blacksmithing rank. In the latter part of his life, Qin Fang caught up and won the 9th blacksmith competition in one fell swoop. And only then did he receive the false title of Heaven's Destiny's first forge master. The winner of the first blacksmith competition in the previous life, not a player, but a Heaven's Destiny native being, who, as Qin Fang remembered, seemed to have refined epic equipment across 2 ranks, winning the title in one fell swoop. This time, Qin Fang's goal was also epic level equipment. Ding. There are still the last 23 hours left for enrollment. In order to ensure that all blacksmiths participated, the registration time was 24 hours long. This time, it didn't seem long, however. For the game, it was already considered a long time. Ding. Please prepare the major towns to avoid chaos during the forging period. Ding. Registration is over. Ding. The first phase of the elimination round has begun. Please go to your respective towns and start forging. Ding. The first elimination round of the Tianyang Town Blacksmith Competition begins. Ding. Blacksmiths with serial numbers 1 to 300 are requested to go to Tianyang Square within the stipulated time and begin forging. Notice for elimination round, forging time is up to 30 minutes. Exceeding which is considered elimination. Minimum forging requirement, silver level equipment. Failure to meet the standard will be considered elimination. Prepare your own forging materials. Failure to do so will be considered elimination. All forging will be graded on the spot, and results will be given on the spot. As the elimination match began, within the Tianyang town, nearly 30% of the players converged at the Tianyang Square to watch the fun. Buzzing. A serial number appeared above Qin Fang's head, 1084th place. To be honest, although he had participated once, but coming here again, Qin Fang was inevitably nervous. In the middle of Tianyang Square, Divine Craftsman Lu Long personally supervised the exams and graded them himself, eliminating anyone's thoughts of sneaking around. Ding. 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 In the Tianong Square. The standard forging platform had long been constructed, and the sound of hammering materials rang out for a while. Qin Fong watched silently as he began to prepare the materials. Luckily, Qin Fong had Little Black to help him, and did not need to worry about the materials. It was said that because of the blacksmithing competition, the price of silver-level materials in Heaven's Destiny had been raised by a full 2 times. Ding! Time has come. The 300 blacksmiths stopped forging. The blacksmiths who had finished forging were confident, holding their heads high and waiting for the inspection of divine artisan Lu Long. Those who had not finished forging sighed and silently shook their heads, and the ones who were not psychologically sound directly sat down on their knees and cried bitterly, muttering under their breath, "This is not my level. I'm all because I'm too nervous," which led to the forging failure. "Give me another chance." In response, divine artisan Lu Long directly asked the city guards to fork out, so as not to disgrace himself. Qualified. Can enter the next round. Qualified. Can enter the next round. Qualified. Fail. Withdraw. Fail. Exit. Divine artisan Lu Long in a very short period of time. That is, to determine the score. No one dared to question. Next group. The second group started forging. The third group began forging. 900 blacksmiths. The number of qualified players in the elimination round reached 80%. Fourth group. Prepare. 901 to 1200. Qin Fong took the stage. Go boss. Go captain. Go city lord. These were the voices of the hidden earth, the tree of life, and the heavenly sun day by day. During this period of time, Tianyang day by day was directly taken away by hidden earth to bring him along. Qin Fong smiled faintly. This district's elimination tournament was just that. Divine craftsman Lu Long also rested his eyes on Qin Fong's body, but did not greet him, maintaining an impartial attitude. Is this the player Shun? I wonder what kind of equipment he will forge. At most, it'll be silver-level equipment. It's too short. I also feel that. Did you see that just now? There was a player earlier who wanted to challenge gold-level equipment, but without ever completing it within the allotted time. The forging was still ruled a failure. This time, the competition is still relatively harsh. I've heard that in other towns' elimination tournaments, as long as they can forge bronze-grade equipment, it's fine. One town, one program. Who let us live in Tianong? Qin Fong directly ignored these voices and started forging. Ding. Dang. Qin Fong's forging speed was fast, and the speed of quenching impurities was fast. In a short span of 15 minutes, a peak-level gold-grade equipment that was forged was finished and was placed on his forging table, waiting to be inspected. Chapter 455. The beginning of the preliminary competition. Qin Fong finished forging and looked around. Basically, all the forging masters were at the quenching step, and it would take some time before they were completely forged. Bored with idleness, Qin Fong once again took out a material and started forging. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining Essence Gold Grade Equipment *10. The players who were watching were waiting for this moment. Haha. Player Me is really arrogant to want to forge a second piece of gold grade equipment. The equipment scorched black and turned into scrap metal. This is Player Me's level. Haha. Really arrogant. Player Me's level is nothing more than that. I feel that Player Me is too proud, and that's why he failed. Out of the 10 people, 9 of them were cursing and sneering at Qin Fong. Among them, most of them were peers. Qin Fong did not care about this. 984. Qualified. 973. Qualified. Blacksmith We forged a weapon of gold. Excellent. Now, the surrounding blacksmiths burst into an uproar. Forging a weapon of gold. Unexpectedly excellent? If I had known earlier, my own family would have started forging a weapon of gold as well. Although this is only an elimination match. But anyone can also see that excellent is one level higher than qualified said, noting to be able to occupy a little upper hand. Spell it out. Later on I will also forge gold level equipment. Excellent. I also want to be excellent. Players I can do. No reason I cannot do all. The players who had extreme confidence in their own forging secretly resolved in their hearts. Group 6. Number 1964. This was an Essence Gold level blacksmith that Bastard Sky Guild had secretly trained. bound to forge gold-level equipment. As a matter of fact, he had succeeded, forging gold-grade equipment despite the time constraints. Qualified. Against his wishes. What awaited him was not excellent, but qualified. At this point, the players raised objections. Why is it that player me forging gold-grade equipment means excellence, and me forging gold-grade equipment means qualified? Not fair. There is catnip. I request to replace the referee and reevaluate the competition. This was a bold one that dared to question Divine Craftsman Lu Long. In the face of such a challenge, Divine Craftsman Lu Long directly took out the equipment level tester. As the name suggests, it could score the equipment forged by the player. With the higher the score, meaning the higher the grade, and the more honorable it was. Godsmith Lu Long first threw the equipment of the Bastard Guild members on it. Ding. Detection in progress. Ding. The equipment's grade is gold. Specific score 400. 400 points. That is, it had barely reached the standard of gold grade. Divine Artisan Lu Long once again threw player Jean's gold grade equipment into it. Ding. This equipment's rank is gold. Specific score 499. The difference was clear at a glance. Qin Fang's equipment was only a fraction of a point away from being promoted to elite gold level, while the equipment of this person from the Bastard Guild, it was only a fraction of a point away from falling to silver level. It was clear at a glance which was stronger and which was weaker. If everyone still has any objections, they can determine it themselves. Divine Craftsman Lu Long left behind such a sentence before starting the next group's evaluation once again. Qin Fang watched for a while and immediately felt bored. So he immediately left and started forging purple gold grade equipment. The elimination tournament, which lasted for 5 days, gradually came to an end. During this period of time, Qin Fang managed to get back a wave of blood by virtue of selling purple gold grade equipment. The 300 million copper coins requested by Black Widow arrived directly. The 5 billion copper coins required by the 10,000 Empty Lane group was still a long way off. And there was still a need to continue working hard. The elimination round ended. And of the 30,000 blacksmiths that had signed up in Tiannong Town, 27,000 remained. Ding. The first round of the preliminary round is about to begin. Please prepare your own materials and get ready. Preliminary round. You need to prepare your own materials and forge equipment no lower than Essence Gold grade within the stipulated time. Allotted time, 90 minutes. The promulgation of this stipulation immediately caused the players in Tianyang Town to scream in agony. Holy shit. It's only the preliminary round, and we have to forge Essence Gold grade equipment. If we were in the semifinals, wouldn't we have to forge purple gold grade equipment? What about the finals? Epic level equipment? This is still a competition. I'm only a gold level blacksmith, so I have to be able to forge fine gold level equipment. What a fake competition. Can it be any more fake? The preliminary rounds are meant to eliminate a large number of blacksmiths. Is it possible that the preliminary rounds will retain nearly 30,000 blacksmiths? That makes sense. Although the players rebelled, although there were grievances in their hearts, they still participated on time and punctually. The preliminary rounds were ranked in order based on the rankings of the elimination rounds. Qin Fang did not guess. Not first, but second. This caused Qin Fang to be surprised in his heart. And at the same time, he sighed. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains. Qin Fang watched this player. No, not a player, but an NPC within the Tiannong town. He looked like he was still a teenager. At most 17 or 18 years old. The corners of his mouth still had childish fuzz. And there was an undeniable pride between his eyebrows. Wearing a set of clothes and hats made of wild animal fur. As if dreaming back to the ancient times. Only this cloak was not an ordinary thing. Qin Fang only took one look and concluded that this was at least legendary level beast fur. This color. This degree of glossiness. This young man? Where did he come from? It seemed like he had never heard of this character before. Qin Fang tried hard to recall his memories of his past life. But there was no trace of this person. To have just forged an Essence Gold grade equipment in the opening chapter. This was really strong. Don't look. This is my disciple. The closing disciple. Divine Artisan Lu Long's voice rang beside Qin Fang's ears at the right time to clear up his confusion. Oh! No wonder. This time, it was all able to be explained. Especially letting him come out to see the world. So that he doesn't have to act like he's the boss of the sky, and he's the second oldest all day long. Qin Fang. Abuse him properly for me. This time, for the forging, you are directly forging the purple gold level equipment. Godly artisan Lu Long's words directly caused Qin Fang to give him a blank stare. 90 minutes of time. Forging fine gold grade equipment would have been enough to make do. But to think that you want to forge purple gold grade equipment? Impossible. Completely impossible. After it's done, I'll give you an epic level material. Divine artisan Lu Long was also considered a small deal. No, not enough. Qin Fang rambled on. Plus an epic level forging drawing. If you are refusing, break. This was divine artisan Lu Long's base price. Deal. Now, divine artisan Lu Long was slightly surprised. Was this kid really able to forge a purple gold grade equipment within 90 minutes? To know, Qin Fang was still an essence gold level blacksmith nowadays. Qin Fang took back all the materials he had originally prepared, and then took out the materials purified by Xiao Hei's devouring. The purity of this kind of material was so high that it didn't need to be removed from the impurities, and it was no problem to forge it directly. In this way, a lot of time could be saved. Qin Fang directly started the plasticity. Forging. Thud. The peak epic level forging hammer, in full power, caused the entire Tianyang square to tremble with it. And the blacksmiths who were participating in the forging shifted their eyes to Qin Fang's side. Player me. What is this forging? The materials are flickering with the color of purple and gold. Can it be that player me is going to forge purple and gold grade equipment? Holy shit. This forging hammer. What a strong vibration. Referee. I suggest canceling player Zhen's qualification because he's affecting us. Right. I also suggest canceling his participation. Wouldn't this look like they were incompetent if they really let player Zhen forge successfully? Nonsense. The forging continues. If you feel that blacksmith Zhen is affecting you, you can forfeit this competition. Divine Smith Lu Long directly spat out these words, meaning that he no longer bothered. Dang. The earth continued to tremble. Even Godsmith Lu Long Shut and disciple could not help but look towards player Zhen's side. There was no other reason. The commotion. It was really too big. When Qin Fang wielded the heavy hammer and removed the last touch of impurities. That is, he started the forging. Ho ho ho. The flame burned very brightly. Qin Fang vigorously shaped it, and then quickly forged and quenched it. 1 hour. Qin Fang's forehead oozed out fine beads of sweat. The forging was also gradually approaching the end. Buzzing. Qin Fang directly offered his title, King of Forging. Thunder Force Infusion. Heavenly Spirit Power Infusion. Strength Attribute Infusion. Heavenly Trace Power Infusion. The four powers began to iterate and began to merge. Under the suppression of the title of King of the Forge, they were clearly separated, and the wells did not offend each other. Ding. Last 10 minutes. Qin Fang was still performing the final polishing, wrapping up the work, engraving the lines, and enhancing the attributes. At this stage, the attributes of this equipment were merely at the fine gold level, and had yet to be sublimated. Dang. Knock. Knock. Qin Fang injected the power of his emotions, allowing it to sublimate completely, becoming a purple gold grade equipment. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a purple gold grade equipment. Extreme sublimation. Perfect forging. Within 90 minutes, every step of Qin Fang's forging was in a state of perfection. From forging, to quenching, to the final engraving. Without exception, the final extreme sublimation was achieved, resulting in purple gold grade equipment. These forging masters were all dumbfounded. Old me originally thought that player Zhen was going to forge fine gold grade equipment. Who the hell knew that he was actually forging purple gold grade equipment? The players were surprised and completely incredulous. I finally know why player me is able to sell so many purple gold grade equipment every 3 days. At today's rate of projection, Qin Fang selling 10 pieces of purple gold level equipment was considered to be less. Boss, you have to count the forging failures as well. Is it hard to believe that player me won't fail at forging? Really? Well, thanks. Player me forging purple gold level equipment across the ranks is so damn strong. Terrible. Terrible. What else are we competing for here? Player me is definitely number one. Each of these blacksmiths felt sorry for themselves and even began to doubt themselves. Player me is able to forge purple gold grade equipment. I can't even forge gold grade equipment. Shame on you. The gap between man and man. How is it bigger than the gap between man and pig? Grass. What else can I forge here? Nothing. This one blacksmith directly kicked over the forging table and left straight away. There were no longer a few players like this. The divine smith Lu Long was also surprised. I didn't expect you, kid. But you really succeeded. He could not help but give Qin Fang a thumbs up. As for divine craftsman Lu Long's close disciple, he was also struck by Qin Fang at this moment. With an equal amount of time, he had merely forged fine gold grade equipment. Holy shit. Is this the level of the first forge master of heaven's destiny that teacher spoke of? Chapter 456 Legendary Grade. Thunderous Wild Lion. Divine artisan Lu Long's close disciple. Name, Ye Huang. Ye Huang. This was an existence that godsmith Lu Long had traveled through countless towns in heaven's destiny more than 10 years ago, before he considered accepting him as a shut-in disciple. So it could be imagined how high his forging talent was. The only thing that was a pity for godly artisan Lu Long was Qin Fang. Qin Fang was not accepted as a close disciple. Qin Fang's talent was the strongest he had ever seen. How long has he been learning to forge? That is, he has risen to the fine gold level, and is even capable of forging purple gold level equipment. If you don't have a very good understanding of fine gold grade and purple gold grade equipment, it would be impossible to complete the cross steps. These days, the divine craftsman Lu Long always kept praising Qin Fang in front of Emperor Ye, and even showed his desire to take Qin Fang as his disciple, which undoubtedly caused Emperor Ye's dissatisfaction. Therefore, the emperor strongly requested to participate in this blacksmith competition, and even demanded to compete in the same group as Qin Fang. Elimination round. The sub-emperor directly forged fine gold grade equipment, powerfully surpassing Qin Fang. This also gave him the feeling that Qin Fang? It was nothing more than that. But at this moment, Qin Fang taught him a hard lesson. What's the point of forging fine gold grade equipment? Having the ability to forge purple gold grade equipment. That's the way to go. It was as if Ye Huang's pride had been humiliated. The sub-emperor looked at the fine gold grade equipment in front of him. How it looked uncomfortable. Now, you know that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Divine artisan Lu Long's voice rang out, once again pulling hatred for Qin Fang. Teacher, I'm going to promote to a purple gold level blacksmith in the next few days. And at that time, I'm going to compete with Qin Fang again. When Ye Huang said this, he was full of confidence, as if breaking through the purple gold level was very easy. It's possible. Divine artisan Lu Long pondered for a while, and still granted sub-emperor this idea. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing the quest issued by godsmith Lu Long. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an epic level drawing, the Blade of Pale Moon Waves. Qin Fang. Thank you so much for this time. Divine artisan Lu Long thanked Qin Fang from the bottom of his heart. Hee. Next time if there is another quest like this, you can still look for me. Senior Lu Long. Qin Fang responded with a smile. End of Group 1 preliminary round. Blacksmith we. Excellent. Pass. Failed. Failed. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's aura was too dazzling. Bah. Perhaps it was because Qin Fang's forging was too much of an influence on others, thus leading to the first group's forging. The failure rate was as high as 80%. 300 blacksmiths forged at the same time, and only 40 people passed the test. Holy shit. This elimination rate? So high? Terrible. Terrible. The first group can't be used as a reference. It's mainly because of the influence of this pervert. Player me. Damn. That's it. If it wasn't for player me, I would definitely be able to succeed. You compensate me. Qin Fang directly left straight away, not paying the slightest attention to these voices. This preliminary round, the Tianyang tournament journey, that is considered to be over, and definitely came out in first place, selling freshly forged equipment of this purple gold grade at a high price. This time, what Qin Fang had forged was a purple gold level equipment, was an exquisite shield, which was directly sold at a high price. Should we test the grade score of this equipment, so that we can bid even more as well? This was a player cajoled and spoke in such a way. Qin Fang did not hesitate and directly requested divine artisan Lu Long to have it tested. This, making money? Not too shabby. Just this once. No more. Divine General Lu Long criticized on the surface, but still took over this shield and gave it to Qin Fang to test. Ding. Detection in progress. Ding. Detection complete. This equipment is graded at purple gold. Equals 699. This. It was clearly another peak purple gold level equipment. The player's present froze. Player, we not only forged a purple gold level equipment, it was even peak money grade equipment. This still let the other blacksmith players live. Oh, this can't be helped. After all, under the king of forging, for different attributes of the blacksmith's hidden profession, the additional attributes are not too much. With so many attributes attached, it made sense to achieve peak purple gold level equipment. If it wasn't peak purple gold level equipment, that would be a problem. 10 million copper coins starting bid. This was Qin Fang's price. And then a flurry of bids followed. This piece of shield, it definitely lets your strength soar. This piece of shield, it definitely lets you go down to the copy like a god. After a bit of fooling around, this purple gold grade shield was sold for 13 million copper coins. The most crucial thing was that this shield had a special skill attached to it. Shatter. Smash. Each attack has a chance to smash 30% of the opponent's defense. This one skill, that is, was worth 3 million copper coins. Qin Fang once again returned a wave of blood and directly contacted Hidden Earth. Hidden Earth. Go. Follow me to some places. Qin Fang's mind about the locations of the treasure chests was the most solidly remembered. The gold level. Fine gold level treasure chests around the Tianyang town had already been opened up by Hidden Earth these days. But the deeper purple gold level treasure chests, the epic level treasure chests, had not been opened yet. This was Qin Fang's goal this time. After all, the preliminary round had only just begun, and it would take at least 3 days before it could be completed. Each of these purple gold level and epic level treasure chests was hidden at a very tricky, hidden and dangerous angle. For example, the location that Qin Fang was heading to at the moment was a level 70 leveling area. This area was ruled by the Heavenly Dream Ants. And as far as the eye could see, there were all Heavenly Dream Ants dynasties. This area appeared to be calm, but the tide of darkness was surging. As long as you dared to enter this area, you would definitely end up with no bones left. Players from Tianyang Town, even though they know that the leveling speed here is fast, they don't dare to come here. This place, if not for the fact that Hidden Earth possessed the Darkness Ink Dragon, Qin Fang really didn't dare to set foot in it for a short period of time. Don't look at the fact that Qin Fang's attributes were able to rival epic level skeletons, but against the massive amount of Heavenly Dream Ants, it really wasn't enough to look at. Boss, what are we doing here? Hidden Earth was still confused, not understanding Qin Fang's plan. He had been to this place once before, and the fear of being dominated by the Heavenly Dream Ants still permeated his heart. Fat Choi. Right. Zong 2. What level of your lock-picking skill have you clicked down to? Qin Fang directly allowed Hidden Earth to harness the Darkness Ink Dragon to shrink his figure and step into this place, and then inquired so. The lock-picking skill has reached the level of the purple gold grade. Enough. A faint layer of black mist surfaced on the surface of the Dark Night Ink Dragon's body, enveloping Qin Fang and Hidden Earth, so that their aura would not leak. Perhaps because they were flying in the firmament, the Heavenly Dream Ants did not actively attack. Qin Fang directly sent the coordinates to Hidden Earth so that he could control the Heavenly Dream Ant to go there. Deep in the Heavenly Dream Ant forest, Zong 2 shivered, but still followed the instructions and traveled to this place. The Sky Dream Ants below the surface detected the aura of the Dark Knight Murloc, but because of their rank, the innate fear of their bloodline, they didn't dare to attack the Dark Knight Murloc, and only hissed continuously above the ground. In the vault of the sky, Qin Fang saw the flickering purple light of the treasure chest, which was peacefully placed underneath a big, thick tree. Above the flat and quiet ground, Heavenly Dream Ants were roaming underneath, while above the large tree, a nest of killer bees were gathering. Killer bees. This was also one of the very terrifying creatures, especially a level 70 killer bee. Hidden Earth swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not daring to approach. Even with the Dark Ink Dragon's enchantment, he didn't dare to approach. Qin Fang took out the sweetest but sweetest honey from the Golden Dragon's ring and threw it on top of the ground. For a while, the killer bees and Heavenly Dream Ants all began to scramble and even started fighting. Since Qin Fang dared to take action, he must have a foolproof plan. The killer bees and Heavenly Dream Ants had no resistance to the honey. Qin Fang and Zong 2 quickly dived down, letting the Dark Knight Demon Wolf spew out endless dark matter, obscuring the senses of the killer bees and Sky Dream Ants, and quickly began to open the boxes. Hidden Earth tried 3 times, and with a kowtow, the treasure chest opened, and Qin Fong swept away the contents inside, leaving immediately. During this time, the killer bees, Sky Dream ants, had also chased after them, all of which were lured away by Qin Fong throwing out brand new nectar. But in the end, the duo were still being chased after, and Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, quickly fled. In the firmament, it could be clearly seen, the dark night ink dragon rapidly ascended into the air, while the egg yolk-colored killer bees chased after them, and the lavender Sky Dream ants chased after them. Qin Fong and the others fled the Sky Dream ant forest, which prevented them from being chased. However, whether it was Qin Fong, Hidden Earth, or the darkness ink dragon's body, all of them had been stung by several bags. Qin Fong opened the items he had obtained from within the treasure chest, purple gold grade equipment drawings, inlaid gems, no less. Continue. Qin Fong gave several coordinates to Hidden Earth again under his delight. Boss, these coordinates can't all be this exciting. Pretty much. Qin Fong's words directly caused Hidden Earth to roll his eyes, but still headed to these coordinates. Scorching hot crater. The depths of the undead mountain range. 10,000 feet of watery abyss. All of these places. Hidden Earth followed Qin Fong as he set foot in them one by one, and each of the locations was extremely dangerous. But it was fortunate that Qin Fong had prepared for this, and had everything in place. Boss, how did you know that treasure chests existed in these places? This was also Zong Tu's question. In this short day, Hidden Earth had followed Qin Fong to open 8 purple gold level treasure chests. One must know that nowadays, when the Heaven's Destiny continent opened a fine gold grade treasure chest, one would be able to blow half a day off. As for the boss, he was actually able to pinpoint it. This is my skill. Let's go. Go for a big job. Qin Fong didn't give Hidden Earth an explanation. Instead, he was going to lead him to open the epic level treasure chest. In the fringe area of Tianyang Town, there existed a legendary level creature, the thunderous berserker lion. Qin Fong had wanted to look for it for a long time, only that it had been delayed for a while. Regarding the Thunder Blacksmith's exclusive skill, it hadn't been promoted yet. In the blink of an eye, it was winter, and the chances of the dome of the sky giving birth to thunder were getting lower and lower. So Qin Fong could only resort to some extraordinary means. Go! Hidden Earth was not a person who was afraid of anything. Taking advantage of the night, the two of them left. This place was extremely far away, even with the added speed of the Darkness Ink Dragon. It took a full 4 hours to arrive. Hidden Earth even saw the outline of another town. Shimmering. Boss, which town is this? Qin Fong blurted out based on his memories from his previous life. Southeast corner. This is the Heavenly Gold Town. The gold god among the ancient deities suppressed under the ground. I heard that it is able to control the metals of the entire heavenly destiny. The one who provided forging materials to the ancient divine spirit race in the past was him. Oh! Is it hard for us to go to the Heavenly Gold Town? No. Not going. Descending. Qin Fong detected a flash of thunder in the darkness, and immediately let the Darkness Ink Dragon dive down. Hidden Earth. Go inside the cave and open the treasure chest. I'll pester him here. Chapter 457 Thunder Immunity. Boss. This is a legendary level boss. Hidden Earth stuttered directly after seeing the shimmering light not far away. This is a monster like a small mountain. At this moment is lying on the ground. Eyes closed, quietly resting. Body covered in purple fur. Thunder surrounded, accompanied by breathing from the nostrils of the spit out. Purple thunder is like a fluttering butterfly, constantly drilling from the body of the thunderous lion. The place where the Thunder Frenzy lion was lying down was also very elaborate. It was a smooth platform made of purple gold grade thunder purple, or polished like a lake that coalesced into a mirror. This place should have been an ordinary ore, but because of the thunderous lion's many years of continuous polishing and cultivation, it was the only way to make the ordinary ore evolve and become an ore of great value. The Thunder Lion is like a statue, guarding the cave. Behind the Thunder Lion, there was a small cave entrance, and it could be seen that the cave was also meticulously carved. This, Hidden Earth directly wondered if the boss's brain had gone crazy. Qin Fong's strength was very strong, able to wrestle with an epic level skeleton. But boss, you can't be arrogant to this extent. This was a legendary level creature. This kind of existence was only second to the god level. The demigod level. A city as big as Tianyang Town was only suppressed by a legendary level existence. Near this mountain range, You can barely see any other beings exist? Why? Wasn't it all because of the terrifying pressure of the Thunder Berserker Lion? If it was a year later. No. Even half a year later. Zhang Tu believed that the boss would be able to have the possibility to challenge a legendary level being. But now? He couldn't believe it. Especially since the ancient spirit of God had opened the third stage of recovery. The power of heavenly gold that filled the air made the thunderous lion's sharp teeth and claws even sharper. And it would be impossible for any idle equipment to withstand a single scratch from him. The power of the ancient spirit of the god certainly made the legendary level thunderous lion even more powerful. But at the same time, it also made its brain only know how to kill. Don't look at the Thunder Berserker Lion now very peaceful. As if it was harmless as a human animal. But Zhang Tu believed that as long as he and his boss dared to enter the Thunder Berserker Lion's hunting range, it would definitely be a death. Don't be afraid. I have a way to deal with him. You conceal your figure. Enter the interior of the cave to open a legendary level treasure chest. And after that empty the treasure inside as quickly as possible. Hidden Earth. Your task is very difficult. I hope you can complete it. I can at most give you a delay of 5 minutes. Once you get it, directly return to the city in the same place without hesitation. Zhang Tu fixed his mind, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, collected all of his breath, and transformed into a shadow that silently disappeared. Snap. Xin Fang, in order to cooperate with Hidden Earth and give him cover, instantly threw out the epic grade forging hammer in his hand and blasted it on top of the legendary grade thunder frenzied lion's head, causing a large bag to bulge out on its forehead. Roar. The legendary grade thunder frenzied lion was originally taking a nap when it was suddenly woken up. And this suppressed rage simply caused its eyes to turn red and it lost its mind, wanting to tear apart everything in front of it. Xin Fang fell sharply, like an arrow, landing ruthlessly in front of the thunder frenzied lion. The forging hammer returned. Xin Fang caught it in the air and blasted the hammer again. The thunder frenzied lion rose up, truly like a small mountain. Its eyes flashed with electric light, directly opening its first skill. Electricity flashed and crackled. In an instant, endless purple thunder was like an electric snake, emerging from the thunder frenzied lion's body, becoming an oceanic field of electricity, covering an area of 10 miles in a circle. Electricity flashed like rain on top of the purple ores, bouncing as if they were dancing. These electric lights, each strand of which released a shocking power. At the very least, it would not be a problem to obliterate Essence Gold level monsters. But what about Xin Fang? As if he was the god of thunder, bathing in the endless thunder light, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly enjoying himself very much. His body transformed into a bottomless pit, and he was absorbing these thunder lights non-stop. Minus 10,000, 10,000. Although skill, Thunder Punishment was absorbing the thunder light. The damage that should be taken. Xin Fang still did not fall. Only these damages seemed to be weakened a lot. With a click, a system beep sounded beside Xin Fang's ears. Ding. Congratulations. Your Thunder Punishment skill has reached the bronze level. Ding. Thunder Punishment skill triggered the passive skill, Thunder Immunity. Ding. Your Thunder Immunity has reached 10%. Thunder Immunity, 10% immunity to thunder damage. Xin Fang was enjoying himself immensely as he devoured the potion and restored his own blood level. This guy. It was really an unexpected blessing to be able to trigger thunder immunity. One must know that for these attribute-type skills to trigger immunity, it was anything but difficult. If this immunity could be raised to 80%, or even 90%, Xin Fang would have a natural restraint on these hidden professions of Thunder Mage and Thunder Warrior. Caw 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 caw. The Thunder Berserker Lion seemed to have sensed Xin Fang's provocation and immediately increased its power, wanting to completely wipe out this ant. Xin Fang's blood was falling fast, but Thunder Punishment's proficiency was also increasing. 3 minutes in, a system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations. Your skill Thunder Punishment has been upgraded to silver level. Ding. Your passive skill Thunder Immunity has been raised to 20%. This simply made the corners of Xin Fang's mouth open up in joy. The Thunder Frenzy Lion was still really helpful to him. Roar. A simple thunder attack was unable to obliterate this molehill. The Thunder Frenzy Lion immediately swung its sharp claws. And in a flash, claw prints that covered the sky descended from the heavens, completely covering the area where Xin Fang was. Xin Fang quickly dodged, struggling to survive between the gaps of the endless claw prints. Plop plop plop. Qin Fang's alignment was already very fine. But he was still hit, and spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood. His blood level directly dropping to 10%. His situation was critical. Qin Fang quickly devoured the potion to bring his blood level back to normal. As Qin Fang was in the middle of his battle with the thunderous lion, Hidden Earth quietly sneaked into the cave. The Thunder Berserker lion seemed to have sensed it. But its eyes were bright red at the moment, and its perception was infinitely reduced. Qin Fang was not one to take a loss and not counterattack, continuously pulling out props from the ring of the Golden Dragon to inflict additional damage on the thunderous lion. Dang! A small mushroom cloud in the color of pale black rose. This was by far the strongest thermal weapon Qin Fang could get his hands on, the small Dongfeng bomb. Tianji Pavilion selling price, 1 million copper coins. This price was already considered very expensive, but the effect was also surprisingly good. The fur of the legendary class Thunderous Berserker lion was instantly blasted to a charred black color. And what about his blood? It also dropped at a rate visible to the naked eye. It should be 1/10,000%. Roar. Under the pain, the Thunder Frenzy lion was once again furious, pouncing on Qin Fang like a shadow. However, due to Qin Fang's shortness and other reasons, the thunderous lion's movements were very clumsy, and it could not pounce on Qin Fang. Whoosh! The legendary level thunderous lion shrunk its size to a normal lion size. Its speed increased to the extreme, like a phantom impacting Qin Fang. After all, it was a creature that harnessed thunder. Its speed was extremely fast. It could be called number 1 under the deities. Qin Fang could no longer catch the shadow of the Thunder Frenzy lion with his naked eyes, and could only rely on his capture of danger to dodge the Thunder Frenzy lion's attacks. Once, twice, Qin Fang avoided them all. But the third time, Qin Fang was directly hit hard and kept devouring the potion. However, Qin Fang really couldn't react, and several times, he nearly died directly. So Qin Fang directly swallowed a sap of the Elven God tree. Ding! You have swallowed the divine grade, Spirit of Life sap. Ding! Within 30 minutes, you will recover instantly no matter how severe your injuries are. Qin Fang was shocked. This God grade life spirit liquid? It was so terrifying. In that case, Qin Fang immediately wanted to find another way. The operation of Heaven's destiny. Qin Fang had already gone to a certain extreme, and he wanted to go 100 feet further. Eyes. It would interfere with one's perception. So Qin Fang closed his eyes and carefully perceived him. It seemed like he was practicing a very new operation again. The thunderous Berserker lion snorted, changing the frequency of its attacks, striking hard with every blow, viciously tearing at the place of Qin Fang's neck. Qin Fang sighed and directly covered his eyes with a black cloth. In the next second, Qin Fang was able to dodge more and more of the Thunder Frenzy lion's attacks with his body instincts. This, all by virtue of his body's perception of danger. When Qin Fang was able to dodge away 5 or 6 times out of 10, he began to counterattack. Dang! Qin Fang swung the forging hammer in his hand and fiercely blasted into the air. With the speed of the Thunder Frenzy lion, Qin Fang could not capture it at all, especially after shrinking. The Thunder Frenzy lion was even more elusive to Qin Fang. Dang! It struck the air once again. Dang! Qin Fang flashed his old back. Snap! Qin Fang gazed at the air and managed to blast at the Thunder Frenzy lion's jaw, causing it to suffer pain. However, in the next second, the thunderous Berserk lion instantly and unceremoniously tore Qin Fang's back, causing it to bleed profusely. The battle between the two sides was spreading over a very wide area, especially to the players of Tianjin Town. The top guilds within Tianjin Town were originally leveling not far away, when they suddenly felt this powerful power fluctuation, and were immediately curious, wanting to know who was fighting who. As a result, the top players of Tianjin Town also stopped brushing monsters and quickly approached towards this place. At the edge, these top players of Heavenly Gold Town saw what they wanted to see. Enter, a one-man type being above the earth, seemingly a player, fighting against a legendary class boss. It directly made them dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that nowadays, that is, there was such a strong player now. Opposite? Which town is this? At this stage, the fusion between the town and the town had not yet been opened, and although they were able to see the opposite side, there was a wall of air in between. preventing them from entering the territory of the Heavenly Sun Town. If my guess is correct, it should be the Heavenly Sun Town. Tianyang Town? Who is the #1 expert? Surprisingly, he was able to fight against a legendary class boss on his own. I doubt it's an NPC, not a player. Mind you, he's fighting against a legendary class boss. These players started discussing with one word from you and another from me. This side. 5 minutes had just passed when the thunderous frenzied lion suddenly became even more manic. As if it had its tail stepped on. The thunderous berserk lion abandoned Qin Fang and returned directly within the cave. This time, he clearly felt that within the cave, a thief was working against his heir. If there were merely legendary level treasure chests within the cave, thunderous berserker lion ignored it. But at this moment, he sensed that his child, who was connected by blood, was crying and panicking. Qin Fang couldn't intercept it at all. What could he do? With no choice, Qin Fang could only inform Hidden Earth to run away quickly. Chapter 458 Contract. Thunderous Berserker Lion. The Thunder Frenzy Lion entered the cave at an inscrutable speed. Within the cave at the moment, it was a mess. Hidden Earth like a ghost stepped inside the cave. That is, the first to begin to explore the location of the legendary treasure chest. Along the way scattered medicinal herbs and so on. All were Hidden Earth a handful of grip down. Pick up. Finally fixed eyes. Only to see this legendary level treasure chest is placed safely in the deepest part of the cave. Hidden Earth quickly began to unlock it. And after 7 or 8 failures, Hidden Earth has finally managed to open it and get the internal reward. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary grade, Fiery Demon Spirit Bullet Crafting Drawing. This was one of the top drawings of the gunsmith. If Xue Qinger was here, she would definitely like it. Other than that, there were no other items within the treasure chest. Based on the principle that thieves don't go empty, Hidden Earth once again surveyed the surroundings. Underneath the thunder licorice, there were 2 thunder frenzy lion cubs, blinking innocently, hiding in fear, shivering, and constantly retreating, fearing that Zong Tu would discover them. Unfortunately, Zong Tu still found them. Immediately, he took these 2 cubs in his hands and activated the city return scroll. At that very moment, the Thunder Frenzy Lion in the outside world sensed this scene and returned in a hurry. Snapping, the thunderous berserk lion's angry thunder covered the entire cave in an instant. Hidden Earth looked at the last second readout and assumed a bye-bye stance. A triumphant gesture flowing from the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! In the next second, Zong Tu's figure disappeared, returning to Heaven's mandate, and along with the 2 Thunder Frenzy Lion cubs in his arms, he also followed suit. As for the thunder that roamed the sky, it blasted into empty space. This time, it caused the Thunder Frenzy Lion to become violent. The Thunder Frenzy Lion sensed the bloodline orientation of its heir and immediately wanted to head to the Heavenly Sun Town. Boss, it's done. Qin Fang saw the trophies set by Hidden Earth. 2 Thunder Frenzy Lion cubs as well as a legendary grade drawing. He was very satisfied in his heart. And at the same time, he understood why the Thunder Frenzy Lion was so furious. Roar. The thunderous berserk lion stepped out from within the cave. Its eyes completely scarlet as they fell on Qin Fang's body with a mercilessly cold glare. This person, the culprit, if it wasn't for him stopping it in the outside world, how could the heir be robbed? The Thunder Berserker Lion vented its boundless anger on Qin Fang, wanting to send him to his death. However, at this moment, the god-level life juice in Qin Fang's body was still functioning, making it impossible for the Thunderous Lion to completely decapitate him. Even if the Thunderous Frenzied Lion used the God of Thunder Destruction's extreme killing move, it didn't kill Qin Fang, but instead, it made Qin Fang's Thunder Punishment skill go even further. With some intention of breaking through to the gold level, the Thunder Frenzy Lion had tangled with Qin Fang for 10 minutes. And seeing that Qin Fang could not be killed, it immediately gave up on this goal. At this moment, it was better to rush to Tianyang Town as soon as possible, lest his heir be indentured by the lowly human race. And then, there would be no room to return. Holy shit! This player is raw and fierce. He was able to tangle with the legendary level Thunder Frenzy Lion for so long. Damn! It's really powerful. Checked it out. The strongest one in Tianyang Town is the blacksmith, Player Me. Holy shit. Heaven's Destiny's #1 Divine Smith? Player Me. How did he appear here? He's a blacksmith. But he's so strong. How can he let us play? This group of top players in the heavenly gold town were simply about to vomit blood. This matter? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been really hard to believe. Who would dare to believe it? The blacksmiths of Tianyang Town were actually able to fight a legendary class boss. Back and forth. Even in their perspective, this thunderous berserker lion tried to escape. At that very moment, Qin Fong offered this one skill gifted by the god of plague to block the legendary level thunderous frenzied lion boss. Although the thunder frenzied lion was furious at the moment, it still sensed the threat of death. A life-level pressure that instantly made him feel his own insignificance and a deep sense of powerlessness. For a moment, the thunder frenzied lion did not dare to move a single muscle. The scarlet color of his eyes disappeared, and he looked earnestly at Qin Fong. I know that you possess wisdom and are able to understand my words. This was one of the major features of Heaven's destiny. Legendary level bosses, that is. They were no longer fixed procedures, but possessed intelligence. A bold idea surfaced in Qin Fong's mind that he wanted to implement. Voluntarily submit to become my contracted beast. I can spare your heir and give you a way out of this incidentally. If you do not agree, you will have to die. And so will your heir. Qin Fong's tone was icy cold, without any room for negotiation. He just wanted to die with the Thunder Frenzy Lion. Buzz. Qin Fong alternately offered up his own titles. God Slayer, King of Forge, Divine Artifact Creator, Prophet of the Elf Clan. These titles were more or less tainted with a trace of god-level aura. And although the additional functions were not too strong, they were still good for bluffing. Especially for bluffing the Thunderous Lion, which was twice as effective. As expected, the Thunder Frenzied Lion that originally wanted to make a direct move and was covered in spiky hairs, unable to suffer this humiliation, suddenly fell silent, seemingly weighing the situation in his mind. Qin Fong felt that there was a chance, and once again persuaded. My identity you may not know. The Plague Dharma God is my uncle. The Divine Craftsman Lycia is my honored teacher. And the Human Prophet God is my confidant. As long as you follow me, you will surely flourish in the future. And it will not be a problem for you to be promoted to the ranks of divine beasts. Qin Fong's usual trick was tried and true. The Thunder Frenzy Lion was shaken in its heart. Qin Fong felt that he had to add another fierce fire. Berserk Lion. Look, I don't lack any of the divine beast eggs. Make your own choice. As he spoke, Qin Fong took out 9 divine beast eggs from the golden dragon's ring and waved them in front of the legendary boss Thunder Frenzied Lion's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that your thunder is of some use to me, I certainly wouldn't be so at peace with you. The thunderous frenzied lion still decided to put down the pride of a god and half-kneeled in front of Qin Fong's body. Qin Fong directly took out the legendary grade contract book from the ring of the golden dragon and began to sign a contract with the legendary grade Thunder Frenzy Lion. This indenture was still something that Li Qi had unintentionally thrown to him. It was also considered a reward for his legendary grade wine. After all, as an elder, one couldn't ask for Qin Fong's fine wine for nothing. When signing a contract, if the other party resisted, the success rate of signing would drop drastically. For example, in the case of this legendary Thunderous Lion, even if Qin Fong possessed a legendary contract, as long as the legendary Thunderous Lion did not agree to it, it would be impossible for him to forcefully sign it successfully. Ding. The contract signing has been completed. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a legendary grade pet, Thunderous Frenzied Lion. The sound of the 2 system beeps instantly caused Qin Fong to be overjoyed. Phew. It's done. It's actually done. To be honest, originally, Qin Fong had some mutterings in his heart. Who would have thought that he would have really snubbed the Thunderous Berserker? At this stage, Qin Fong also really needed the Thunder Frenzy Lion to recharge his Thunder Punishment skill. Don't worry. Your heir will definitely not suffer any losses. The Thunder Frenzied Lion's figure shrunk once again, like a mighty and submissive big cat, prostrating itself at Qin Fong's feet and allowing him to stroke his neck. Since he was submissive, he had to look submissive. Qin Fong was very satisfied as he felt the tingling in his palms. Zong 2. These 2 little guys. Keep them for me. Don't let them die. Qin Fong hurriedly barked out an instruction. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Zong 2 would give these 2 Thunder Frenzy Lions away. Alright, boss. Everything is at your disposal, Hidden Earth replied, and then sent a picture of the 2 Thunder Frenzy Lion cubs breastfeeding. At this point, the large Thunder Frenzy Lion settled down. Qin Fong rolled over and directly jumped onto the Thunder Frenzy Lion's back, allowing it to continuously release thunder, stimulating the advancement of Qin Fong's thunder punishment skill, and incidentally traveling to the area of the next epic treasure chest. As Qin Fong left, the group of players from the peak of the heavenly gold town all stared with wide eyes and grown mouths. What had they seen? This world? Could it be any more fake? This world? Can it be any more fake? Why is it so unreal? Left. Right. 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 When did it become so easy to capture pets? Am I blind? This group of players began to doubt their own eyes. Rather than doubting themselves, they were unwilling to believe that what had just happened was real. No. It's real. Did you videotape it? I want to properly study the players' my movements. No. Not videotaped. In the end, the group of players left in horror. With his legendary rank Thunderous Berserker Lion, Player Jin was extremely fast in acquiring epic rank treasure chests. In a short while of work, Qin Fong was able to harvest 5 epic level treasure chests, which he could only open in his line because the hidden earth was not there. I don't know if it was because Qin Fong's luck was too bad, or what. For each of the epic treasure chests, Qin Fong had spent about 10 times of his epic key before opening them. To know, an epic key cost 1.5 million copper coins. This, even with Qin Fong's worth, was somewhat unaffordable. As the saying goes, the more you put in, the more you get out. Within the 5 epic level treasure chests, there were really quite a lot of goodies that were opened. One of these 60th level legendary grade weapons would allow Qin Fong to directly return his blood and remain unblemished. This legendary grade dragon blood great bow was priced at 150 million copper coins, and the tycoons at this stage would be struggling to get it. The other 3 epic level treasure chests were drawings of different professions. The only one that didn't have a blacksmith's, which was also considered a black hand. As for the last epic level treasure chest, it is a hidden profession transfer book. Unfortunately, this hidden profession transfer book was not a swordsman, and did not match Tianyang Day by Day's attributes. Otherwise, it would have been able to be given to him. However, although Tianyang Day by Day could not be used within the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, other peak players would always be able to use it. The epic level treasure chests around the Tianyang town in Qin Fong's mind were all opened. So Qin Fong quickly returned to the Tianyang town. To be honest, Qin Fong's mind still had information about the location of the legendary grade treasure chests, and the location of the god grade treasure chests. But going with his current status, it would truly be a death sentence. Ding. Congratulations. Your skill Thunder Punishment has been successfully upgraded to gold level. Ding. Your passive skill Thunder Immunity has been raised to 30%. All of these system beeps shook Qin Fong's spirit. When Qin Fong returned to Tianyang town, he immediately asked Hidden Earth to return the Thunder Frenzy Lion's cubs. Only after the Thunder Frenzy Lion saw that its own heir was unharmed did it completely trust Qin Fong. Qin Fong directly placed the Thunder Frenzy Lion in the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, and the cubs followed the Thunder Frenzy Lion. Qin Fong's positioning of Thunderous Lion was very simple. In his spare time, he could just let him chop himself up. But more of the time, he would let Thunderous Lion guard the 10,000 Empty Alley Guild. And in case other guilds wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble, the legendary Thunderous Lion would teach them to be human beings. After all, right now, Qin Fong really didn't lack pets. Mounts, God grade. Pets, God level. 8-winged elf king, God level. The Thunderous Berserker Lion really couldn't hold a legendary level boss alone. Since he was here, Qin Fong namely briefly encouraged the members of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild with a few words. Qin Fong had left for almost 2 days, and the preliminary round was nearing its end. The original 27,000 blacksmiths in Tianyang town had been brushed away by 23,000 blacksmiths. In the end, only 4,000 blacksmiths had passed the preliminary round. These 4,000 blacksmiths, without exception, were at least a fine gold level. This, even if you look at the entire Heaven's Destiny, the quality of the blacksmiths in Tianyang town was the highest. Chapter 459 Li Xie's Forging Technique. The entire Heaven's Destiny, like a starry town, would not have such strict requirements for blacksmiths as Tianyang Town. Especially after the blacksmith players of Tianyang Town heard online that other towns only needed to forge gold-level equipment to pass the preliminary round. They even started to verbally attack Tianyang Town. Tianyang Town. It's just a pit. Yeah. Damn. If we were born in another town, we would definitely be able to qualify for the preliminary round. Mud. This is where Tianyang Town is a pit. Tianyang Town Master. I hope you can come out and give me a statement. Yeah. Give us a statement. In the face of such voices, Divine Craftsman Lu Long merely released a statement. The minimum requirement for blacksmiths in medium-sized towns, forging gold-grade equipment. The minimum requirement for blacksmiths in large-sized towns, forging fine gold-grade equipment. This is all stipulated by Mount Chixia, and there is nothing I can do about it. In one sentence, Divine Smith Lu Long directly dumped the pot. After all, there were many opportunities within the large towns and many blacksmiths. If there was no restriction, it would be considered unfair to the blacksmiths of the ordinary medium-sized towns. Nay, Tianyang Town had just been promoted to a large town, so the blacksmiths of Tianyang Town suffered. Qin Fang was also slightly surprised for a moment when he heard this one value. In his previous life, Tianyang Town had 20,000 participants. But nowadays, surprisingly, there were only 4,000 people. Qin Fang had to sigh at the cruelty of this competition. Ding. The preliminary rounds of the major towns have been completed. Please prepare yourselves for the semifinals tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock sharp. Ding. After counting the total number of blacksmiths from Heaven's Destiny who participated in the semifinals this time, 985,474. Average grade gold. 1,000,000 blacksmiths entered the semifinals. This value was already very terrifying. Ding. Players who do not participate at 10 a.m. tomorrow will lose their qualification for the tournament. As the system tone fell, the participating players raised their breaths. This was a great competition for the entire Heaven's Mandate human blacksmiths. Who wouldn't want to stand out and become number one? Ding. The latest announcement. The first place winners of the major professions will receive a special title and can become one of the candidates for the city in the sky. This was the latest announcement released by Heaven's Destiny, and it instantly made countless blacksmith players boil. Holy shit. What the fuck? This I have to exert myself. Put up a fight. Put up a fight. Heck. This shall not be a quick victory. Originally, I still wanted to suppress my strength, but it looks like I'm going to be exposed this time. Sky City. Surprisingly, it's Sky City. Phew. Even though it's a candidate, it's enough to make these players boil and tremble. This was a revelry amongst the blacksmiths. But there were also chagrined players, such as the other participating players who had just finished the match. And some of these players were even cursing non-stop. Grass. Didn't say it earlier. Really? Only now? Yeah. If I had said it earlier, I would have tried my best to see if I could compete for first place. I'm not convinced. Only saying it now? This is clearly unfair. I suggest canceling this time's announcement, or replaying the competition. I agree. This time is completely unfair. The players were righteously indignant and demanded from the tournament, or else they would revolt and abandon the tournament. Especially the major professions in this tournament ranked in the top 10 players, but also asked for a rematch. After all, the difference in level between them is not big. More of them are not playing well, or the first lucky, which let him win the laurels. And then again, maybe the ending can be rewritten. In the face of such a voice, the fate of heaven, just a sentence. Respect the past results. If you have absolute confidence in their own strength, you can participate in next year's professional competition. In a word, it was impossible for Heaven's Destiny to change his plan. Even if these players made a lot of noise, it was impossible. However, Heaven's Destiny still had hope. There was still a chance for next year. If he took the first place in the vice profession next year, he could still become one of the candidates for the Sky City. Qin Fang frowned slightly when he heard such a system tone. This script. It seemed that it didn't match the script in his mind. According to his memory, the moment of the previous life was the end of the blacksmith competition, and the opening of the brand new competition encompassing all the professions of Heaven's Destiny. Before this announcement was made, moreover, the candidate slots for the Sky City in the previous life did not have any of these sub-professions in them. Although Heaven's Destiny announced to the public that there was no distinction between high and low professions, The real development of combat professions was that they were more powerful than other professions. But the real development of the combat profession is more popular than the auxiliary profession. This is also something that cannot be helped. In his previous life, he had also chagrined why the blacksmith's first was not able to become a candidate for the Sky City. Ahem. Even though he couldn't get first in his first year, he still couldn't help but think so. In this life, the number one in these sub-professions had even received the qualifications to be a candidate for the Sky City. This caused Qin Fang to be somewhat unprepared. But at the same time, it also filled his heart with high fighting spirit. This time, he was going to take the number one blacksmith title in the All-Celestial Destiny competition. A candidate for the Sky City. Certainly not a true ascent to the Sky City, but it was also a step closer to his goal. Ah! Qin Fang glanced at his own Forge Master experience value. The experience bar was only 5% full, and within a short period of time, there was basically no chance that he would be able to advance to the purple gold level of blacksmith. Nowadays, there were no more than 100 blacksmiths in the Celestial Destiny continent who had broken through to the elite gold level. As it sounded, this was a large number, but averaged out to every town, there was not even one. So one could imagine the difficulty of advancing to the elite gold level. Among these 100 people, there was no lack of geniuses, and it was still somewhat difficult for Qin Fang to take first place. Moreover, this time, there were not only players competing in the competition, there were also terrifying purple gold level NPCs. These NPC blacksmiths that have been hidden for so many years. There are purple gold level blacksmiths who can easily forge purple gold level equipment. And if they put up a fight, epic level equipment is not known. This was the strong contender for Qin Fang's title. Qin Fang pondered for a long time. How could he improve his forging level? In terms of materials, since it was a uniform configuration, everyone's starting line was equal. Forging level? Qin Fang believed that he was not weaker than anyone else. After all, he had 10 years of experience from his previous life to build on. Forging hammer? He wouldn't be weaker than others either. A peak epic level forging hammer was enough to make him stand proud of the crowd. In terms of professions, he wasn't bad either. With 4 hidden professions to review, it should be the others who were afraid. Then, in what other ways was Qin Fang able to strengthen himself? As he was pondering so, Li Xie, for some reason, suddenly stepped inside Qin Fang's room. Originally, Li Xie wanted to ask for a fine wine, but seeing Qin Fang's appearance, he still had some curiosity in his heart. Qin boy, what is it? Making it so difficult for you? Li Xie directly woke up Qin Fang. Qin Fang took a look at the fact that it was his teacher, Li Xie, and he informed him of his doubts. Who knew that Li Xie laughed out loud after hearing this? Come! Look at my forging. Divine craftsman Li Xie took out 2 or 3 copies of a low-grade material from within his storage ring. This material? At Qin Fang's current level, he wouldn't even look at it. The highest quality surprisingly didn't even exceed silver. Qin Fang, what is teacher preparing to do? Qin boy, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate once. Flame suddenly ignited in the hands of divine artisan Li Qi and began to scorch these materials. Puff. The impurities in the materials were instantly removed, turning into green smoke and disappearing. In an instant, Qin Fang's hands were merely left with pure or essences. Different or essences paired together are able to explode into a stronger power. Li Xie spat out these words, only to see the or essences in his hand begin to fuse under his control, in a completely different order of successive speeds and slowness. But after he had completely finished fusing, the grade of these materials had already been promoted to become the color of silver, and even vaguely had a metamorphosis towards the color of gold. Qin Fang was shocked. Was this the teacher's unique secret? It turned out to be so. This is merely the simplest kind of application. Rationing, which I discovered and mastered before the age of 10. It's not considered anything profound. You're looking at it. These materials are buried deep in the ground. And although their quality isn't high, the convergence of millions of years of spirituality is enough to make them even better. What are we going to do? That is, to awaken the deepest hidden spirituality within the materials, allowing them to truly blossom with the light that belongs to them. Only to see divine artisan Lu Long gently pointing, as if he was granting them wisdom. These originally dead materials suddenly came to life, as if they possessed life, animated beyond measure, and were even able to dance in Qin Fang's perception. Qin Fang was shocked. His eyes widened. This? How did this happen? The most crucial thing was that along with the emergence of spirituality, the grade of the material soared, crossing over the gold, crossing over the fine gold grade, and even reaching the purple gold grade. This? Was it still a pile of bronze grade materials? Turning rottenness into magic? It was only at this moment that Qin Fong understood to what extent teacher Li Xia's forging technique had arrived. This was simply astounding. This is not my work, but the essence of the heavens and earth that they have been absorbing day and night buried in the ground. And I am merely releasing it. Question surfaced in Qin Fong's mind. Teacher? Since all these materials absorb the essence of heaven and earth, why is it that some materials are born as purple gold, epic grade, and they are born as bronze grade? This is a question that I hope teacher can solve. Qin Fong. I don't understand either. Qin Fong was shocked. How could he not expect to receive such a reply? But I can give you an unreliable account. The God of creation created this side of the world. His body transformed into all things, and the bones in it transformed into mountains, rivers, earth, and endless deposits of minerals. At the moment of the beginning, the mineral deposits didn't exist in terms of rank. All of them were above the divine level, but with the outbreak of the first divine war, the heavens and earth were shattered, and the essence drained away infinitely, which allowed the mineral deposits to be divided into ranks as well. Qin Fong, this isn't bullshit. Even if Qin Fong was a 10-year-old child, he wouldn't believe this bullshit all. Not to mention that Heaven's mandate was constantly preaching that we should respect science. Even if Qin Fong hadn't been baptized with the formal knowledge of Heaven's mandate, he understood that Heaven's mandate should be a planet in the universe, and a creator God. Isn't this bullshit? Qin Fong, you said our power? Where did it come from? This question directly silenced Qin Fong. Chapter 460 Half-Step Epic Grade, Golden Dragon Bloodbath Bow. All along, in Qin Fong's subconscious mind, he thought that Heaven's mandate meant a period of time in Blue Star's past. But now look, Heaven's mandate was merely a part of Blue Star's past period of time. At the very least, in the real world, there was no such thing as a so-called deity. No, according to songs, folk tales, and tattered books from the past, deities seemed to be fabricated by people in the ancient times. Not real. Qin Fong was silent. Truly silent. Perhaps from the very beginning. From his previous life. His perception was in a wrong channel. Forget it. Isn't it just a game? What's the point of dwelling on it so much? Qin Fong soothed himself. Teacher, can you pass on the spirit summoning method to me? This was the current focus. Bronze-grade materials could reach the level of purple gold materials after teacher Li Xia's awakening of their spirituality? Then what if it was fine gold grade? Purple gold grade material? This was the best skill that would allow Qin Fong to settle down. Ding. The divine smith Li Xia has passed on to you the exclusive divine level of the 7 emotions blacksmithing lineage, spirit summoning technique. Skill description. Can awaken the hidden spirituality within the ore, drastically improving the quality of the ore. Ding. Your blacksmithing level is detected to be slightly low. Current usage, 3 times per day. Remarks. When your blacksmithing rank is raised to divine, you can use it without limitations. Qin Fong. Look again. This bronze-grade material blossomed into a purple gold-grade light in Li Xia's hands, and he was surprisingly still not satisfied. In the next second, the sound of endless winds merged in the firmament. This was the infusion of the power of heaven and earth, like forcing another wave of feed to a chicken that was about to be released from the pen. It made his weight increase and his quality better. This purple gold grade materials were vaguely trending towards the peak epic grade. Look again! A flash of light appeared from Li Qi's body, which was the light of the 7 emotions, and it was integrated into this material. Ka. The material directly transformed into epic grade and was still rising. By the time the 7 passions were fully integrated, the material had already been promoted to the peak of the epic grade. Peak epic grade? This is the peak of this material. If it is raised again, it will affect my forging. Thud. Li Qi took out a small forging hammer from somewhere and blasted it on top of this material. Using his hand as a forging platform was a real eye-opener for Qin Fong. With just one hammer, it caused this material to blossom with infinite light. The process of forging is also the process of sublimating the material. Thud. 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 As Li Qi dropped the 9th hammer, this material had become a complete weapon, which was a sword, tearing and pulling, Li Qi gave him an open blade. This sword buzzed between the hammers. Once again overstepping by one level, it reached the legendary grade. Bronze grade materials forged legendary grade equipment. The transformation of this simply made Qin Fang light up. You now? Any more doubts? Any more questions? Li Qi put this legendary grade weapon into his ring and looked at Qin Fang with a smile. At this moment, Qin Fang's mind was clear. The trace of irritation in his heart also vanished. It was true that only after seeing a higher, bigger sky could one's heart quiet down. Teacher, I have a broken forging method. Please correct it. Trapped in the endless cracks of the Celestial Emperor, Qin Fang had once worked out a forging method in a lightless, fireless state, which had been said by the pestilence Dharma god to be flowery and a change of soup. At this moment, Qin Fang wanted to show it to Li Qi to see if he could give some pointers. With a click, a silver-grade material appeared in Qin Fang's hand, only to see Qin Fang's 5 fingers continuously rubbing it. The impurities kept falling off, and in the end, only the pure essence remained. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Fang used his strong power to make the essence of these ores continuously fuse, constantly erupting with more power. In the end, Qin Fang forged a peak gold-grade equipment across the ranks. I still ask for your guidance, teacher. Qin Fang wanted to receive affirmation, but when he raised his head and saw Li Xia's face with a pig's liver color, his face as embarrassed as a fly, Qin Fang instantly knew the outcome of the matter. This kind of forging is a method I played around with when I was 3 years old. Disappointing. Li Xia originally thought that Qin Fang had really comprehended some extraordinary forging method, but at a glance, it was simply an insult to one's eyes. Qin Fang, so what the plague Dharma god said was already very euphemistic. Oh yeah. Remember to owe me 2 bottles of divine grade fine wine. Divine artisan Li Xia left, and a large indebtedness deed appeared above Qin Fang's head. Ding. You owe Godsmith Li Xia 2 bottles of god grade fine wine for tuition. Please pay as soon as possible. Qin Fang. 2 bottles of divine grade fine wine. This made Qin Fang go and take and steal all. However, on second thought, just this one god tier skill alone, i.e. with 2 bottles of god tier fine wine, Qin Fang began to try forging. On the second day, Qin Fang logged into Heaven's Destiny early and waited patiently. Ding. The semifinals are about to begin. Final countdown is 10 seconds. Ding. Please empty your minds and don't resist. 3, 2, 1. Circular circles of light appeared at the feet of all of Heaven's Destiny's nearly 1 million blacksmiths, which then shifted their positions. When they reappeared, they were already in a large, boundless square. When they looked around, they couldn't see their heads, and no one knew how big this place was. There were millions of forging platforms placed in this square, and these blacksmiths were following different numbers, stepping onto their own forging platforms one by one. Ding. Please ask player me to enter the 1084th forging platform. Qin Fang's figure fell uncontrollably and stood peacefully at the forging platform. Without ever being idle, Qin Fang could begin to measure the volume of this forging platform, searching for the most suitable forging posture, lest there would be mistakes later on. This forging platform was considered the most standard forging platform, and Qin Fang was able to adapt to it. Within this area, Qin Fang saw that within a range of 9 meters in front of and behind his left and right, there was a forging table set up for each of them, and there were also players who were waiting. Among these 4 people, there were 3 players and 1 NPC. Qin Fang greeted them one by one as a sign of friendship. Holy shit. Player me. Shouting sounds rang out as the player recognized Player Zhen. This is the great god, the number 1 forge master of Heaven's Destiny. What an honor to be behind Player Zhen. These 3 blacksmiths were all very excited and had a natural admiration for Qin Fang. As for this NPC, looking at Qin Fang revealed a hint of hostility. Ding. The topic of this competition, Forging Peak Essence Gold Level Equipment. Standard drawing, Fine Gold Grade Dragon Python Jade Bow. Forging time, 6 hours. Each person has 3 materials. This meant that each person had 2 chances to fail the forging. Once this standard came out, the blacksmiths of the large towns cursed. This semifinal, surprisingly, was simpler than even their preliminary round, with lax rules. Ding. Materials being distributed. Ta-da-da. A small airdrop descended to Qin Fang and the others' feet. Opening it up, Inside was an Essence Gold grade drawing and 3 Essence Gold grade materials. Ding. You may select Do Not Disturb mode. Qin Fang switched on this mode. And for a moment, an infinite mist surfaced around them, obscuring the sky. The sound, position and so on in front and behind were all shielded. And on the spot, only the sound of fire above the forging platform could be heard. Qin Fang quickly began to browse through this drawing and learned the general steps by heart. He then attempted to summon Xiao He, allowing him to purify the materials. Ding. A pet cannot be summoned within this scene. Qin Fang died and began to quench the impurities within the material in the traditional way. The flame burned brightly, and the material was burnt red. Thud, thud, thud. With each hammer, a lot of impurities erupted. And these materials were forged smaller and smaller, but more and more pure. In 30 minutes, Qin Fang quickly finished quenching these materials, but was still unsure and started quenching them once again. As for how to fuse the materials with each other to be able to burst out stronger attributes, this was difficult for Qin Fang. He could only try again and again. Ding. Fusion failed. Attribute decreased by 1%. The system beeped promptly and informed Qin Fang. Although Qin Fang had been very careful by combining his experience from his previous life, he still failed. For 4 hours, Qin Fang had wasted his entire mind on how to fuse the materials. 2 copies of the materials had already been wasted by Qin Fang. At this moment, in his golden dragon's ring, there were already 20 pieces of purple gold grade equipment bows and arrows lying peacefully. Now, Qin Fang still had one last chance. But how to fuse to be able to stimulate the strongest attributes of the ratios of these materials? Qin Fang still had not sought. Watching teacher Li Xia operate, everything was so simple, as if it was at his fingertips. But why did he operate it himself? But why was it so difficult for him to do it himself? At this point, basically no one in this space had left. Those who failed to forge were constantly looking for mending, wanting to see if they could forge a brand new Essence Gold level equipment at the last moment. Even those who succeeded in forging did not leave, to see if they could make 100 feet of progress, forging a better piece of equipment. In the end, you can just hand in one finished product, and the rest will be your own. Phew. Qin Fang discarded the distractions in his mind and started quenching the last material and began forging. After the quenching was completed, Qin Fang chose out the 3 main materials and cast the spirit summoning technique on them, releasing the complete power within them. In an instant, this fine gold grade material crossed the purple gold grade and became epic grade. This spirit evocation technique was terrifying, worthy of being a divine grade skill. Qin Fang began the forging, the fusion of materials completely at his will. Emotional power. Qin Fang, that is, injected anger. Under the enchantment of the King of Forging, the 4 attributes of the hidden profession were injected non-stop. The final forging was completed, and Qin Fang personally opened the blade for him. Buzz. This piece of equipment flashed out a rich purple and gold-colored light. The purple and gold color was so rich that it was extreme. The extreme metamorphosis. And a wisp of epic level light appeared. The epic grade light shone. But in the end, it dimmed, transforming into a half-epic, half-purple gold state. Qin Fang, this is... Ding. Forging time is up. Players who have not forged peak Essence Gold level equipment will be forcibly kicked out. For a while, the number of nearly 1 million blacksmiths was falling by leaps and bounds. And in a short while, that is, as many as 780,000 were kicked out. Kicked out? Basically, they were all gold-level blacksmiths. These gold-level blacksmiths were certainly capable of forging Essence Gold grade equipment. However, there was still a large gap between the fine gold level and the peak fine gold level. This group of players were eliminated. And rightly so. Qin Fang was also taken aback by the rate. It really is not too big. Congratulations to all of you who are still left and have successfully entered the finals. The following is the announcement of this forging ranking. Ranking first, Player Me. Forging equipment, half-step epic level, Golden Dragon Blood Bow. Ranking 2, Su Lai. Forged equipment, peak purple gold grade, Dragon King Divine Bow. Rank 3rd, Player Uxian. Forged equipment, peak purple gold grade, Ice God Dragon King Bow. Depending on the blacksmith's attributes, the attributes of the forged equipment were also different. Chapter 461, Terrifying Half-Step Epic Grade Equipment. Holy crap! Player Me is worthy of being the #1 forged master of Heaven's Destiny. to be able to forge half-step epic level equipment. What is half-step epic level? This was the doubt in the minds of this group of blacksmiths. Purple gold grade was fine gold grade. Epic grade was epic grade. What the hell is this half-step epic level? Is it a rank that player me created for myself? Hey, can we probe the attributes of this equipment? Yeah. Let us have a long look. For a while, countless blacksmiths shifted their eyes to this half-epic level equipment of Qin Fang's. As for the peak purple gold grade equipment forged by the second place, it was left unattended. The rankings of over 200,000 blacksmiths, from high to low, coalesced into a long list. The system beat merely announced the names of the first 100, the equipment level, and as for the ones after that, go and look for yourself. On top of this list existed all the information of this half-step epic level, the Golden Dragon Bloodbow, and the blacksmiths who participated in this forging could all check it out to ensure the fairness of this forging. This attribute? It's fucking terrifying. Is this a half-step epic level equipment? Holy shit. I feel like it's comparable to epic level equipment. That's it. That's it. This is epic level equipment if nothing else. Terrible. Terrible. All the blacksmiths reacted the same way when they saw this piece of equipment. Sucking in a breath of cold air. Jaws agape. A look of hell. Simply unable to believe that the attributes of this equipment would be real. The same blacksmith? Everyone forged the equipment. Why is it so weak? Player me forged it. Why is it so strong? Name, Golden Dragon Bloodbath Bow. Grade, half-step epic. Description, an equipment forged by player me. Possessing 4 hidden powers and quite a high grade. Wearable profession, archer. Suitable level, level 60. Additional attributes are as follows. Strength plus 80,000. Additional strength plus 8,000. This was the additional strength attribute attached to Qin Fang's own profession. Agility plus 50,000. Spirit plus 10,000. Physique plus 10,000. This attribute, it was simply higher than the attributes of some players today. Especially the 88,000 attack power was even more terrifying. Life value plus 1 million. Magic value plus 100,000. Evasion plus 12%. Attack speed plus 24%. Strength plus 15%. Additional skill 1. Thunder Arrow can gather arrows with the power of thunder. Inflicting fixed skill damage of 120,000 plus additional damage of 100%. Additional skill 2. Thunder Rage Thunder power lingers throughout the body. Increasing attack speed by 50%. Duration 3 minutes. Remarks. This skill drops 1/10,000th of blood per second. These were the 2 thunder skills attached by the Thunder Blacksmith. Completely tailored for this bow. Attached special passive skill, Armor Breaking. Armor Breaking. Each strike inflicts a 1% armor weakening on the target, which can be iterated for 80 layers. This skill is considered to be of divine level. If iterated, it would directly break armor by 80%, which even the strongest shield warriors and knights wouldn't be able to carry. This was a passive skill attached by the Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith, which added a lot of points. Additional special skill, Heart of Flame can condense an arrow of the fire element, and in the next 9 arrows, it will explode with 200% damage, doubling the damage to ice attribute monsters again, 400%. Remarks, cooldown, 90 seconds. This was a terrifying special effect attached by the Heaven Scar Blacksmith. Although it was only 1 skill, the cooldown was short. Special status. Rage attacks have a chance of triggering the rage status, attribute doubling. This was a newly appeared status. The first time Qin Fang had attached a successful special status. Qin Fang had followed Divine Craftsman Li Qi for so long, and for the first time, he possessed a deeper understanding of Li Qi's forging method. This special status, even Qin Fang was jolted. This was too strong. It was no exaggeration to say that this status added 10 million to the value of this half-step epic level equipment. Additional active skill 4, Divine Dragon Power Active Activation. Increases attributes by 30%. This was one of the skills attached to this piece of material. Even if it was a skill attached to a material, it was still stronger than the skills attached by other players. After all, Qin Fang's materials had all been invoked by him, and their attributes had all reached their peak. Such a half-step epic level equipment had a full 6 skills attached to it. This on other equipment? One wouldn't even dare to think about it. Even the second-rank purple gold grade equipment only had 2 skills attached to it, which was already considered very strong. This piece of equipment was simply considered to be the ceiling of what was currently forged amongst Heaven's Destiny's player blacksmiths. Especially these 6 skills? None of the skills were wasted. All of them were solid damage skills. This equipment? How many copper coins must it be sold for? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of this group of blacksmiths after looking at the attributes. 30 million copper coins. What? 30 million? You can't even sell it for less than 50 million copper coins. This equipment? It's simply the current pinnacle. Still selling it? Definitely keep it for yourself. Think about it. Player Me is not a simple blacksmith. He's still an expert. The mist dispersed. These blacksmiths gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and began to discuss this equipment. This frowning look. As if the player who forged this equipment? It was them. There were even some shrewd players who decisively took screenshots of all the attributes of this half-step epic level, collated them into an article, and published it. Heaven's Destiny's first half-step epic grade equipment is out. Everyone can feast their eyes on it first. Sincere favor, 100 copper coins. This article in one place. There were still quite a lot of players who purchased it. After all, the gimmick was still sufficient. The first equipment of Heaven's Destiny. 30 copper coins for a look. I only need 5 copper coins. Hey. Old man directly free. In a vicious cycle. No one could make any money. But this equipment was also known by players throughout Heaven's Destiny. The attribute chart of this half-step epic level equipment still had a group of doubters. Cow. This is fake. Right? This? I don't believe it. An equipment? Attaching 6 skills? Please also shine your eyes. Even a divine smith wouldn't dare to be like this. Fake. Definitely fake. Hee. This is just fooling fools. Those who chose not to believe were all those who had never seen or bought Qin Fang's forged equipment. The players who have actually purchased and seen the equipment forged by the player Me. Their eyes are straight. And their eyes are left out. Why was it that the topmost batch of players in Heaven's Destiny were all willing to buy Qin Fang's equipment? Why did they want to purchase it every day? Wasn't it because Qin Fang's equipment was strong? To be more specific, high attributes and many skills. Especially this advantage of having many skills really made these peak players love it. Being in the middle of brushing monsters. Suddenly there was a shortage of skills. A feeling that I'm sure everyone had experienced. The old unbearable awe. 6 skills? My god yo. 80,000 attack power. Who can carry this? This half-step epic level equipment. Really powerful awe. Simply than my epic level equipment. Are not much worse awe. Player Master We? 100 million copper coins. I'll take it. At this moment, a tycoon archer old man directly shouted at player Me through the ear, genuinely wanting to purchase these equipments. These words immediately caused the group of spammers from Heaven's Destiny to shut their mouths and stare in disbelief. In the end, they could only continue to talk tough. Heaven's Destiny is really a lot of stupid people with a lot of money. If this equipment is real, I'll eat shit upside down and take screenshots as proof. Grass. 100 million copper coins. I still want to bid 80 million. You are really ruthless, old brother. Let you. Forget it. Let it go to you. These top powerhouses are all conversing across the air. This group of people? All of them were able to recognize each other, so as not to hurt the peace. There was also the point that the price of 100 million copper coins was already considered the ultimate in half-step epic level equipment. If it was higher, it would be able to buy a piece of epic level equipment. Older brother. Add me as a friend and chat privately. Qin Fang replied decisively. Afraid of missing out on this big customer. Qin Fang recognized this one player, the Bao God. The 10th ranked archer in his previous life. This player's operation was a mess. At best a third-rate expert. But why was he able to stand out amongst the fates of heaven and become one of the top 10 ranked archers? The reason was that all of his equipment was the most luxurious in fate of heaven. This player is a standard rich generation. I heard that the money at home is piled up to the point of moldering. So I want to spend it. I heard. In the previous life. This archer 10th ranking are his secret operation. Purchase. Otherwise, it is really not his turn. Even if his equipment is very luxurious. Attributes are very high. In his previous life, Qin Fang had also traded with the Bao God. Shucks. It was the Phoenix Guild that had traded with the Bao God. And he had merely stood humbly on the sidelines and watched. Ding. You have successfully added Bao God as a friend. Older brother. No more nonsense. Direct transaction. Bao directly dialed the communication. Very bold. This voice was a sound of a brash middle-aged man. Ding. Bao God requests a trade. Ding. You have obtained 100 million copper coins. 100 million copper coins directly arrived, paying first and receiving the goods later, which showed that the Bao God completely trusted Qin Fang. Old brother, you are so generous. I can't be cheap here. I'll give you another edition. Qin Fang chose to trade, and not only put this piece of half-step epic grade equipment on it, he also chose a purple gold grade jewelry suitable for archers, and threw it on. This purple gold grade jewelry, if it was normally sold, it would cost 10 million copper coins anyways. Older brother, you are an open-minded person. But old brother can't take your things for nothing. After saying that, the Bao God namely requested for a trade again, which Qin Fang directly refused. Bao God, old brother, you may not be able to. The first time you trade with me, especially such a large amount of transactions, will directly enter the membership list of the 10,000 Empty Alley group. And in the future, no matter what you buy, it's a 90% discount of this money. I can't ask for this money in a million years. Good. Old brother, since it's your rule, I won't push back. In the future, if you have equipment, remember to tell old brother. Old brother here is not bad for money. It's bad for good equipment. The Bao God was no longer stubborn and directly cancelled the transaction and hung up the communication. Qin Fang, he successfully unlocked a real big brother. This guy, Bao God, completely called himself one of the top tycoons of Heaven's Destiny. Even Batian didn't dare to call himself a big man in front of him. That is, someone who was in the same generation as Batian's father. So one could imagine his financial power. Such a horrible big man? Was he just doing a one-hit deal? Is Qin Fang a mallet? Ding. The final round will open tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please be on time. Ding. If you are late, you will be disqualified from participating. The system tone resounded, and these blacksmiths were all thrown out, returning to their original positions once again. Immediately, this list was also made public. Half-step epic level equipment top tycoons did not buy. These peak purple gold level equipment. Always cannot miss it. Chapter 462 The Finals. Ding. May I ask if this peak purple gold level equipment is for sale? Drip. Add a friend. I want to purchase this piece of purple gold grade equipment. There were merely 10 of these peak purple gold grade equipment for sale, and more were digested by the internal guilds. After all, at this stage, being able to cultivate fine gold level blacksmiths? Most of them were guilds. Most of the owners of these 10 pieces of purple gold level equipment were Heaven's Destiny's native forgers. After the purchase was completed, these tycoons namely regretted it. The same price. Purchased a piece of equipment that was not as good as the purple gold grade equipment forged by the player me. The contrast all of a sudden came out. These rich people's mouth has been player me to raise grips at the moment, and then look at these equipment. How to see how twisted, and even some directly thrown to the men. Let them go to take to play it. Qin Fang stepped out from the misty space of this place, and began to recall his own forging. Today's forging was full of loopholes. If it wasn't for the final force, Qin Fang wouldn't have been able to forge even purple gold level equipment, not to mention half-step epic level equipment. Qin Fang went directly to his private territory to look for Teacher Li Qi. Regarding the forging path, Qin Fang still needed Teacher Li Xie to explain to him. As soon as Qin Fang stepped into the private territory, before he could see Li Xie, he heard the following system tone. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Xie has issued a task to you, to match 3,000 copies of the Forging Optimal Solution. Mission Reward, Li Evil's Forging Experience Book. This mission reward instantly made Qin Fang possess an itchy heart. But alas, he didn't have enough time. There was no need for him to improve much in this forging competition. Just as he was thinking about it, Qin Fang suddenly felt the sky spinning and his body was out of control. When he came back to his senses again, he had already appeared in an unfamiliar environment. There was a mountain of low-ranking materials piled up here, as well as a mountain of blackboards, chalk and so on. Ding. Divine Craftsman Li Xie has thrown you into a special scene. Ding. Time passes slowly in this scene. Qin Fang. Be patient. The ratio between the materials can't be fully comprehended overnight. He needs you to try again and again. Need to fail again and again. When you have the initial knowledge, I'll let you out. This Qin Fong instantly understood teacher Li Xia's good intentions. But how could he have never imagined that heaven's mandate? Would there even be such a scenario? This was too much of an exaggeration. But on second thought, it seemed even more incomprehensible that he was trapped directly in the Heavenly Emperor's prison, losing his knowledge of time and space. Time is limited. Work hard to get up. Qin Fong. Qin Fong cheered himself up, even though the mountains of low-grade materials also made his heart tremble. Clicking. Qin Fong tumbled over countless obstacles, turning over a few tables pieced together from the middle, spreading out a lowest-ranked black iron grade drawing that merely required only 3 ingredients to refine. The proportioning of the 3 materials. This was the simplest. Qin Fong began to raise the forging hammer in his hand, quenching the impurities, and began to proportion them. With each proportioning, Qin Fong would forge it out, and then record it on top of the blackboard, placing it neatly aside. Time passed quickly. Qin Fong was immersed in the proportioning for a long time. Black iron grade equipment was the foundation. Although the ratios among the 3 materials were very simple, Qin Fong was not careless, and forged all the black iron grade drawings that he had learned before giving up. 100 black iron grade drawings, all forged once. Even Qin Fong knew that a long time had passed. Just when Qin Fong was about to start forging silver grade equipment, tens of thousands of black iron grade drawings suddenly appeared in the firmament. These drawings, like fireflies, transformed into millimeters of light and merged into Qin Fong's body. For a moment, countless black lines surfaced on Qin Fong's forehead. Once again, he began to combine and proportion the materials needed for these black iron grade equipment. Qin Fong didn't even know how long had passed. When he was thirsty, he drank some water. When he was hungry, he ate some bread. Even in the game, this feeling of hunger and thirst was very real, especially for players who were logged into the nutrient warehouse. At this moment, if Hidden Earth went offline, he would be able to discover that the nutrients within Qin Fong's nutrient warehouse were dropping rapidly. If not for the fact that there were 300 doses of nutrient liquid stored within the nutrient warehouse, it was highly likely that Qin Fong's body would have problems. I don't know how much time had passed, but Qin Fong had finally finished matching the 30,000 black iron grade equipment materials. The blackboards above this ground were already countless, densely packed with records of Qin Fong's proportioning during this period of time. It was no exaggeration to say that a proportioning job of this intensity was comparable to Qin Fong's 10 years of forging journey in his previous life. Or even stronger. Qin Fong's understanding of forging was even deeper. When all of the black iron grade equipment was forged, Qin Fong stopped, like a statue, staring vacantly at the blackboard in front of him, looking at the data. At this moment, dead silence and confusion appeared in Qin Fong's eyes, as if he had fallen into self-doubt about forging. It was only after a long time that a bright light appeared in Qin Fong's eyes, and he regained his passion for forging. The long hours of forging had made Qin Fong as if he was a robot, losing the ability to think about forging, and even rationing had become an instinct. In particular, the loss of perception of time had caused Qin Fong to be in a state of trance for a long period of time. Just as Qin Fong was about to start the proportioning of the bronze-level equipment once again, Qin Fong was thrown out of this area of space. By the time he opened his eyes, himself was already in a private territory. Perhaps it was the first time he was exposed to natural light after a long time of proportioning, which meant that Qin Fong's eyes couldn't be opened, causing his eyes to tear up as he let out a meaningless syllable in his throat. Li Xia gently pointed. Qin Fong's entire person namely came to his senses. Qin Fong, for this forging? What are your thoughts? Li Xia smiled and began to ask. Qin Fong shook his head meaninglessly, very calm inside. I've forgotten all about it. Hearing this, Li Qi laughed out loud. It's good to forget. It's good to forget. Rest for a while. 2 hours later, the finals will open. Li Xia left such a voice and immediately left. Ding. Your body condition is detected to be extremely poor. Please exit the game as soon as possible. Buzzing. The bright red-colored warning made Qin Fong cognizant of the seriousness of the matter. Qin Fong directly exited the game in place. Ding. Heaven's destiny welcomes your return once again. I wish you a happy life. Qin Fong comfortably limped inside the nutrient warehouse, activating the automatic hibernation mode and setting the time for 2 hours. Before Qin Fong could even think about some things. That is, he fell into a high level of slumber. The subtle electric currents within the nutrient warehouse stimulated Qin Fang's body, allowing him to remain active enough. Not only that, but there were also fine tiny robots that integrated into Qin Fang's body, helping him to clean up the rubbish in his body, ensuring his health. The Sky City's nutrient warehouse technology was definitely 200 years ahead of the Broken Earth's technology. If Qin Fang were to check, he would be able to find 100 portions of nutritional potion that had disappeared. To know, these 100 portions of nutritional potion were enough to allow Qin Fang to last for 3 months of light within the heavenly destiny. But now, it was consumed in just 1 day. Ding! The time you set has arrived. The stimulation of the electric current within the nutrient warehouse increased slightly, causing Qin Fang to wake up from her deep sleep. And then she took advantage of the last sliver of time to enter the heavenly mandate once again. Ding! Welcome back to Celestial Destiny. Enjoy the game. Logging back into the game, Qin Fang then felt refreshed, as if he had come back to life. Qin Fang just wanted to recall the ratios of the black iron grade. That is, he heard the system beep. Ding! Please don't resist, and wait patiently for the blacksmiths participating in the finals. In the next second, the familiar feeling reappeared, and the group of blacksmiths, Qin Fang and the others, were once again teleported away. The familiar square. The familiar forging platform. Only this time, perhaps because of the drastic reduction in the number of people, Qin Fang surveyed the surroundings. He was the only one, and no other blacksmiths could be seen to exist anymore. Ding! The finals will officially open in 1 minute. Ding! In order to ensure the fairness of the decision of this competition, this forging specially opened the entire video function. Afterwards, if the participants have objections to the results of this time, they can apply to watch the video. Ding! In order to ensure that the surrounding environment will not affect your forging, this forging has purposely turned on the shielding function. It could be said that for the sake of this final, Heaven's mandate had done quite well. Ding! Forging begins. Ding! Forging materials are being distributed. Ding! The theme of this forging. Please forge a purple gold level equipment within 12 hours. Illusion Spirit Breaking Sword. Ding! The parcel has been delivered. It instantly made most of the blacksmiths in this competition scream in agony. The semifinals, they were able to hold out. But a purple gold level equipment, they really couldn't forge it. Holy shit. It's only the finals. And they're all forging purple gold level equipment? Then if it's the finals, they won't be able to forge epic level equipment. I'm nil. I'll just stop forging, so as not to embarrass myself. Forget it. I'll forge it. It's also a way to gain experience. These participating NPCs, on the other hand, behaved very normally, opening their packages and starting to forge. Especially the disciple of divine artisan Lu Long was holding a breath in his heart, wanting to completely surpass Qin Fang. It wasn't just Qin Fang. This time in the finals, he had also seen quite a few disciples trained by other divine smiths. These existed, but all of them were not even close to his strength. Before he came, his teacher had told him, even if you can't beat Qin Fang, you must suppress the other blacksmith's disciples. If you can't do it, don't say that you are my disciple in the future. Ugh! These words, they hurt him tremendously. Qin Fang clicked on the parcel, which meant that he saw the drawings of the illusory spirit breaking sword, as well as 3 materials. Each of the materials contained 134 ores. This could be much more difficult than black iron grade materials if one wanted to match them all. Qin Fang closed his eyes and started quenching these materials first. In the midst of the quenching, Qin Fang himself did not even notice that he had unconsciously numbered these materials. When the quenching was completed, Qin Fang consciously began to fuse them, and everything fell into place. Before Qin Fang's mind could think, the movements of his hands had already begun to fuse. When the fusion was complete, Qin Fang had a feeling that this was the best ratio. Thud. The hammer fell, and Qin Fang began the forging. Chapter 463 Epic Equipment, Heaven's Mark Spirit Divine Sword. If someone were to see it at this moment, they would be able to notice that Qin Fang's pupils were completely white, and no black pupils could be seen. But the movements of his hands were completely uninterrupted, and even faster, creating a path of phantoms. Qin Fang seemed to be in a special state of forging. This type of forging mesmerized Qin Fang's entire being. Thud. Dang. Thud. Qin Fang dropped his hammer. and the weight of each hammer changed for the different materials. For example, the mercury mirror stone. Even if this material was tempered to its full essence, it was still very fragile. So if it was used vigorously, it would not only destroy the internal structure, but would also make the entire forging a lost cause. As for the deep-sea sunken stone, this material needed to be struck vigorously. Otherwise, it would not be able to release all of its internal strength. Qin Fang's material fusion was continuing. Wow! Qin Fang's place flickered with a purple-gold color, and then the piercing light began to raise and transform. In the end, this piece of equipment successfully metamorphosed into a half-step epic level, the illusory spirit-breaking longsword. Ding! Congratulations to player me for successfully forging the half-step epic grade, illusory spirit-breaking longsword. Temporarily ranked number 1. Ding! Until the end of the forging, 10 hours left. Please make an effort. Forging Masters. With a scuffling sound, the entire closed forging environment was suddenly stunned by this piece of equipment from Qin Fang. This ranking list appeared immediately, and within this confined space, no matter if they were forging or not, they all watched this list. Holy shit. It's only been 2 hours since the game started. Player me actually succeeded? This result caused the players, who were also blacksmiths, to be shocked. It was hard to believe. Damn. Does this even want us to live? A player directly pessimized and sighed, an envious resentment growing in his heart. Another half-step epic level. Heck, old me hasn't even studied the drawings yet. This player's heart was filled with resentment. Is this real? Who can tell me that this isn't true? Is the gap between me and the player me so great? The cries of blood and tears from the players were simply saddening. Half-step epic level? Heh. That's not my goal. Divine Artisan Lu Long's closed disciple snorted and started forging. His goal was epic level equipment. From tempering to forging, he took every step very solidly. And at every step, he wanted to complete it to its peak state before forging. He had already been suppressed twice in a row by player me. This time, he had to get back, letting his master know that he wasn't weak either. No, he was stronger than player me. Not only was this the thought of Divine Craftsman Lu Long's closed disciple, but it was also the thought of all the other Divine Craftsman's disciples and closed disciples. The number of Divine Craftsmen of the human race in the continent of Heaven's Destiny is not large. Only 6, and there are some old and decrepit, already not suitable for forging divine weapons. Can only add bricks and mortar to the future of the human race. As much as possible, teach the disciples, so that they can become the billet of the Divine Craftsman. Of these disciples, only the most gifted could be called shut-in disciples. However, the participants this time were not only shut-in disciples, but also the ordinary disciples that the Divine Craftsman normally taught. These normally taught disciples, the heart is also closed to Gasset, is bound to exceed these closed disciples, because of the reason of the godly craftsman Lu Long. Other godly craftsmen also know the existence of the player me. The usual teaching also is to let them and the player me to compare. This time, finally ran into a real person? Wouldn't that be a good comparison? It was estimated that Qin Fang himself didn't even know that invisibly he had become the benchmark for so many people. These shut-in disciples of the divine artisans were all scoffing at player Jin at the moment. This, an Essence Gold-ranked forger being able to forge half-step epic equipment is already the ultimate. I don't believe he can forge epic equipment across 2 steps. The best of the game is definitely ours. After all, Lousy has already obtained a purple gold-ranked forge master. Haha. Player me. This is the end of the line for you. Epic level equipment. Out. Huh. Has Little Lee already forged epic level equipment? Look at mine. 3 minutes hadn't even passed since Qin Fang had forged a half-step epic grade equipment. And these divine artisan shut-in disciples were forging truly epic grade equipment one after another. Ding. Let us congratulate the purple gold-ranked blacksmith, Tian Ting, for forging an epic level equipment, the spirit-breaking dragon-slashing sword. Ranked temporarily first. For a moment, Qin Fang forged a half-step epic grade equipment and became second. Tian Ting, divine craftsman Mosie's closed female disciple. Although she was a female, her talent for forging and her level of hard work and endurance was no less or even stronger than that of a male disciple. Mosie is also personally taught. I heard that at this moment is already the peak of the purple gold level forging masters. In a matter of days will be able to break through. Successfully stepped into the ranks of the epic level, to become the fate of the sky real dignified forging masters. with Tianting's means. Forging epic-level equipment was simply a matter of course. After all, to be able to become a divine artisan, who didn't have a unique secret manual, these unique secrets wouldn't be passed on to ordinary disciples. They would definitely be passed on to closed disciples. Oh. Holy shit. Awesome. Holy shit. This. Where did it come from? Stupid. Stupid. Really stupid. Where did the overgrown dragons come from? To be able to directly forge epic-level equipment. Isn't this forcing the player me to be stronger? No. No. This is NPC, not a player. The players from the outside world also participated into the discussion. After all, from the semifinals onwards, the forging process of this group of blacksmiths had been broadcast live. The outside players were all able to see it and comment on it. Ding! Congratulations to the purple gold level blacksmith. Ye Huang has successfully forged an epic level equipment, the Divine Favor Eboshi Hidden Sword. Currently ranked number 1. The epic level equipment forged by Emperor Asia was a step up from Tianting's, and was therefore temporarily ranked first. What the hell? Another one? Why do I feel like these epic equipment are worthless? Following 3 in a row? It's not a player. It's an NPC again. Damn. NPCs are taking too much advantage in this forging. Right. Although epic level blacksmith NPCs are not permitted to participate, purple gold level blacksmith NPCs are already considered higher than all of us all. Say, you guys continue to look. Surprisingly, another epic level equipment has come out. Ding. Congratulations to the purple gold rank blacksmith. Ling Clud has successfully forged an epic ranked equipment, the 3 veins flowing water sword. Rank 3rd. This piece of epic grade equipment that Ling Bulwer had forged was completely inferior to Tianting in terms of quality. And at the level of a sub-emperor, it could only be considered to have entered the threshold of the epic grade. For a moment, the natives of the Heaven's Destiny continent cheered out, as if in celebration. This? Could it be any more excessive? Can our blacksmith players compete for some glory? Hurry up and compare these NPCs. That's right. Looking at the way these people are flaunting their power. Can it be that my Heaven's Destiny player blacksmith really has no one? Yeah. Player me is already considered the number 1 forger in Heaven's Destiny. And he can only forge half-step epic level equipment? Who else would be able to do it? Who would be able to do it? Who can come forward? Just then, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to player. Song Haiwuya has successfully forged an epic level equipment, the Song Dome Breaking Long Sword. Temporarily ranked first. This system beep rang out, instantly injecting a shot in the arm to the players of Heaven's Destiny. Who says that we, Heaven's Destiny, only have 1 strong forger in Playershin? Right. Right. Songhai Guild's blacksmith. So strong. Holy crap. Crossing 2 ranks to be able to forge epic equipment. From today onwards, the name of player we Heaven's Destiny continent's number 1 forger has changed hands. Haha. Players can only forge half-step epic level equipment. Art Songhai Crow, on the other hand, has forged epic level equipment. The one cupping and the other stepping on it made Songhai Crow's reputation grow louder and louder. Ding. Congratulations to the purple gold rank blacksmith, Broken Spirit, for successfully forging an epic level equipment, the Cold Ice Broken Dragon Long Sword. Temporarily ranked 2nd. This was forged by another NPC. Ding. Congratulations to the purple gold rank blacksmith, Sun Luo, who forged an epic ranked equipment, the Flash Avalanche Long Sword. Temporarily ranked 5th. Within a short span of 10 minutes, epic grade equipment kept appearing as if they were springing up. On top of this list, the top 10 were all epic grade equipment. And the 11th was Qin Fong's half-step epic grade hanging alone and pitifully. The top 10 epic level equipment. Songhai we are ranked 3rd. This data isn't bad already. Yeah. You guys look at these epic level equipment. The attributes of each piece are so strong. Adding 100,000 attributes. This is all considered normal epic level equipment. Nyanya. Hey. It's too hard. Player me. Can you explode again? Otherwise, it looks like we're being suppressed. Player Jin did not hear such voices. At this moment, he had already started forging the second portion of materials. This time, a hint of clarity appeared in Qin Fong's eyes as he began to forge in earnest. Everything was so regimented. Haha. So that's how forging is supposed to be. A trace of clarity arose in Qin Fong's heart, and the speed of his forging hands became even more brisk. as if he had pushed away a large stone that was blocking his way, allowing his forging to go to the next level. If the forging of tens of thousands of pieces of black iron grade equipment was seen as accumulation, at this moment, Qin Fang was already in the process of thinning out. Divine artisan Lu Long had helped him too much. Some of the problems that had plagued Qin Fang in his previous life were all solved at this moment. A powerful confidence flowed out of Qin Fang's chest and stomach, as if he had no problem letting him forge divine grade equipment at this moment. Epic grade equipment? So that's it. Qin Fang's movements became faster and faster, literally appearing as phantoms. The speed of forging, the speed of tempering, the speed of fusion, and ultimately, the speed of engraving gross, all increased by a factor of many. At the moment of the 4th hour, the system beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player, we have forged a peak epic level equipment. The Heaven's Trace Spirit God Sword is temporarily ranked first. This time, the blacksmiths within the entire forging space were all silent. Ah! This blacksmith reacted only after being scorched by the searing hot fire block that scorched itself. As for the materials of this one, it was almost about to be scrapped. This was not an isolated case, but many, and for a while, many blacksmith players cursed and lambasted Qin Fang for scrapping their materials. The close disciples of the divine smiths such as Ye Huang, Tian Ting, and Ling Luoru all opened their eyes wide and looked at the list of this one with dead eyes, their pupils filled with disbelief. They originally thought that they had already surpassed the player me, and they had just breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, causing the materials in the second copy to not be forged with any care. Who would have thought that? Player Jin unexpectedly turned his head and slapped them on top of their big faces. What? Player Jin was actually able to forge peak epic level equipment. Chapter 464 Epic Grade Equipment Attributes. I really want to curse. This player blacksmith originally had a low level. It was not easy to quench a furnace of essence. But because of being shocked by this system tone, the moment he opened the list to watch the properties of this epic equipment, that is, indulging in it, and when he reacted again, the essence of this furnace was directly scrapped. The whole person is simply angry as stormy. But there is no way. Can only start from scratch. Holy shit. This peak epic level equipment? Is it that strong? You guys, look. The strength is directly plus 160,000. This, if it's equipped, it's simply not human. Player me is really still the #1 forger of Heaven's Destiny. Songhai Wuya's epic level equipment only increases the attributes by 100,000. And player me's is? A full 160,000 ah. Other three-dimensional attributes, as well as skills, are also all aspects of the crush ah. Holy shit. This is only epic level equipment. What is it that Songhai Wuya and the others have forged? The players were all dumbfounded by this peak epic grade equipment. No matter who it was, as long as they clicked in to watch the attributes of this epic equipment, all of them came out with a face of admiration. The attributes of this epic grade equipment were definitely considered the strongest at the moment, bar none. Name: Heaven's Trace Spirit God Sword. Brief introduction: epic grade equipment forged by essence of gold grade blacksmith me, containing the aura of the forger's wisdom. Suitable profession: swordsman, warrior. Suitable wearing level: level 65. Additional 4 dimensions are as follows. Strength plus 160,000. Additional strength plus 16,000. A strength attribute of nearly 180,000 was enough to make one's jaw drop. If this were to be slashed, even the current shield warrior Blood Bull wouldn't necessarily be able to resist it. Physique plus 100,000. The additional 100,000 body mass was even more so that the wearer would directly become a Blood Bull. Agility minus 5,000. This was a minus item. If this was equipped on a swordsman who was already not fast, he would directly become a snail, and probably wouldn't even be able to hack people. Spirit minus 5,000. This was another minus. But it didn't really matter. Additional skill I, Thunder Bloom. Additional skill 2, Thunder Flash. Additional skill 3, Thunder Rage. This is the Thunder Blacksmith's additional. Additional special skill, Crushing. This is the additional of the Heavenly Spirit Blacksmith. Additional Thunder attribute, Thunder Forcing. This is the additional of the Heavenly Trace Blacksmith. Additional emotion, Calm. This was the Emotion Blacksmith's add-on. Each of these additional skills was very strong. Tian Ting, I am inferior. Even though Tian Ting had been personally trained by the Divine Blacksmith, The sight of this peak epic level equipment silenced her. Sub-Emperor, really? Is it really this strong? Ye Huang's mood was like riding a roller coaster, constantly going up and down. Originally, he thought that he would be able to overpower Qin Feng. But then, the whirlwind player, me, gave let him understand that you're still your grandpa. Ah, Ling Luru, damn. Is this the most gifted forger that the teacher talked about? Sure enough, it's terrifying. These shut-in disciples of the divine smiths, surveying this material in their hands, immediately put away their contempt. Since I'm able to forge a peak epic level equipment of a master forger with a fine gold level body, then there was no reason why they couldn't do it, knowing that their level higher than player me. Thus, this group of divine artisans closed disciples began the forging of the third material. This time, the forging had to catch up with me. And even if they didn't ever catch up, they couldn't have such a big gap with him. Qin Feng forged this peak epic level equipment, a calm smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. This was the pinnacle of his current forging, and it was also a rebirth for him after crossing so many obstacles, completely allowing him to please the fear in his heart. If Qin Feng had only had a 30% chance of taking the title of this forging competition before, now he had 80%. This was how powerful Qin Feng was. Qin Feng gathered his emotions and started forging the third piece of equipment. There were still 8 hours left before the final time limit, so he couldn't waste time. This time, Qin Feng directly activated the evocation of spirit, raising the spirituality of the main material to the extreme for him, and then began the quenching and forging. The divine artisan's disciples wanted to forge stronger equipment, and naturally, Qin Feng wanted to as well. Time passed slowly. The shut-in disciples of the divine artisans had once again forged epic level equipment. Even if it wasn't peak level, it was still stronger than what they had forged the first time, and they managed to squeeze Songhai Wuya's epic level equipment out of the top 10. Songhai Wuya, these people? How did they all get forged? Why was Songhai Wuya able to forge epic equipment? That was because he had the special skill of the hidden profession, being able to forcibly level up equipment every so often. The higher the level of the forged equipment, the longer it would take. Originally, he wanted to make a splash this time and completely overshadow player Jin. After all, Qin Feng had only forged half-step epic level equipment this time. But now, who else knew about him? Songhai Wuya. Once again, Songhai Wuya had become Qin Feng's sidekick. This was really helpless as well. Now, all these animals are forging epic equipment twice? But what about him? There's nothing he can do. How can he still forge it? Even if he finished forging all 3 of the materials, it would only be a purple gold level equipment. Although Songhai Wuya was still working hard, the second piece of equipment came out, and it was only the usual purple gold grade equipment. The third piece of equipment came out, and there was some progress. Peak purple gold level equipment, even with Qin Feng's half-step epic level, was far from it. Songhai Wuya gave up. When 12 hours had passed, the system beep sounded. Ding. Forging is over. Start checking equipment. Ding. Checking is over. First place in this final, player me. Epic equipment rating, 799.99. The rating of this equipment is unrivaled, just a hair short of becoming legendary. Second place in this final, Yin Huang. Epic equipment rating, 778.52. Third place in this final. The system tone only announced the top 10 ranked equipment and creators. Songhai Wuya happened to be ranked 10th, and was also considered to be a little famous. P.S. The divine artisan shut-in disciples forged 2 pieces of epic equipment per capita, so it pushed Songhai Wuya's equipment out of the top 10 of the list. But the final rating was based solely on the strongest piece of equipment rated by each forger. Within those 10 slots, the players? Only I. Songhai Wuya. Ding. The players eliminated this time are a long list, and the system beep no longer recited it, instead allowing them to view it for themselves. Ding. According to the rules of the tournament, the blacksmiths who entered the finals this time, a total of 1,034 people. Over 200,000 people? Straight away, 200,000 were swiped, leaving mere zeros. Only amongst these fractions, the NPCs occupied 80%, and the players? Only 20%. Some of the players in this batch were confident, thinking that there must still be cards left to play. But there were also some who were frustrated, with little prospect for the finals. Ding. The grand finals will open at 10 a.m. 3 days from now. Please be on time. Ding. You will be kicked out of the forging space. More than 200,000 blacksmiths were kicked out one after another. Outside, all sorts of voices were heard. Player me. It really lives up to its name. Yeah. It's amazing to be able to forge peak epic equipment under these circumstances. It's a pity that Player Jin's third piece of epic level equipment wasn't forged. Otherwise his fame would have been even greater. Yeah. Too bad. I thought he would be able to succeed. I held my breath the entire time I watched. But it's a pity that it was a failure in the end. This Songhai is also very strong. Buying equipment in the future? Be able to look for him as well. The last forging was a deliberate failure on Qin Fang's part. This time, Qin Fang had a premonition that he would be able to forge epic equipment. So with a 99% success rate, he chose to fail. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. Receive a 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining epic equipment. Broken Toad Palace Sword * 100. Qin Fang was able to wake up happy even when he was sleeping. This was a full 100 pieces of epic grade equipment. Even if each piece of this equipment could only be sold for 100 million. This was still a full 10 billion. This was also considered to be destroying the restrictions that the Heavenly Fate system had placed on Qin Fang to a certain extent. You guys say? Where did all these unknown powerful blacksmiths come from? Some players were a little interested in the origins of these NPCs. I don't know. But I guess the origin is not simple. Have you guys heard of Mount Qixia? The place where the human emperor resides. I suspect they came from there. Mount Qixia? What kind of place is that? The place where the human emperor resides. Can it be that it's a god tier area? The players were talking. And Qin Fang wanted to participate in the discussion. But the system beep sounded. Ding. Player Matian requesting contact. This was one of Qin Fang's stable customers. And he must have valued the equipment Qin Fang had forged in this tournament. Old brother Matian. Which one do you fancy? I'll give you a 10% discount. Qin Fang was also quick to speak. Elder brother me. 58 million copper coins. Sell this one half-step epic level equipment to old brother. Old brother is also in a tight spot lately. I can only come up with so much awe. Matian was a little strapped for cash. A little embarrassed. What is this old brother Matian saying? Here you go. Qin Fang directly and cheerfully clicked on the transaction. Qin Fang appeared to be quick. But in fact, he had already finished weighing it in his mind. Other big brothers had also offered to contact him. But then the prices were all similar to Matian. Or even lower. Since that was the case, it would be better to just offer it to Matian. This truly epic equipment. Qin Fang did not intend to sell it for the time being. Instead, he was going to sell it at the 10,000 Empty Lane auction house to increase its popularity and visibility. Songhai Wuyuan's epic level equipment. It must be digested internally by the guild. How could it possibly flow out? As for the epic level equipment forged by other NPCs, there was a possibility that it could flow out to the Heaven's Destiny auction house. Or it could be digested by Heaven's Destiny's native warriors. 4 hours later, this epic grade equipment will be auctioned off at the 10,000 Empty Alley auction house. Everyone can enter the selling space on their own to place a bid. And the highest bidder will win. Qin Fang finished sending this notification. And then that was when he re-entered his private territory, asking divine craftsman Li Qi to throw him within that special space. Li Evil looked deeply at Qin Fang and finally gave his assessment. You kid. You're naturally suited for forging. How long has it been? This kid was able to fuse the method of proportioning without a teacher. Simply genius. This change of mind was even more rare. Li Qi waved his hand and threw Qin Fang in once again. And then tens of thousands of silver-grade forging drawings were drilled into Qin Fang's body like small fish. Chapter 465 Elven Branch. In the midst of the boring environment, Qin Fang once again began the boring proportioning forging. Although it was dull and boring, Qin Fang was able to feel that every second of his life. He was progressing and gaining brand new insights. The mountain of materials were all changed to silver grade by divine craftsman Li Xie. And the blackboards and whatnot? The blackboards and whatnot were replaced to facilitate Qin Fang's calculations, leaving behind imprints. Qin Fang began, as if he were a brute bull, burrowing in and never coming out. This was the attitude that a forger should have. If Qin Fang was the kind of person who fished for 3 days and sun-dried the net for 2 days, who would fancy him? After an unknown amount of time passed, Qin Fang was forcibly kicked out of the game. This was because the nutrient solution in his nutritional pod was depleted, and there was no more stock left. If he didn't withdraw, Qin Fang's body would suffer great damage, and in order to protect him, he had to be forcibly kicked out of the game. This was also the passive mechanism of the nutrient pod. The powerful electric current stimulated Qin Fang's body, causing him to wake up from his slumber, and his skin had a powerful paroxysmal effect. Just as he got up, Qin Fang instantly felt a headache, as if his head was about to explode. Completely out of control. Ah! Qin Fang screamed miserably, as his entire body fell out from within the nutritional pod. Dang! His face was facing the ground, and his eyes were directly starry-eyed. Only after slowing down for a great while, the pain within his body fading away like a tidal wave, did Qin Fang come back to his senses and began to investigate what had gone wrong with himself. In the end, Qin Fang shifted his eyes towards the nutrient pod, curious as to what had gone wrong with it. This was because at the moment, the nutrient pod was constantly emitting warning sounds. He still remembered that when he had just been released from this space by the divine artisan Licia, he had heard a reddish-black warning sound, as if he would die if he didn't quit the game. Before Qin Fang could make any reaction, he was decisively kicked out of the game. Drops. Please add nutrient solution in time. Drops. Please add nutrient solution in time. Qin Fang was surprised. It was unimaginable that the nutrient solution was empty. Nutrient solution? The last time he looked, he remembered that there were still hundreds of canisters of it. How could it have disappeared all of a sudden? Qin Fang's unbelieving investigation showed that all the nutrient solution had really dissipated. And when he looked at the nutrient chamber of the hidden earth, there were still 300 to 400 jars of nutrient solution inside. What's going on here? Is there a thief? Or was there some other reason? Qin Fang clicked on the video function of the nutrient pod to check the situation. And eventually, Qin Fang understood. It turned out that Qin Fang couldn't feel tired because of the constant replenishment of the nutrient solution from the outside world. A short time of 2 forging sessions? For this nutrient pod, it was a full year's worth of depletion. This was a very terrifying figure of depletion. Phew. Qin Fang breathed heavily. There were indeed advantages and disadvantages. If he didn't have a nutritional pod, it was estimated that if Li Qi threw him into this confined space, he would be kicked out in no time. Qin Fang asked Black Widow to send another 1,000 canisters of nutrient liquid, placing them smoothly. Snapping. Qin Fang entered the nutrient pod, activating the repair system, which was as useful as a droplet of water for medical treatment. It didn't take long for Qin Fang to come out of his weakened state. Embarrassed once again, this nutrient pod was by far the least loss-making investment Qin Fang had made, and he was satisfied. Such a quick healing? In the past, Qin Fang would not even dare to think about it. To know that in the dilapidated Yang City, there was no reasonable medication for even a migraine. One could only passively fight it with their body. Qin Fang checked the time. Just 1 day had passed since the end of the finals. So Qin Fang once again entered the game. Ding. Welcome back to Heaven's Destiny. Enjoy the game. Ding. Your poor state has been detected. Therefore your attributes have been weakened by 90%. These 2 system beeps politely prompted Qin Fang that he should exit the game. Qin Fang summoned the forging hammer. Click. The forging hammer directly crashed to the ground. He couldn't lift it. Qin Fang laughed helplessly. This was too much of a bully. Qin Fang sighed and prepared to stroll around within the Tianyang town, incidentally looking at his kingdom in the meantime. Just then, Qin Fang felt the slightest hint of malice, as if he was being watched. Snapping. An arrow shot out from the void, piercing straight through Qin Fang's thigh, leaving him unable to move. This was a sneak attack. Because Qin Fang's attributes were too low, he was unable to dodge it. Even though Qin Fang had noticed it, his attributes were not enough for him to dodge away. Ding. Elven Archer Wang Yi launched an attack on you, dealing minus 152,645 damage to you. Remark, at this moment, Qin Fang's attributes have been weakened by 90%. Snap. In an instant Qin Fang's blood level dropped by 1/5. This was still due to the attack on his legs. If this arrow had hit his chest, Qin Fang would have definitely died. This is a member of the elf clan? Qin Fang's heart rejoiced. He had really come all this way. He was still worried that he wouldn't be able to complete the task given to him by the elf queen. which was to investigate the elf clan scattered in the heavenly destiny continent. Who knew that it would be delivered to his door? Qin Fong turned around, wanting to know where this elf had attacked from. Snap! Qin Fong felt himself plunged into darkness, as if he had been put in a marijuana bag. Dang! A vicious punch directly caused Qin Fong to fall into a comatose state. When Qin Fong woke up again, he was already in a special scene. He could feel a burst of pain on his head, and it seemed to be bulging with a big bag. His hands were tied behind his back so that he couldn't move, and when he opened his eyes, it was pitch black and he couldn't see any objects. He didn't know whether it was because the headgear hadn't been removed yet, or it was just pitch black here, but can hear the sound of pattering people walking around. These people are also talking. Speak all the elven language. This kid's body? It really has the aura of the Elf King. How come I don't feel like it? Skinny. I feel like he's so weak. Right. Even if the Elf King is stupid, he wouldn't have anything to do with him. Wang Yi. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Yeah. This kid? I can't get a good look at him anyways. These were the words they were discussing when suddenly a voice rang out. Stop it. This kid is awakened. What are you afraid of? It's not like he can understand our elven language. What if? The information of this place absolutely cannot be exposed. Isn't it enough to let me test him? At this time, an elf spoke with confidence. Hey, you're surrounded by snakes. The words? It was pure elven language. Qin Fong didn't move a muscle while responding. Where is this? Qin Fong responded in the purest elven language, and with a touch of majesty. After all, Qin Fong, as the prophet of the Elf clan, still had this bit of majesty. And as he was linked to the Elf King's bloodline, he came with a touch of a voice that made people's hearts tremble. The moment these words came out, all the elves present were shocked, revealing a look of disbelief. Especially some of the old men of the elf tribe, who couldn't help but want to touch the top of the worship. This? How could Qin Fong's elven language still carry the flavor of the ancient times? Could it be that he had really existed with the elves in the ancient times? To know, from the ancient period when the elf clan was broken to the present day, the language of these remaining elf clans, after many years of changes, had long been different from back then. And simply put, it had taken on an accent. Who are you? How do you know the language of my clan from the ancient times? Qin Fong was able to perceive that an old elf pushed away the elf community. With a shocked look, standing in front of Qin Fong, with a hint of trembling in his old voice, which was the trembling of hope. Is it difficult? My clan did not die out in the ancient times. There are still some bloodlines left behind? These words directly caused hope to ignite in the eyes of all the successes of the elf clan present. To know that this branch lineage of the elf clan was once set out on a mission, and therefore did not reside on top of the elf god tree, which barely managed to escape. Later heard of the elf god tree. The main vein of the Alpha clan were all exterminated. This branch is like a rootless source, can only be constantly fleeing, hidden, which has barely survived so far. Do you intend to ask me questions like this? Qin Fong raised his head, signaling that he was still bound, expressing his own dissatisfaction. Quickly untie this honorable guest. At this moment, these clansmen of the Elf One clan understood that he must be related to the Elf One clan and should be all noble guests. Ah, I'm sorry, honored guest, to meet you in this manner. Please forgive the recklessness of my elf clan. When Qin Fong opened his eyes, he could not help but be shaken when he saw the scene before him. Into the eyes were all dim environments, as if they were the caves of wild beasts. The walls were pitted with potholes, and only 7 or 8 burning torches of animal skins were lit to illuminate the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fong could smell the dirty odor of burning animal skins. The air quality was seriously poor. These elves? Each one of them was like a savage, with a bearded face, and their bodies were also clad in primitive animal skins, covering only the more important spots. There were only 30 or so elves present, and all of them were already very old, aged to a certain extent, with only 3 or 4 being young faces. Qin Fong took a look and was about to fall his eyes on Wang Yi's body, dressed in tiger skin, carrying a rough big bow behind him. At this moment, he was looking embarrassed, scratching his head, not knowing what he should say to Qin Fong. I am sorry. I am also in a hurry. Your body? The aura of the elf clan is really too strong. and I could only come up with this plan to bring you to this place." Qin Fang nodded his head, and was not bothering with Wang Yi. Qin Fang cast his eyes towards the depths of the cave, which was a small elf divine tree that was merely at the level of legendary grade, and was shriveling at the moment, as if it would die at any time. The elf clan must rely on the elf god tree to be able to survive. Think these elves? It is also a great effort to save the stumps that once fell when the elf god tree died. Only at this moment, the lifespan of this strain of the elf god tree has also reached its end, and will die in a matter of days. I am the prophet of the elf clan. Qin Fang spat out these words flatly. Buzzing, a pure green-colored title surfaced above Qin Fang's head, carrying an endless aura of the elf one's might. Prophet God? This title was on par with the elf king. And the aura of the elf king radiating from within the title? It was very pure. For a moment, all the elves present, young and old, knelt on the ground. Chapter 466 Divine Beast Paradise, 100,000 Mountains. Seeing the prophet God? Like seeing the king of the elf clan. It made sense for them to kneel down. This branch lineage. Once the bloodline was not that pure. And after so many years of silence, it was even more inadequate. Qin Fang checked the attributes of some elves. These? They used to be legendary level, or even demigod level guys. But because of their weakness, their strength at this moment was not even 1 in 100. Or even 1 in 1,000. I feel the aura of the elf king. The heavens have eyes. I'm actually able to see the prophet God of my elf clan. Saved. We are saved. I knew that my elf clan did not die out. The last time I slaughtered the god of life. It was really handsome. All these years? The 30 or 40 elves of this elf branch were originally prepared to live in such a muddled manner, waiting for when death would also be dead, without any thoughts. But when the last time the elf king of the elf clan, the 9 gods and goddesses glimpsed and killed the goddess of life, these muddled elves? It was as if they had come back to life. Their hearts are full of faith, full of hope. Must find the clan land of the Elf One clan. Must restore the former glory. Must. That's why these days, these young elves only went in and out of these towns, scouting for news. Wang Yi was lucky enough to discover Qin Fang's trail and probe the aura of the Elf One clan on him. Thus, he captured Qin Fang back. If Qin Fang wasn't in a weakened state at the moment, he really wouldn't have been able to catch him. Hee. That's not right. When did my elf clan establish the position of prophet god? At this moment, another pale elf reacted, glaring angrily at Qin Fang, wanting to know an explanation. Qin Fang had no choice but to use the pure elven language to tell the story of what had happened, telling the information that the elf clan had not been extinguished. By chance, I once got the badge of the elf king. I also beheaded the god of life along with the gods of the elf clan. The tree of life's rejuvenation is also attributed to me. Qin Fang informed these pale elves of the situation as if he were counting his blessings. And then he took out 3 drops of the sap given by the elven divine tree and gifted it to the oldest elves in this place to prolong their lives. Once the elven divine sap was given out, the last doubts in the hearts of these elves disappeared, and they completely believed in Qin Fang. Great benefactor. Ah, so you are the great benefactor of my clan. So that's how it is. You are truly a blessing for my clan. Luckily there is you. I wonder if you can tell us about the situation of the elf main vein. Yes. We can't wait to know. Please also tell us. These elves had been away from home for a long time and couldn't wait to know about the situation within the elven space. Qin Fang began to tell some of the old elves from the beginning and listened with tears in their eyes, especially knowing that an elf of the same age was still alive. Their tears? They could not stop flowing downwards. Qin Fang could understand this kind of emotion. Prophet God? Can you send us back to the elven space? At this moment, a weak voice rang out. This was a youth who really wanted to return as well. Yes, I'll try to contact the elven god tree. Qin Fang quickly contacted the elf queen and asked him to contact the elf god tree to determine the coordinates. When everything was ready, the roots of the elf god tree stretched out from the void of space, forming a fit with the small elf tree in this place. And the two fused, opening a spatial rift and instantly receiving the elves of this place within the elf space. Even though the lifespan of these pale elves has already exceeded the limits of Qin Fang's understanding, at this moment, they still burst out with the most sincere emotions, crying continuously, Prophet God, thank you. Prophet God, you are truly a great benefactor to our elf clan. Prophet God, When I return, I will definitely repay you. These voices caused a wave of warmth to surface in Qin Fang's heart. Prophet God, some of our savings over the years. Let's leave it to you as a small token of appreciation. The oldest prophet God threw out a key that landed in Qin Fang's hand. Qin Fang watched them leave. I finished well. I hope you can keep up the good work. The Elf Queen left such a verbal reward. That is, disappeared. Qin Fang could not help but bellyache. But a hint of clarity surfaced in his heart. This world is really marvelous. If you plant a flower, it won't bloom. But if you don't plant a willow, it will become a shade. Qin Fang had once poked around the news of the elf clan. But no matter how much he paid, he couldn't get the news at all. But now, surprisingly, it was easy to complete the task. The elves left, and the place was suddenly empty. Qin Fang began to look around. This place, surprisingly, it really was a cave. And it was unknown which legendary level creature's cave it had once been, thus being occupied by the elf clan. Within the cave, it was very clean. And when Qin Fang walked to the end of the cave, he saw a huge portal carved out of stone. Click, click. The key is integrated into it. The stone gate opens. Push the door in. Qin Fang was immediately stunned. This was a huge treasure trove, covering an area of 50 miles in circumference. As if the entire great mountain had been emptied out. There were different areas neatly planned within the treasure vault, such as the ore area, which was neatly stacked in 3 major rows, each row being a shelf up to 20 miles long. The lowest grade ores were all of the purple gold grade, and the highest grade, heck, they were all of the divine grade, except that these divine grade ores, which were merely 100 or so, were not enough to forge a divine grade equipment. The eastern direction was gemstones. The direction to the west was gold. The direction to the north was high-level equipment. An elf clan? Unable to use other equipment? The equipment left behind by the legendary ranked monsters that had been decimated over the years? It was all left here as well. The south direction was all high-level materials. The middle part is a pile of skill books. These were the accumulations of these 30 or so elves over the years, originally intended to be buried deep in the ground. But then, at this moment, they were all left for Qin Fang. Qin Fang roughly estimated that this was about equal to the treasure of 10 death gods. By the time Qin Fang had emptied 1/5 of this place, his golden dragon's ring was already full. Unable to do anything else, Qin Fang could only spend a lot of money to set up a one-time teleportation device at this place, and return to the private territory of Tianyang Town. So repeated 5 times. This only to empty this place. Will Tianyang Town's private territory to pile up full. Almost all have no place to put down. These things? If all of them are sold out, at least 7 billion. Earned a lot. All of a sudden, the problem of the financial crisis of the 10,000 Empty Lane group was solved. Qin Fang contacted Yuze and asked him to sell these items quickly. Yuze, eggs of sorrow. This boss? What terrible money-making ability, ah. This is only how long? Surprisingly that there is such a large amount of wealth. Originally, Yuze is about to be promoted to the peak of the 9 stars. Or very happy. But a look at so much wealth. The boss is still a face of indifference. Yuze suddenly feel in the hands of the steamed bread is not fragrant. For Yuze, making money was the king, ah. For the last time, Qin Fang did not use the teleportation array, but walked out from within the cave. As soon as he appeared, Qin Fang ascended into the air on his mount, and immediately couldn't help but sigh. This place? It really is an excellent hiding place. All around were green and turquoise mountains. As far as the eye could see, it could be described as stretching for 100,000 miles. The one chosen by the elf branch was the most inconspicuous of them all. Even if a deity arrived here, they wouldn't necessarily be able to discover these remnants of the elf clan. No wonder no one has discovered them in all these years. Hee. Something is not right. A trace of an unpleasant feeling suddenly rose in Qin Fang's heart, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence. And at the same time, Qin Fang's mind recalled a brief introduction about the 100,000 Great Mountains. The 100,000 Great Mountain cannot be stepped into unless it is level 90. Pa! A bright red-colored flame glow suddenly appeared in the dome of the sky. And by the time Qin Fang could see it clearly, a beautiful and haughty phoenix had already impacted in front of him with fury. And hot flames covered Qin Fang like lava. princely. Qin Fong was directly burnt to ashes and died, disappearing into white light. Ding! You have been beheaded by the divine beast Phoenix. This was the system tone that sounded in Qin Fong's mind. This place, in its previous life, was called the Paradise of Revelry. Why? All players who had reached level 90 would come to this place to choose pets and mounts that suited them. Within the 100,000 mountains, there are countless hidden beasts, also known as the largest copy of the Providence. Every day there are a large number of players addicted to this. But in the end, to get the beast players, very few. Qin Fong had also come here in his previous life, and also wanted to sign a fire attribute divine beast to assist in forging. But unfortunately, even when Qin Fong died in his previous life, he never obtained this fire attribute divine beast. Within the Tianyang town, Qin Fong resurrected and emerged. His eyes couldn't help but look into the distance. The 100,000 great mountains. He would go again. This time, he would definitely succeed in collecting a fire-attributed divine beast to make up for the regrets of his previous life. Ding! The finals will open in 10 minutes. Please prepare your blacksmiths. As soon as Qin Fong heard such a voice, countless question marks immediately popped up in his mind. What does this mean? Could it be that he had been unconscious for a full 2 days? Wang Yi, oh, yes then. Did you think that the 100,000-mile mountain was close to Tianyang town? It's far away. Even for an epic-level archer like Wang Yi with full agility points. It took him 2 days to get there. Qin Fong checked his own attributes. And sure enough, he had recovered to full value. Sleeping is the best chance to recover. Ding! The forging has begun. Please do not resist. Qin Fong did not resist, and allowed the suction to draw it within the forging space. Perhaps because of the finals, the entire space was decorated with even more splendor. As if it was a real forging place. It was even decorated with fireworks, firecrackers, and other decorations. It looked very beautiful. The forging platform was also exquisitely constructed, very spacious and atmospheric. Qin Fong and more than 1,000 other forging masters began to compete for the title of the First Heaven's Destiny Forging Master. Ding! The First Heaven's Destiny Forger Finals will begin soon. Ding! The minimum required for this forge is to forge an epic level equipment, Alloy Dragon Bone Shield. Ding! This forging will last for 24 hours. If it is not forged within the allotted time, it will be considered a failure. Ding! Please show your true strength in this forging. Chapter 467 Peak Epic Equipment. Perhaps it was because of the finals. This time, each forger only had 2 epic level materials and 1 epic level drawing. Such a situation? It immediately caused a large number of fine gold level player blacksmiths to frown and revolt. What the fuck? Might as well just give up. This was the general thought of these blacksmith players. After all, it wasn't that simple to forge epic level equipment. At least 500 epic level materials needed to be melted. This process was enough to drive the crowd insane. With the body of an essence gold ranked blacksmith, it was already very difficult to melt already in materials, let alone epic ranked materials. Even with the help of epic ranked flames underneath the forging table, it was like asking a toddler to lift a sledgehammer in his hands and asking him to forge. It was basically impossible. Not only would he not be able to forge it, there was a greater possibility that he would harm his own body, causing the material to be destroyed outright. Haha. That's really looking up to me too. Grass. This forging competition? It's really outrageous. Other competitions? At most, forging a purple gold level item was already outrageous. But why in the blacksmith's competition this time? It was actually going to forge epic level equipment. Wasn't this a ripoff? Outrageous. Outrageous from the original. Forget it. It's not a loss this time. At the very least, being able to forge epic level equipment twice. It's also a way to increase experience for the future. Start forging. This was the thought of some of the blacksmiths. Qin Fong looked at these 2 materials, and looked at this one drawing in front of him. This one drawing. Qin Fong in his previous life had forged it before. And more than once. And so, Qin Fong simply familiarized himself with it. I.e. he started forging. This time, the forging had really hit Qin Fong's gun. In order to ensure the success rate, the first material Qin Fong was prepared to practice first. So that if he did so, he would also be able to better grasp the ratio between the materials. Fusion. The close disciples of the divine craftsman, such as Emperor Ye Huang, also started forging. And this time, They were all holding their breath in their hearts. They had to succeed. And they had to forge peak epic level equipment to wipe out their previous shame. The number of players who watched this forging competition from outside directly broke through 100 million, and then broke through 300 million, reaching the highest figure in history. Why? Because Heaven's Destiny had opened the so-called lottery system. Ding! The Forge Master Finals have begun. Players can enter the room to watch on their own. Ding! Every player who enters the room to watch can draw a prize every 10 minutes. Ding! The contents of the lottery are as follows. 100 million copies of 50 copper coins. 30% chance of winning. Repeatable. 100 copper coins. 50 million copies. Probability of winning 10%. Repeatable. 300 copper coins. 30 million copies. Probability of winning 5%. Repeatable. 500 copper coins. 1,000 copper coins. 10,000 copper coins. 100,000 copper coins. 1 million coins. 100 copies. 0.001% chance of winning. 1 million coins. This is the ultimate prize. Something that can make you rich overnight. Some players probably wouldn't be able to earn 1 million coins in their entire lives. This time, surprisingly, just watching a live broadcast, it's extremely possible to obtain it. It's very worth it. That's not all. There are also rewards. 10 million silver grade equipment. 3% chance of winning. Repeatable. 1 million copies of gold grade equipment. 100,000 copies of gold equipment. Purple gold equipment 10,000 copies. 1,000 copies of epic equipment. 10 copies of legendary equipment. As soon as this reward came out, who in the Destiny Continent's players were still in the mood to hunt monsters? Surely all of them will be used to watch the live broadcast. After all, if you can win the $1 million prize, wouldn't you just take off? Even if you don't win the $1 million prize. The so-called epic equipment? It is also very good. Ding. You need to pay 3 copper coins to enter the live broadcast room. 3 copper coins. You can't buy it. You can't buy it. You can't be fooled. Go out and hunt a chiclet and obtain it. So the number of people watching is increasing. Eventually, directly broke 500 million. 1.5 billion copper coins in? Let this live broadcast not only not lose, but instead make a blood profit. This is all a badly played trick in Sky City. And just the members of Broken Earth? The tendency is to go for it. This was the player from Sky City, who was commenting from on high, contemptuously looking at these players above the earth as if they were being teased by monkeys. It's this little trick. It's only the really poor people who go there. Yeah, that's really it. I've looked round, and they're all poor people. Ha ha ha. The two of you are really great. You don't even put legendary level equipment in your eyes. Dare I ask you to what level of equipment you're using right now? Someone taunted them, asking questions straight to the soul. The two of them blushed directly, but they were still sticking their necks out, unwilling to give in. This is part of the Sky City's players, guarding their own broken places, taunting the people of Broken Earth. This is like the authentic Kyoto people before the Great Destruction has not yet arrived. The people of Mordor, although a family of 7 or 8 people crowded in a room of more than 30 square feet. But it is an inexplicable superiority. It is to look down on outsiders. Also do not know who gave them the confidence. Haha. That is, you can't look down on our Broken Earth players? I don't know that you're also a jumper. The mocking voices became heavier and heavier, and these two people had no choice but to leave in disgrace, changing places and entering the live broadcast room to see how their luck was. I have a question. Why does the blacksmith standard have to be so high? Refining epic level equipment? Isn't this making things difficult for people? Even if these players were amateurs, they had discovered this problem. Because of all these years of development, the number of blacksmiths is the highest. Also the highest level. Someone posted a comparison chart. In other vocational competitions, the number of participants does not exceed 300,000 at most. But what about blacksmiths? Fully over 1 million. Holy shit. You guys see who this player is? His forging seems a bit interesting. A wave of viewers followed his gaze, and it was revealed that a blacksmith player's hands were like on fire, gradually transforming into a deep red color, like magma, as these epic materials in his hands began to melt, and the impurities were directly purified out. This scene directly stunned these players watching the live broadcast, calling out 6666. This seems to be a forge master secretly trained by the Prime Guild, wanting to make a splash. During the finals, he wasn't even seen to perform such a trick. Holy shit. The Prime Guild? No wonder. Forging? Is it still possible to play like this, without even needing to use a forging table? The players were still very shocked. You guys, look at this person's forging. It's even funnier. Ha ha ha. It's killing me with laughter. The many players watching switched interfaces, only to see a blacksmith with his hands full, quenching the materials. Poof. The materials flew. The hot magma sparked in all directions, staining his body, making him like a fireman. On his equipment, on his arms, and even on his hair. All of them were burning with flames. When he comically extinguished the flames, his entire body, except for the white areas of his eyes, became black. This time, it made the crowd laugh hard enough. This person was also focused on by everyone to see what other jokes he could make. Who is this again? Forging equipment with a cold attribute actually, only to see a blacksmith quenching the moment of equipment from an extremely hot state, instantly covered with extreme ice, allowing this material to rapidly cool down to achieve the final effect. This is the more common quenching. It also removes the impurities within the equipment. It's not rare. There were still some people amongst the players watching who knew a little bit about it, only that they didn't know much. Giving such a reply. You guys see? Who is this again? His back even directly appeared an old man's shadow. Help him forge. This is cheating? I want to report it. Fixed his eyes. The field really exists a youth. At the moment motionless. Hands chest clasped. Eyes closed. But behind him? Instead, an old man with white hair appeared, bulging his muscles, and was helping him quickly forge this piece of epic equipment. So fake. Report it. For a while, countless righteous players chose to report it. However, the reply they eventually received was, ding. Everything is fine with the player you reported, and there is no cheating going on. All in all, because the number of people watching was too high, the discussion amongst everyone was also increasing. Ding. The lottery has started. Ding. The raffle is in progress. Ha ha ha. I directly drew 300 copper coins. I got my money back 100 times. TSK. This player was exuberant, as if he was a victorious rooster in a village fight. Holy crap. I only won 1 copper coin. It's really a disgrace. Me too. Where's the promised legendary grade equipment? Yeah. I actually drew bronze level equipment. Didn't you say there's no bronze level equipment? Liar. Liar. A few players felt cheated, but they patiently continued to watch. This was also a necessity. After all, it had already been 12 minutes of watching. And the distance to the next draw? It was only 8 minutes. What if? Can draw it? There are not a few players who hold such thoughts. The players who pay attention to Qin Fong? Not a few. Because Qin Fong's forging is too smooth. From the beginning of the purification of the materials to the fusion of each step was moderate. But each step was as if it was a work of art, giving people a great baptism. It was like watching someone eat a fish head. Eating a sheep's head is generally silky smooth. What a gentle forge. This was the comment of a player who had just come into Qin Fong. And then a sound like the earth crumbling rang out and went straight to the clouds. Dang. 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 Qin Fong lifted his epic sledgehammer and blasted hard on top of these materials as if they were life and death enemies. More than 300 materials began to fuse. Qin Fong did not deliberately arrange the order of fusion, but instead started fusing them according to the so-called experience instinct. These were the experiences he had accumulated within the special space. Fusion? It wasn't something rigid. Or rather, the more rigid it was, the less he could forge better equipment. Crackling. Infinite electric currents escaped from Qin Fong's body and merged within the rough billet of this piece of equipment. Snapping. It was as if a touch of unseen power between heaven and earth was controlled by Qin Fong and incorporated within the equipment. In the end, dark power appeared. And then under Qin Fong's control, it was integrated into this piece of equipment. The forging gradually came to an end. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully forged a peak epic level equipment. Chapter 468 Frequenting Peak Epic Equipment. Ding. Let's congratulate player me for forging a peak epic level equipment, Ghost Dark Shield, which has been cross-appraised by the 6 divine artisans, and is tentatively ranked as the number 1. Ding. This jury consists of the 6 divine artisans of the heavens mandate human race. Absolutely fair and impartial. Now that the finals were over, it was time for these artisans to show their skills, to let the players know the depths of heaven's destiny. Thus, the figures of the 6 divine artisans appeared in the live broadcast with their infinite figures shining. The players immediately boiled over. Is this the divine artisans? How come it feels similar to my grandfather? It was really the first time many players had seen a human deity. Hee hee. How come all these godsmiths are glowing? Is this standard for everyone? There was always someone whose focus was different from everyone else. Lord Godsmith, can I request your help in forging a divine weapon? That was the normal reaction of the players. Yes, Lord Godsmith. No matter how many copper coins. 50 billion. Can you see if it's possible? In exchange for a divine weapon. Lord Godsmith? I'll offer 80 billion. I have to say, divine craftsman Lu Long was really moved. A divine artifact? 80 billion copper coins, You know the normal price? It's only 50 billion. At most about 60 billion. Divine artisan Lu Long couldn't wait to take the order immediately. But due to the majesty of this powerful man, he finally held back. Secretly, he still remembered this player's name, ready to contact him at the right time. Ding. One warning. If you are disrespectful to the divine craftsman, you will be permanently banned. This word appeared. But most of the players still didn't take it seriously and continued to speak. Only in the end, when a group of people were actually banned, did these remarks disappear. Ding. There are still 20 hours left until the end of the finals. Please make an effort. Forge Masters. Qin Fong successfully forged a peak epic equipment, placing him in first place. And it only took him 4 hours. This is a very exaggerated figure. Peak epic equipment? It only took 4 hours. To know that at this present time, there were still some players who hadn't finished quenching all of their forging materials. Holy shit. This player me is really perverted. This sentence of Yahuang spoke the heart of how many blacksmiths. Everyone is a blacksmith. Why are you so strong? And not giving everyone a chance to live? You forged epic peak equipment in 4 hours. I let others watch a joke for 4 hours. What the heck? A group of blacksmiths started cursing and swearing. And the purple gold rank blacksmiths such as Yahuang forcibly suppressed the many emotions in their hearts while continuing to forge. The last match? No one was hiding anymore. Hee hee. You guys quickly check the attributes of this epic peak equipment of Qin Fong. It'll scare you. Retinho. Such a high attribute. It's worthy of being a peak epic grade equipment. This equipment? Minimum 80 million. What a terrifying equipment. What a strong shield. Buy. When player me finishes forging, I'll buy it from him. This shield's attributes? It really suits me too well. The players had different thoughts. For example, in Broken Earth's Phoenix, although he no longer logged on to Heaven's Destiny, the news within Heaven's Destiny, he still knew about it. When he learned that Qin Fong had forged peak epic level equipment, he immediately gave an order. Scout out the broken towns around me. Which town city lord is called Qin Fong? I want him to personally kneel in front of me. Qin Fong's identity can't be hidden. It has long been known by these people. This jealousy in the heart of the Phoenix. He had a feeling that Qin Fong? It was supposed to be enslaved by him. Not only the Phoenix. Other thug groups also wanted to touch Qin Fong. Also wanted to capture Qin Fong and make him a forbidden descendant of a family. Bah! Pot of treasure. It was no exaggeration to say that the speed at which Qin Fong was making money at the moment was faster than robbing money. Easily earning 80 million in 4 hours? Even dreaming wouldn't dare to be so exaggerated. For a while, these thugs had increased their probing efforts, and they wanted to capture Qin Fong at all costs. As for the Phoenix, directly with the Heavenly Pavilion to buy information. But then, it is confidential. This made the Phoenix a little surprised. To be able to let the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion keep secrets? This was a price that had to be paid. Not only these thugs within the Tianyang town, but also the big brother who first contacted Qin Fong, Fong Wuya, was also looking for Qin Fong. This was a true big brother above the Broken Lands. Within 10 years, he had almost swept across the entire Broken Lands, not knowing if he would eventually be unified. Because Qin Fong had long since died. The moment Qin Fong had just risen to prominence, Fong Wuya saw Qin Fong's terrifying talent for making money, and wanted to draw him in and provide military funding for his generals. But he was rejected by Qin Fang. So Fang Huiya stopped. After almost a year of covert development, Qin Fang's power had gained a certain amount of ground. But then, Fang Huiya's forces expanded even more. Originally, Fang Huiya had forgotten about such a figure as Player Wei. After all, this kind of figure was also quite busy. But then, recently Player Zhen's fame has really gone too far, making the players under his rule discuss it. So the ancient thoughts returned, fully exploring Player Zhen's clues. Earned 80 million in 4 hours? Such a person joining my team? Wouldn't that be like adding wings to a tiger? Fang Huiya gave the order. He wanted to catch Qin Fang. After all, this kid was making money. It really was too terrifying. At this moment, Fang Huiya had already ruled dozens of towns. The power was still relatively strong. As for the Phoenix and other thug groups first class, in Fang Huiya's eyes, they were basically small bandits that were completely out of the ordinary. Qin Fang did not know that the broken earth already had some dark currents because of him. At this moment, he began his second forging. He still wanted to break through. Peak epic level equipment? This was not his limit. Divine Smith Licia was able to forge legendary grade equipment from black iron grade materials. Is it hard to be his disciple? Just peak epic level equipment? Time passed again. Holy shit! Is it hard to believe that Player Me still wants to forge peak epic level equipment? The players couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw Qin Fang take out his materials once again and start forging. According to the current rankings, it shouldn't be a problem for Player Zhen to take first place. This epic level material? It's free anyway. Why not use it for nothing off? What if it's forging equipment at the peak of the epic level? Wouldn't it be another 50 million to hit the bottom? The players all guessed Qin Fang's wishful thinking and jingled. Yeah. Do you know how expensive an epic grade material is? I heard my cousin say that the more advanced the material, the less it is, and an epic level material would cost at least 200 copper coins? At this moment, a childish voice couldn't help but cause people to laugh. 200 copper coins. You probably won't even be able to see the epic level materials. Within the forging space, some blacksmith players wasted 2 materials and were directly kicked out, losing their qualifications for the match. This group of player blacksmiths cursed, but no one could hear them. More were those who had failed to forge the first material and were currently attacking the second material. There were also 7 or 8 NPCs and players who were currently putting the final touches on the first piece of equipment and would surely be able to forge it in no time. Ding! Let's congratulate Songhai Wuya for forging a peak epic level equipment by Ai Jinsha Shield. The system tone rang out, for a moment shocking countless players. NPCs? This? Surprisingly, he had forged the second peak epic grade equipment of the game. How could this be possible? Songhai Wuya laughed bitterly in his heart. In order to forge this peak epic level equipment, he had paid a terrible price, spending at least 100 million copper coins. Even if this peak epic level equipment was sold for 100 million copper coins, he would still suffer a bloody loss. The most crucial thing was that he would never be able to forge a transcendent level equipment again within a year. Ka. The attributes in Songhai Wuya's body began to collapse, and the whole person fell to the ground as if his spine had been drawn off. His body was very fragile, and he eventually lost 1/3 of his body before it stopped. Songhai Wuya's heart was a little nervous, a little frightened, a little worried. He hoped that his equipment could suppress Qin Fang head-on, so that if he got the final first place reward and was promoted to the purple gold level blacksmith, he might be able to make up for his defects. At this moment, Songhai Wuya's eyes were staring at the list, wanting to know the results. Ding! After 6 divine smiths cross-judged, player Songhai Wuya's equipment temporarily ranked under player Zhen's equipment. Rank 2nd. Please keep up the good work. In an instant, Songhai Wuya felt like the last of the qi in his body had been drained away, and he passed out in place. For the sake of this grand final, the price Songhai Wuya paid was huge, but unfortunately, the heavens did not favor us. Ding! Peril player Prime Vulcan forged peak epic level equipment, Ju Rong Heaven Breaking Shield. The blacksmiths watching the battle stared in disbelief. These people's hands? What were all of them? Surprisingly, they were able to forge epic level equipment at random? Or peak ones? Damn it. Prime Vulcan was also one of the future divine artisans. This time, he was adhering to 2 words from the very beginning: low profile, and low profile again. It could be said that the Prime Vulcan had come all this way. Not the slightest bit inconspicuous. Doing his best to complete every tournament with the target stuck on. And it wasn't until the finals now that he decided to explode. He wanted to take first place in one fell swoop. Ding. After 6 Divine Artisans cross appraised. This piece of equipment from player Prime Vulcan is temporarily ranked below player Wii. And above player Songhai Wuya. In second place. Please keep up the good work. Truly. These pinnacle epic level equipment are already considered not weak. But rather what about? Comparing it to Qin Fang's 4 hidden professions? It's still a bit weaker. In terms of skills alone. It was far worse. The Prime Vulcan sighed and looked a little forlorn. Being able to forge peak epic level equipment? The Prime Vulcan had also used special means, making it impossible for him to even forge a peak epic level equipment again. Both are born with the same Yu and the same Liang. The Prime Vulcan sighed and did not give up. Starting to forge once again. Even if he could not forge a peak epic level equipment, epic level equipment alone was also excellent. Ding. Congratulations to Purple Gold ranked blacksmith. U quantity for forging peak epic ranked equipment. Spirit Light Golden Shield. Ding. After cross appraisal by 6 Divine Smiths. This equipment is of the 4th rank. Yu Yuan? Not a close disciple of any of the Divine Artisans. But was the first among the NPCs to forge a peak epic rank. He managed to be noticed by the Divine Artisans. And it was thought that it wouldn't take long before he would be able to receive focus cultivation. Chapter 469 6 Divine Artisans. The remaining amount of equipment that had been forged at the peak epic level was not the end. It was still a new beginning. For a time, peak epic grade equipment continued to appear as if it was a blowout. Ding. Let's congratulate. Ding. Let's congratulate. These were all forged by the Forged Divine Artisans' close disciples. Or disciples. This? Still strong. These forged blacksmith NPCs. The players who were watching heartily uttered such words. The impact of this scene on them was simply not too great. It was important to know that the average equipment level of players today was still silver. How many players folded their arms because of a brand new gold level equipment? The average? They couldn't even see a single piece of gold level equipment. And now? Epic level equipment appeared in front of them one by one. It was as if these players' values had been shocked. Right. The top 15 rankings? Surprisingly, they're all peak epic level equipment. Why do I feel that these equipment? None of them can compare to Player Mi's equipment? Yeah. Player Mi's equipment? It's really strong. It's really crushing for them. Originally, I thought Player Jin wasn't strong. But once I compared it, this is the big brother. The players of the Celestial Destiny continent weren't blind. So they were naturally able to tell the good from the bad. Qin Fang's equipment? It wasn't a star stronger than this group of people. Therefore, although everyone also had peak epic level equipment. But then, they still succumbed to Qin Fang. You guys, why is Player Mi so strong? This was a question that everyone wanted to know. Only no one could tell them the answer. Hurry up. The new round of draws has begun. Don't miss it. Hee. Watching these big old men forge. What's there to watch? The raffle is the top priority, alright. Holy shit. Thanks for the patronage. The player broke into tears. Haha. I drew epic equipment. Grass. A player was simply so excited that he wanted to soar. To go to the sky. To explode in place. This is a piece of epic level equipment. This is one of the strongest equipment of Heaven's Destiny so far. If this was sold, it would definitely start at 30 million. Directly reaching the pinnacle of life. See, now someone is starting to contact him. 300 coins. Rubbish. 1,000 coins. Cool? Ha. 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 As time passed, the grand prizes appeared one by one. And even more so. Every player's deity was greatly stimulated. 800 million. 1,200 million. The number of people watching the battle was increasing. After all, it only required 3 copper coins. It was like a small gamble. Who wouldn't want to participate? Ye Huang and other close disciples. Not very satisfied in their hearts. Turned around, that is to start the second forging. This time, they want to be better than the first time and demand more from themselves. Some of the other players, who still have cards, are also starting to forge quickly, while there is still time. Ding ding ding. Dang dang dang. The sound of forging resounded again, causing a ripple in the hearts of the players watching. Is it possible that they will really be able to forge stronger equipment that surpasses the player eye? Some people were looking forward to it, and some were mocking them for their lack of self-importance. In the void, if there was a deity watching, it wasn't difficult to see that a void palace had appeared out of nowhere, carrying 6 divine craftsmen. These 6 divine craftsmen were like clay statues, sitting here like Maitreya Buddhas quietly looking down at the battle below, with warm smiles at the corners of their mouths. From the very beginning of the forging, these 6 artisans were commenting on each and every player who was able to break into the finals was of a certain caliber. Even the most ordinary guys had certain redeeming qualities, and were even able to inspire these divine artisans to a certain extent. Lu Long, your kid's vision is good. You're really good at reading people. This me kid's forging talent. It really isn't weak. This was the second divine smith within the human race, Mosia. In his prime, about the same age as divine smith Lu Long. Only he looked a bit old. This was a sign that he had contributed greatly to the human race. He had once spent his life forging 6 divine weapons for the human race, establishing victory in one fell swoop. And he, as also the shortest lifespan amongst these divine craftsmen. However, he also often said that he was content. After all, the divine artifacts he had forged had once caused 3 or 4 ancient deities to spill their blood. This was a feat that no one could erase. Haha. This is to say, this kid, I saw him from the first sight. That is to say, I know that he is extraordinary. But unfortunately, the closed disciple collected early. Otherwise, I high and low have to put Qin Fong in my bag. Divine artisan Lu Long heatedly smiled. Even with so many divine artisans, he did not hide his thoughts. It's not too late now. You're still able to take this brat under your tutelage. The one who said this? It was a female divine artisan. Only that she was already very old. At the very least, before divine artisan Lu Long became a god. This divine artisan was already a divine artisan. The seniority was very old, but the mind was as young as a young man, and could not help but snicker at godsmith Lu Long. Hey, not line up. This kid is also strange. Even able to find the evil godly craftsman from the vast sea of people, and succeeded in worshipping him as a teacher. Li Old Senior. You say that I am able to go with Li Evil Senior to compete? I still want to live for 2 more days. Divine craftsman Lu Long directly spat, asking him to compete with Li Evil for a disciple. Wasn't that asking him to die? That's true. Li Xie even appeared. This is something we didn't expect. This was also a divine artisan, the oldest of the Heaven's Mandate human race by far. I heard that his lifespan was over 10,000 years, and his body's functions had long since deteriorated, and he was going to die in a matter of days. But after so many years, he still had this sickly look. But the person who had once said that he wouldn't live through this winter? The grass on their graves had long been a foot high. The eyes of these old godly craftsmen were cloudy. But at the mention of Li Xie, his eyes flickered with a flash of light before darkening once again, spitting out a sentence. And then that is, he never spoke again. This first round of the competition is over. It looks like it's player me who has come out on top. I wonder if the disciples of all the senior brothers, if they still have the bottom card. This disciple won? If it is really taken down by player me, won't it prove that we are all inferior to Li Qi? This divine artisan was dressed in black robes through and through, giving off a very cold feeling. And as expected, he also spoke in a cool manner, with an impulsive spirit, and his heart of victory and defeat was still very heavy. This was by far the youngest divine artisan of the human race's Heaven's Mandate, becoming a divine artisan at the mere age of 30. From the moment he was born, after he revealed his outstanding forging talent, he was called Little Li Evil, as if he had lived in Li Evil's shadow all his life. To be honest, he is unconvinced about Li Xie, because some of Li Xie's deeds he is also able to complete, and even better than him, such as 30 years of age to become a god. This thing, he has already surpassed Li Xie. He can no longer surpass Li Xie again, but must let his disciples surpass Li Xie as disciples. This is his obsession. Now, these ancient divine craftsmen were so esteemed by divine craftsman Li Xie, which again put him in a bad mood. Could it be? Can't you all see such an outstanding me? Tianjing? Your disciple from the beginning until now? But he hasn't forged a single piece of equipment yet. The first material even failed to forge it. Divine artisan Lu Long faintly replied with a sentence. This person, Tianjing? Everywhere was good. Everyone was praising the divine artifacts he had forged. But he was just too high-minded and arrogant to put in anyone's eyes. Senior brother Lu Long. My disciple hasn't even powered up yet. Tianjing was a little displeased and spoke so. Forget it. Let's continue to watch the forging. It looks like several senior brothers have prepared their disciples with undercards. I wonder if legendary grade equipment can appear. This was the sixth divine artisan. Middle-aged in appearance. Known to be a good old man. At this moment, he snorted to liven up the atmosphere a bit, lest the six people hurt their peace. Humph. The youngest heavenly crystal divine craftsman snorted coldly. Not speaking. You guys see the player I am casting at this moment? Is it the spirit evocation technique of divine craftsman Li Qi? The six divine craftsmen were all shocked. The art of spirit summoning. This was divine craftsman Li Xia's untold secret. And now, surprisingly, it had been taught to the player me. By the looks of it, player me is Li Qi's chosen shut-in disciple. This kid is quite lucky. Unfortunately, why can't we comprehend this spirit summoning technique? The six divine artisans had different looks. This spirit summoning technique was truly the blacksmith's greatest auxiliary artifact. But then, in the entire heaven's destiny, no one could comprehend it except for Li Xia. This kid is not too ambitious. He even wants to forge legendary equipment. Cross-order forging. This was not a difficult task for everyone. But what? What if it was across 3 orders? Forging legendary equipment with an essence gold level body? That would be terrifying. This kind of thing? So far only Li Xia was able to do it. You guys see? Master Tianjing's disciple? Surprisingly, he used the method of heaven and earth to quench it? This kind of means it hurts the body. But to be able to master it to this extent shows that his comprehension is still very strong. Sub-Emperor? Is this preparing to complete the quenching with the power of the earth's fire? A good tactic. This is Luanjia's young disciple. To force out his heart's blood. Is this the intention? Quenching with scorching hard blood? What great vigor. For a while, the divine craftsmen each had a small shock. These disciples were prepared to fight for their lives. Time flew by. And just at the moment when there were still 2 hours left until the end of the competition, the sub-emperor was the first to deliver the good news. Ding. Let's congratulate purple gold rank blacksmith sub-emperor for forging a peak epic level equipment, breaking counter shield. The 6 divine smiths looked at each other and began to watch the equipment of this piece of eventually give their results. Ding. After the cross appraisal of the 6 divine artisans, this piece of equipment's level surpasses player Jin's peak epic grade equipment and is ranked number 1. This time. But it really shocked the countless players and shocked these blacksmiths within the transcend space. Ye Huang had actually really become a success. He really managed to forge equipment that was better than player Jin's equipment. Awesome. This peak epic level equipment was just a little bit short of breaking through the bottleneck of the legendary level and advancing to become a legendary level. The 4-dimensional attributes had all reached the extreme of the epic grade, and it was only a little bit short of breaking through in terms of attributes, which was the true pinnacle. Immediately after, the 2nd and 3rd peak epic grade equipment came out. Without exception, all of these equipments were the pinnacle of the pinnacle, with attributes just a little short of achieving legendary grade. As a result, these peak epic equipment tied for 1st place, squeezing Qin Fang's piece of peak epic equipment into 6th place. Chapter 470 Heaven's Eye Forging Clan. Half-stepped legendary grade shield. The 6 divine artisans all narrowed their eyes with smiles at the corners of their mouths, very satisfied with the performance of their respected disciples. Originally, they thought that it was good enough for them to be able to forge peak epic grade equipment. But now look. They even touched the barrier of the legendary level. And if they speculate again, they might be able to break through. This is the most important, but also their key step. Knowing that most blacksmiths had been stuck under legend for their entire lives, unable to break through. The 5 closed disciples of the divine smiths, such as Emperor Ye Huang, lived up to their expectations and successfully pressed the player me headlong. As for the ordinary disciples of these gods' craftsmen, there are also some who are concerned by the gods' craftsmen, but more of them are obliterated in the crowd. As if it were usual, these ordinary disciples forged epic level equipment. these divine smiths might still give them a sideways glance. But right now, the aura of Yahuang and the others was so strong that it didn't show them up. He. Master Tianjing's close disciple? What is he doing at this moment? His equipment has already been forged successfully, huh? Why isn't he? He's not a human. Divine Smith Lu Long voiced out. And then these 5 divine artisans frowned slightly. And at this moment, they all discovered that the heavenly crystal divine artisan shut-in disciple was at this moment extruding a light blue-colored gemstone from within his brow. This gemstone seemed to contain an incredible amount of might. And the blue light was like a rainbow as it was crazily injected within this finished product. Heaven's Eye Forging Clan? Tianjing senior brother, you are violating the rules. It's not even the 10,000 races competition yet. This is only a competition for my human race blacksmiths. Divine Smith Lu Long's face was very ugly. The nature of this competition? It's of the human race. And you suddenly arranged for a deity of another race to come in? What are you trying to do? Even if he got first place? What could be done about it? There was some displeasure in the other divine craftsmen's expressions. The Heaven's Eyes Forging race. This race had a deep understanding of forging, and was considered to be natural blacksmiths amongst the 10,000 races. Moreover, this clan possessed a special talent. The heavenly eye in the center of the brow was able to forcibly make up for the flaws in the forging, allowing the quality of the finished product to be taken to the next level. Now, the closed disciple of the heavenly crystal divine artisan was using this racial talent to make up for the flaws of this peak epic shield, improving its quality. Heavenly Crystal's time as a god was too short, and he couldn't teach a disciple that was too strong. So his ranking may be very low, which everyone can understand and won't laugh at you. But you can't fake it. This way, even if you win, what's the point? The 5 divine artisans looked angrily at the heavenly crystal divine artisan wanting an explanation. A few senior brothers and sisters, this can really be a misunderstanding of me, ah. Little brother, how dare to make false. This child is a poor man. Is the fusion product of the Heavenly Eyes Forging Clan and my human race, ah. Since Young was Heavenly Eyes Forging Clan's patriarch, permanently bestowed the name, Dog Bastard, and cannot be eliminated. The intention is to let him know himself this a share of shame. His father still do not know who. But the mother is my human race. Long ago died. By the Heavenly Eyes Forging Clan for insulting the bloodline as a reason to be decapitated. Fortunately, when I was not yet a god, I found him at the moment of traveling the Heavenly Eyes Forging Clan. Because of the problem of the bloodline, he had already been bullied by the small children of the Heavenly Eyes Forging Clan, and he would die in a matter of days. I used the exchange as an excuse to deliberately set up a bet. If I could win the peak legendary blacksmith of the Heaven's Eyes Forging Clan, that would allow me to take this child away. And in the end I succeeded, and was considered to have succeeded in saving this child. This child has the bloodline of my human clan in him? How can he not be considered a human? He is not only the human race, but also my Tianjing's close disciple. Perhaps because he is the human race, and the Sky Eye Forging race fusion of life. He is forging a road, the most sensitive. Just 3 years' time. He that is promoted to become fine gold level blacksmith. 5 years to break through the purple gold level blacksmith. And now? Already at the peak of the purple gold ranked blacksmith. In short words, Tianjing briefly introduced the Dog Bastard's origin to the 5 divine smiths. These 5 divine smiths were all silent, and not a single one of them retorted anymore. If this was true, Tianjing had done a good deed. This teenager? It could also be barely considered a species of my human race. This name? Can it be removed? Tears surfaced in the goddess Smith's eyes. She couldn't look at this kind of tragedy. It was clearly the fault of both parents. Why should such a young child bear it? But the Dog Bastard told me that he doesn't want to get rid of it. He wants to keep on top of this name. This is a shame, no doubt. But then, it also gives him the motivation to move forward. One day, he will personally go to the Heaven's Eyes Forging Clan and let the person who inflicted the shame on him back then take the shame back in. Tianjing's reply made people's blood boil. Good. It has the style of my human race. Not bad. Considered a son or daughter of my human race. Let's see if he can complete that step. All 5 divine artisans recognized him. Look guys, it seems like there's been another change. These NPCs have actually forged equipment that surpasses the players' my equipment. The players watching the live stream exclaimed. Yeah, these NPCs are really busting their hump. In this case, there won't be 5 firsts in the end. Yeah, 5 people tied for first place. It's hard to believe that there will be 5 firsts. Won't 5 epic level blacksmiths appear? It's a pity that it's not the players who appear as epic blacksmiths. It's too hard. Will player me still be able to Jedi turn the tide? This was player Jean's loyal fan. And he couldn't help but start worrying about the player Jean's situation. Hey, are there any other experts among us players? Will it still be able to take off a bit? The players generated such hopes. It always felt bad to be pressed head-on by these NPCs. Snapping. Almost all of the players succeeded in forging. But the best was only peak epic level equipment. Weaker than Qin Fang's. And ranked outside of the top 8. Now, only Qin Fang was left among the players still holding on. And among the NPCs, only the first bastard of Heavenly Crystal was still holding out. Trying to make up for the flaws and raise the quality was not that easy. Especially since the dog bastard still had half human blood. The Asian Emperor and the others had successfully forged this pinnacle of epic level equipment. Successfully suppressing the player Shen. And also letting a big stone in their hearts finally fall. With a smile appearing at the corner of their mouths for the longest time. To know this feeling of powerlessness of being suppressed by Qin Fang could be really irritating. At this moment, as Emperor Ye and the others finished forging, they couldn't help but look around, wanting to check out the player's mood as well as his state at this moment. They were victorious. Naturally, they also had to look at the face of the loser. Otherwise, it always felt like something was missing. Ding. You have finished forging. You can choose to exit. Or you can check other blacksmiths' forging screens on your own. Within the forging space, it was still very considerate to allow blacksmiths, who had finished forging, to watch what other blacksmiths were doing at the moment. The closed disciples, such as Ye Huang, gathered together at the first time and opened the screen to check on the player's situation. Thud. Qin Fang was still violently forging. Peak epic level equipment? He had only used 4 hours. But this second piece of equipment? He had almost forged it for 14 hours. And he was still 1 hour short of the last hour before the match ended. Qin Fang swallowed a fruit, allowing his strength to skyrocket, and knocked it down even more violently. When Emperor Ye and the others saw the scene, they weren't surprised. After all, which blacksmith didn't take potions? What if the force suddenly collapsed on the way to forging? Why am I still forging? Emperor Asia and the others were puzzled. With his speed, he should have finished forging long ago. You guys see? This step of my fusion seems to be a constant trial and error. Is he taking his time with this step of fusion? The sub-emperor and the others kept discussing, and then got a horrible idea. This guy? It can't be forging legendary grade equipment. Holy shit. It's really possible. Will he be able to succeed? Emperor Ye Huang and the others couldn't help but hold their breath, carefully checking Qin Fang's every movement. This piece of equipment forged by Qin Fang was already flickering with the color of purple and gold. Buzzing. The light shone in all directions, transforming once again into an epic level of light, as blinding as a great sun. In the last quarter of an hour, Qin Fang began the final polishing. Emperor Ye and the other sighed. I should be failing. After all, his speed was too slow. It was practically impossible to forge successfully in the last 15 minutes. Completing the polishing, engraving and other steps, Emperor Ye and the others closed their eyes, quietly waiting for the final victory to fall on their heads. The divine artisan tutors of the sub-emperor and the others, on the other hand, cast all of their eyes on the dog bastard. This brat? Almost there. When the sliver of pale blue light from his brow returned, the peak epic level equipment that was quietly lying on top of the ground began to hum and tremble. If someone had been able to watch this scene earlier, it would not be difficult to find that this light blue light had successfully repaired this peak epic level equipment vulnerability. Buzzing. This peak epic level equipment occurred a burst of roar, and then began to shine out the legendary color of the light. Only this legendary grade light was a bit weak, and the pressure it emitted was a bit unbearable. But it also possesses a trace of legendary grade characteristics. Oh. Ding. Let us congratulate the Heavenly Crystal Shut-in Disciple for successfully forging a half-step legendary equipment. Ding. After cross-appraisal by the 6 Divine Artisans, this equipment is ranked first. The 6 Divine Artisans all stood up with a scuffling sound, marveling at the talent of the Heaven's Eye Forge clan. Surprisingly, they were able to actually make up for the flaws, allowing the quality of this equipment to be promoted. Damn it. The Heaven's Eye Forging clan really is blessed with a unique talent. Divine Artisan Lu Long spat out an expletive. A half-blooded Heaven's Eye forging race had such great power. What if this was a pure-blooded Heaven's Eye forging race? Wouldn't it be able to truly raise its quality to the legendary level? This system beat caused Emperor Ya and the others to lose their voices and look at the list in shock. Was it true? A shut-in disciple of the Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan? Surprisingly so terrifying? The Sub-Emperor and the others? Were struck. Truly struck. This was even harder to accept than Qin Fang defeating them. Even Qin Fang slowed down the movements in his hands. A rare focus in his pupils. This person? Surprisingly, he had really forged a half-step legendary level equipment. By the looks of it, he himself has to speed up. The players in the outside world were even more shocked. Legendary grade equipment everyone knows is strong, but just don't know how to forge it. And today its complete forging process all appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this the attributes of a half-step legendary grade equipment? A player looked at the attributes and took a screenshot on the spot to send an article and sell it for money. Chapter 471 Half-Step Legendary Grade, Thorn Vault Shield. Chapter 471 Half-Step Legendary Grade Thorn Vault Shield. The Dog Bastard, a hybrid of the Heaven's Eye Forge clan and the Human clan, had successfully forged a half-step legendary grade equipment. At this moment, the Dog Bastard stood in place with a cold gaze, without any emotion. This was due to his nature. Even though all the power in his body had been drained out at this moment, he was still standing reluctantly. He didn't want anyone to look at him as a joke. To be able to forge a half-step legendary grade equipment, this was already his limit. It should be number one. The Dog Bastard thought so. As long as he was able to take first place, he would be able to achieve epic level blacksmithing at the fastest speed possible. And in that case, the chance for him to achieve divine smithing and return to the Heaven's Eyes forging clan would be one step closer. At this moment, there seems to be another opponent. Still forging. The Dog Bastard eventually twisted his head, checking out player Me forging. In the end, he had to be unconvinced. If he was at the fine gold level, he was inferior to player Jin. Is this the attributes of a half-step legendary level equipment? It's so strong. This equipment? It's even more powerful than the equipment at the peak of the epic level. Scary. Scary. This batch of NPCs is still really powerful. This is even possible? Half-step legendary level equipment. This is already the pinnacle so far. Right? The players were shocked. The equipment forged by this guy? It was truly awesome. Some rich bigwigs had already started asking if there was a way to sell this half-step legendary grade equipment. If it was for sale, they really wanted to take it. After all, anything that could be linked to a legend nowadays was a sky-high price. Half-step legendary equipment. It was terrifying to think about. At the moment, if you look at Heaven's Destiny, it's the so-called top group of players were able to get their hands on legendary grade equipment. This time it's us players who have lost. Nonsense. Isn't there still player Me? Maybe it's possible to turn the tables on the Jedi? Right. Wait a little longer. Yao Huang and the others were perhaps the most severely traumatized. And this trauma was not physical, but mental. This person? They didn't recognize him at all. Was he a minor character? Was it also able to overpower them? This feeling was infuriating. Sub-Emperor, there is no need to be discouraged. This person is the shut-in disciple of the Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan and possesses a half of the bloodline of the Eyeforge clan. He used his innate aptitude earlier. It's not a disgrace for you guys to lose to him. Divine Craftsman Lu Long and the others began to comfort their disciples individually, lest they doubt themselves. Upon hearing this, a trace of relief finally surfaced on the faces of Emperor Ya and the others, and they were not so sullen. So it turns out, this was also a close disciple of the Divine Craftsman. It turns out that this person also possesses a half a day's worth of bloodline of the Eye Forging clan. As soon as he thought of this, suddenly his heart wasn't uncomfortable anymore. At this moment, within the large forging space, Qin Fang was the only one left. Still forging. The eyes of hundreds of millions of players. The 6 divine artisans watching. The stares from these opponents. Qin Fang could not feel any of them. He was still immersed in his own forging. Ding. There are still the last 10 minutes left for this grand final. Please make an effort if you haven't completed your forging. This system beep was specifically for player Me to ring out. It was also considered a kind of reminder. Oops. Hurry up and fail the forging. The players watching the battle said that they didn't want to watch it anymore. 24 hours of live broadcasting. And by now, the rewards that should be there had basically all been drained. For example, legendary grade equipment. It had all been drawn away by the lucky guy. It was only after it arrived that they cursed this tournament as a fraud. This wasn't a full-bodied legendary grade equipment. It wasn't something that could be used right out of the hand and directly kill the 4 directions. But rather it was a growable legendary grade equipment that was currently ranked at the black iron grade. This means that as the level rises, it also waits for the search for irreplaceable substances that will allow this equipment to be promoted. Isn't this a farce? Who would even want this? Even the richest of the rich weren't going to get their hands on it. With this cultivation time, it would be better to spend money to actually buy a legendary grade equipment. As for epic level equipment, it was unadulterated. Real epic level equipment that could be used as soon as you got it. Only with the peak of the epic level is still far away. That is to say, can be into the epic level of this level. This event? It was a mix of good and bad. I guess. That is, the last lottery? There's still a legendary grade equipment to decide who it belongs to. But a growable equipment? Who wants that? Player me. You hurry up and fail. Emperor Asia and the others were very torn at the moment. In their hearts, they both wanted Player Jin to succeed in his forging. But they also didn't want him to succeed in his forging. After all, this fellow dog bastard, how could he say that he was still half a foreigner? If they really let him win the Human Forging Championship, it would be like letting a foreign song win the Chinese Golden Melody Award. Only if they really let the player me forge a half-step legendary grade equipment with a fine gold grade body, then their face would really be lost. Do you guys think this son will be able to forge it successfully? The Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan didn't think that this son would be able to succeed. I don't know. From the time alone, it seems like it's too late. This kid surely has his reasons. I don't believe that forging a half-step legendary level equipment, it needs to consume him for 18 hours. Divine Artisan Lu Long maintained his confidence in Qin Fong as always. Qin Fong was still forging meticulously, looking at the time every now and then to avoid missing the deadline. Qin Fong, it's too late. This forging? Qin Fong basically used all of his heart and soul, melting legendary materials, using epic and legendary essences. Every step of this was very difficult for Qin Fong. The slightest carelessness meant that there was a possibility of complete failure. If Qin Fong didn't have the experience of forging in his previous life, combined with the experience of forging peak epic grade equipment for the first time, at this moment, he really couldn't grasp it. Injecting the power of emotion. Injecting the power of thunder. Injecting the power of heavenly trace. Inject the power of heavenly spirit. Injecting additional power. In the last 5 minutes, Qin Fong began a violent finale, which made Emperor Ya and the others uncertain. Player me, is this not going to engrave the lines? Or are you planning to give up on yourself? Engraving patterns? This was the last step in forging equipment. And only after engraving was completed was the forging considered complete. And the quality of the equipment was able to be taken to the next level. If it was not engraved, it was like a half-finished product. Just a little better than a rough embryo. Grass. So violent. Player me, this is not going to want this equipment. The two of us should S forging? It's obviously near the end. Engraving the lines can be done. Why does he want to return to the second step? Violently pounding the equipment. This player what the hell is he up to? Qin Fong's operation was incomprehensible even to all of these divine artisan shut-in disciples of Yahuang. But the divine craftsman understood, and couldn't help but exclaim out in admiration, this kid? So that's how it is, He originally wanted to forge it like this. Yeah. This kid. Not bad. Directly sealing the fire, and sealing the spirit is a good choice. This piece of equipment looks like Qin Fong is certain that he can promote it to a true legendary grade equipment. Look! 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 Last minute, Qin Fong's movements became faster and faster, just like a phantom. And eventually the flames rose, and then quickly went out. Ding! There are still the last 5 seconds left in the match time of the finals. Let's count down together. 5, 4, 3. In the last second, Qin Fong's face was pale. Bean-sized beads of sweat kept oozing out, and his muscles were trembling a little. But he still stuck to the time and blasted down the last hammer. And then the light that uniquely belonged to the legendary grade blossomed out from this piece of equipment. This light? From the looks of it, It was brighter and stronger than the light when the dog bastard forged the half-step legendary grade equipment. And the winner seemed to have already been decided. It was only still not enough to be a true legendary grade equipment. This should also be a half-step legendary grade equipment. Ding! Congratulations to player me for successfully forging a half-step legendary grade equipment. Thorn Vault Shield, sealed state. Whoosh! This piece of half-step legendary grade equipment rose into the air, and the 6 divine smiths began to evaluate it. In the end, the 6 divine artisans unanimously decided after a unified opinion. Ding! After cross-appraisal by the 6 divine artisans, this piece of half-step legendary grade equipment of players surpasses the half-step legendary grade equipment of the divine artisan shut-in disciple, and is ranked first. Ding! The rankings for the first section of the Divine Destiny Human Blacksmith Finals have been determined. Click. 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 Qin Fang's ranking quickly surged upwards from the 8th to the 1st place. The name font becoming larger and thicker, becoming golden in an instant. This was the honor of being number 1. As for the second son of a bitch, it became bigger and thicker, finally achieving a silver glittering. The second emperor became shiny copper. These are the top 3 in this competition. As for the subsequent blacksmiths, it was left unattended. Ding! This blacksmith competition is over. Please ask the first place to stay and accept the baptism of the 6 divine smiths. The other blacksmiths will retire. Ding! The last lottery begins. Ding! The first section of the Heaven's Destiny Blacksmith Competition's live broadcast is directly closed. Please also prepare yourselves. For a time, the system beeps rang out, and countless players hadn't even reacted yet. I.e., they were thrown out. My grass? Why is it that this half-step legendary level equipment that player me forged gives me the feeling that it's completely a bit of a tiger's head and a snake's tail? I don't get it. This sealing state? What the hell is it? Is it hard to believe that this equipment has some kind of flaw? These were the doubts in the minds of the watching players. At which point some blacksmiths gave explanations, letting you study more in general. You preferred to go herding sheep. And only one. This seal state, that is to say has not been forged, can only be considered as a semi-finished product once the seal is unlocked, but also able to continue to forge. Holy shit. I get it. Does it mean that the player I'm going to forge is a real legendary grade equipment? Only because of the time constraints. It can only be forged into a half-step legendary grade equipment that will be sealed. A blacksmith sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If that was really the case, player me would be a big bull. Yes. That's it. There was no lack of fierce people among the players. Once again giving everyone the science. This sealing method? Not anyone is able to do it. Must be 100% understanding of their own forging to be able to implement. Otherwise, 99% of the probability will fail. You guys say unseal? Will player me still be able to forge successfully? This question is also the problem that bothers everyone. Sure can all. Just short of the final engraving that is considered successful. This legendary level equipment, already considered a success. When the rich and powerful heard this, they were all of a sudden excited. Qin Fang, you kid, to be able to think of this method. It's really not bad. Within the forging space, divine artisan Lu Long flew down and patted Qin Fang's shoulder. Very satisfied with him. Chapter 472 Promotion to Purple Gold Level Blacksmith. This is also a matter of necessity. Senior Godsmith Lu Long. If I don't seal it, I definitely won't have enough time. Qin Fang was not too formal and chatted with Godsmith Lu Long like a neighboring uncle. Buzzing, the 5 divine craftsmen descended down, treating Qin Fang in a slightly different manner. These older generation divine craftsmen looked at Qin Fang with smiles on their faces. They seemed to be very much recognized, even if he was the disciple of divine craftsman Li Qi. You are me. Right. The root bones are good. The level of forging is very good. New. Here you are. An introductory gift. Please don't mind. I hope that you will be able to advance to the legendary level, and even the divine artisan as soon as possible. The oldest blacksmith of Heaven's Destiny smiled and made a statement, taking out a legendary grade drawing from within his backpack and handing it over to Qin Fang. Qin Fang was shocked. This old man? It was still really generous. Giving such a big gift at this meeting? Elders give. Don't dare to resign. The younger generation will accept it with a generous face. Qin Fang's heart was directly happy. Legendary grade magic drawings? It wasn't good to get it either. Qin Fong hurriedly bowed his thanks to show his respect. Ding. Divine Artisan Soul Yifan sends you legendary great forging drawings. Fiery Flame Great Sunbow and Arrow. Ding. Your goodwill with Divine Artisan Soul Yifan has increased to 1,000. Not only were players able to raise their goodwill by giving gifts to NPCs, NPCs were also able to raise their goodwill by giving gifts to players. Since Big Brother has already made a gesture, then I can't be petty. Here you go, brat. Remember to promote to Divine Craftsman early in the day, to ease the pressure on us. This was the old woman's meet-and-greet gift to Qin Fong, and it was also a legendary grade drawing. Qin Fong once again thanked her. His mood was excited. Ding. Divine Artisan Li Fu sends you a legendary grade forging drawing, mountain splitting and humongous earth giant axe. Ding. Your goodwill with Divine Artisan Li Fu has increased to 1,000. No. Here you go. My meet and greet gift. These two slightly younger Divine Craftsmen also gave Qin Fong 2 legendary grade drawings. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Congratulations. Since a few big brothers have given them, I can't be stingy either. Let's give you 10 legendary grade materials. Instead of giving Qin Fong legendary grade drawings, Divine Artisan Lu Long directly gave 10 materials. This was what a good person was. Otherwise, even if there were drawings, Qin Fong would have to be able to have the materials to forge it. The legendary grade drawings that he had begged for a long time in his previous life were now appearing in front of him one by one. This gave Qin Fong the feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Qin Fong could not help but cast his eyes on the last Divine Artisan, wanting to ask for a meet-and-greet gift. At this moment, the Heavenly Crystal Divine Craftsman was very indignant in his heart, and with a brush of his sleeves, he was basically unable to see a smiling face. This time, his disciple was again suppressed by Li Qi's disciple. How could he be happy about this? But honestly, this kid's forging skills, there are really 2 brushes. Whether from the forging method or forging results, all exceed the dog bastard. Losing is not a complaint. If it wasn't for the time limit, this kid might have been able to forge a real legendary equipment. Generally speaking, equipment in a sealed state, attributes will drop by 10%. But even if the equipment dropped by 10%, it also crushed the son of a bitch. The Heavenly Crystal Blacksmith sighed. This was also the dog bastard's fate. This first edition of the Heavenly Fate Blacksmith competition. Surprisingly, there was such a big dark horse. With a dog bastard's strength? If it wasn't for Qin Fong, he would definitely be number 1 all. This kid? This look in his eyes? It can't be that he still wants to ask for a meet-and-greet gift from him. The Heavenly Crystal Artisan was furious in his heart. Looking around, he finally sighed and gave Qin Fong a gift of a legendary grade drawing. Ding. Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan. Ding. Your goodwill with the Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan has decreased to 100. Qin Fong? Wow. Big brother. You're so petty. Giving a meet-and-greet gift? And you're cynical about me? Should I have known better? I don't want this gift. If I don't get on well with the Master Craftsman, what's the point? This man has problems of his own. He's a paranoid maniac. Don't bother with him. Divine Craftsman Lu Long's words rang in Qin Fong's ears, giving him no need to worry. Qin Fong, I'm sure you know the reward for first place in the finals, so we won't be long-winded. Let's start now. The oldest Divine Smith, Soul Yifan, stepped forward and began to copy his own forging insights. In a short while of light, a thick, 7 to 8 meters tall book coalesced in front of him. The title of the book was engraved with gilt text, Soul Yifan's Purple Gold Level Forging Experience. Divine Craftsman Lu Long, Divine Craftsman Tian Jing, and the others were not stingy either, and directly coalesced their own purple gold level forging tips. These 6 books of forging tips, some thick, such as the Soul Yifan Divine Artisans, a book 7 or 8 meters high, some thin, such as the Heavenly Crystal Divine Artisan, only the height of a thumb. The other 5 Divine Craftsmen looked towards Tian Jing, who responded with some pretentious odor, I'm at the purple gold level, and I've only stayed for 100 days. To be able to have this much is already good. Ugh! The other Divine Artisan shut up at once. Qin Fong instantly understood that these insights were based on the amount of time spent at this segment of the purple gold level. The longer one stayed, definitely the more insights all. For example, old Mr. Soul Yifan. How long must he have stayed at the purple gold level all? The other artisans combined. It's not as thick as the Soul Yifan Divine Craftsman's awe. No wonder old Divine Craftsman Soul was able to become a craftsman god. This makes the younger generation ashamed. Divine Craftsman Lu Long and the others were ashamed of themselves. Qin Fang, on the other hand, was puzzled in his heart. This craftsman god? And what rank was it? Qin Fang, when you have finished learning all these forging insights, I think you will have successfully advanced to the purple gold rank. Good luck. Divine Artisan Lu Long left behind these words before leaving with the 5 divine artisans. Qin Fang quickly pocketed these insights and exited the forging space. Thus, the first human blacksmith competition of Heaven's Destiny came to an end. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the title, Heaven's Destiny Human Race's first Forge Master. Title description: a title that can only be obtained by the winner of the first human blacksmith competition. Title effect 1. Can increase the success rate of forging by 20%. Title effect 2. Can reduce the consumption of forging by 20%. Title effect 3. Can attach a random 4-dimensional attribute. Qin Fang, not bad. Effect 2 and 3 are excellent. As for effect 1, it's basically considered a waste. Ding. Player requested to add a friend. Ding. Player Prime Shield requested a calm. Ding. Player Qin Fang had just appeared from within the forge space. When he was hit with these communications, countless players wanted to contact Qin Fang, wanting to purchase the epic, half-step legendary equipment he had previously forged. This time, the competition item for the finals was the shield, which made some guilds and teams red in the face. To know that some teams under the copy, the attack power is enough, but is not enough frankness, cannot carry the damage of the boss. Such as if you can be equipped with the player I forged the equipment. Maybe that can successfully pass this copy. So many people contacted at the same time. But also Qin Fang gave a big shock awe. In the end, he connected to Prime Shield's communication. After all, his relationship with the Bastard Guild was still very good. Elder brother me. A half-step legend ranked shield? How can I sell it? The first time he saw the attributes of this half-step legendary grade equipment, Prime Shield that is, he couldn't help it, all but left his mouth watering, and couldn't wait to purchase it. When Qin Fang appeared, he naturally contacted him at the first time. Optimus Prime. This shield, I am able to process it again, forging it again to become legendary level equipment. If you truly want it, 800 million copper coins. Sell it to you. Optimus Prime shield was directly silenced. Not by the price, but by Qin Fang's words. Surprisingly, it is still able to be processed? By my old brother. Keep it for me. Ding. Player Prime Shield has requested a trade. Please agree. Ding. You have obtained 800 million copper coins. Qin Fang, in such a hurry? Elder brother me. I trust you. I'm booking it all. Don't let anyone else cut me off. Prime Shield was already fantasizing about the scenario where he was equipped with this piece of legendary grade shield. At that time, he would definitely be the #1 shield of Heaven's Destiny all. The time was coming when Hegemony begged for his copy. Since the legendary ranked shield had already been sold, then this peak epic ranked shield, it had to go out as well all. In the end, this peak epic level shield sold for 150 million copper coins. This time, the finals had directly allowed the players to score 1 billion copper coins. Qin Fang immediately returned to his private territory and started forging this piece of legendary grade equipment. After receiving money from Prime Shield, he had to get things done for them. Ding. Congratulations on your forging failure. This was Qin Fang's true purpose. It really didn't take 18 hours to forge a half-step legendary level equipment. But what? Qin Fang didn't want to forge it successfully. If he succeeded in forging, he would at most get a half-step legendary grade equipment. But if it failed, it was... Ding. Congratulations on triggering a blast return. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining legendary grade equipment. Thorn Vault Light Shadow Shield 10. 10 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Directly made Qin Fang jump up and down. Cool. Qin Fang directly traded 1 piece to the Prime Shield. And the rest were in the bag. Not for sale for the time being. Waiting for 10 days and half a month. Slowly letting Heaven's Destiny digest this legendary grade shield. If it really wasn't possible, let the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild digest it internally. After all, Qin Fang has too much high-grade equipment on him. Ding. Due to the need to promote to a purple gold rank Forge Master, no business will be received for the time being, and the contact mode will be turned off. Ding. Ding. Qin Fong repeated the playback 3 times before he began to close his mind and familiarize himself with the forging insights of these divine craftsmen. Qin Fong started reading from the last of the Soul Yifan divine craftsmen first. I have traveled the path of a purple gold rank forging for 30 years and have a solid foundation. So I have written my insights as follows. Before the fine gold level blacksmith, everything is as usual, forging as it should be. But then, after the purple gold level, that is, you need to understand your own path. How do you want to forge? What are your forging highlights? Ding. Congratulations on reading the Divine Artisan's forging tips. Gained experience value of 100. Ding. Congratulations. Ding. Congratulations. Such system beeps continued to ring out, and Qin Fong's experience value doubled. Qin Fong read it as if he was mesmerized. In a short while, that is, he was addicted to it, and when Qin Fong finished reading it completely, it was already 3 days later, and only then did he put it down with fondness, and began to read the other artisan's hard gain. Chapter 473 8,000 times returned quests. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully gained 1,000 forging experience value. Ding. Congratulations on successfully gaining 1,000 experience value in forging. Ding. The different books of forging tips were a varying help to Qin Fong. After all, some of the concepts were in line with his, and the experience value gained was able to be greater under the touch. After Qin Fong had flipped through all 6 of the forging books and studied them in depth, he heard the system beep. Ding. Congratulations on your successful promotion to become a purple gold level blacksmith. It had to be said that the Divine Smith's insights were really strong, corroborating with Qin Fong's forging method, ultimately achieving his position as a purple gold grade forger. Qin Fong tilted his head, and the corners of his mouth arced. In his previous life, he had reached the purple gold rank of blacksmith. It was already 2 years later. But in this life, surprisingly, it was completed in a year. These Divine Smith's insights turned into photoelectricity and disappeared, thoroughly integrating into Qin Fong's body. Just one more look at the experience value of ascending from purple gold to epic. Qin Fong directly vomited blood. If there was no chance, Qin Fong wouldn't have been able to advance to epic rank blacksmith in this lifetime. After all, failing to forge? But not a single bit of experience value was given. Qin Fong wasn't worried. The current purple gold level of blacksmithing was already enough to advance to the epic level. There would always be a way. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the qualifications of the Sky City candidate. Please fill in your details. The system beep sounded, and Qin Fong did not doubt it, filling in all the information as much as he could. Name, address, occupation. This was something that Qin Fong had once seen a template for in his previous life. In a word, true. Don't underestimate the City of the Sky. If you faked it, the City of the Sky would inquire about it in the first instance, and would directly disqualify you as a candidate. After Qin Fong had finished filling out the form, he breathed a sigh of relief and checked the time. Surprisingly, a month had already passed. The cold swept across the entire Sky Destiny, and the first snow fell. Heaven's Destiny entered the month of December. Ding. New Year's Day is approaching. Please be patient. A new scene will be loaded soon. The system beep sounded, and for a while, lights and colors were displayed in Heaven's Destiny, filling it with a festive atmosphere. Taking Tianyang Town as an example, all of the houses and trees within the town wore green and colorful lights that were turned on at the same time, making it a beautiful sight to behold. The streets and walls were also plastered with the festive colors of the new year. Big red, lion and dragon dances were also arranged, especially the firecrackers, which bloomed one after another, making people feel the festive atmosphere. The major weapon shop. The major shops have launched lottery activities, discount activities, to give players a profit, so that players feel affordable. Even the brush level area is also entangled with ribbons, rushed over the bunny ears, all wearing brightly colored seals. Quite a festive feeling of a national holiday. This month, the level of the players are upgraded. The highest hidden earth has been 71, only to his current weight. In want to go up. No 10 days, and half a month of polishing certainly not. As for the average level of the players, They had also all risen up, with an average of 60 levels. Qin Fong remembered that at the end of the first year in his previous life, the average level of the players was 62. It was thought that in the last month, everyone would be able to rise some more again. At this stage, it was time for Qin Fong's forged equipment to come home to roost. Level 60 equipment. The players of Heaven's Destiny? All were able to purchase it. Level 60? This was another threshold for equipment, which equipment below epic level that Qin Fong had sold out in the past. It wasn't as good as level 60 black iron equipment. Wanting to forge level 60 equipment, the difficulty had soared once again, especially the success rate, the materials needed, and so on, which had increased almost exponentially. Even Qin Fong also have to be good to figure out. Strive to forge to increase the forging to 50% in the forging failure. This month, Qin Fong's seclusion had driven a group of bigwigs crazy. The concentration of the divine spirit chi of heavenly destiny is getting higher and higher, causing the monsters to undergo a fourth mutation, and their attributes have been raised to the current extreme level. All of them had been raised to the current extreme. In the past, a level 60 player, with a set of silver level equipment, was able to single-handedly brush a level 60 silver level monster. But now, at the very least, 2 people were needed. And after the battle, both of these people's equipment had to be broken. Equipment problems? Both needed to be updated. Low-ranked equipment could be bought. After all, the blacksmith shops in all the major towns sold them. But high-level equipment? Basically impossible to buy. The high-level equipment forged by the blacksmiths of Heaven's Destiny. Basically, all of them are supplied to the NPCs guarding the towns. So where are the players? Although Songhai we all also sell some high-level equipment, but the income was not enough to cover the expenditure. The production was not big at all. Qin Fong came out of the gate and was not in a hurry, but summoned Yu Zhe in the middle of his private territory. Boss, according to your request, this is the 60-level purple gold grade and epic grade materials purchased for you, totaling more than 3,000 tons. This is the 60-level purple gold grade and epic grade drawings, totaling 1,023 sheets. Qin Fong had set this matter up before he closed the gate, so as not to have his hands full when he came out of the gate. Qin Fong looked at the mountain of materials, and was very satisfied in his heart before he began to take these drawings, and slap them onto himself one by one. Learning quickly. Some of these drawings were broken, with certain problems, but then, Qin Fong was not afraid at all. As long as he was able to forge 50% of both. The rest? Leave it to the system. Let him change it. These drawings might even be able to appear extremely good. Hee. Have you been promoted in rank? Yu Zhe? Qin Fong was very surprised. Looking at Yu Zhe again, he always felt that he was different somewhere. If the previous Yu Zhe still possessed some rigidity, then at this moment, there was spirituality in his eyes. Yu Zhe rolled his eyes. I've been promoted long ago. Boss, did you just realize that? Not bad. Keep up the good work. Right. Is the portal gradually finished? This question was also what Qin Fong was most concerned about. After all, this was his second biggest gain for the next several years. It's not gradually finished yet. Only that the large framework has been constructed. There are still some small details that need to be carved. I think that within a month, it will be completed. Qin Fong nodded his head. Yu Zhe, don't be careless. Our star path is not a Tianyang town. Strive to make our shop open throughout the entire heavenly fate. The corner of Yu Zhe's mouth twitched straight. Boss, where's the money? Qin Fong, this is going to earn it. When Qin Fong had finished learning all these drawings, he directly released a prompt covering Heaven's Destiny. Ding. Starting today, take on the forging of epic level equipment above level 60. Bring in the price. Badge taken purple and gold level equipment. Limited to the first 300. Not 800. Earn money. The first priority now is to earn money. This beep instantly caused countless players from Heaven's Destiny to have red eyes and dialed Qin Fong's communication, wanting to order equipment. Holy shit. Player me has just been promoted to a purple gold level blacksmith. Is it hard to be able to forge epic level equipment? The players were all shocked into disbelief by this system tone. Is it hard to believe that this person? Wasn't there ever any bottlenecks? Didn't he need to familiarize himself with it? For a normal blacksmith to advance to a brand new realm, it would take at least 10 days, or even longer, to become fully familiar with this realm. Quick! Grab it. Sign up? Only 800. Grab it. Countless scalpers all wanted to grab a certain number of places. After all, this place? It would be able to be sold for a sky-high price when it changed hands. Grass. Is this over? It's only 10 seconds. No. It's not 10 seconds. It's 3 seconds. This? It directly shocked a group of players. Ding. The quota is full. Please next time. Bastard Guild's order? Songhai Guild's order? Prime Guild's order? Bao God Old Brothers order? Demon God Old Brothers order? Qin Fong tidied up all these orders and took the lead in completing them. After all, these were all big orders, and he couldn't keep people waiting for too long. Huh? How come there's a Black Widow's order here? Qin Fong flipped through it and saw that the size of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild had already reached 60,000 people. 95% of the players had even reached level 60 or above. These people? Basically all third-rate experts. What limits them the most? Undoubtedly equipment. Black Widow directly placed an order for 1,000 pieces of epic-level equipment. Qin Fong thought it was a big customer. Who knew it was drudgery? Hey. Qin Fong sighed, and then started forging. Unconsciously, the strength of the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild had reached this level. Recently, within the Tianan town, some stories about the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild had sort of appeared. For example, besieging a purple gold level boss. For example, destroying other small guilds and whatnot. Qin Fong estimated that if the 10,000 Empty Lanes Guild were to be fitted with epic level equipment, they would have to be forged for a month at the very least. Hey! It would be nice if we could forge them faster. As Qin Fong was thinking about this, a long-lost sound rang in Qin Fong's ears. Ding! Does it open the forging failure? Thousandfold return quest? Just hearing this flash of sound? Qin Fong's entire being instantly felt a powerful shock of electric current that went straight from his head to the soles of his feet, leaving his entire being in a daze. Agreed. Agreed. Qin Fong was directly agitated. Was this able to disagree? It was recited 7 or 8 times. Task 1. Promote to Purple Gold Level Blacksmith, completed. Task 2. 4-dimensional attribute permanently breaks through 500,000, can wear equipment, not completed. Task 3. Become the city lord of a large town, can be any large town, not completed. Task 4. Winning the single-player championship in the first Heaven's Destiny Human Race Exchange competition, uncompleted. Task 5. Assist Blackie's level to be promoted to Purple Gold level, incomplete. Task 6. Forge 9 pieces of legendary grade equipment, uncompleted. Task 7. Earn 100 billion copper coins using forging, uncompleted. Task 8. Obtain the 6th hidden profession, uncompleted. Qin Fong took a look at these tasks, immediately dumbfounded. Some of these quests have nothing to do with forging. Is this even possible? For example, becoming the lord of a large town? Oh my god! This was something that a legendary blacksmith would be able to think about at the very least. For example, permanently exceeding 500,000 attributes in all 4 dimensions? This wasn't even an attribute that some players of the legendary rank had ever had. This quest? Qin Fong flipped around and read it. And there were only 2 words, deliberately making things difficult. But a thought? 1,000 times return? It was still worth it. Thinking carefully, there really wasn't any of these quests that were too difficult. As long as one's efforts are deep, one should be able to succeed. Chapter 474 Heaven's Mandate 10,000 Races Warrior Exchange Tournament. Qin Fong immediately moved towards this goal. Striving to succeed in the 2nd year, he managed to obtain a forging failure with 1,000-fold return. Ling, here are these 9 divine beast eggs for you. Distribute them. In addition, this is 5 legendary grade shields. Distribute them as well. Go through as many copies as you can to quickly increase your strength. I don't need a 3rd-rate expert, but a 1st-rate expert. Qin Fong dialed Black Widow's communication and said as such. Good. Black Widow hung up, letting the present-day 10,000 Empty Lane Guild begin an even more brutal match. Qin Fong started forging equipment. It was only that it always felt like this 100-fold return, all of a sudden, didn't smell good anymore. So many forging materials are all ores, and need to be devoured by Xiao He. Xiao He is very conscientious. Only to devour an hour to come over to rub Qin Fong's trouser leg, asking for a bottle of wine, before he is willing to continue to work. Qin Fong, hey, this little guy has learned a bad lesson. Qin Fong checked Xiao Hei's experience value. He was still 78% short of being able to upgrade to the purple gold level. Want to upgrade Xiao Hei to the purple gold level as quickly as possible? Then at the very least, Xiao Hei would need to devour a large mineral vein, or devour the breath of a true deity. Qin Fong retrieved a bit. He remembered that there were many top-notch mineral veins in the ground of the heavenly gold town. When the teleportation array was constructed, he should send Little Black there at the first opportunity. During this period of time, Xiao Hei had not been lazy, pulling out quite a few fine purple gold grade materials, which Qin Fong directly took over to forge. Ding! Congratulations on your forging failure. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a 100-fold return. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a purple gold grade equipment, White Jade Dragon Haze Halberd. This was a halberd that was the color of white jade all over, and filled with bright red cloudy haze colors that were aesthetically pleasing. Qin Fong pocketed the 100 pieces of equipment and directly started forging the next one. The blacksmith players of Heaven's Destiny opened the list and saw the purple gold level Qin Fong at the top of the list. This can't help but make other blacksmiths feel a sense of powerlessness. Fine gold level? There is a big difference between it and the purple gold level. Nowadays, Qin Fong has become the true meaning of the first forger of Heaven's Destiny. The first batch of equipment? The transaction was completed very quickly. Task 7. Still relatively easy to complete. 100 billion copper coins? It's not much. My old brother's equipment? It's really awesome. Mart. This money. It's really not a loss. Let's go. Follow me to brush the monsters. Epic level equipment? Finally able to hack these monsters. Haha. It's fortunate that I caught up and purchased this piece of epic level equipment. Holy shit. This Heaven's Destiny auction house? There's even a legendary grade shield? It's also forged by player me. This one legendary grade shield was deliberately put out by Qin Fong. And because of the time that had passed, it did not mess up the market. In the end, this copy of the legendary grade shield was sold at a sky-high price of 1.2 billion copper coins. All the major peak players, all the major guilds grabbed it. After all, this equipment, it can be regarded as a first opportunity recently took advantage of New Year's Day. But a lot of high-level copies of it. Only Prime Shield looked at the shield in his hands and fell into deep thought. This? He has only been beautiful for less than a month. My big brother has actually forged another legendary level shield. So terrifying. These days he had just pinned Batian a few times and was having a good time. So he prayed in his heart that this shield must not let Batian succeed in the auction. But things are always so coincidental. Batian auctioned this copy of the legendary level shield, mainly because the performance of the Prime Shield in these days is too poor, and even gave him bullying on the hegemony had to make him understand. Isn't it just a shield? Really? I can buy it without you. And I can also go down to the copy. It's just a matter of spending some more coins. So Optimus Shield was directly isolated. The next copy also does not take him. This time, the shield of the Prime Days sitting wax hurried to talk to Batian, which reluctantly agreed to him to go to the copy, and incidentally warned him, do not be so crazy. The Prime Minister's shield agreed helplessly. The players of Heaven's Destiny all thought that this was whichever half-finished, half-stepped legendary level equipment Qin Fong had in the finals. Only the top members of the Hegemony Guild knew that it wasn't that. Qin Fong was prepared to wait for a while, waiting for them to hit the wall in a brand new copy again, before selling these 3 remaining pieces of legendary grade equipment. Recently, a level 60 difficulty level duplicate named Realm of the Vault had just appeared near Tianyang Town. It was said that if one was the first to pass through it, they would be able to obtain the level 60 epic grade set, Realm of the Vault. These days, all the major guilds have been killing like crazy, and have not been able to pass the first level. Hidden Earth had also wanted Qin Fong to join them in the copy. But unfortunately, he was refused by Qin Fong. It could only be the 3 of them. Hidden Earth, Tree of Life, and Day by Day, who teamed up and entered it. The second day. The third day. Just as Qin Fong completed the order for the 800th copy, the system tone that resounded through Heaven's Destiny exploded. Ding. The first Heaven's Destiny 10,000 Races Warrior Exchange Tournament is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Ding. The first Heaven's Destiny 10,000 Races Warrior Exchange Tournament is about to begin. Ding. The first edition. The system beep sounded. instantly causing all of Heaven's Destiny's players to pause for a second, as if they were statues. Has it finally started? The players' hearts pounded furiously. This was a chance to be able to reach the heavens in one step. This time, Heaven's Destiny had already previewed the match, and the players had naturally known about it for a long time. The tournament known as the #1 tournament in Heaven's Destiny is about to begin. I wonder what kind of spectacle it will be. To know that blacksmiths, gunsmiths, and other subprofessions only have a few 100,000 people, a few million at most, causing such a big stir? Then this tournament of hundreds of millions of players? How terrifying should it be? I wonder what the rules are like. Is it difficult? Are there many restrictions? This tournament will start in a few more days. Can you finish at once? The players were hotly disliking this kind of sellout system. Beep. Ding. The Heaven's Destiny Human Exchange Tournament is about to start in 3 days. Registration will begin tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Ding. The rules of this exchange tournament are as follows. Rule 1. This competition is limited to warriors of the Heaven's Mandate human race. Remarks. Warriors who have joined the 10,000 races can also participate, but they need to follow the rules of the human race and not cause any killing. Remarks. Native warriors of the Celestial Destiny continent are not allowed to participate. This was also for protection. After all, these warriors can be resurrected even if they die. The native continent's warriors can't do that. Rule 2. The level of this 10,000 races warrior exchange tournament must reach level 50 to participate. The current average level of the players was 60. A goal that had been reached long ago. 50 levels? It was also screening some players who had just entered Heaven's Destiny. Rule 3. This competition must be fought to the death. No admitting defeat midway through. Rule 4. This competition is divided into 5 rounds: preliminary, rematch, semi-final, final, and grand final. 5 rounds to determine the final #1. Rule 5. This competition by the Chisha Mountain is responsible for. All the registered warriors will be broken up and randomly dueled. There is no any backroom operation. Rule 6. The top 1,000 of this solo exchange tournament will be able to obtain an exclusive title, the title of Sky City Candidate, as well as a series of mysterious rewards. Rule 7. Each person who registers for this tournament will need to pay 100 copper coins. For every victory, you will be rewarded with varying amounts of copper coins. Remarks. Victory in the preliminary round will receive 100 copper coins. For victory in the rematch, 200 copper coins will be awarded. Winning the semifinals will earn you 500 coins. The winner of the final round will receive 100 million coins. Rule 8. This competition opens the entertainment betting mode. For each match, you can choose to press yourself for victory. The winner will get the loser bet. Rule 9. All interpretations belong to Mount Chisha. The system beep sounded, announcing the rules. And then the major towns responded quickly and began to scroll above the large glass walls, letting people know the exact rules. Ding. Specially set up this 10,000 races warrior competition question post. If you have any questions, you can sit tight here again. There are still some loopholes amongst these rules that need to be fixed by everyone brainstorming. This one post was directly on top. All the players were able to see it, and some players had already started leaving messages. This isn't fair. What if I run into a Jedi Master in the first game? This player has a small confidence in his own strength. He thinks that 30% of the people in Heaven's Destiny are not as good as him. The preliminary round, the rematch he is sure to pass. But if the preliminary round matches him with the Supreme Master, won't he be cold? Ding. Your question Xiaoxia has already seen. The following is the reply to this question. The random system of the preliminary round does not have any backroom operation. If you really run into a Supreme Master, you can only say that you are unlucky. For a while, countless players began to laugh, and the atmosphere livened up. I also have a question. The entry fee for this competition is too high. Can it be lowered a bit? Ding. Your reply is as follows. Can't. I also have a question. Kasumi, are you a real person? If you are a real person, what is your circumference? Ding. It was detected that your speech carries words that disrespect women. You have been banned. Ugh. That's harsh. I have questions too. I have problems too. There were a lot of questions from the players. And Kasumi, like splitting into billions, answered them one by one. Can a blacksmith compete? I don't have the rank. This was Qin Fang's question, and the point he was more worried about. Ding. Your question needs to be reported. Please wait a moment. Ding. Reply yes. As long as you are a sub-professional above the fine gold level, and have self-confidence in your own strength, you can sign up for the competition. Only then did Qin Fang feel relieved and continue to start forging. Not bad. Not bad. This competition. It's very conscientious. Right. If this were to be organized by another organization, I don't know what would happen. Terrible, terrible. It's a pity that there's no battle team tournament. The 5 of us on the team are able to exert a much higher combat power. Just as a player raised this question, a system beep sounded. Ding. This 10,000 clans warrior competition also has a team match. Each team is limited to 5 people, and the occupations can be freely paired up. The rest of the rules are similar to the single-player match. The team tournament schedule is 1 day after the single-player tournament schedule. There is no delay. If you sign up for the tournament, each team needs to pay 500 copper coins. Team Tournament Champion Reward. This time, the players once again boiled over. Chapter 475 Return of Chinger. Team Match Champion Rewards. 1. A spot for a Sky City candidate. 2. A legendary grade pet. 3. A legendary grade equipment set of your choice as well as a mystery grand prize. The team's rewards look much better than those of the single-player tournament. Except that there were also many problems. Players asked one by one. Oops. If I get first place? What if I don't want the qualification of this Sky City's candidate? After all, I'm originally a resident of Sky City. This sentence attracted countless hatred, as well as countless envious glances. This guy? What an infuriating thing to say. The people of the broken earth, struggling to survive, were only doing so for the so-called Sky City candidates quota. And these people? Surprisingly. Yeah. I don't want it either. Yeah. Can we, the residents of Sky City, get a reward for a change? Such inquiries were no longer a few. After all, there were not a few players in Sky City. The qualifications of Sky City candidates are allowed to be bought and sold. This was Heaven's Destiny's reply. Like a meteorite crashing into the earth, exploding into a great sensation. May. If this is the case, I am even at ease. Oh, that's fine. The players of Sky City started Versailles in droves. And in the face of such words, the mouths of Broken Earth's replacement players couldn't help themselves. No way. No way. There can't really be someone who doesn't know how much they weigh. That's right. You goods. You also want to take first place? Next life. I'm really laughing. Just by virtue of you guys? First, are you guys this material? A bunch of pampered young masters? Ladies, don't let me beat the shit out of you in the ring. That wouldn't be good. Really. Letting people like you ascend to Sky City. It's really a shame. The words of the players from Broken Earth were naturally as unpleasant as they could be. Some of the Sky City players wanted to retort, but the words were nothing more than "You've gone too far. You can't say that. It doesn't hurt." As for Broken Earth, they started cursing and cursing the shit out of. A large obfuscated cursing war began. This curse war is honestly reasonable. After all, in the light of this year, Sky City's players had displayed a sense of superiority from time to time, looking down on Broken Earth's players. This wasn't once or twice. The grudge between the two sides was already very deep. In reality, you can destroy me in one go. But this is a game. What can you do with me? I just want to scold you. The more this scolding war is played, the more ferocious. It wasn't until a day later, when Sky City shot out a laser powerful enough to destroy the sky and earth, destroying a mob group's compound, that this cursing war came to an abrupt end. The reason for what happened was this. The princess of the great family of the City of the Sky simply said, "You guys can't be like this." Namely attracted the firepower of the Broken Earth mouth replacement, and crazily began to attack this pearl of the palm. From cursing to everything. All the swear words are arranged on. Alive to the people little princess to gas cry all night. This is not good. Originally is the old to get a daughter of the old master. Decisive use of some of the relations of the destiny of the heavens. To find out the cursing of this person's address. Direct a beam of laser. Send 100,000 people of a small thugs group members all on the sky. As for the thugs in the group of people who have not been wrongly accused, directly become a funeral companion. The mob group, you are noble. You are great. You let the old man with you to accompany the funeral. This is not yet finished. This old family head directly sends this section of the video screen to the fate of the sky. The top threat, who let my little girl is not pain. I let you also pain not. Ahem. In an instant, the cursing war was over. This time, the players of Broken Earth were finished. And one by one, they were like boiled quails, unable to say a word. The major towns, the major thug core of the city's lord, the thug leader, the first time all exhortation underlings. Who the hack if within the providence to cause trouble? Directly kill. All give the old man to speak Pushel language. All give the old man to be polite. The faces of the players of Broken Earth are as hard as eating a dead fly. This feeling, it really is too hard. Want to curse? But couldn't curse. As for this old family head merely being warned by heavenly fate, this matter namely passed. Irrelevantly. Qin Fang also heard about this matter, and hurriedly asked Black Widow to give the people of Yang City a thought lesson. So that they all become 5 good youths. Even if you don't help the old granny to cross the road. But you can't go to curse. And swear. For a while. The ethos of Heaven's destiny was all lightened up. Players of Sky City. I ask ho your whole family. Are they all good? Mum. The word dare not say out. Directly once again spit out a mum. You really my good big son, aw. Sky City. You simply bully too much, oh. I draw a circle curse you, oh. The words of the game of Heaven's destiny cursing people. The painting style has changed greatly. Ding. Sky Fate 10,000 Races Exchange Tournament. Single player tournament. Registration begins. Ding. Heaven's Destiny 10,000 Races Exchange Match. Team match. Registration begins. Ding. Registration closes in 3 days. Ding. Team members cannot be changed after signing up for the team tournament. Please be cautious. The system beep sounded. And the number of people who had signed up began to rise by leaps and bounds. 1 million. 10 million. 100 million. Brothers, who can lend me 100 copper coins? When I win the first game, I will definitely return it to you. Clansmen of Heaven's Destiny. I'm Qin Shi Huang. I've eaten the immortality pill. I'm not dead yet. And I've joined the game Heaven's Destiny. Hit me with 10,000 copper coins. And I'll surely have my army of terracotta warriors assist you in becoming the emperor. Ladies and gentlemen, have mercy on me. I really want to compete. But I really don't have money, Who can fund me 100 copper coins? Win. I return as much. Lose. You and I too clear. Quite a few players spat out such words that made people cry and laugh. Boss? Are you signing up? It was Hidden Earth's communication. Calling to ask Qin Fang. Sign up? For sure. And it's necessary to enter the top 100 and take the qualification of the Sky City candidate. According to Qin Fang's simple perception, if he was able to enter the top 100, did it mean that he would have the qualifications of 2 Sky City candidates? In that case, wouldn't it be a little bit more of a chance than the others? Sky City? He really wanted to go there. Sign up then. Ding. You have signed up successfully. Looking forward to your good news. Ding. You have signed up successfully. Captain, do I need to sign up? This was the voice of the Tree of Life, who was also considering whether or not to enroll. A few black lines surfaced on Qin Fang's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he couldn't help but inquire. Are you going to add blood to others? Wasn't this a silly question? Even if you go to a team match? What are you going for? He. Captain, I'm also very strong, alright. Violent priest understand. These words directly made Qin Fang break his defense. Past life? It wasn't like he hadn't seen bald violent priests before. But they were preceptor priests, specializing in combat. What does that have to do with you? You a mere little blood-boosting priest. Sign up? Just in case you can mix it up a bit. Qin Fang didn't want to hit the Tree of Life self-confidence too much. Captain, just wait and see. The Tree of Life was very dissatisfied with Qin Fang's attitude, thinking that Qin Fang was underestimating her too much. For better or worse, she was also someone who had a divine beast. Boss, we're only 3 people here. What about the team competition that requires 5 people at the very least? This was a problem that Hidden Earth was also very worried about. The team tournament had to be 5 people to be able to sign up. Hidden Earth, Qin Fang, and the Tree of Life were only 3 people. At day by day, Qin Fang spoke in such a way. Day by day's operation was also good. Cultivating it a bit might be able to break through. Good. Where's the last person? Me. At this moment, Shui Qing'er's voice suddenly rang out, appearing beside Qin Fong with a smile on her face. Her eyes like stars in the firmament as she looked at Qin Fong. A dress and robe the color of pale blue, like a princess who had fallen from the 9 heavens. A light and elegant temperament that made one forget it with a single glance. Qing'er? Qin Fong's speech took on a hint of stuttering. Private territory? It was open to Shui Qing'er, and she was able to enter and exit freely. Qin Fong could never have imagined that Qing'er, who had disappeared for so long, would be able to reappear. In his previous life, Qing'er had not disappeared, so Qin Fong did not have a reference to know when Qing'er would reappear. Qin Fong forcibly suppressed his emotions, avoiding any excessive behavior. After all, in this life, he and Shui Qing'er, the time they spent together was still short, lest he scare people. Bah. What am I talking about? Even if Qin Fong had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he was thrilled at this moment, and eventually tears appeared in his eyes. Qing'er, next time, can you not disappear so silently? At the very least, you give me a message, Brother Qin. Hey, I'm back, aren't I? Qing'er's smile was like a clear stream in warm sunshine, causing Qin Fong's heart to settle down immediately. Good. Then count on Miss Shui Qing'er. In that case, our team competition group is a done deal. I'm going to sign up. Zhang Tu said so, and he wanted to hang up, leaving time for his boss and Miss Qing'er. But there was one last question. Boss, what's our team name? That has to be told first. Team 10,000 Empty Lane. As the old boss of 10,000 People's Empty Lane, Qin Fong naturally had to advertise the team every now and then. It's hard to hear. My suggestion is Cold River Snow. Hearing Shui Qing'er say this, Qin Fong was the first to nod in agreement. Cold River Snow. This sounds good. This is it. On the other end of the communication, Hidden Earth, the Tree of Life was snickering before hanging up the communication and rushing to register. Ding. Your team, Cold River Snow, has been registered successfully. Ding. Please pay the copper coins. 500. Qin Fong hadn't seen Qing'er for so many days. Smack in the middle of seeing her, he was still a bit overwhelmed, not knowing what he should do. By the way, Qing'er, this is the equipment I specially built for you at the peak of the epic level, wide-sleeve streaming light dress. Put it on and see if it fits? To Shui Qing'er, it seemed that any level of equipment did not ever possess restrictions for her to wear. Shui Qing'er wore it with a single click. This epic peak equipment? It fitted her perfectly, really setting off her aura like a fairy of the Yao Qi. With the breeze, Qing'er gently danced in the daylight, a scene that directly seduced Qin Fong's soul. Chapter 476. This Tama is a blacksmith? Ding. The current number of applicants for the single-player tournament has reached 500 million. Ding. The current team tournament registration has reached 30 million groups. These data were the most real-time, and could continue to increase if extrapolated based on the situation. The number of players signing up for the single-player tournament was so high that now when everyone walked down the street, the way they greeted each other changed. Hey mate, did you sign up? Definitely signed up. I'll see you in the preliminary round. I wonder what's going on in the preliminary round. So many players? How about opening it? Yeah. Really anxious. This was the current hot topic. Who wouldn't want to chat about it? The number of applicants for the team tournament was still relatively low at this stage. After all, it took a certain amount of time to form a team. For example, the major guilds would have to discuss what combinations would be able to maximize their potential in order to gain the final rankings. The rest of the combinations? How can we avoid certain boundaries? These are all questions that need to be considered. Some of the casual players? The actual fact is that they can't get a team together at all. Even the ones who usually play well? At the moment, they only want to go to a better team, so as not to be dragged down by the rubbish. So, third-rate expert, hunter, a set of gold-level equipment, seeking a team. Absolutely not pull crotch. I'm a second-rate expert, archery legend, a set of purple gold-level equipment, begging for a team. Don't want anything lower than a second-rate expert. A first-rate expert can take it if he wants to. I created a team. Who wants to join? I'm a first-rate expert, a set of epic peak equipment. Request teammates are also first-rate experts. Nothing. Request a team. I. Professional funny. Request to stay. A single voice rang out as loud as it could, making all the towns become food markets. All teaming up. A team competition? This couldn't be sloppy. A single sloppiness could result in not being able to reach the top. Especially the players at the peak. Vetting. Qin Fong didn't care about this. He had already decided in his heart that their team of 5 was already the strongest. No one could compare. At this moment, he had long ago brought Shui Qinger and started loitering around Tianyang town. The two of them could be seen in all the major brand-name superstores, clothing, gesture shops, and major food shops. In the end, the two of them carried milk tea and entered the cinema together. These entertainment facilities in Tianyang town were the first to be constructed, and they also allowed players to spend money quickly, allowing Tianyang town to return a wave of blood. After watching the film, Qin Fong took a look at the only 6-star hotel in Tianyang town, and finally gave up on the idea and went to the highest mountaintop with Qinger to enjoy the moon. Ding. Player Kingdom calling communication. Hang up. Ding. Player. Calling communication. Hang up. These players were all Qin Fong's big customers. Because the team tournament, the single-player tournament, was just around the corner, and they wanted to buy a large batch of equipment with Qin Fong once again, in order to get better results. But what? Qin Fong was currently immersed in the stunning moonlight as well as the stunning side face of Qinger, unable to extricate himself. So he naturally wouldn't bother with him. Ding. Setting, disturbance-free mode. All of a sudden, the world was quiet, and no more players were able to contact Qin Fong. Qin Fong, copper coins are important. But is it important to be able to have personal problems? It wasn't until late at night that Qin Fong watched Qinger leave. At this time, Qin Fong hurriedly turned on the no disturb mode and started forging equipment for his big bosses. This money? It was too easy to earn. Several small goals in one night. Who could stop this? Unified reply, sorry. Was just taking a shit. After a busy night, Qin Fong finally repaired his relationship with the big customers. And as the sky was dark, Qin Fong namely appeared at the place where he had an appointment with Shui Qinger. And with a big dark circle under his eyes, he forced himself to watch the sunrise together. These days, Qin Fong basically never rested. So, the no disturbance mode started once again to avoid being disturbed by other people. Qinger, let's go see Mirror Lake today. Qinger, let's go to the underwater world later. Right. Qinger, let's go to Flying Paradise for a bit. Qinger, try this. It's especially delicious. This is my Qinger. Qin Fong was like a little boy who had his first taste of love, and couldn't wait to give the best to Shui Qinger. For another 2 days, Qin Fong played with Qinger during the day and quickly forged equipment at night. He hated to think that he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and was able to split his body. The moment of the 3rd day, on top of the vast cruise ship, Qin Fong carefully took out a legendary grade ring he had recently forged. Against Qinger. Qinger, I wish you. Qin Fong was red in the face, unable to utter a single word. It was as if he was blocked by a huge stone in his throat. He had practiced these words over and over again, he had practiced them countless times. He had also pushed this scene over and over again countless times. And he was a 2-timer. He had originally thought that he would be able to say these words in a watery manner. He had originally thought that he would be able to. But now when he wanted to poke through this layer of window paper, he was still stuttering, unable to say a word, unable to make a single movement. His body was as if he was a statue, unable to move a single muscle. Qin Fong, be my boyfriend. Shui Qinger understood Qin Fong's mind, smiled and took this legendary grade ring from Qin Fong's hand in a particularly natural way, wearing it on top of her ring finger. Her eyes like water, like light, like the most beautiful colors in the world, falling on Qin Fong's body. All of this was so cloudy and watery. Ah! Qin Fong froze. His entire being seemed to be crushed by the shocking waves. This was originally the word for his confession. Why was he suddenly confessed to? What? Are you not willing? Then I'll be leaving. Shui Qinger saw Qin Fong froze, and didn't say anything, and immediately made a gesture to go and take off the ring, ranting, pouting, and looking towards Qin Fong. I'm willing. I am willing. Qin Fong hurriedly got up and held Qinger's hands with both of his hands, looking at her with affection. before sweeping Chinger into his arms. For so many years, the words he wanted to say, in the end, he never said, or Chinger took the lead in saying. At this moment, Chinger, a trace of tears flashed out from the depths of her eyes, secretly cursing a dullard. After so many years, not daring to say a single word, this sentence, Chinger did not say it out loud, but said it in her heart. Chinger, thank you for your Tianji Pavilion token. This token, Qin Fong thanked from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for him to take Yang City quickly. How did you know that I gave you this token? I guessed. Just as the two of them were about to get mushy, the system beep sounded. Ding. The preliminary round of the 10,000 Clans Warrior Exchange Tournament, Solo Tournament is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Ding. The 10,000 Clans Warrior Exchange Tournament will begin in an hour. Please log into the game in time. Ding. Ding. The system beeps continue to ring out, reminding the players to prepare for the start of the preliminary round. Qin Fong, Chinger was startled, and the two who were originally snuggling together, as if they were caught watering students, hurriedly separated, and then the duo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Let's go. Chinger, get ready to compete. The two managed to establish their relationship, and their small hands held together. Ding. A total of 1.8 billion players have registered for this 10,000 Races Warrior Exchange Tournament, single-player tournament. This was basically 80% of the number of players who had joined this game. Heaven's Destiny. The remaining 20%? Probably all had various reasons for not being prepared to join. It's finally going to start. Old me really can't wait. I don't know if it will cause lag later. So many players competing at the same time. In case it gets stuck. TSK. Don't worry. Destiny's server is powerful and ruthless. Basically it won't. Hurry up and start. I can't wait. Who knows the rules of the preliminary round? Ding. In order to ensure absolute fairness, the preliminary match will break up the names of the 1.8 billion warriors, randomly matching players 2 by 2, catching and killing each other, without any backroom operations. Player the more you emphasize that there is no backroom operation, the more I'm afraid you'll do it. Ding. The first round of preliminary matches will start soon. Ding. Match successful. Ding. Your opponent is Warrior, Mo Yang. Such a system tone resounded in Qin Fong's mind, as well as in the minds of every player who had participated. Regarding Mo Yang's specific information, Qin Fong didn't know any of it, and merely knew a name. As for Mo Yang on the other side, he was crying without tears. What is this? His luck was so bad. This first time, he ran into Player Me. This heck. Ding. Player Me is betting millions of copper coins for his victory. Do you want to place a bet? Ding. If you place a bet, it'll be at least 1 million coins. Mo Yang, do I look like a cerebral palsy to you? Besides, I can't get 1 million coins. This kind of bet, playing is exciting. Qin Fong didn't know Mo Yang's strength, so he bet a lot. But Mo Yang was aware of Qin Fong's terror, so he directly refused to bet. Ding. The preliminary round will start in 10 minutes. Holy shit. The power of Heaven's mandate is beyond my expectations. Yeah. This is too powerful. Surprisingly, there isn't a single lag. I'm on a horse. I've met Player Me. I'm weak. What do you mean by this? I ran into the president of the Baitian Guild. Baitian. I'm going to die. This 100 copper coins. It's kind of lost. What can we do about this? Amidst the discussion of the players' melee, Qin Fong also looked at Chinger. Chinger. Who is your opponent? The prodigal son? I don't know if he's strong or not. Who cares? With one shot, anyone would have to die. Chinger's words were filled with absolute confidence, and the corners of Qin Fong's mouth twitched. Wish us luck. After saying this, the entire Heaven's Destiny participating players suddenly turned into white light and disappeared, entering the exclusive arena stage. Ding. The first match of the preliminary round begins. In the first second, that is, countless players were cut down and thrown out. In the second second, countless more players were lost, some with smiles on their faces. In the third second, Qin Fong appeared in a ring in the system space. This ring was made of intricate colored stones piled on top of each other, at the very least able to withstand legendary level attacks. and was considered a very precious material. The ring's range of 50 meters by 50 meters was definitely able to be cast. And even if one shot an arrow, it wouldn't be able to reach the other end. The ring is surrounded by a horrible nothingness, so that people do not know the depth. Except that if this falls down, it is more or less oozing. The dome of the sky, on the other hand, is the transparent color of nothingness. Not seeing the great sun, but there is a light rising, and the brightness is very high. Ding! This match ends with the death of one party. The match begins. Qin Fang looked at the opponent in front of him. Mo Yang, Shield Warrior. A set of gold-level equipment. Should not be weak in combat. But it was a pity that he ran into Qin Fang. Qin Fang immediately equipped a set of peak epic level equipment. His figure turned into a ghost. Phantoms appeared underneath his feet. His long knife slashed through. This Mo Yang died. A knife. He did not even resist Qin Fang's knife. Blocking, immovable as a mountain, and other skills were all used, but still could not block. Mo Yang sighed. This is the strength of the player This is still a blacksmith? Ding. Congratulations on your victory in the first match of the preliminary round. The current streak of 1 win. Ding. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 100 copper coins. Ding. It was detected that your opponent did not place any bets, so your principal returns to. Ding. Is it time to exit this system space? Qin Fang picked up a gold-grade equipment dropped by Mo Yang and exited this ring. Gold-level equipment. Although it wasn't great, it was still money. A mosquito's leg is still meat even if it's small. Chapter 477 Three-Eyed Golden Wolf Clan. Qin Fang exited the special ring space, and then threw the equipment dropped by Mo Yang to the auction house. Mo Yang opened the auction house and just wanted to buy another piece of equipment. That is, he saw his weapon. The selling price was much lower than when he bought it the first time. How insulting. Mo Yang had known that he would lose, but he had never thought that he would lose so completely, so quickly. Even if his operation was very crotch-pulling and very bad, he should be able to survive the first move in the hands of player me. But in reality, he really couldn't. To know that Qin Fang is just a blacksmith. Blacksmith from ancient times. From the beginning of the birth of online games. When blacksmith fucking so strong This time, Mo Yang is not really a loss. About this battle video screen. He has long recorded video. Thought of a good name. The world's first blacksmith blood abuse. Sent to the interactive board above. At least. Also able to return a wave of blood As expected, the number of players watching grew. Not only let Mo Yang back a wave of blood, but also led him directly into the peak of life. Earn millions of copper coins. After all, who doesn't want to see the true strength of players in Qin Fang returned and waited for Shui Qinger at the same place. At this moment, he couldn't wait to hurry up and take out the forging table and start forging equipment. There was no other way. These days, the players' demand for high-level equipment was really too hot. Whoosh. Shui Qinger also returned, taking no more than 5 seconds in total. Her residual shadow gradually solidifying. Qinger, your speed is also this fast? Qin Fang was a little surprised, seemingly unable to understand. Well. I threw a purple gold level cannonball, and it directly destroyed in place. Qin Fang was also speechless. As a gunnery artist, one was able to ignore the damage generated when the ammunition they crafted exploded, which was why Shui Qinger was able to be so reckless. Let's go to whichever new breakfast place we open for breakfast. I feel like it tastes pretty good. The match started at 8 o'clock. Qin Fang and Shui Qinger finished at 8 and 5 seconds, not delaying going for breakfast in the slightest. It's fine. Qin Fang. Shui Qinger turned around and left with a smile on their face, seemingly not taking this match into consideration at all. Hidden Earth's opponent wasn't very strong. Under his shadow attack, the opposite side couldn't even see Hidden Earth's real body, merely seeing a flash out of shadow, i.e., he was cut down. As for the Dark Knight Ink Dragon, basically useless, with the strength of the Hidden Earth, enough to sweep 98% of the Destiny players. As for the Tree of Life's opponent, I don't know if there was a hidden agenda, but it was a Blade Warrior, also known as a Berserker. Once Berserk, the strength of the fierce to double. But it is also a minute of real men. Within a minute, if you cannot solve the opponent, can only drink hate. In the Destiny of Heaven, those who choose the profession of Knife Warrior They are called Brain Pit. Not many people play. For this one berserker, the Tree of Life directly adjusted its own pain to the minimum, and then began to, taking knives, healing himself in the process. The epic level scepter held in his hand, directly treating it as a big stick, sparring with the berserker. Haha. This first time should be my victory. The berserker laughed, directly berserking close to the Tree of Life, unaware that when his berserking ended, it was the opening of the Tree of Life. For the words of the Blade Warrior, the Tree of Life didn't say anything, and directly opened up. Dang, dang, dang. The Tree of Life raised the healing scepter in its hand, and blasted above this one berserk warrior's head again and again. Thus, this berserker became the first berserker of Heaven's Destiny to lose at the hands of a priest. Shame on him. When the battle ended, the berserker himself was dumbfounded. This? Am I still facing a priest? When did priests become so violent? Still a girl. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get married? As for Day by Day's opponent, this was the only player of the 10,000 races that the 5-member squad had encountered, the Three-Eyed Wolf race. The rankings of this race in Heaven's Destiny are not too low. Among the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny, they can be squeezed into the top 5,000 ranks. At the beginning of the service, players can choose which race to join. Different races have different territories and different skills to learn. Because it's not time yet, the integration between the races hasn't been opened yet. The Fate of Heaven's Races Exchange Tournament, it was merely for everyone to warm up first, laying a bit of a foundation for the future fusion. A brand new game. Not all players want to join the human race. More want to try a new perspective and enjoy the thrill of leading their clansmen slowly up the racial rankings. After all, everyone's pursuits were different, and the results produced were naturally different. Among the 10,000 races, even the weakest Black Iron Ant race was chosen by some. After all, the 10,000 clans of Heaven's Destiny had once claimed to the outside world that there were only professions that were played badly, and there were no weak professions, even if it was the bottom race amongst the 10,000 races. But it was able to survive under the suppression of the ancient god race for so many years. It was bound to have its own redeeming qualities. If there was a chance, it might be able to leap to the second highest ranked race in Heaven's Destiny. After all, when the human race is also step by step from the weak to the peak, until the current situation, the human race can do? Why can't we? As for the first, it's the ancient god race. Is that even a question? This player of the Three-Eyed Wolf clan was baring his teeth, his nostrils spewing out white mist as he looked at the Day by Day in front of him with the tip of his blade pointing at the ground. Pacing his feet, not daring to come closer, as he instinctively felt a hint of danger. This was the Three-Eyed Wolf clan's natural skill, sensing danger. Day by Day was also very curious as well as vigilant in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had seen an outsider. Bah! Not a human, but a golden wolf. At the moment, in front of him was clearly a golden wolf with a golden body, for glistening in the sunlight, red eyes, crawling on all 4 limbs on the ground, and a third tattooed eye engraved on top of his forehead, exuding a lurid aura that was intimidating to look at. Tianyang Day by Day couldn't see the attributes of this one player of the Three-Eyed Wolf clan, and was merely able to see his name, Wolf D, as well as his rank of 63, which was about the same as his own rank. And Wolf D, on the other hand, he opened his third eye and instantly gained insight into all of Tianyang Day by Day's attributes. Rondi's eyes narrowed slightly. This kid's attributes? Surprisingly, it was even higher than his. The quality of this equipment? Simply don't be too scary, alright. Apart from the broken great sword in his hand, the rest was a set of peak epic level equipment. How could this still be fun? As a clan member of the Three-Eyed Wolf clan, Lundy had only been able to obtain a set of purple gold level equipment after working his arse off for a year. Combined with his original strength of being a second-rate expert, he had thought that he would be able to sweep through 80% of the Heaven's Destiny players. Who would have thought that in the first battle, he would run into a tough opponent? Innate skill, Pack Wolf Ring Feeding. Rondi activated his own innate skill 1. Click click click. The sound of bones breaking resounded. From his body split out a full 8 Rondi, together to tear towards Day by Day. Each split out of Rondi. All have 80% of his strength. Tianyang Day by Day wasn't afraid either. Flipping his hand and raising his sword, he fought with these 8 golden wolves. This month, Day by Day wasn't for nothing. the positioning video screen recorded by the player me, the guidance given to him by Hidden Earth. All of this allowed his operation to be greatly improved. Coupled with Tianyang Day by Day's original talent was good. 1 month? His operating sense stepped into the ranks of second-rate experts. It was only that it was still a bit weaker than the veteran second-rate experts. As soon as they exchanged hands, Lundy was able to feel it. So his self-confidence rose. So it was a small calf, although the equipment is good. But then, his operating sense compared with their own. Or a little weak. As long as you can seize the opportunity, you can't cut him down. Talent Skill 2, Golden Wolf Berserk. In an instant, all 8 Golden Wolves went berserk. Their eyes scarlet. And their attributes soared once again. It could be clearly felt. The Heavenly Sun by Day was a bit overwhelmed. Thunder Descent. Tianyang Day by Day directly activated the skill attached to his equipment. And the thunder in the sky swept down with berserk damage. Dang. The Golden Wolves in the surroundings were instantly split open, and didn't dare to approach. Talent Skill 3, Golden Wolf Defense. The three-eyed Golden Wolf Rondi stood in place with an ugly expression. This person? Why was he still able to master the power of thunder? His Golden Wolf doppelganger was most afraid of namely thunder. In the next instant, golden light flashed out from his body once again, covering the 8 Golden Wolves and condensing into a golden defense. The 8 Golden Wolves once again surrounded Tianyang Day by Day and began to tear at him. Tianyang Day by Day's blood level was dropping quickly, and the situation was in crisis. This time, the 10,000 Races Exchange Tournament did not allow for blood potions to be swallowed. Except for the skills that came with them that could restore blood, other than that, none of them could. This also ensured fairness to a certain extent. After all, if all could swallow blood vials, wouldn't it be whoever had more gold? Who would be able to go all the way to the end? Thunder Disillusionment, Thunder Collapse, Thunder Possession, Thunder Defense. Tianyang Day by Day sensed the restraining effect of the Thunder skills on the Golden Wolf, and activated all of the Thunder skills on top of this set of epic equipment at the first time, before turning on Berserk. And his attributes soared. Poof poof poof. The 8 Golden Wolves that were scorched black under the thunder, one by one, were cut down by the Heavenly Sun Day by Day, turning into golden streams of light that merged into Rondi's body. You're strong, but you're not my opponent yet. Rondi took a look at Tianyang Sun by Sun's blood level. Only 1/3 of it was left. While it was still in full condition. Although the death of the 8 Golden Wolves had a certain impact on him, everything was still manageable. The three-eyed Golden Wolves acted with the speed of a ghost and began to suppress Tianyang Day by Day. To a normal berserker, speed might be a shortcoming, but with a set of epic level equipment, and under Qin Fang's deliberate enhancement, Tianyang Day by Day's speed was extremely fast. Dang dang dang. Ding ding ding. The greatsword bombarded on top of the fur of the three-eyed Golden Wolf, as if it was bombarding on top of gold and iron, emitting a clanking sound. Unable to do anything else, Tianyang by Day could only switch to the peak epic grade equipment that Qin Fang had given him. Dang. With a single slash, Tianyang by Day directly cut off Rondi's wolf claw for him. This great sword. The special skill attached to it was namely, sharpness. This was also the most suitable great sword for Tianyang by Day's epic level equipment yesterday. Qin Fang had only emailed his individually before getting his hands on it. The three-eyed Golden Wolf was shocked. Talent Skill 4, Golden Wolf Rush. Rondi's speed increased once again, and began to leave wounds on Tianyang by Day's body once again. Roar. The tyrannical black dragon appeared, its roar directly shocking. And the three-eyed Golden Wolf stood frozen in place. Poof. Blood flowed like a pillar. Rondi's big Golden Wolf head was chopped off, and then the entire wolf body turned into a golden light and disappeared. Chapter 478, Ranking of the 10,000 Clans. The three-eyed Golden Wolf clan's Rondi exited the ring space amidst shock, fear, and sighs. Who could have thought that the first random human player he encountered would possess a divine beast? Moreover, it was a level 60 divine beast, and he simply couldn't withstand the roar of this roar, and was punished by standing in place. Tianyang Sun by Sun's blood quantity has been weakened to 1/10 by him. He was about to kill it. But the final result? But what was the final result? Lundy was simply going to die of anger. He still had a big move that he hadn't released yet. Lundy's heart was furious. The first match of the preliminary round. But he didn't even win. The most important thing was, Lundy had bet 100,000 coins on himself. He was originally very confident. Tianyong day by day, retarded. Big move not released earlier. Tianyong day by day stepped over, picking up the purple gold level equipment that Rondi had dropped. But unfortunately, it was exclusive to the Three-Eyed Golden Wolf clan, so he didn't know if he could sell it for a high price. Ding. Congratulations on winning the first match of the preliminary round. Ding. Congratulations on your first consecutive victory. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining your opponent's bet, 100,000 copper coins. For one match, Tianyong by day also placed a bet of a full 200,000 copper coins. There was no other reason. Tianyong by day was confident in his own strength. The battle of the preliminary round. It was still continuing. Every minute, countless players emerged from it, either chagrined or happy. The longest battle, which lasted a full 30 minutes, was a battle between two summoners. It was only after all the summons died out that the two had a tough time dividing the winners and losers. And one survived. Holy shit. There's no heavenly reason. The defeated players began to roar in anger, and started to hurl insults. This player had encountered a player in the Hall of Fame. Although he wasn't in the top 10, it was enough to break him down. Mud. This match really made me angry. I lost my epic weapon. I don't know if it's true or not, but this player's bull was blown out of proportion. Get lost. You're covered in bronze level smithy equipment. You can have an epic level weapon? When someone pretended to be X, there were bound to be good people who would break down his words, leaving him groundless and making him blush. The preliminary round? 18 billion players. That's 900 million eliminated. The players were shocked. This feeling? It's still really soothing. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I demand a resurrection tournament, so that we, the defeated players, can also be given another chance. This player's request was not to mention that it was impossible for Heaven's Destiny to agree to it. Even if the same player who had failed also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big brother, when have you ever seen a preliminary round that is resurrected? Yeah. 900 million players? That's a lot. Maybe there's still elimination to be done. Just after this player's words landed, the system beep sounded again. Ding. The second preliminary round of the Heaven's Destiny 10,000 races competition will open in 2 hours. Please get ready. Holy shit. Is my mouth open? Finished. Finished. This second match? Is this starting? Huh. I found a problem. Why are the brothers of the 10,000 clans not making a sound? Yeah. Well, at least let us know. Where are all the brothers of the 10,000 clans? Not on the same channel as us? Can they be contacted? There were also quite a few players who inquired in this manner. Ding. The great channel of the 10,000 clans has not been opened yet. For now, the 10,000 races can only each leave a message within the channel. Only then did the players of the Heavens Mandate human race understand. AI. It's a pity. Still wanting to exchange experiences of failure with the brothers of the 10,000 races. One sentence, and everyone is straight up laughing and spewing. This sentence is the quintessence. I also wanted to exchange the experience of failure with the brothers of the 10,000 races. 2. It's a pity. It's a pity. I lost in the first match of the preliminary round. I wonder where to go to watch the second match of the preliminary round. I wonder if I can see it. The players asked so much. And originally, people didn't have much hope. After all, if the live broadcast could be turned on, that would be a full 450 million live broadcasts. Who would be able to carry that? Heaven's Destiny servers wouldn't directly burn down. But that's it? Heaven's Destiny still announced to the public. Any of the players of the 10,000 races can watch the live broadcast, but need to pay 100 copper coins. Enter the player's name. You can watch the live broadcast.ps. No need to worry about the 10,000 races server. He is able to resist. This system beep was even more exciting for the players. Heaven's Destiny really dares. Since that's the case, let me experiment on how much water Heavenly Fate has. You all still don't know, do you? That Heaven's Fate system has long been updated and replaced. I don't believe you. I'm going to try them one by one. Hurry up and start. Right. Brothers? Should we arrange a list for the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny? Suddenly, a good person vocalized so. Although it had been almost a year since Heaven's Destiny opened, Everyone really didn't know exactly what races the 10,000 races were. After all, who is concerned about this? I remember that Heaven's Chance Pavilion seems to be selling it. A copy of 100,000 copper coins it. 100,000 copper coins. That is, making a hard-earned money. Going through the information published by Heaven's Destiny, asking the players, and finally collating them into a book. Oh, in that case, forget it. A mere 100,000 copper coins. I'll go buy it over and make it public for everyone. In this world, the last thing that was lacking was tycoons. In a short while of light, the ranking list of the 10,000 races appeared above the interactive board. Ding! The ranking list of the 10,000 races has been delivered. Please check it. You're my big brother. Surprisingly, there really is one? Let the old man take a look. The list is a bit of something. 10,000 races ranking list. Remarks, produced by TNG Pavilion. Consulting countless information before converging into a book. If there is any error, please contact TNG Pavilion to revise. List of 10,000 races. Number 1. Ancient Divine Spirit Race. Synopsis. Once ruled the Heaven's Destiny for several eras, enslaving all races, and deservedly being number 1. Although the god of plague law sealed it, the immortal deities will one day be able to return and are unstoppable. Second on the list of all races, the human race. Introduction. Rise due to the plague Dharma god, leaping to become the second of the 10,000 races. This race's character is tough and hardworking. Remarks. Pestilence Dharma god, currently the first deity of Heaven's Destiny that deserves to be there. Once sealed the ancient deities of Heaven's Destiny with his own power, but disappeared into obscurity. And so far no trace is known of the dead or alive. Ranking of the 10,000 races. Number 3. The Questioning One Race. Introduction. The Questioning Clan, born by the mandate of Heaven, has an extremely rare number of clansmen, but their natural talents are all above the legendary level. Back in the day, they were enslaved by the ancient gods and took on the form of children to serve tea and water. Remarks. This clan currently only has a player count of 1. Name, Heart of Asking. Legendary level strength. Ranking of the 10,000 clans. Number 9. The Three-Headed Six-Armed Clan. Description. A clan of guards pinched out by ancient gods, born with 3 heads and 6 arms. Extremely strong in combat. Remarks. I have never heard of a player from the 3 heads and 6 arms clan. If it exists, please inform the Heavenly Pavilion of the correction. Ranking of the 10,000 clans. 10th. The Divine Calcination Clan. Description. According to rumors, it was once a race that hardened equipment for the ancient god of forging. Metamorphosed from the human race, but by detached from the human race. Remarks. The equipment forged by this race is of excellent quality. When the players saw this, they couldn't help but have someone snicker. Crap. This ancient divine spirit clan is really the first one that deserves it. Yeah. The more you're enslaved by an ancient deity, the more it proves that you have value. It gives me a sight of a mountain without a tiger and a monkey as the king. I also have this feeling. These great clans, were they even all food for the ancient deities at one time? It's simply unimaginable. The top 10 races. Very strong. It seems like there aren't many players. The ones behind? There should be quite a few players. The players continue to look on. Ranking of the 10,000 races. Number 174. Cloud Sea Clan. Ranking of the 10,000 races. 383. Winged One Race. Ranking of the 10,000 races. 1051st. Rhinoceros Tiger Clan. 10,000 clans. 10,000 races. By reading this one list, the players finally had a general understanding of the 10,000 races. Had a rough understanding. So, this is the 10,000 races of Heaven's Destiny. It's annoying. I don't want to read it. Yeah. I don't want to watch it either. At this time, within the channels of the 10,000 clans, it had long since exploded, and they were all discussing it. Three-Eyed Wolf Clan. The territory occupied by this clan in Heaven's Destiny was not small, and was sealed by the clan's big brother in this world. So there was a special environment, a special race, no competition with the world, but also peacefully at ease. The number of players in the clan? Reaching 1 million. Not much, but quite a lot. Crap. The player I ran into was Sky Sun by Sun. Remember to help me take revenge. Brothers. Oh my god. I actually saw the dragons. So handsome. The one I ran into wasn't the Dragon Clan, but the Mighty Tiger Clan. All the races you guys ran into are so interesting. Is it hard to believe that I'm the only one who ran into the human race? Heaven's destiny for all races. Gradually drawing to a close. The old patriarch of the three-eyed wolf race quietly looked towards the sky. This opening was forced. After all, the three-eyed wolf clan had been sealed for too long. And if it was not liberalized, the entire race would have an opinion. Chapter 479. It wasn't just the three-eyed golden wolf race. Within the other races, heated discussions had also begun. After all, from the time they had chosen this race, they had never gone out and wanted to meet the other races. Merely looking at pictures in reality. What was the point of that? This face-to-face realism? It's good. It's exciting. The players of the 10,000 races were very excited. This was the first clash of the 10,000 races. Inside the peaceful hut where the plague god lived. He was originally cooking tea, but suddenly some of the tea spilled out. Across from him? The ancient deity Heavenly Emperor did not know when. Coalescing his figure across from him. Looking at him with a calm expression. No. Looking at the tea soup in his hands. Your heart is in turmoil. The Heavenly Emperor vocalized. Like a great Tao roaring. The entire dense forest hummed in agreement. The plague Dharma god pushed this cup of tea soup in his hand to the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, you this? Spilled tea soup? You use it for hospitality? Is that so rude? You carved the seals of the heaven's destiny 10,000 races. And you divided the territory of the heaven's destiny 10,000 races. You say? The hatred these races have for your human race? Much? The Heavenly Emperor seemed to have come specifically to see the joke. The 10,000 races. Not all of them were on good terms with the human race. In that battle back then, there were quite a few races that wanted to join the camp of the ancient gods to suppress the rebellious human race. The elves, and other races. Having been enslaved for so long, the knees were numb, and they really couldn't stand up. The most crucial thing is, many of the races were crippled in that battle and needed to be sealed up and recuperated, lest they be sought by other races. Thus, the plague Dharma god set up a powerful array to isolate the 10,000 races and allow them to recuperate on their own. The great races that were in full hatred with the ancient gods underground were still sealed with the ancient gods and suppressed together. Human race. Occupying the most land in heaven's mandate. Therefore, the human races underground. The sealed ancient deities were naturally the most numerous. The plague Dharma god looked at the Heavenly Emperor. The corners of his mouth still in a calm smile. Not speaking. The seals of the 10,000 races will soon be opened. The seals of my ancient deity clan will soon be opened as well. This time, just with you. It seems like you won't be able to stop us. By the way, I wonder if you have recovered from your injuries. The Heavenly Emperor ultimately did not drink this cup of tea, pushing it on top of the tea case. That is, disappeared. The plague Dharma god tidied up the teacup and started cooking the tea once again. Right. Wanting to seal the ancient gods. Wanting to seal the 10,000 races. How could the plague Dharma god not pay a painful price? Only, this time, the 10,000 races seem to have appeared with many interesting seeds again. Perhaps they might really be able to completely clear out the ancient deity clan. Qin Fang. The sour odor of love emanating from Qing'er? It was able to be asked from a block away. Ding. Player Batian requesting communication. Pa. Qin Fang hung up directly. Ding. Player Bao God requests communication. Ding. Player Bao God is requesting communication. Pa. Qin Fang hangs up directly. Ding. Player Hidden Earth requests communication. Zing. Player Zong 2 requests communication. Zap. Qin Fang hangs up directly. At a moment like this, it wasn't good for anyone to play communication. Bastard Sky originally wanted to invite Qin Fang to join him in his copy. But when he heard Qin Fang's busy hang-up tone, he decisively gave up. The Bao God originally wanted to ask Qin Fang to help him forge a legendary grade equipment. Price-wise? Well, 2 billion copper coins would not be a problem. But naturally, Qin Fang hung up. Hidden Earth originally wanted to report the situation to Qin Fang, but seeing the two of them happily holding hands, he still silently left. Within the 10,000 Clans Guild, Black Widow was announcing the extra rewards of this 10,000 Clans competition. The first match of the preliminary round has already ended, and City Lord Qin Fang is still satisfied with our results. So we are hereby handing out the rewards. The Black Widow looked around the circle, her eyes as sharp as those of an eagle. staring at the crowd. This time, my 10,000 empty alley auction house has a total of 60,000 players. Through the preliminary rounds of a full 55,324 people. The results are not bad. These 55,000 people, each one of them has a purple gold level equipment. Purple gold level equipment? You may not understand the market. The price of each piece of purple gold grade equipment is above 5 million. This is the trust that City Lord Qin Fong has placed in all of you. I hope that all of you will be able to continue your efforts in the second preliminary round and create another brilliant result. At this, the players at the 10,000 empty alley auction house were stunned. Purple gold level equipment? Everyone had also popped out and equipped them. And they all knew the price. 1 or 2 pieces. Everyone might just faintly smile and not take it seriously. But this? More than 55,000 pieces, ah? What kind of concept is this? Even the entire Heaven's Destiny? There weren't even this many purple gold grade equipment. Right? Vice City Lord? Is this really for us? Even Zhang Ming, the president of the 10,000 Guild, was directly dumbfounded at this moment. Although Zhang Ming knew that Black Widow was here to distribute the rewards. Who knew? This reward was surprisingly so big. One must know that normally when the 10,000 People's Guild killed a purple gold rank boss and dropped a piece of purple gold ranked equipment, it would be celebrated all. After all, it was a full 5 million copper coins. But now, City Lord Qin Fong had gifted so many purple gold grade equipment. This was a full 270 billion in supplies. This is the product of the City Lord's blood and sweat. No one can give me a waste. Zhang Ming, look after the distribution. Black Widow left behind such a sentence and instantly dropped all of the purple gold level equipment on the ground before departing. To be honest, her heart was also dripping blood. Although so many purple gold grade equipment were offered at the same time. Although it might affect the price. At the very least, she would be able to have 20 billion copper coins in her pocket. But what? The City Lord preferred not to, and had to let her take it as a reward and send it to the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild. Wasn't this a loser? Black Widow really wanted to talk to Qin Fong. But, in the end, she gave up on this idea. After all, this was the equipment that Qin Fong had forged. He could arrange it however he wanted. Even if it was all lost then, it was nothing more than an execution. Qin Fong, I am also helpless. This batch of equipment is more or less flawed. Who do you want me to go and sell it to? Putting it in the Golden Dragon's ring is also taking up space. It would be better to send it to the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild, so that they can make use of it for a while, in case someone is able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise up. After Black Widow left, Zhang Ming and the others began to sort out this batch of equipment. President? Such a large batch of equipment? My mouth is watering. They're all purple gold level equipment, ah. I really don't know where Chairman got them from. Scary. Scary. Huh? Something's not right. Chairman, look at this. It's clearly a bow. It should increase strength. How come it's adding the defense attribute? Chairman, there's also a problem here. Look. This is a shield. But it's the added agility attribute. For a while, the players who were responsible for sorting out this batch of equipment opened their mouths one after another. Zhang Ming realized that the situation was not right. But he still had a stern face. This is because you guys can't recognize the president's brilliance. Think about it, guys. You're holding up this one shield? A sudden increase in speed? Isn't it directly taking the lead and still able to confuse the opposite side for a bit? Another example is this bow. Isn't it supposed to have agility attached to it? This is all equipment from the president's foresight. Zhang Ming's perfect PR. In a nutshell, this batch of equipment? There wasn't ever any problem. Such as if you think there's a problem. Then, definitely you have a problem. These equipments, I will issue them uniformly according to your characteristics. Don't crowd them. They're all there. This was also a huge test for Zhang Ming. After all, the time was too short. That is, Zhang Ming knew too much about these players. Basically watched them grow up. And had a deep understanding of their operations, attributes, and whatnot. And thus was able to distribute them perfectly. At the end of the distribution, even Zhang Ming was not confident. This batch of equipment, there really is a problem, ah. There was only one thing. Even the attributes of the problematic purple gold grade equipment were stronger than the fine gold grade equipment. Not to mention the fine gold grade. Silver grade equipment. Make do and make do. It could be used. Right. The first preliminary match that is lost players. I'll go to give me the devil training. When you guys win the level, operation to keep up. I'm applying for purple gold level equipment for you. Zhang Ming's prestige within the 10,000 Empty Lane Guild was extremely high nowadays. The players who had failed in the first match of the preliminary round immediately left with their heads hanging down. On the other hand, the players who had newly obtained purple gold level equipment quickly began to familiarize themselves with their equipment, striving to build on their success in the second match. Ding! The second match of the preliminary round is about to begin. Please prepare for the players participating. Ding! The second match of the preliminary round. Ding! The second match of the preliminary round. The second match is still an elimination match. After all, that match was shared by 900 million players. Isn't this a farce? Qing. We'll see you later. Qin Fang. Xue Qinger was like glue, unwilling to let go. In love. See you later. The sour stench of love was almost rotten. Truly a young couple in the heat of love. Flying kisses to say goodbye. Ding. Mirage, you are participating in the second preliminary match. Do you place a bet? Qin Fang. Place a bet of 5 million copper coins. Ding. Are you placing a bet? The system prompt asked Qin Fang about his opponent. No bet. Ding. The match begins. The mist dispersed. Qin Fang stood firmly on top of the ring, fully dressed in peak epic grade equipment, holding a peak epic grade forging hammer in his hand, quietly looking at his opponent on the opposite side. In the second match, Qin Fang's opponent was finally not a human, but a player from the Tree Goblin clan, rank 3813th, profile of the Tree Spirit clan, Heaven's mandate due to the richness of the life chi. All 10,000-year-old trees can become spirit. At this moment, towering in front of Qin Fang was a large, thick tree with a trunk of 3 meters. It was definitely considered an old tree. The old bark of the tree is like dragon scales. Ring and ring. The branches of the tree as if it is a monster with teeth and claws, extending a long time. The leaves of the tree as if it is a star in the sky. Above the tree trunk, barely able to coalesce a humanoid face. Eyes filled with worry. According to the natural skill of the Tree Spirit clan, he had already predicted his defeat. It was a kind of suppression. A Tree Spirit clan? This is really rare. Buzzing. Qin Fang instantly changed his equipment with a lightning and fire attribute, completely suppressing the Tree Spirit. The Tree Spirit at the other end frowned slightly. This person was still able to change his equipment? The original set of equipment, filled with the aura of thunder, was already uncomfortable. This set? Not only was it filled with the aura of thunder, it also had the aura of flame, which was even more annoying. This human? Just who is it? Although player, we are the #1 forger of the human race. He is not well known in the Tree Spirit clan. Thunder, Scorch, Flame, Extinction, Thunder, and Fire, Thunder, Ling World. In a single moment, Qin Fang activated at least 8 thunder, flame attribute skills, and in a flash, they all descended on the Tree Spirit's body. Chapter 482nd Victory in the preliminary round. The Tree Spirit was horrified and pulled its legs out to run. The thick and lush tree roots curved and coiled together, coalescing into thighs like Zhang Yu's tentacles as they quickly ran. This scene directly made Qin Fang look at what was going on. This tree? It had really become a spirit. Only, the speed of the Tree Spirit, even with its 8 thighs constantly running backwards, was still not as fast as Qin Fang. Qin Fang raised the forging hammer in his hand and continuously blasted at the branches of the Tree Spirit. -1451141. Dang. Lifting his hand was 1,000,000 damage. The branches and trunks broke, and the thick trunks kept swaying. Even the escaping figure was checked and balanced. This 1,000,000 damage if placed on the body of the human race. Absolutely half of the life. And even will die. However, for the Tree Spirit race, it was only 1/10,000th of their blood. The Tree Goblin clan, since ancient times, was a blood shield clan. Go to hell. Qin Fang kept raising his forge hammer to blast. And after resisting the first wave of thunder and fire attacks, the Tree Goblin immediately activated its first skill, Entangle. In an instant the roots of the tree grew as fast as vines capturing prey, wrapping around Qin Fang from all sides, wanting to entangle and cut him down. Qin Fang's figure transformed into a ghost, leaving just a trace of a shadow behind, sticking to his body. Thud. The Tree Spirit was horrified. So fast. The winding speed of this tree root couldn't even catch up with Qin Fang's movement speed. Countless tree roots began to retract and descended once again, wrapping the area around the tree spirit, preventing Qin Fang from getting close. This was also considered a defense. Since it couldn't attack Qin Fang, it could only defend itself. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Fang's mouth, and he replaced his peak epic equipment, Shanghai Destruction Sword, with a special sharpness effect. Click, click, click. These tree roots directly snapped without any defensive ability, as if these were not hard tree roots, but rather papier-mâché. This is too fragile. Qin Fang had clearly overestimated the tree spirit's defense, while the tree spirit had underestimated Qin Fang's weapon. Hula. The tree spirit was also left with a huge gash on top of its branches, and light blue-colored sap seeped out, as if it was blood. Qin Fang simply didn't change his equipment, and directly used his sharp sword to continuously slash, as if he wanted to turn the tree spirit into a pile of firewood. Parasitic. In the next instant, countless dandelion seeds drifted out from the tree spirit's branches and leaves, fluttering in the wind, and eventually falling slowly onto Qin Fang's body, entering his body through his armor. Qin Fang felt a burst of pain all over his body. These seeds quickly took root, as if it was a barb that pierced into the flesh and blood, constantly devouring Qin Fang's strength. Blood. Nourished themselves. Rapid growth and development. Ding. You have been parasitized by the tree spirit seeds. Ding. Each seed will steal 10 points of your life value, 1 point of attack power, and 1 point of spirit every second. Qin Fang, crap. This parasitism. It's something. If one is unable to get rid of such parasitic seeds, won't one be smoked alive? The tree spirit was instantly tranquilized. Someone who had been parasitized by a seed. There has never been a survivor. The more the target struggles, the deeper the parasitic seed is rooted, the more power it extracts. This one tree spirit? Ranked as high as 65? How did he do it? Wasn't it because of this skill? There was basically no living thing within a 1,000-mile radius of where he was parasitizing. You know? This parasitic skill? It wasn't something that anyone could obtain. Qin Fang's mind moved to decisively replace his equipment and let the thunder and fire in the dome of the sky bombard himself. Qin Fang did not believe that even thunder could not remove these parasitic seeds. Crackling. Qin Fang's blood level dropped slightly. After all, he still possessed thunder immunity. With a light sniff, he was able to smell the smell of roasted meat and the smell of burnt trees. Self-detonation. Thud. 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 Under the control of the tree spirit, these parasitic seeds began to explode themselves, causing secondary damage to Qin Fang. The smell of blood began to fill the air. The power of this parasitic seed blowing itself up was not small. Even the tree spirit had not expected that Qin Fang would be so ruthless as to summon thunder. This was definitely a case of killing 800 enemies and damaging 1,000. Therefore, he could only let the seed self-destruct in advance. Otherwise, if the thunder fell, all of these seeds would die. At this moment, Qin Fang's blood level was still 80% left. This tree spirit was still affecting him to a certain extent. You have completely angered me. Qin Fang had wanted to end the battle quickly and go for another romance with Shui Qing'er. But now, he was suffering a small loss. Berserk. Qin Fang summoned his equipment with Berserk and activated his skills. Whether it was his attack or speed, all of them were raised to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Fang was like a fierce lumberjack, constantly trimming the branches of the tree spirit. The tree spirit's heart was numb. How could he meet such a pervert? The equipment in the backpack couldn't even be used up. The tree spirit watched as Qin Fang was replacing the 8th piece of epic level equipment. To know? This is an epic level equipment that normal players, they can't even touch it nowadays. This person? Could it be that he was one of the top players of the Heaven's Mandate human race? To be honest, tree spirit this profession of players, or suitable to hide in the endless dense forest secretly, muffled wealth, so that the real one-on-one, so that the tree spirit's many operations cannot reach the peak level. Tree branch ghost dance. This tree spirit's branches, as if they were ghosts with open teeth and claws, constantly lashed out at Qin Fang. The attacks were very dense, as if they were raining down from heaven and earth. The tree spirit was confident that it was impossible for the player me to avoid it, and when all of his attacks fell, he would definitely die. In the next second, the tree spirit directly dropped his eyes in shock. only to see that Qin Fang's body was twisting strangely. And during the twisting, he perfectly dodged all the attacks. All the damage. How is this possible? What kind of operation is this? This tree spirit player had also eaten and watched. Who the hell had seen such a horrifying operation? Is this still something a human can achieve? The frozen tree spirit's blood level was weakened to 30% by Qin Fang. Draw life. Buzzing. This tree spirit directly rooted itself in place in the ground, and its life value began to recover rapidly. At a rate of 1% per second. You can't wear me out. As long as there is land, my blood will be able to recover quickly. Qin Fang ignored him, as the pitch-black colored slime was thrown out, and a fire ignited it. Buzzing. The tree spirit directly became a fire tree spirit. This skill of draw life was directly interrupted, as he tried to pounce on the flames on his body. But it made the fire grow bigger and bigger. Go to hell. Qin Fang once again turned on his berserk skill. Thud. 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 Qin Fang sent this tree spirit away. Player me. I'll remember you. Qin Fang. Oh. In the face of the tree spirit's dying words, Qin Fang expressed indifference. Ding. Congratulations on your success in winning the second game of the preliminary round. Ding. Congratulations on becoming awarded the second consecutive victory. Ding. Congratulations on your winning bet. 2 million copper coins. Qin Fang. Air. Poor man. Qin Fang originally thought that this player would also place a bet. Who would have thought that he would be so wimpy? Bah. So poor. Tree spirit, you're noble. You're marvelous. Did you get your money from the wind? Is it easy for a tree spirit to earn some money? It's not easy to earn money. In the end, all bought nutrient solution. Nourish itself. Otherwise, where did his damage go so high? Qin Fang exited from the arena. Surprisingly, Qinger hadn't appeared yet. Qin Fang decisively recharged 100 copper coins and opened the live broadcast function. Ding. Recharge 1,000 copper coins to open the HD live broadcast. Ding. Recharge 10,000 copper coins to open the Ultra HD live broadcast. Ding. Recharge 100,000 coins. Can open 8K live broadcast. Ding. Recharge 1 million copper coins. Can open the peak 1080K live broadcast. Immersive enjoyment. Can dialogue with the designated players in the live broadcast. Qin Fang, you're robbing money? Phew. Qin Fang organized his thoughts. Refuse to top up. Start with you and me. Ding. You have recharged 1 million copper coins. You have opened the 1080K live broadcast. You can dialogue with a designated player in the live broadcast room. Watching Shui Qinger's live stream. Ding. Searching. Please wait. Ding. You have entered the live room. Ding. The bounty function has been turned on. You can place a bounty on the two players fighting. Qin Fang, this. Pervasive. Qin Fang directly rewarded Shui Qinger with 3 white jade rockets. The corners of Shui Qinger's mouth surfaced. And when she looked up, it was as if a shadow was sitting in the firmament, watching the battle. In this battle, Shui Qinger had run into the hidden profession player that was Shuigua. It dawned on Qin Fang. No wonder Qinger had delayed the battle for so long without taking it down. Ranking of the 10,000 races #1, 085. Snow Country Race. Brief introduction. Said to have once acted as a messenger for an ancient deity, and was exceptionally favored because of its extremely fast running speed. The work of a horse was done by them. The talent of this race, namely haste, is said to be able to reach a haste that transcends time after becoming a god. But who knows if it's true or not? Snow Country Race. The people of 1,000 Gothic. At this moment, the player man of 1,000 Gothic was constantly running and dodging snow clearers' projectiles. From the beginning of the battle, Shui Qinger namely stood still and continuously threw out cannonballs to deal damage to the Snow Country clan's man of 1,000 Gothic. Only Shui Qinger's anticipation was always a little bit off, and the man of 1,000 Gothic was always able to dodge it. This speed? It wasn't even close to Qin Fang. As for the man of 1,000 Gothic, he didn't dare to attack Shui Qinger, because Shui Qinger's surroundings? Dense mines had already been laid down. So if the man of 1,000 Gothic rushed over, would surely die. With the damage of a single shell, the man of 1,000 Gothic wouldn't even be able to carry it. Qin Fang quietly watched, and in a short while, he could see the weakness of the man of 1,000 Gothic, and was just about to point out to Shui Qinger when he saw Schwetzinger's serious look, and a hint of an arc emerged at the corner of his mouth. Qin Fang understood that there was no need for him to say more. Your speed is indeed fast. But is it limited to this? Schwetzinger playfully spat out these words, before taking out a terrifying bomb from within her own backpack. It was epic-level ammunition. Without even looking at it, Schwetzinger directly detonated it. The man of 1,000 Gothic sensed the danger, and he wanted to escape. Wanted to. But unfortunately, this one ammunition was enough to cover the spot, causing the entire ring to collapse and destroy with it. An azure-colored light surfaced on Schwetzinger's body surface, easily resisting this damage. While man of 1,000 Gothic, on the other hand, it directly turned into white light and died. It was estimated that the man of 1,000 Gothic could never have imagined even in death that a girl as soft as Schwetzinger would be able to rub out such a terrifying bomb. Is this the human race's gunner? The man of 1,000 Gothic left behind such a sentence before dying.